NIA crackdown on terror in Tamil Nadu, raids across 8 locations in ISIS and terror funding case. From Maharashtra to Rajasthan and now Karnataka, all-out resort politics continues hours ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Haryana Minister downplays resort move, says leaders hold up to strategize voting in Rajya Sabha polls. Violence erupts in Assam, ballot boxes and papers destroyed in Karbi Anglong during the final phase of KAAC election. Controversy erupts over Savarkar photo in Mangaluru. University students oppose removal of portrait by principal. 2 days after Republic news break, Samajwadi Party leader booked over controversial remarks on Shivling and Lord Shiva. We're starting off with some big breaking news coming in today morning. Getting in latest now in the Moosewala assassination case probe. Sources have told Republic and informed that Punjab police has detained, I repeat, Punjab police has detained Keshav and Chetan from Bhatinda. According to sources, Keshav had bought weapons for the attackers from Amritsar. This is big breaking coming in. Amandeep is joining me live. Amandeep, after we saw back-to-back arrests now, we also seeing more arrests and detentions being made. This time, the Punjab police has detained Keshav and Chetan from Bhatinda. Who are these people, Keshav and Chetan, and what role does the police suspect of them in the Moosewala assassination case?
Both the names have came out in the interrogation of Kekda as well as Prabdeep, and in fact the role of both revealed by the Kekda and Prabdeep is that they have supplied the weapon, and one of them has accompanied with the Kekda while taking the selfies outside Sidhu Moosewala's residence. And in fact, that information was passed by the Mansa police to Bhatinda police just because both of them are the residents of Bhatinda. And in fact, in the morning, we spoke to SSP Bhatinda also. He confirmed that the police have detained both of them from their residence, and in fact, now they have joined the investigation. Police is questioning them and verifying their role. Just because Keshav is allegedly supplied the weapons to the attackers, and in fact, Chetan is the one who accompanied Kekda while taking the selfies and conducting the recce of Sidhu Moosewala. But as per the information, SSP Bhatinda says that they are just verifying the roles. If the questioning is being confirmed and if they are getting connected with the role of Sidhu Moosewala killing, only then their arrest will be made officially. And meanwhile, the family is completely disowning both of them just because both are the drug addicts, as well as the Keshav as well as Chetan also. And in fact, now the probe is getting more and more spread. Shivanji, the 8 persons officially arrested day before yesterday. And in fact, one was taken into the custody by Pune police yesterday. And in fact, now 2 more have been arrested. The chain of the Sidhu Moosewala killing accused are getting bigger and bigger. It is not the handiwork of 7 to 10 people. The chain is getting bigger. That reveals a larger conspiracy.
Amandeep, we're also getting live visuals there. Amandeep, we're also getting live visuals there of raids happening in Mohali. Amandeep, we're getting live visuals for our viewers on our screens. We can see that the investigation and the action the police is taking is getting more and more serious right now. Yesterday, Amandeep, also that the Delhi police had said that very soon they will want to arrest the actual killers, the actual shooters of Sidhu Moosewala. Amandeep.
Absolutely, Shivangi, absolutely. And the raids which are continuously on our screen is in Mohali Jalvayu Towers. And in fact, all searches and raids and detentions are being done following the interrogation of Kekda as well as Prabdeep, just because both of them are in the police custody and they are making such a big revelations regarding the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. And in fact, this raid is on a precautionary measure. Jalvayu Towers is located in Mohali, where several people are staying, and in fact the police have cordoned off the entire residential area every single person is being thoroughly checked by the police, by the Mohali police. Either anybody was carrying weapons just because it was a suspect that some of the killers were staying in the Jalvayu Towers in Mohali for some days. And that is the reason a thorough raid is being conducted and thorough search is being carried out in Jalvayu Towers. As we can see that all the cars are being verified and checked thoroughly by the police at the entrance and at the exit points of the Jalvayu Towers. This is how the investigation is being carried out. This is how the police of different states and the districts in Punjab, they are getting a joint operation just because Mansa police is interrogating the accused who has been arrested in Sidhu Moosewala killing. They are further revealing the information, and on the basis of that information, several district police are put into the active on the alert, and in fact that information is being verified by the local police as well. This is all happening in Sidhu Moosewala case so far. Yes, Shivan.
Amandeep, also take us through what has happened so far. Of course, now 2 people have been detained from Bhatinda. We're getting visuals of raids in Mohali. Take us through all the other people, who they are, who have been arrested, and their profiles, and how they are connected to the Sidhu Moosewala murder case.
Well, Shivangi, from the first arrest was made from the Dehradun. Manpreet Singh Bhau was the person who has been arrested by Dehradun police and further taken to the Mansa just because he was the one who supplied the car, who has given the car that was involved in the Sidhu Moosewala case. And in fact, later the chain was opened of the arrest, and in fact now so far 9 people are in the custody of Punjab police, 1 in Pune and 8 are in Punjab police, and they all are the logistics provided or they have conducted the recce. But 5 main shooters, according to the Delhi police, has been already identified, but no arrest had been made so far. Just because the shooters have left, all the providers, the logistic support providers, as well as the people who have conducted the recce into the case, they all have taken into the custody from where they are getting the leads. And the mastermind, Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Barad, they have already been identified by the police, and in fact Goldie Barad is sitting in Canada while operating his network, and Lawrence Bishnoi is sitting in jail and operating his network from the jail. This is how the nexus was run. This is how the entire conspiracy was hatched. It was not 1 or 2 days recce or planning to kill Sidhu Moosewala. It takes months to months that a proper recce has been conducted of Sidhu Moosewala. A proper time has been fixed. People has been hired to shoot Sidhu Moosewala to death, and in fact the people who are conducting recce and the shooters, they are not very much connected with each other. It was kind of conference call on 29th of May, which was being from the passing of information to till the point of last bullet shot to Sidhu Moosewala. That was all on a conference call just because Goldie Barad and Lawrence Bishnoi doesn't want that the shooters should remain connected with the people who conducted the recce of this entire killing, so that at least the killers are from the different place, and the people who provided the logistic support as well as conducted the recce, they are basically belongs to Punjab. This is how the entire conspiracy has to kill Sidhu Moosewala. Yes, Shiva.
Right, Amandeep, but thank you for getting us all those details. My colleague Amandeep has been tracking this story since day 1, and the latest we have for you viewers in the case of Sidhu Moosewala assassination is that the Punjab police has detained Keshav and Chetan from Bhatinda. Well, we're getting some more updates coming in right now. This time, more breaking news. Now, a top Maoist was killed in an encounter with SSB personnel in Bihar. After Maoist opened fire, SSB personnel began retaliatory fire, resulting in the killing of Maoist. In fact, according to the sources, the Maoists reached an area called Birgora, and the search operations right now are underway. So some bigger updates coming in, back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. I want to go across to Prakash, who's joining me live. Prakash, tell us the details about this encounter which is happening there, which has already happened, and the search operations are underway.
As far as this particular incident is concerned, this incident took place in the forest of area where on the tip-off,
Yes, Prakash,
SSB
go
jawans
ahead.
entered the jungle, and they had a tip-off that the Naxals wanted to operate on a bigger plan, and they wanted to destroy some government post as far as the Naxal operations were concerned. And then the SSB Jawans, in coordination with the Bihar police, busted a Naxal hideout in the jungle, and they recovered large number of arms and ammunition. There was a huge cache of arms and ammunition recovered. And in the process, we also get to know that one of the top commanders of that area, Matlu Turi, has been eliminated in the process in the gun battle. And there was cross-firing from both the sides as and when the SSB Jawans reached the spot. And in the process, Matlu Turi, the hardcore Naxal, has been killed. And thereafter, the police forces as well as the SSB Jawans also busted many Naxal hideouts, and huge cache of arms and ammunition, AK-47 rifles, grenades, launchers have been recovered from the Naxal hideout. Back to you.
Right, Prakash. Thank you for getting us those details. My colleague Prakash getting us updates on the story which has just come in. A top Maoist terrorist has been killed, viewers, in an encounter with SSB personnel in Bihar. This is a big win now for the forces in Bihar. All right, let's get you the top stories that we're tracking across the nation. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in a statement asserted that there was no need for an anti-conversion law in the state. Kumar said in a state where the government is always alert and people of different religious communities lived in peace needs no such move. Janata Dal has moved all of its 32 MLAs to a 5-star hotel in Bengaluru ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections. The move comes amidst fear of cross-voting of JDS MLAs in favour of BJP. Haryana MLAs of the ruling BJP-JJP alliance shifted to a resort in Chandigarh. The MLAs will discuss the strategy of elections slated to be held on June 10th. Minister JP Dalal says the move is made to decide voting strategy. In a big development, accused Santosh Jadhav and Mahakal arrested in the brutal killing of Punjab singer politician Sidhu Moosewala. According to the police, the accused are associated with Lawrence gang and were involved in Punjab case as well. Investigation underway for further action. SP leader Lal Bihari Yadav booked for making controversial remarks against Shivling amid the Gyan Vapi row. Bajrang Dal leaders alleged the remarks hurt the religious sentiments of Hindus and filed a case against leaders of opposition in Muradabad. A tragic incident coming in. It's an accident now in Rajasthan's Bikaner. Visuals on your screen, viewers. A tragic accident. Rajasthan's Bikaner. 4 people have died and 2 others were injured in a truck and a car collision. You can see the visuals there on your screen, viewers, of the terrible accident which has happened where a car and a truck collided, leading to the death of 4 people. And 2 people have now been injured as well in that accident which is coming in from Bikaner. We can see that the car, in fact, does look extremely mangled after the collision which took place. Let's have a look at the reactions coming in on this tragic news.
ये दुर्घटना रात को 12 बजे के लगभग हुई थी। ये ट्रेलर और छोटी गाड़ी था। और ये 3 की बॉडी ढूंढनी पड़ी, एक बॉडी दिखा नहीं।
परिजन आगे?
परिजन आ रहे हैं रस्ते में।
कहाँ, कौन से जिले के? ये कहाँ?
सरदार सेठ तहसील के।
सरदार सेठ तहसील।
All right, some more updates coming in right now from the Sidhu Moosewala investigation. The latest is that around 7 people have been detained after raids in Mohali. These are the latest inputs we're getting. And those exclusive shots on your screens, only on Republic TV. We're getting you live updates. I would like to go across to Amandeep, who's joining me again. Amandeep, we're getting back-to-back reactions, a lot of action being taken right there. Police raids at gangster's house there in connection with the Moosewala murder case, and the police has detained 7 people after the raids. Tell us the details about these fresh raids. All right, getting some trouble connecting with my colleague Amandeep, who's getting us exclusive information there. On your screen, viewers, what happened just a short while back. We're getting you those exclusive visuals. 7 people have been detained from Mohali. There were raids in Mohali in connection with a Sidhu Moosewala investigation and murder case. This is the latest input that we're getting for you, is that the police raided gangster houses in connection with Moosewala murder case in Mohali, and those visuals there on your screen of the Punjab police in fact raiding the houses of the gangsters. And after this, around 7 people have been detained. Police have detained 7 people after the raids. This is the latest in the Sidhu Moosewala investigation. Amandeep, if you can hear me, we have visuals on a screen of the raids which took place in Mohali. Live, we showed it to our viewers. Tell us the details about these 7 people who have been detained now by Punjab police.
Well, Shivangi, the people who have been detained by the Mohali police, they are the suspects, and in fact a suspected role in connection with Sidhu Moosewala. Just because a huge chain is involved, a huge chain of the shooters and accused and the gangsters is involved in Sidhu Moosewala case, and in fact that chain is spread in the different parts of the country as well as the different cities of Punjab. And in fact 2 detained from Bathinda and 7 detained from Mohali. The raids are still on just because these raids are following the information of interrogation of Crackdown as well as Prabdeep. They have made big revelations during the interrogation, and in fact on the basis of that information the raids are being conducted and these detention is being done by the Punjab police. And in fact the role of all the detained people are still to be verified, that either they are very much connected or involved in the killing of the Sidhu Moosewala, or they have just provided some kind of logistic support to the third person involved in this entire case. And in fact, on the precautionary measures, everything is being verified. On our screen, we can see the visuals. The heavy Punjab police is deployed outside a residential area, and in fact, they are verifying each and every detail of the person who is getting entered or getting exit from that very much area. And Shivangi,
okay, Amandeep, thank you for getting us those details. Raids happening in Mohali and 7 people detained. We're getting back-to-back breaking news right now. The other top story we have been tracking on Republic TV is the case against Satyendra Jain, and we're getting in some more information coming in next right now. We are in fact getting in the latest on multiple stories right now on Republic TV this morning. 7 people detained after raids in Mohali.
Chennai, 4 in Mayiladuthurai and 1 location in Karaikal as well. The raids have just started. Several teams of NIA officials who have been conducted searches since early morning. Catch all the more details on the same right after the break.
BSF has pushed back a Pakistani drone which tried to enter the Indian territory today morning at around 4, after which massive searches have been launched in the area to rule out any possibility of weapon or narcotics dropping. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
Back in 2016, the Chief Minister had travelled to Dubai. The Honourable Chief Minister has left out very, very important bag. So one of the officers from the consulate actually brought the bag, and he identified that there was cash in that.
The Chief Minister and his office is the prime suspect in this case. Why the central agencies were not questioned the Chief Minister? They are shielding the culprit and the Chief Minister.
The stone pelting was done. Around a dozen people was there who was doing a stone pelting. These were the locals who were involved in this stone pelting. The reason is being looked up. The footages has been recovered. The investigation at this point in time is on.
Massive smoke emitting from parking lot after fire broke out. Good number of vehicles have come under this fire. Many e-rickshaws also, they have also got burnt because of the massive fire. The fire tenders were rushed to the spot. The fire officers have confirmed to us.
Armani 250.6.
Beautiful for her.
Yes, it is space shooting from her.
I'm not thinking about the world record or getting a gold or a quota. I was just doing my process and it happened.
फॉरेंसिक के तमाम लोग जो है वो क्राइम सीन को इन्वेस्टिगेट करने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं। जो एएसपी वो लगातार ये बात कह रहे हैं कि आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। 35 से 40 लोगों से उन्होंने अभी तक बात भी की है इस पूरे मामले को लेकर, और जहां-जहां से पत्थर फेंके गए थे लोगों से बात करके उस जगह को चिन्हित किया गया, उसकी फोटोग्राफी भी की गई है।
Well, top story we are tracking on Republic TV. Satyendra Jain leaving from the ED office as his custody ends today. Right now, as we speak, Satyendra Jain leaves from ED office, and tracking the story is Madhurima. Madhurima, tell us the latest details right now. We believe also that Satyendra Jain's custody could also be extended. What is possible as the day progresses?
Well, yes, you very rightly pointed out that Mr. Satyendra Jain, a Delhi minister, has left from the Enforcement Directorate office. Right behind me is the Enforcement Directorate, where he was stationed for past couple of days. Now today, later today, when he'll be produced in front of the court, and especially keeping in mind the kind of seizure that has been done by the Enforcement Directorate from the residence of Satyendra Jain and his close aides, could amount to the court awarding more custody to the Enforcement Directorate. However, we'll have to wait and watch as to how the arguments from both the sides go, because the Aam Aadmi Party yesterday in a press conference have asserted over the fact that that the seizure that there was no seizure made. It was Mr. Saurabh Bharadwaj who highlighted this particular fact in front of the media yesterday in the press conference, that the Aam Aadmi Party is now being victimized, and Mr. Satyendra Jain is a victim of a witch hunt, a political witch hunt. Now we'll have to wait and watch as to how will the Aam Aadmi Party side will present their arguments in front of the court, because as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, they have made seizure over 2 crores and other assets as well. However, the Aam Aadmi Party has flagged off the seizure note, that is the final note that is given by the Enforcement Directorate to the family wherever the search is being conducted, where it does not mention, according to the Aam Aadmi Party, that any seizure has been made. They have said that yes, over 2,40,000 rupees has been recovered, but has that been seized or not is another thing. So these are the facts that have been put forward by the Aam Aadmi Party. Mr. Kejriwal has also come forward and asserted that it is the central government which is after the Aam Aadmi Party, and they want to spoil the impression of the same, and which is why this entire propaganda, alleged propaganda, is being created around Mr. Satyendra Jain with the help, misuse that they allege of these central agencies. Now we'll have to wait and watch as to how does the court seize all these seizures that have been made at the residence close aid of Mr. Satyendra Jain, and the raids, of course, the reports of the raids that were conducted at the residence of Mr. Jain, all that will be scrutinized by the court, and a final decision could be given, where it is highly possible that following the arguments of the Enforcement Directorate and the seizure that they have made, it is highly likely that the court could award the Enforcement Directorate with the custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain for a couple of days. It is the matter of few hours that all these things that are under the mist will come out in the light, and we'll know.
You just pointed out about the political face-off. Which happened over Satyendra Jain, Aam Party, the BJP as well. But what exactly is happening when it comes to Satyendra Jain's aides? Remember that
ईडी जो है वो राव रेवेन्यू कोर्ट पहुंचने वाली है और आज का दिन काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण कई मामलों में साबित होता है कि क्या सत्येंद्र जैन को सर ईडी की कस्टडी में सत्येंद्र जैन हैं और देख सकते हैं तस्वीरें रिपब्लिक भारत पर हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। साफ तौर पर एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हैं। इस गाड़ी में सत्येंद्र जैन दिल्ली के स्वास्थ्य मंत्री हैं, उनको ईडी इस वक्त राव रेवेन्यू कोर्ट में लेकर जा रही है और आज सुनवाई होना है इस पूरे मामले पर। आज का दिन काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण साबित हो रहा है कि क्या सत्येंद्र जैन की कस्टडी जो है वो और बढ़ाई जाएगी, क्या ईडी, हालांकि सूत्रों के हवाले से ये खबर ज़रूर आ रही है कि ईडी जो है वो सत्येंद्र जैन की कस्टडी और बढ़ाने की मांग कर सकती है। लेकिन आज का दिन साफ हो जाएगा कि आखिर सत्येंद्र जैन को दिल्ली के स्वास्थ्य मंत्री हैं राहत मिलती है या फिर कस्टडी और बढ़ाई जाती है। ये तमाम जो सवाल हैं इनका जवाब आज मिल जाएगा।
All right, I want to go back to Madhurima. Madhurima, we are just seeing visuals on a screen on Republic TV of Satyendra Jain on his way to court right now. And you were also telling us what can we expect today. But apart from that, as Satyendra Jain is going toward the court, tell us a little bit about his aides. Because you remember the shots that we showed our viewers, bundles of cash, gold coins. His aides were also questioned by the ED. So when it comes to the questioning of them in the money laundering case, what is happening so far?
Well, absolutely. The kind of seizure that has been made is whopping 2 crores, and that has to be taken under cognizance by the court. And this is one of the most solid evidence that the ED will be producing. And of course, the rightful aid from where this particular entire evidence has been collected and seized will also be looking into the charges if found guilty. We'll be back after a very short break and we'll be bringing you the fastest update on this particular story regarding Satyendra Jain.
Harikawani, 250.6.
Beautiful for her.
Yes, it is space shooting from her.
I'm not thinking about the world record or getting a gold or a quota. I was just doing my process and it happened.
फॉरेंसिक के तमाम लोग जो है वो क्राइम सीन को इन्वेस्टिगेट करने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं। जो एएसपी वो लगातार ये बात कह रहे हैं कि आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। 35 से 40 लोगों से उन्होंने अभी तक बात भी की है इस पूरे मामले को लेकर और जहां से पत्थर फेंके गए थे, लोगों से बात करके उस जगह को चिन्हित किया गया, उसकी फोटोग्राफी भी की गई है।
हिंदुस्तान की एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की ताकत, अनेकता में एकता की ताकत को कोई कमजोर कर ही नहीं सकता।
कोई कैसी भी धमकियां दे ले, मुझे भारत की सरकार की आतंकवाद से निपटने की क्षमता पर पूरा विश्वास है।
यहाँ कानून तोड़ने वालों का कड़ाई से हम कानून के तहत दंड देने का प्रावधान है। हम किसी को बख्शने वाले नहीं हैं।
Back in 2016, the Chief Minister had travelled to Dubai. The Honourable Chief Minister has left out very important bag. So one of the officers from the consulate actually brought the bag and he identified that there was cash in that.
The Chief Minister and his office is the prime suspect in this case. Why the central agencies were not questioned the Chief Minister? They are shielding the culprit and the Chief Minister.
The stone pelting was done. Around a dozen people was there who was doing a stone pelting. These were the locals who were involved in this stone pelting. The reason is being looked up.
Top headlines at 10 a.m. Mega NIA crackdown on terror in Tamil Nadu. Raids across 8 locations in ISIS and terror funding case. From Maharashtra to Rajasthan and now Karnataka, all-out resort politics continues hours ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Haryana Minister downplays resort move, says leaders hold up to strategize voting in Rajya Sabha polls. Satyendra Jain custody ends today. ED to press hard for extension. Violence erupts in Assam. Ballot boxes and papers destroyed in Karbi Anglong during the final phase of KAC polls. Controversy erupts over Savarkar photo in Mangalore University. Students oppose removal of portrait by principal. Starting with breaking news coming in, now the Koregaon Bhima Inquiry Commission has summoned 6 party presidents of Maharashtra and asked them to file an affidavit as well to the commission. Before 30th of June, we are told. Now they also have to appear for submitting their oral statements before the commission. The 6 party presidents summoned are from Shiv Sena, Maharashtra Congress, Maharashtra BJP, and the MNS as well, and all have to respond to summons personally or through a representative. We have Alisha reporting live from Mumbai. Alisha, what more can you tell us?
Well, what we got to know that the Bhima Koregaon Inquiry Commission has already summoned 6 president of Maharashtra and asked them to file an affidavit before 30th June. We know that in the Bhima Koregaon, where the commission has been looking into the matter, and already Sharad Pawar has filed an affidavit and recorded his statement. But what we are getting to know that there are 6 president from Maharashtra, that is also including from Shiv Sena, Congress, Manse, Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, and they have been asked to file their affidavit. This is regarding to the Bhima Koregaon where this incident happened, and now the commission is been continuously monitoring the case, and they have been recording the statement of the concerned person who has been involved in the case. We know that Sharad Pawar's statement has already been recorded, because at that point of time where Sharad Pawar has also made an intervene in the case, and the statement that he's been given to media, after which he was summoned and he was asked to come on before the Bhima Koregaon Inquiry Commission, where he already filed an affidavit and has recorded his statement. But now the Koregaon Bhima Inquiry Commission has summoned 6 president from Maharashtra, including from Shiv Sena, Congress, Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, Manse, and they've been asked to file an affidavit on 30th June.
Yes. Alisha, if you could give us more details as to the grounds for which they've been summoned, anything that you're picking up from your sources?
Well, this is an inquiry that has been constituted by the Maharashtra government, and importantly now they have been looking into each and every aspects. We even know that some of the IPS officer who was summoned during that time, even including Parambir Singh, was asked to come. He was Thane commission there, and he was looking into the matter. So there are many statements that has already been recorded by the commissions, and the later all this report will be submitted to the Maharashtra government, because Koregaon Bhima Inquiry Commission, who was in the Pune before, now has been looking into the matter and been doing inquiry in Mumbai Sahyadri guest house that has been appointed by Maharashtra government. But yes, the ground that has been given to understand is what this people who have been summoned is some of the either way have been included in this matter. Might be there might be some of the statement that has been given by the political party, and after which they have been summoned and asked to file their reply, to file an affidavit on 30th June.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Alisha, for getting us all those details. Moving on to more breaking news coming in. Income tax officials are currently conducting raids at various locations of several business owners in Ranchi in Jharkhand. We are told 12 premises in total of business persons are currently being raided by the Income Tax Department. Prakash is joining us live to give us more details. Prakash, we are told 12 premises of business persons are being raided by the Income Tax Department. Give us more information. Well, we will connect with Prakash again, who will get us more details on the raids that are currently being carried out. So we are told that these are IT raids which are being carried out at several offices of business persons, and these include raids at cloth businesses for tax evasion, and the raids are being carried out in 12 locations, which include the Kanke Road, Upper Bazaar and Church Complex. So these are some of the details that are just trickling in of the mega IT raids that are currently underway in several locations across Ranchi. And these are the live visuals that we are getting to you right now of JP Nada. These are the live visuals of JP Nada, who's just arrived at Belur Math. And the live visuals that we are getting to you from Kolkata. So JP Nada, remember, is on a visit to Bengal, and these are the live visuals that we are getting to you right now of JP Nada, the BJP president, who has just arrived at Belur Math in Kolkata. So we will shortly get more details of the itinerary of the BJP president for the day. But as of now, you can see JP Nada there, who's just arrived at the Belur Math in Kolkata. So the live visuals there of JP Nada, who has arrived at the Belur Math to offer prayers. And these are in fact the live visuals that we are getting to you right now from Kolkata. JP Nada is of course on a visit to Bengal, and we will get more details as to the itinerary of JP Nada for the day. But in the visuals that are coming in, these are the visuals from Belur Math in Kolkata, where JP Nada is seen offering prayers. So these are the visuals in which JP Nada is seen offering prayers in Belur Math in Kolkata. We will get more details, but the live visuals in which you can see the BJP president there, who will be performing prayers, who will be performing rituals very shortly. It's day 2 of JP Nada's visit to Bengal. And of course, this comes in the backdrop of the cases, the violence cases also that are being reported from Bengal on day-to-day basis. A quick wrap of all that's making news. A fire broke out in Mandawali police station in the national capital. 10 fire tenders rushed to the spot to douse the fire. According to sources, no information has been received about any loss of life. A senior officer from East District was also present on the spot to investigate the cause of fire. Residents in Chennai's Perungudi have a new cause of alarm after a massive fire in the dump yard was doused. The lake adjoining the landfill turned pink. The lake water has turned pink due to contamination and excess methane that was found in the water body. Meanwhile, the pink-colored lake has now become a photo booth for people passing by the lake. Rajasthan Minister Govind Ram Meghwal was allegedly threatened by a man on call who demanded 70 lakh rupees from him. According to sources, caller identified as Sethi Ram alias Sunil Bishnoi, who was traced to Malaysia. Sunil made an internet call to the minister and threatened him with dire consequences if he failed to make the payment. Sunil, who belongs to Bikaner, had gone to Malaysia with his friends and is now detained by the police. On the occasion of Jesht Ashtami, as many as 18,000 Kashmiri Pandits and other devotees paid visit to Mata Kheer Bhavani temple near Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir. Every year on this day, Kheer Bhavani Mela is organized at Mata Kheer Bhavani temple and devotees from different parts of Jammu and Kashmir throng the holy shrine. And the the government high school in Gopalpura area of South Kashmir's Kulgam will be named after its teacher Rajni Bala, who was shot dead by terrorists on 31st of May. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha announced that they have decided to name Gopalpura Government High School after Rajni Bala. Sinha also visited Bala's family members at their residence in Samba and assured her husband Rajkumar of all possible support. Now, news coming in from Telangana questioning the KCR government's silence over the Hyderabad gang rape case. BJP has now said in a tweet, and I quote, Hyderabad has seen 5 rapes in last few days, 3 rapes of minors in a week. Instead of taking onus and ensuring police does not do VVIP, Beta Bachao, instead of Beti Bachao, Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali puts onus on modern zamana. Will this man be sacked by KCR or does TRS agree? And that's the tweet as well on your screens now. That's the tweet by Shehzad Poonawalla on the gang rape incidents that are coming to light from Hyderabad. Now this is with respect to the Jubilee Hills gang rape case, to which BJP has questioned the KCR government. We have Aneri also to give us more details on that. Aneri, if you could take us through this tweet, help us read into this. But because, of course, in wake of so many rape cases that are coming to light from Hyderabad, there seems to be a stony silence by the KCR government.
Seeing that the opposition parties here in the state.
Well, Aneri, I'm sorry, I'm just interrupting you there. Let me go across to Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP as well. Sir, if I can get your response, we just played out the tweet that has been put out by you. Of course, a lot of questions that are being asked by the KCR government with respect to the rape cases that are coming to light from Hyderabad.
I demand the resignation of the Telangana Home Minister, Mr. Ali, for his obnoxious, irresponsible statements. In the last few days, 5 rapes have taken place in Telangana. 3 rapes of minors have taken place in Hyderabad. And this man, instead of taking the onus, instead of saying that we are responsible, blames children, blames mobile phones, blames social media, blames parents, and says modern zamana aa chuka hai, isliye rape ho raha hai. This is the mindset that KCR and KTR are promoting. And no wonder there is Apradhi Bachao, VVIP Data Bachao in Jubilee Hills case, not Beti Bachao. I demand Mr. KCR and KTR immediately sack this man whose mindset perhaps is still in the 1400 years ago, and he has not advanced himself, but he's blaming not the rapists, not the culprits, not the apradhis, but he's blaming the women, he's blaming the girls, he's blaming the victims, he's blaming the family, he's blaming society, he's blaming everyone, but unki koi zimmedari nahi. 3 rapes have taken place, 3 gang rapes have taken place in the last 1 week, 10 days in Hyderabad. Hyderabad is becoming most unsafe for women, and this is your Home Minister. Apparently his grandson's name had also come up in the Jubilee Hills case. You expect this man will get justice for these women? I demand his immediate sacking. Immediately he must be sacked.
Well, and sir, if we talk about, the crime cases that are coming to light, as you've put it, so many crime cases, the rape cases to be particular, what do you think should be the action plan when it comes to, avoiding such cases, because this is happening on a day-to-day basis?
You see, the problem of the TRS government is that their approach is family first. So in family first approach, whether it is the family first of MIM, family first of TRS, they are only interested in corruption, nepotism, dynasty politics, and making money and then protecting the guilty people from their family. And therefore you see in Jubilee Hills case how there was an attempt. VVIP were not even being named. They were not even being shamed. Leave alone action against them. It was only after the BJP took it up, started protests, did press conferences, demanded accountability that action started. Where are the culprits today? Are they being brought to book and justice? No. And therefore, there is no faith in this Home Minister. He must be immediately sacked, on Ms. Kavita, on Mr. KTR, or Mr. KCR must come and tell us, do they accept this 14-year-old, 100-year-old mindset of this Home Minister of Telangana, or do they deny this mindset and therefore they will sack him immediately?
All right, sir, thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was BJP Shehzad Poonawalla demanding the resignation of the minister. We have Rahul Ishwar also joining us on the phone line, sir. If I can get your response to the kind of statements they are being made by the Telangana minister trivializing the rape cases that are happening on a day-to-day basis in Hyderabad.
Absolutely. See, this is uncalled for. See, I am a conservative person myself. I can, appreciate the inhibitions that many conservatives have, but this is way too over the mark. Does he mean to say that there was no rape before mobile was invented? Rather than looking at the law and order and implementing strict reforms in police, having CCTVs, having pro-woman measures, teaching martial arts for all the ladies, so many other things, they are blaming mobiles is absolutely shirking of responsibility. They are passing the buck. Rather, this minister should apologize and take up responsibility for implementing measures, policy actions that will create a safer environment. There is no merit in blaming mobile or any technology because we are moving into 5G in a few years. Technology and science are growing to go. You cannot blame science and technology for human fault. This is a human fault, law and order failure, ethical issue, criminal issue that should be addressed. In India, every 20 minutes and 40 minutes, a woman is either molested or raped. Do we mean to say that this is all because of mobile? So I hope Minister will be a bit more sensible, bit more understanding in these issues and not give statements like this.
Well, Rahul Ishwar, just stay with us. Let's once again listen into that obnoxious statement that was made by the Telangana minister on the rape cases.
ज़माना एडवांस हो चुका है, लोगों के पास फ़ोन आ चुके हैं, व्हाट्सएप आ चुके हैं, बच्चे बिगड़ रहे हैं, वो पेरेंट्स की जिम्मेदारी है। देखिए, मैं तमाम पेरेंट्स से अपील करना चाहता हूँ, बच्चों पे आप अच्छी नज़र रखना चाहिए, अपने बच्चों और बच्चियों पर। दोनों अगर फ्रीली फिरते रहेंगे, फ्रीली रहेंगे तो डेफिनेट उसे रोकना मुश्किल हो जाएगा। आने वाले टाइम पर किस तरह हम इसे कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, ज़रूर कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश करें। पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट क्या करेंगे? पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट एक और शी टीम बनाई गई। आप बताइए हिंदुस्तान में कहाँ है? भरोसा सेंटर बनाया गया, शी टीम बनाया गया। उसी तरह उनसे हम एक मीटिंग करेंगे शी टीम वालों से कि किस तरह इसको और कंट्रोल करने के लिए हम क्या अमली अख्तियार करना चाहिए, ज़रूर करेंगे। देखिए, दोस्त दुश्मन, देखिए पुलिस के पास दोस्त दुश्मन रिश्तेदार नहीं होता, जो गलती करता है उसको सजा देते हैं।
And Rahul Ishwar continues to be with us. So we just heard the soundbite of the minister there. You know, such kind of mindset needs to be called out, because with this kind of mindset, I don't see us going anywhere, because these rape incidents coming to light on day-to-day basis, and then we have the minister making such remarks.
Absolutely, ma'am. You are spot on. Absolutely, you are spot on. This is the same mindset. This is the same mindset that Asaram Bobo many years earlier said that girls should have wept in front of those people calling Bhaiya, and why was she out in the night? See, I am a conservative myself. I am not a liberal. I am not a progressive. But these kind of people shame conservatives by giving ultra-orthodox, ultra-conservative statements and defame our spectrum itself. See, the point is, why is rape happening? There is criminal tendency happening. There is increased alcoholism, drug addiction. There is increased sexual vulgarism. See, and government should be responsible to take things like this. For example, central government right now took initiative against a particular advertisement which promoted rape culture. Those advertisements were taken down. They apologized to the government because it was promoting rape culture. So rather than taking such steps, what is the use of blaming WhatsApp, YouTube or mobile?
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Rahul Ishwar, for speaking to us. So that was activist Rahul Ishwar giving his response to the statements that were made by the Telangana minister. On that note, let's also listen in to what BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri had to say on these remarks that were made by the Telangana minister.
Been seeing series of minor girls being raped in the city of Hyderabad and in Telangana state. Like on April 22nd, 16-year-old girl was raped. May 28th, 17-year-old. May 30th, 15-year-old. May 31st, 16-year-old. And the same day, 11-year-old. And last night...
And tracking closely all the details that are coming in with respect to the ED crackdown on Satyendra Jain. These are the visuals of Satyendra Jain, who is being produced in the court, we are told. So the first visuals that we have accessed of Delhi Health Minister, whose custody is set to end today. We have Madhurima also reporting live from outside the ED office. Madhurima, if I can come to you, if you could give us more details. Custody of Satyendra Jain is set to end today. If you could take us through the kind of arguments that are set to be made by the ED today to increase his remand.
Yes, what is highly likely is because of the kind of raids that have happened in the past couple of days, where we've seen that Mr.
Jain's residence, including one of his close aides' residence, was also raided, and collectively over 2 crore worth money has been seized. At the same time, jewelry, gold coins, all these have been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. So we'll have to wait and watch as to see that how will the Enforcement Directorate structure their entire argument in front of the court so as to seek custody of Mr. Jain, because he has been here and is being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. But as of today, at around 9:40, he left from the Enforcement Directorate office from where we are reporting. We'll have to wait and watch as to see that how will the Enforcement Directorate keep their arguments in front of the court as to highlighting the kind of seizures that have been made, assets and property, movable and immovable assets that have been seized by the Enforcement Directorate will be kept in front of the court as to what is the nature of the assets that have been seized, what is the source of income behind all these assets and movable, immovable that have been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. The other side, those who will be defending, will have to substantiate and cross check with the claims that are being made by the Enforcement Directorate, so as to make sure that they have enough substance in their arguments so as to back the seizure that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate. After hearing the arguments of the both sides, it will be the court that will be deciding whether to award the Enforcement Directorate with the custody of Mr. Jain all the more or not. Will the custody be extended or not? But at the same time, this entire controversy has also taken a very fierce face in the political arena as well, where Mr. Kejriwal himself, the Chief Minister of Delhi and the AAP chief as well, has asserted that it is nothing but a political vendetta that has been initiated against the Aam Aadmi Party at whole, and which is why Mr. Sachendra Jain is being made a victim of political witch hunt as well. Yesterday as well, in a press conference, Mr. Saurabh Bharadwaj, showing the ticket that the ED issues after a raid is conducted, he was highlighting that nothing was seized in particular. However, there was over 2 lakh rupees that was recovered at the residence of Mr. Jain. These were the claims that were being made by the Aam Aadmi Party. However, we saw how the Bharatiya Janata Party recorded to it. Mr. Shehzad Poonewala also conducted a press conference yesterday, detailed, asserting that yes, Aam Aadmi Party is all embroiled in corruption, starting with Mr. Satyendra Jain. These were the claims that were made by the Bharatiya Janata Party. But we'll have to wait and watch as to everything here is going by the law, following the code of conduct of the country, and which is why we have to wait and watch as to see that how will the court react to the arguments of both the sides, because in front of the court, the Enforcement Directorate will have to produce enough evidence so as to request the court to grant them the custody of Mr. Jain, because if the court does not find that the seizure and the explanation that follows the seizure is enough for taking or for awarding the custody of Mr. Jain, then the court will not. However, at the same time, if court deems fit that yes, the seizure that have been made and the property movable and immovable that have been confiscated by the Enforcement Directorate is enough evidence to extend the custody of Mr. Jain, then of course the ED will be awarded with the custody of the Delhi's health minister. Rest, it will be clear in a couple of hours from now, as we know that Mr. Jain is there at the court. The arguments will be heard, and the defendants from the side of Mr. Jain, however, have made up their mind, asserting that it is nothing but a mere political witch hunt. Though we have to see in a couple of seconds what does the court observe. Does it deem fit that the seizure that has been made is enough for the custody extension or not?
All right. Thank you so much, Madhurima. So, Madhurima, they're reporting live from the ED office as Satyendra Jain's custody is set to end today. And more breaking news coming in. A plane, we are told, crashed near the airport in Lao Hekao, China's Hubei province on Wednesday morning. The pilot ejected and suffered minor injuries, we are told, and current casualties are unknown. So the visuals that we are playing to you of this plane crash, which happened on Wednesday near Lao Hekao in China's Hubei province. We are yet to know about the casualties, if any, but the pilot, we are told, ejected safely and suffered minor injuries. So you can see the visuals there of the plane crash in China's Hubei province. And casualties, no casualties have been reported as of yet, but the pilot there who ejected safely, and some injuries also that he suffered. Then a drone coming from the Pakistani side was observed by the BSF troops in the NIA area of Arispura subdivision in Jammu and Kashmir in the wee hours this morning. A suspected Pakistani drone movement was observed at the Jammu international border. Republic brings you this report from Ground Zero.
For the third time in past 10 days, drone activity has been noticed along the international border in the Jammu region. In first two instances, a drone along with the sticky bombs and UBGL grenade was brought down, and in the second instance, 3 IEDs of 2.5 kg each were recovered in the Kanachak area of Jammu. And today morning at around 4:15, a suspected drone activity was noticed along the international border in the Arnia sector of Jammu, after which massive search operations have been launched in the entire area. This is the joint operations that have been launched by the Border Security Force as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Even the explosive detecting dog squad of the BSF-2 has been pushed into the search operations. Pertinent to mention that ahead of Amarnath Yatra, there has been an alert that has been issued by the various intelligence agencies with regard to the Pakistan's plot to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir, to carry out multiple attacks in the area, as Pakistan wants to disturb the peace.
Chennai, 4 in Mayiladuthurai and 1 location in Karaikal as well. The raids have just started. Several teams of NIA officials who have been conducted searches since early morning. Catch all the more details on the same right after the break.
Ahead of Rajya Sabha election, BJP to hold important meeting at 4 p.m. in Taj President in Cuff Parade, whereas NCP going to hold a meeting at 6 p.m. in a hotel in Worli. Watch the story only on Republic TV after a short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the unfortunate comment by one person, that too now expelled, has become an opportunity for some people in India to instigate politically. Some people in India, mostly politicians and in the media, are saying now we should learn secularism and human values from Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, they executed 81 people in one day on terror-related charges, mostly by beheading them. In Saudi Arabia, they hang the heads of those they decapitate in public view. I don't know what's going on in India. I think some people in India need a solid reality check. The same people who say Afzal hum sharminda hai and therefore compromise India's internal security now say we should be learning from Saudi Arabia, which carries out mass executions of anyone even suspected of terrorism. What's going on? I know that for some politicians and some people in the media, the Nupur Sharma controversy is an entry point. But my point is, the BJP has acted. It has acted very strongly. It has acted very decisively on Nupur Sharma. They've even thrown her out of the party. What else can they do? The rest is as per the legal process. We have institutions to deal with these things. Institutions that Saudi Arabia does not have. What is the point in suddenly getting gleeful about?
Top headlines headlines this morning. Mega NIA crackdown on terror in Tamil Nadu. Raids across 8 locations in ISIS and terror funding angle. From Maharashtra to Rajasthan and now Karnataka, all-out resort politics continues hours ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Satyendra Jain custody ends today. ED to press hard for extension. Violence erupts in Assam. Ballot boxes and papers destroyed in Karbi Anglong during the final phase of KAC elections. Controversy erupts over a Savarkar photo in Mangaluru University. Students oppose removal of portrait by principal. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. It's 10:30. You're watching Republic and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you. Starting with Kanpur, all that the probe that is happening with respect to the clashes that broke out in Kanpur. Now, a new CCTV video of the riots during the violence has surfaced. In the case of violence in Kanpur, the police is ensuring the arrest of the miscreants. The videos and the CCTV footage coming out continuously telling you the seriousness of the violence, and it is clearly visible in the CCTV footage that the violence was not a reaction to the action but was attacked in a pre-planned manner. The attackers, we are told, ransacked the vehicles and also looted the goods. We have Gaurav reporting live from Kanpur. Gaurav, if you could tell us more about this new CCTV footage that we've accessed, in which we can clearly see the rioters and can clearly see that it was all a pre-planned attack.
देखिए, एक के बाद एक जिस तरह से लगातार वीडियो सामने आ रहे हैं, उस पर साफ तौर पर दिख रहा है किस तरह से एक बड़ी प्लानिंग के तहत ये पूरा हिस्सा था, जिसके बाद इस पूरी घटना को अंजाम दिया गया है। देखिए कैसे नई उम्र के जो नौजवान हैं वो किस तरह से पथराव कर रहे हैं, तोड़फोड़ कर रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ा मैसेज था कॉल बंद को लेकर के, जिसके बाद इस तरह की जो हिंसा है उसको अंजाम दिया गया। एक भारी संख्या में भीड़ थी जो एकत्रित हुई थी और उसके बाद इस तरह से जो अंजाम दिया गया इस घटना को। और साफ तौर पर देख सकते हैं आज पुलिस भी इस पूरे मामले में जो कस्टडी रिमांड है, पुलिस कस्टडी रिमांड, उसके लिए अपने पेपर्स को कंप्लीट करके कोर्ट पहुंचेगी। अब से कुछ ही देर में पुलिस कोर्ट जाएगी और उसके बाद पुलिस कस्टडी रिमांड जो है हाशमी की वो भी मांग सकती है। चूंकि लगातार जिस तरह से एक के बाद एक परतें खुल रही इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के, PFI कनेक्शन भी सामने आया है, कहीं ना कहीं जो फॉरेन फंडिंग की बात भी सामने आ रही। तो अब इस पूरे मामले में साफ तौर पर ये चीज़ है कि अब जो हाशमी है उसकी रिमांड ली जाएगी और उसके बाद आगे की पूछताछ की जाएगी कि कैसे उसने इतनी भारी संख्या में लोगों को मोबिलाइज करा और किस तरह से इतनी भीड़ एकत्रित करी और उनसे जिस तरह से पथराव साफ तौर पर देखने को मिल रहा है वो कराया।
जी गौरव, आपने अभी फॉरेन फंडिंग वाले एंगल की बात करी. इफ यू कुड गिव अस मोर डिटेल्स ऑन द फॉरेन फंडिंग एंगल दैट इज आल्सो बीइंग प्रोब्ड इनटू बाय द कानपुर पुलिस.
देखिए बिल्कुल, कानपुर पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अब तक कुछ ऐसे अकाउंट सामने आए हैं जिनमें हाल फिलहाल में एक भारी रकम जो है वो ट्रांसफ़र की गई थी, जिसके चलते अब उन अकाउंट्स को पूरी तरह से खंगाला जा रहा है, उनके ट्रांजैक्शंस को चेक किया जा रहा है, कैसे पैसा बाहर से आया. और कानपुर के जो कई सफ़ेद पोश बिजनेसमैन हैं उनको लेकर के भी जाँच की जा रही, चूँकि उनका भी कहीं ना कहीं कनेक्शन जो हाशमी है उससे निकल कर सामने आ रहा है. और जिसके बाद से जो जाँच का दायरा है वो लगातार बढ़ रहा है और अब पुलिस इस एंगल पे भी जांच कर रही है कि ये पैसा किस तरह से ट्रांसफ़र किया गया था और इसको किस माध्यम से यूज़ किया गया. कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं इस पूरे पैसे को जो ये हिंसा हुई है इसमें इस्तेमाल किया गया हो.
और Gaurav, if you could talk to us about the political links also that are being looked into by the police, because we understand that a lot of key accused seem to have some political links as well.
देखिए जिस वक्त हमने बात करी थी कानपुर पुलिस कमिश्नर भी साफ तौर पर बताया था कि डिनाई नहीं कर सकते पॉलिटिकल कनेक्शन होने का, चूंकि आपने देखा 2008 से लेकर 2022 तक जो हाशमी है उस पर 6 मुकदमे पहले थे, 3 अब हुए, टोटल 9 मुकदमे हैं और अब तक उस पर ना तो गैंगस्टर लगी थी ना ही किसी तरह कोई कार्रवाई उसके खिलाफ की गई। बात की जाए सीएनआरसी में भी इसको लेकर के जो एफआईआर है वो हुई थी, लेकिन इस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई। कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ा पॉलिटिकल कनेक्शन इसके पीछे है जिसको चलते ये अब तक बसता चला आ रहा था। और वहीं हमने तस्वीरें साफ तौर पर दिखाई कि समाजवादी पार्टी के जो एक आरोपी हैं वो समाजवादी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए थे, जिसके चलते जो समाजवादी पार्टी के कनेक्शन है वो भी अब सामने आ रहा है। चूंकि कई फोटोज वायरल हो रही है हाशमी की, जिसमें साफ तौर पर जो कानपुर के एमएलए हैं अमिताभ वाजपेयी और इरफान सोलंकी वो उनके साथ देखने में मिल रहे हैं।
Yes. And Gaurav, if you could talk to us about the number of arrests that have been made so far. We understand that over 54 have been arrested in connection to the riots.
देखिए, अब तक इस पूरे मामले में 54 लोग जो हैं उनकी अरेस्टिंग हो गई है, लेकिन फिलहाल पुलिस ने कई लोगों को पूछताछ के लिए भी उठाया है और अब तक उनकी गिरफ्तारी नहीं दिखाई है। चूंकि पूछताछ चल रही है किस तरह से उनका जो वीडियो फुटेज में आना, कहीं ना कहीं अगर उनका कनेक्शन है तो ही उनकी अरेस्टिंग होगी। चूंकि साफ तौर पर आपको बताएं कई लोग ऐसे भी थे जो इस पूरी घटनाक्रम में किसी न किसी काम से घर से निकले हुए थे और वो सीसीटीवी में कैद हुए हैं, तो उनको भी कई लोगों को पुलिस ने उठाया, पूछताछ कर रही है और उसके बाद ऐसा भी हो सकता है कई लोग गिरफ्तारी पुलिस आगे दिखाए।
And Gaurav, if you could once again talk to us about this new CCTV footage that we've accessed, isme what can be seen and how important it is when we talk about the probe into the clashes?
देखिए, बिल्कुल निश्चित तौर पर एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सीसीटीवी है। साफ तौर पर दिख रहा है किस तरह से उपद्रवी जो है उनके चेहरे भी इसमें नजर आ रहे हैं, कैसे तोड़फोड़ कर रहे हैं, किस तरह से उनको मोटिवेट किया गया था कि देखिए किस तरह से पथराव कर रहे हैं और आप देखिए वहां पर लूट तक करते नजर आ रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं बड़ी घटनाक्रम को अंजाम करने के लिए इनको कैसे ट्रेन किया गया था, चूंकि इतनी भारी संख्या में ये लोग कैसे निकलकर सड़कों पर आए और उसके बाद आप देखिए किस तरह से पथराव कर रहे हैं। एक के बाद एक वीडियो सामने आ रहे हैं जिनमें पहचान हो रही है जो उपद्रवी है वो, और ज्यादातर जो उपद्रवी है आप देख सकती है तस्वीरों में नाबालिग हैं, जिनको किस तरह से आप सोचिए कि उनको ट्रेन कर दिया गया है और किस तरह से वो पत्थरबाजी करते नजर आ रहे हैं।
And Gaurav, if you could also talk to us about at what time is this CCTV footage from, because what we understand is that the clashes broke out at around 5 p.m. So if you could just confirm to us at what time is this CCTV footage? Well, we will connect with Gaurav again, but that's the CCTV footage on your screens as well of the clashes, the Kanpur clashes that broke out last Friday.
Under the context that we might also issue a clarification saying that the government is seems to be adamant and is urging that the next step should be taken back. They are saying that the history has to be
And this is the protest, the mega protests which are taking place right now in Bengaluru, the protest that is being staged by the Congress workers against the Bommai government. So mega protests there that are taking place. Now this is the textbook row that seems to have erupted in Bengaluru. We have Sagai reporting on this. Sagai, if you could give us more details of this mega protests which are taking place in Bengaluru.
had a good pressure. And now the Congress seems to be one notch ahead.
Many other leaders are protesting in front of a Gandhi statue in Buddha Soda against BJP government. And then recently dissolved textbook review committee in the state. They are alleging that this particular review committee, which has been dissolved recently, have insulted Ambedkar and various other leaders of Karnataka and the country. And they are demanding that the present government should restore the old textbook model and remove whatever it was injected.
All right. Sagai, they're reporting on the protests which are taking place outside the Vidhan Soda in Bengaluru. That's a protest that is being staged by the Congress workers. And this is, of course, coming just ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls as well, which is slated to take place tomorrow. And ahead of that, we are seeing the Congress workers completely up in arms, protesting against the Bommai government. Now, this is the textbook row that seems to have surfaced in Karnataka. And as you can see this is a protest which is taking place outside the Vidhan Soda in Bengaluru. You can see the Congress workers there holding placards and staging protest. Sagai, if you are still with us, talk to us more about these protests that are taking place. What is the demand of the Congress workers at this point in time?
The Congress leaders and workers are demanding to restore the old textbook and remove the new textbook chapter which has been injected by the new review committee, and it was recently dissolved by the state BJP government after much opposition from intellectuals, peers as well as the opposition. And they have been protesting against the textbook review committee from past 1 month on a new chapter which was been injected, and also excluding a few old chapters of personalities like as well as many other popular leaders. Protesting against this, the Congress saying that they should restore the old textbook and remove the new chapters which have been injected by the review committee.
All right, so Sagai, they're getting us all the latest on the protests which are taking place outside the Vidhan Soda in Bengaluru. And Congress workers, they're staging a protest, holding placards. Now, a lot of protesters, we can see the Congress workers there who are totally up in arms against the Bommai government. And we will get more information, but as of now, the Congress workers, they're protesting outside the Vidhan Soda against the Bommai government.
Down, down, BJP! Down, down, BJP! Down, down, BJP! Chatti Sarkar ke! Chatti Sarkar ke! Maharashtra Chatti Sarkar ke! Down, 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 BJP! 40% Sarkar ke! Sarkar ke! Chatti Sarkar ke! BJP Sarkar ke! ಮನೋವಾದದ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವ ನಾಗೇಶ್ಗೆ ಮನೋವಾದದ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವ ನಾಗೇಶ್ಗೆ ಮನೋವಾದಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವ ನಾಗೇಶ್ಗೆ ಮನೋವಾದಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವ ನಾಗೇಶ್ಗೆ ಮನೋವಾದಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಚಿವ ನಾಗೇಶ್ಗೆ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿರೋಧಿ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಚಕ್ರತೀರ್ಥನಿಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿರೋಧಿ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಚಕ್ರತೀರ್ಥನಿಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ವಿರೋಧಿ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಚಕ್ರತೀರ್ಥನಿಗೆ ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿರೋಧಿ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಚಕ್ರತೀರ್ಥನಿಗೆ ಬಸವಣ್ಣ ವಿರೋಧಿ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಚಕ್ರತೀರ್ಥನಿಗೆ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ವಿರೋಧಿ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಚಕ್ರತೀರ್ಥನಿಗೆ.
And more breaking news coming in right now. This is from Mumbai, where a fire has broken out at this is at a godown in Mankhurd area of Mumbai. 3 fire engines, we are told, and 2 water tankers have been rushed to the spot to douse the fire, but a massive fire seems to have broken out in Mankhurd area of Mumbai. We are told that 3 fire engines and 2 water tankers have been rushed to the spot. So we have Alisha as well to get us more details. Alisha, what more can you tell us about this massive fire that has broken out in Mankhurd area of Mumbai?
Well, according to the Mumbai Fire Brigade, where level 1 fire that has been reported at the scrap material that is a godown of in Mankud, and according to the preliminary information that has been provided by Mumbai Fire Brigade team, which stated that it's an incident that happened today at 10:11 in the morning, and it's in the Mankud mandala where the fire to the scrap materials. According to the information, there are 3 fire brigades and 2 water jumbo tankers that has been present at the spot. The police officials has been present in the spot, and the BMC authorities that has been present in the spot, and they've been looking into the matter, and specifically the major the priority which is being considered by the Mumbai Fire Brigade team is they're going to evacuate the people, but we have to wait the information that we are getting that there is no injury or casualty as of now reported, but yes, it's a level 1 fire that has been reported at the scrap material in Mankud.
All right, Alicia there reporting on the fire that's broken out in Mumbai. Thank you so much, Alicia. Moving on to more breaking news that is coming in. This is with respect to Satyendra Jain. We are told in the latest that the ED has sought 5 more days of custody for interrogation, and also going on to add that Satyendra Jain did not cooperate during the interrogation that happened all these days. So there ED seeking an extension of the custody of Satyendra Jain, the Delhi Health Minister, with respect to the Hawala case for which he is under scanner. We will go across to our reporters as well to get us more information, but the latest what we are told is that the ED has sought 5 more days custody for the interrogation of the Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain, also going on to add that Satyendra Jain did not cooperate during the interrogation process. We have Madhurima reporting live from the ED office. Madhurima, what is the latest you can tell us?
Well, the arguments are underway.
Well, the arguments are underway inside the court, and the Enforcement Directorate's counsel has made it abundantly clear in front of the court that they are seeking custody for 5 more days, because a lot of incriminating material from the side of the Enforcement Directorate has been recovered from one Sher Lal Trust, and according to the Enforcement Directorate, the evidence that they have collected is that Mr. Satyendra Jain, the Delhi Minister, and his wife both are the president of that particular trust. Around 8 places have been searched which are linked to this particular trust, and a lot of incriminating material and documents have been seized by the Enforcement Directorate, and they have asserted in front of the court that they need Mr. Jain's custody to confront him with those documents. At the same time, he has said that the amount of money that has been seized, over 1 kg gold and over 2 crores of cash that has been seized, that with that material and the documentation in connection with that, Mr. Jain needs to be confronted. However, the court has questioned the counsel of the Enforcement Directorate that they already had 9 days, but now they have said that Mr. Jain, who in fact is a very slow writer, and they felt the need to make him write his statement, because what they are claiming inside the court is that otherwise Mr. Jain a lot of time refutes from claiming that yes, this was a particular statement given to him, and they are asserting that Mr. Jain takes around 2 hours to write a single page, and which is why they would need more time for the confrontation with the documents and few other people as well, from whose residences multiple amount of a huge amount of money has been seized, assets has been seized, gold has been seized. So all these people need to be confronted with Mr. Jain so as to dig out more information in this particular connection. The major one being the trust that is under the scanner, and the multiple searches that have been conducted in relation to this particular trust, where Mr. Jain is the president according to the Enforcement Directorate. However, they have also highlighted the fact that Mr. Jain has clearly stated that he has nothing to do with the trust and has no links. So all these confrontation needs to be done, and which is why the Enforcement Directorate is now seeking an extra 5-day custody of Mr. Jain, so that the investigation could move forward and the evidence that they have collected so far could be produced in front of Mr. Jain, and a written statement from Mr. Jain could be collected so as to make sure that those statements could be further made admissible or could be made a part of the investigation, because otherwise we have seen that this is what the ED's counsel is claiming in front of the court, that Mr. Jain has been seen refuting any statements that have been initially made during the interrogation, which is why they are making him write the entire statement in his own writing, so that they could back up their argument with his statement and then proceed with the confrontation so as to collect evidence and produce it in front of the court to further their investigation in this entire matter. Now we'll have to wait and watch as to how the court decides upon whether they'll give 5-day custody or less, because the court has questioned that they already had him for over a week. These confrontation could be made, but the Council of the Enforcement Directorate has said that Mr. Satyendra Jain has not cooperated well. There were multiple occasions where he said that he is not feeling well and did not comply by the entire mood of the interrogation, asserting that he could not participate because of his health reasons. And of course, like I highlighted, that the ED is now forced to take the entire statement of Mr. Jain in writing so as to make sure that it is in own writing, its own words, from which he could not dodge away in the future when the entire investigation takes a more fierce mode. So we'll have to wait and watch as to whether the court finds it ample, the evidence that is being given by the ED ample or not to award them with a 5-day custody. We'll have to wait and watch as to how does the court reacts into the entire matter, though ED has made clear that multiple searches have been conducted, including 8 of those trusts and 2 that happened at Mr. Satyendra Jain's residence and his clothes aide's residence. The amount that has been seized has been...
All right. Yes. Madhurima, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So very important details that, as Madhurima was pointing out, and incriminating material that has also been recovered by the ED. Moving on to more breaking news coming in. Republic has accessed exclusive copy of Swapna Suresh petition, in which Swapna Suresh has told the court that she was asked to settle or face arrest. So that's a big charge that has been levelled by Swapna Suresh in the petition that she's filed in the Kerala High Court. A sensational twist to the Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh, the key accused in the gold scam case, telling the court that Chief Minister's aide approached her for settlement. So big charge that has been levelled by Swapna Suresh by the petition that she has filed in the Kerala High Court, and Republic there that has we've accessed the petition, that copy of the Swapna Suresh in which she has filed in the Kerala High Court, in which she is saying that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's aide approached her and asked her to settle or face arrest. We have Ashwin reporting live on the story. Ashwin, if you could give details of this copy that we've accessed of the petition that has been filed by Swapna Suresh. Ashwin, we will go across to Ashwin as well, but that is the exclusive copy of the petition that has been filed by Kerala gold scam accused Swapna Suresh, in which she has told the court that she was asked to settle or face arrest. She was approached by the Kerala Chief Minister's aide, is what Swapna Suresh has claimed. So that's a sensational big twist to the Kerala gold scam case. We will go across to Ashwin as well to get us more details, but this petition comes after Swapna Suresh named the Kerala Chief Minister, saying that there was a bag of cash that was sent to Dubai for Chief Minister Vijayan, and following which she has now made another sensational allegation that she was approached by the aide of Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
Absolutely. Now what we get to gather with information is that on 8th of June, a person called Shadi Kiran, who, as alleged in the document submitted by Swapna Suresh.
Well, we will connect with Ashwin again, but that's a big twist, mega twist to the Kerala gold scam case.
India has recorded more than 7,240 COVID cases in the last 24 hours, taking the total tally of active cases to 32,000. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
The top global updates. Iran state television reported it turned off 2 surveillance cameras of the UN nuclear watchdog that monitored one of its atomic sites. The report did not identify the site, but it appeared to be a new pressure technique by Tehran as Western nations seek to censure Iran at meeting this week of the International Atomic Energy Agency. British prosecutors have authorized the police to charge ex-film producer Harvey Weinstein with 2 counts of indecent assault against a woman in London in 1996. The move was announced following a review of evidence gathered by London's Metropolitan Police in its investigation. The opposing sides of the conflict in Yemen agreed to extend a ceasefire in the country for 2 more months amid the ongoing civil war. The UN's ambassador to Yemen called the truce a positive signal of the parties to wish to move toward bringing an end to the conflict. The truce is the first of its kind in the past 6 years in the conflict. Brazilian president announced a plan to cut fuel tax to help ease the burden on the cost of living. He said that the proposal would slash federal duty for gasoline and ethanol to zero. Bolsonaro also called on the country's state governors to eliminate tax on diesel and cooking gas. Ukrainian foreign minister said his country needs security in Odessa to be ensured by trusted partners such as Turkey in order to restart shopping grain exports. He said that a mission to patrol the channel through which grain will be delivered should be ensured by countries Ukraine trusts. He added that Turkey is one of them.
Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A 3-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. 1 person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at 2 polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in 2 polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area. And here's a look at the top international news this morning. Leaders began arriving at the Summit for Americas as the White House pushed back against the notion that the absence of several key leaders from this week's summit amounts to a backslide for democracy. Officials with the Biden administration are seeking to play up efforts on food security, climate and other areas to be discussed at this week's summit. The gun safety advocacy group Everytown for Gun Safety, which pushed the federal government for years to take action on gun reforms, along with the Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action, held an anti-gun rally in front of the US Capitol. Attending the rally were members of Congress as the House is moving quickly to pass legislations in response to the recent mass shootings in Buffalo, New York and Uvalde, Texas.
Ignition and liftoff. M1D chamber cut phenomenal.
The headlines at 11 this morning. It's a mega twist in the Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh claims the Chief Minister's aide approached her for a settlement. Massive claim by the ED says voluminous incriminating evidence against Satyendra Jain. Mega NIA crackdown on terror in Tamil Nadu. Raids across 8 locations in the ISIS terror funding case. From Maharashtra to Rajasthan and now Karnataka, all-out resort politics continues hours ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections. Controversy erupts over the Savarkar picture in Bengaluru. University students oppose removal of a portrait by the principal. Well, we are now getting for you an exclusive copy of the Swapna Suresh petition that is now with Republic TV. Now, Swapna Suresh has told the court that she was asked to settle or faced arrest. Now, in these particular documents that we have right now in front of you, what we understand is that Swapna Suresh essentially said that she was asked for a settlement by someone who was close to the Chief Minister. What we're also learning is that this, of course, is a petition that has been filed by Swapna Suresh in the Kerala High Court. She has told the court that the Chief Minister's aide approached her and asked her for a settlement. This, of course, is coming as a big development in the gold smuggling case. I think we've got Ashwin with us. Ashwin, good morning. Give us more details of what you're learning in terms of what she's filed before the court.
Definitely, again, a sensational twist to the entire Kerala gold scam. Now, Swapna Suresh has filed a petition in the Kerala High Court where she has stated that one of alleged aide of CM had approached her for a settlement. Now, this is a huge allegation that has been put forward by the accused in the case itself. What she says in the document that we have accessed is that on 8th of June this year, on 2022, a person who claimed to be a representative of Chief Minister by name Shaji Kiran had approached her, and he also had claimed that he is very close to Chief Minister as well as CPM, State Secretary Kodiyeri Balakrishnan, and he claimed to be a director of the Gospel for Asia, the organization that is founded by KP Yohanan, evangelist. Now, he has tried to lure Swapna Suresh, and that is what she's alleging, and she also went on to say that he tried to get this matter settled, and she also had allegedly threatened her with dire consequences if she does not fall in line with his demands. Now, this is the allegation that she has put forward as a document that she has submitted in the Kerala High Court. Extremely sensational, extremely critical, and now we have to see how the Chief Minister will respond to it. So, very, very important revelation that has been made by Swapna Suresh. Shocking revelation, because something like this has never come with related to Kerala gold smuggling before. Now, she is submitted as a petition in the judiciary, which means it's a sworn affidavit, which means it holds value, and that needs to be looked into very serious charges leveled by Swapna Suresh, the accused in the gold smuggling case.
Now, you have, of course, been able to access that petition. Give us more details of what exactly she says in the petition. As you're pointing out, of course, this is an affidavit that is been filed in court.
What the petition essentially says is that on 8th of June 2022, this individual who claims to be a director of Gospel for Asia, had approached her, and she has even stated the vehicle number. It's a UP registered vehicle, UP 41R0500. In the vehicle, he had approached her, and then he claimed himself to be a close aide of Chief Minister as well as CPM State Secretary Kodiyeri Balakrishnan. And then he also stated that he needs to surrender before Swapna Suresh needs to surrender before the Chief Minister and settle the matter with connection with the Kerala gold smuggling case, or else she will have to face dire consequences. And it is also stated that she will not see daylight, if the case, and also she was also told that if she does not withdraw from it, a large number of cases will be filed against her. So these are the kind of threats that Swapna Suresh has alleged in the document which she has submitted as a petition to the Kerala High Court.
So when when she says that she was asked to settle with, by this aide, apparently who was an aide of the chief minister, what type of a settlement was it that she was asked to make?
That particular aspect is not yet put out in the petition, but it is clear as daylight because we have interviewed Swapna a couple of times.
Okay, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. Just stay with us. Mr. C.P. John, the General Secretary of the Communist Marxist Party, now with us. Mr. C.P. John, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. What is it that you make of these allegations that have been made by Swapna Suresh in the court? Now, she in that affidavit essentially says that she was asked to settle with the chief minister by someone who was believed to be close to the chief minister. Your reactions?
Yeah, a few days ago, Swapna Suresh gave her 164 statement in the magistrate
all
court.
right. I'm afraid, Mr. John, I'll have to cut you short over there. I'm going to come back to you. Swapna Suresh on joining us live right now. Swapna Suresh, thank you for speaking to us. Now, in that affidavit, you have said that you were asked to settle with Pinarayi Vijayan, and you have also detailed the particulars of this individual who approached you. Can you tell us more?
At the moment, my lawyer has just moved in an anticipatory bail. I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court to consider it, and then I will react on it. At the moment, I have no words to express because I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court's decision on the same.
Right. Ms. Suresh, also what we understand is that in that affidavit, you've spoken about the fact that you were asked to settle. Now, what kind of settlement was asked of you? If you could just tell us that. Was it monetary in nature, or were there threats involved?
I have just filed an affidavit for my anticipatory bail. Apologies to all of you because I am waiting for the Honorable Court decision, justified decision for the same. So please, if you could call me a bit later after the hearing of the Honorable Court, I'll be able to tell you further.
Ms. Suresh, just one last question. Why have you chosen this time to come ahead and make this affidavit in court?
Because they have filed a case against me for defamation and conspiracy, which is, which is perfectly untrue. I have not involved in any kind of conspiracy, or I did not try to defame anybody. I have only gone in front of the Honorable Court and revealed about my case and the individual. So there wasn't any kind of defamation or political agenda. Any which way, I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court to look into the matter and provide me justice.
All right, Swapna Suresh, we understand that you're still waiting for the court order, but on a side issue, you've just filed that affidavit, and we understand that you don't want to talk about it, but I just wanted to understand from you, are you afraid of something?
The kind of attacks that has been happening against me and my colleagues, I am scared. I have threat to life, and I do not know what's my future. I do not know whether I will exist, whether I'll be alive. But anyway, I would always wish and pray that the truth should come out one day, whether I'm alive or not. Thank you very much.
Swapna Suresh, I will let you go in just a minute. You've said something that, is certain to get a lot of reactions. You've in a sense said that you fear for your life. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, very much. I do not know. I do not know what next minute is going to happen to me. So again, just waiting to see and just going to act as it comes. But I would request everyone listening to me now to please pray for me. Humbly pray for me. Whether I am alive or not tomorrow, let the truth come out.
Ms. Suresh, have you been receiving threats, and what sort of threats have you received?
I apologize because I am still waiting for the Honorable Court, and it is not ethical and right from my part to address any kind of media now. So please, apologies.
Absolutely, we understand that, but have you asked for security?
Please, can I talk to you a bit later?
Absolutely. Swapna Suresh, appreciate your speaking to us. Thank you very much for joining us. So those are some sensational claims that Swapna Suresh has made. One of them, of course, is that she fears for her life, going on to say that she's waiting for the Honorable Court to get back on the affidavit that she has filed. She's also gone on to say that she has filed this affidavit in response to a defamation case that has been filed by the Chief Minister against her. So the crux of what she said to us is that I hope that the truth comes out. Also, very pertinently mentioning that she fears for her life. CP John still with us. Mr. John, you were hearing those comments coming in from Swapna Suresh. Your reactions to that?
Yeah, now Swapna Suresh is not saying anything more than what she said in the 164 statement. It is very curious that the Kerala government has filed a case against her against the 164 statement. 164 statement is a legal thing, and the government should not file a case against a person who has filed a 164 statement. It is against the system against our judicial system. And how can a person give her or his statement in 164 statement in a court, number one. Number two, what the Politburo of the Communist Marxist CPIM is doing. What is the Politburo? You know, Sitaram Yechuri and the Politburo, they think that they are the judges for everyone. On every issue, they have their opinion. What is the Politburo? Let Politburo change the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan. And let any other CPM member become the Chief Minister. Several months ago in the same television Republic, I had asked for that. But now the Politburo has become a slave of Pinarayi Vijayan, the Chief Minister of Kerala.
All right. Mr. CP John, of course, over there saying that undue influence could be used in the case if the Chief Minister continues. Mr. John, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. I'm going to go back to Ashwin over there. Ashwin, of course, we are getting political reactions to this affidavit that's been filed by Swapna Suresh as well. But you just heard Mr. John over there saying that I believe that there could be undue influence, if the Chief Minister is allowed to continue. Is there pressure mounting on him now?
No doubt pressure is mounting on him because it's the Congress party, the BJP and all the society, members have asked Chief Minister to demand a Chief Minister step down because Swapna Suresh has submitted under Section 164 confidential statement. It's a valid document. She cannot bluff in a document that has been provided in front of the judicial magistrate. So that itself, it's very, very clear that it is not something that she is trying to play a political game over here. But, for our viewers also, it's important to understand the chronology of this entire event. Because if you remember, when Swapna Suresh was taken into custody by the NIA after the boat smuggling from Bangalore, for 6 months she refused to cooperate with the investigation as well. She was not giving out any information. In fact, she was even shielded. He had not said a word against Chief Minister's Principal Secretary M. Shivashankaran. This she had told us during our first interview a few months ago. And then she stated that after 6 months she realized that people who were supposed to protect her was not actually giving her any kind of protection. And in fact, M. Shivashankaran had written a book which stated that he has no connection with Swapna Suresh. And that is when Swapna Suresh realized that she may have realized that she does not have any kind of support from any of the other co-accused in this case, including M. Shivashankaran. And also, we could also see that, piles of cases are also being filed against her, just like what has been said in the affidavit as well. So Swapna Suresh did maintain silence in the initial part of the probe, but later, when she
realized that M. Shivashankaran has abandoned her. The Principal Secretary of Chief Minister Pinarayi, whom she had claimed in an interview who has been in a relationship with her for last 3 years, also abandoned her. That's when she started coming out with all this information. Now she has alleged there's a threat to her life as she was deposing before the Enforcement Directorate as well. She was being questioned by the central agencies. So the pressure is on her, and obviously, when you connect all these events put together, yesterday, as she claims in the affidavit, a representative from Chief Minister, and who claims to be a representative from Chief Minister, had tried to change her affidavit. So it's definitely a dire consequence. We need to see how.
So as you're pointing out, that's the chronology of events, and that's also perhaps why she's chosen to speak up now. We spoke to Swapna Suresh just minutes ago. Let's listen into what she said then. Joining us live right now, Swapna Suresh, thank you for speaking to us. Now, in that affidavit, you have said that you were asked to settle with Pinarayi Vijayan, and you have also detailed the particulars of this individual who approached you. Can you tell us more?
At the moment, my lawyer has just moved in an anticipatory bail. I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court to consider it, and then I will react on it. At the moment, I have no words to express because I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court's decision on the same.
Right. Ms. Suresh, also what we understand is that in that affidavit, you've spoken about the fact that you were asked to settle. Now, what kind of settlement was asked of you? If you could just tell us that. Was it monetary in nature, or were there threats involved?
I have just filed an affidavit for my anticipatory bail. Apologies to all of you because I am waiting for the Honorable Court decision. Justified decision for the same. So please, if you could call me a bit later after the hearing of the Honorable Court, I'll be able to tell you further.
Ms. Suresh, just one last question. Why have you chosen this time to come ahead and make this affidavit in court?
Because they have filed a case against me for defamation and conspiracy, which is, which is perfectly untrue. I have not involved in any kind of conspiracy, or I did not try to defame anybody. I have only gone in front of the Honorable Court and revealed about my case and the individual. So there wasn't any kind of defamation or political agenda. Any which way, I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court to look into the matter and provide me justice.
All right, Swapna Suresh, we understand that you're still waiting for the court order, but on a side issue, you've just filed that affidavit, and we understand that you don't want to talk about it, but I just wanted to understand from you, are you afraid of something?
The kind of attacks that has been happening against me and my colleagues, I am scared. I have threat to life, and I do not know what's my future. I do not know whether I will exist, whether I'll be alive. But anyway, I would always wish and pray that the truth should come out one day, whether I'm alive or not. Thank you very much.
Swapna Suresh, I will let you go in just a minute. You've said something that, is certain to get a lot of reactions. You've in a sense said that you fear for your life. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, very much. I do not know. I do not know what next minute is going to happen to me. So again, just waiting to see and just going to act as it comes. But I would request everyone listening to me now to please pray for me. Humbly pray for me. Whether I am alive or not tomorrow, let the truth come out.
Ms. Suresh, have you been receiving threats, and what sort of threats have you received?
I apologize because I am still waiting for the Honorable Court, and it is not ethical and right from my part to address any kind of media now. So please, apologies.
Joining me on the phone line right now is Mr. Vadakan. Mr. Vadakan, you heard that interview from Sapna Suresh. Now, in the run-up, of course, to that phone interview, she has filed an affidavit before the court where she says that she was approached by somebody who she believed was close to the Chief Minister, who asked her to settle. Your reactions?
Well, the interview was very poignant and her reactions were emotional. But I think we live in a country where rule of the law prevails. And I believe in the wisdom of the court, which will take cognizance of this statement of the accused. And under 164, she has given a statement which has been heard across the country. It is a sad comment that any attempt or threat at this juncture will create more ruckus for the current government. It is advisable to go by the rule of law. The law has a long hand and it can reach out to anybody in whatever position they may stand as of now. And the people of Kerala are going to take it very seriously. If you think political parties can rule the state on muscle power, you're mistaken. Those days have changed.
Right. Right, Mr. Vadakan, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. So that was the BJP leader Tom Vadakan reacting to what Sapna Suresh has said. But apart from that, just to tell our viewers, she's filed an affidavit where she has detailed a threat. Well, NIA searches are currently being conducted in various places in Tamil Nadu. These searches are believed to be linked to a case that was filed earlier, and the main accused in that particular case is in custody of the NIA. Now, that case, of course, was connected to the Nadu Basha, who runs an outfit that's known as the Khalifa Party of India. Now, his associates had allegedly threatened police officers with a pistol in February, and thereafter NIA had suspected that Basha is a covert sympathizer of the Islamic State and was allegedly actively involved in various anti-national activities. Now, what we understand is that these raids that are being conducted right now are linked to what the police and the NIA believes could be people who are sympathetic to the Islamic State and also could, in a sense, be helping with the funding of terrorist activities. I think we've got Apurva, Pragadish and Shavan live. All right, we are going to go to Apurva in just a bit, but what we know so far is that the NIA suspects the accused has links with Islamic State. The NIA is also probing if the accused has any links with the PFI. So that's the Popular Front of India. So as we speak, there are about 15 locations where raids are being conducted simultaneously. These raids are being conducted by the NIA. What we understand is that these raids are in connection with Nedur Sadiq Basha. The accused runs an outfit that's known as the Khalifa Party of India, and the NIA suspects that he may have links with sympathizers of the Islamic State. Now, there have been several raids that have been conducted by the NIA in the past also over this. I think we've got Apurva reporting on this. Apurva, earlier you were telling us about these raids that are being conducted in various localities, but now we have a clearer understanding of what these raids are in connection with. We are told that this could be a case where the NIA believes that this could be funding of the IS as well as people who are linked to the IS in terms of being sympathizers of the Islamic State.
Well, that's right. In fact, these raids that are currently ongoing across various locations, including 5 places in Mailadurai. These raids, NIA officials in fact to tell us that these are related to a case where 2 years before NIA officials had conducted raids at Mailadurai district, Nadu, the same place where these raids are currently being conducted at the house of Sadiq Basha. where he was in fact Sadiq Pasha and 4 others were earlier in this case had been staked to have a connection with the ISIS organization. 5 people had been arrested 2 years back, including Sadiq Pasha at Nadu in Mayiladuthurai district. This is yet again a search that was being conducted in the houses and offices of all those related to that of Sadiq Pasha and the 4 others who had been arrested 2 years back in the same case. NIA officials are, in fact, they have almost over 5 teams have been split into and are conducting searches at Nadu and several other areas in Mayiladuthurai, all related to that of Sadiq Pasha and those 4 who have been arrested. In fact, we are also learning that these raids are not only going on in Mayiladuthurai, but these raids are also ongoing in Karaikal district here in Puducherry.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, these raids are being carried across various localities. Let me go across to Pragadish. All right, I'm going to come back to you, Pragadish, but Shravan is also joining us. Shravan, for our viewers, can you detail the entire sequence of events in this? Now, we understand that this person who was arrested earlier may have been interrogated by the NIA, which has led to these raids being conducted.
That's right. Let me just start with the details that we are picking up from our sources in the National Investigation Agency. As of now, about 5 to 8 locations is what we are being told, which includes Chennai and another place which goes by the name of Mayiladuthurai. This is basically connected to one person who goes by the name of Sadiq Pasha. In fact, Pasha was already arrested in the month of February, is what we are being told. The NIA suspects that he runs an outfit which goes by the name Khilafa Party of India. In fact, not just him, his associates are also under the scanner, and his associates, we are being told, are Muhammad Ashik, Muhammad Irfan, Jagabar Ali and Ahmad. They are all basically under the scanner of the National Investigation Agency. Now, just to break it down, why they are under the scanner, it's because what the NIA suspects that they were in the process of floating several other organizations. In fact, the names that we have been told are basically these are the 2 other organizations that we were planning to launch. One is Khilafa Front of India, and the other happens to be Student Party of India, along with Intellectual Students of India. Now, what's very important to point out here is that all of this was with the aim to further anti-India activities and also propaganda of the ISIS. That is the reason why they have basically come under the scanner. But the other important thing is that the National Investigation Agency is also looking at whether or not there are any links with the popular front. And that is because, remember, this is part of a larger probe that is being carried out, which includes another organization which goes by the name of Manita Niti Pasarai, is what we've been told. This is an organization which had merged with the Popular Front of India back in 2006. So all of this, these are multiple new fronts that are basically coming up and layered organizations which are now being probed by the National
Right, absolutely. So what we are looking at perhaps is an umbrella of organizations which are radical in nature. Thank you for joining us, Shravan.
India has recorded more than 7,240 COVID cases in the last 24 hours, taking the total tally of active cases to 32,000. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
BSF has pushed back a Pakistani drone which tried to enter the Indian territory today morning at around 4, after which massive searches have been launched in the area to rule out any possibility of weapon or narcotics dropping. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
The Union government has responded to a terror group Al-Qaeda's open threat of launching suicide attacks across India. The Union Minority Affairs Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi stated emphatically that organizations like Al-Qaeda do not offer protection for any community but instead mean trouble for all. Addressing a mega rally in Aurangabad, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray reacted to Bharatiya Janata Party and MNS pressure to change the name of Aurangabad to Sambhajinagar. The Shiv Sena Supremo said that he has not forgotten the promise of his late father Balasaheb Thackeray. Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited slain Hindu teacher Rajni Bala's residence and met her family members. The Lieutenant Governor also spoke to Rajni Bala's husband, who informed that they had applied for a transfer but it was neglected. The Lieutenant Governor also announced that the school that she worked at for 15 years, where she was killed, will be named after her. Assam Chief Minister indicated the expansion of his cabinet with the addition of 2 new ministers. The cabinet is to undergo a reshuffle, as the leader stated that 2 new BJP MLAs will take oath as ministers today. The ceremony is scheduled to take place at 3 p.m. at Sri Manta Shankardev Auditorium in Guwahati.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. Wicket-keeper batter Rishabh Pant has now been promoted as a captain of India for the 5-match T20 series against South Africa after the stand-in captain KL Rahul suffered a groin injury and was ruled out of the series. All-rounder Hardik Pandya was named as a vice-captain for the series.
Passionate comment by one person has become an opportunity for some people in India to instigate politically. Some people in India, mostly politicians and in the media, are saying now we should learn secularism and human values from Saudi Arabia. I think some people in India need a solid reality check. What is the point in suddenly getting gleeful about Saudi Arabia or UAE advising India? My point is, viewers, we have to rise above. And there is an Al-Qaeda threat now. Will terrorist organizations now teach us communal harmony and human rights? Will we draw the line? Will we say at one point that when it comes to the security and unity of our country, we will unite and answer is one? I ask you, the nation wants to know.
Breaking news right now, ED to further get custody of Satyendra Jain. ED custody till Monday. Big news coming in right now that ED is in fact has asked for further custody, and like we told you earlier that it was very possible that the custody will be extended. I want to go across to Madhurima. Madhurima, tell us the latest details right now. We were expecting that ED would get the further custody of Satyendra Jain.
Well, yes, absolutely. As what we were assuming that it would be highly likely that custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate, and that is what has happened after pressing upon major facts in front of the court, where they have said that make confrontation with Mr. Vaibhav Jain, who has been declining a confrontation with Mr. Satyendra Jain so far, is very important. Also, 8 searches that have been done in connection with the Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents and the incriminating material that has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate, all that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain. That is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, of course the weekend, and once again on 13th June the hearing will begin, where the Enforcement Directorate will be producing more evidence if they are able to collect any. The Enforcement Directorate in their entire argument have pressed upon the fact that Mr. Jain was not entirely cooperating, and they are being forced to take a written statement from Mr. Jain, and as he, according to the Enforcement Directorate, has the habit of refuting from the statement that he makes initially. Now, looking at this entire matter, though the advocate of Mr. Jain, Mr. Kapil Sibal, had said that this particular jurisdiction does not confines under the purview of the Enforcement Directorate because it's an extension of a CBI investigation. However, the counsel representing the Enforcement Directorate made it very clear that if discrepancies are coming to fore, they cannot shut their eyes, or they cannot turn their face from the discrepancies that have come to the fore following the searches that have been done by the Enforcement Directorate, and that the confrontation with with Mr. Satyendra Jain with the several documentation that has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate, and also face-to-face confrontation with Mr. Vaibhav Jain is very important, because until now Mr. Satyendra Jain has been refuting that he has no connection to the trust which the Enforcement Directorate, where multiple searches have been conducted. However, according to Enforcement Directorate, Mr. Satyendra Jain and his wife both are at the top positions of that trust, and a lot of discrepancies linked to monetary discrepancies, then movable and immovable assets that needs to be questioned and confronted with Mr. Jain have to be to be accounted over there. So all these confrontation and investigation is necessary, seeking which initially the Enforcement Directorate had sought 5-day custody, to which the court had also questioned the Enforcement Directorate,
Right,
that they
Madhurima.
already had.
Also, Satyendra Jain, Madhurima, has filed a bail application through his lawyer in court. Madhurima, tell us more details about that. Of course, we're expecting that the custody will be extended, but what about the bail application that he's filed?
Well, as far as the bail application is concerned, of course, that is a provision that is provided by the Indian law and the Indian Constitution to every person who is under the custody. And seeking this particular bail application, we'll have to wait and watch as to whether the court believes that Mr. Satyendra Jain should be given a bail or not, because it's been over a week. And if this continues, it would be around 12 to 13 days that Mr. Satyendra Jain will be, in the court custody. And what needs to be asserted over here, that it's today's Thursday, tomorrow is Friday, and after that the weekend continues. So it becomes very difficult to, even if the bail is given, the entire documentation process will only be completed till Monday. So this particular bail applications comes at the time when the custody has been awarded, 3-day custody has been awarded. And if this bail application goes through, we need to press upon the fact that this needs to go through either today by the end of the day or tomorrow, because tomorrow early morning, because the entire paperwork is quite a lengthy one, and to get Mr. Jain out timely, it would be prudent on their part to start the entire process that they have started already. Looking at the count, that the ED had presented very fierce argument in front of the court, because the court had also questioned the Enforcement Directorate as to, because they were given ample time, but the
All right, Madhurima, thank you for getting us more details. Right now, we're getting some more breaking news at this point of time. 24-hour countdown. 24-hour countdown to the big Rajya Sabha polls now. It's an protect your flock ahead of Rajya Sabha poll strategy, which many political parties right now are using. And as of now, you can see the visuals on your screen. CM Khattar arrives and resort to meet MLAs. So a lot of MLAs now have been hoarded in resorts. It's resort politics galore happening right now. Just 24 hours ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls, from Maharashtra to Rajasthan to Haryana, all parties are now rushing to hoard their MLAs, fearing poaching by other parties. I would like to go across to Amandeep, who's joining me for more. Amandeep, tell us the latest details. Right now, we are seeing that CM Khattar is going to meet MLAs on our screens.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. Just because all BJP and JJP MLAs of Haryana have already inside this resort, that is Sukh Villas at Palanpur village nearby Mohali. And in fact, from yesterday evening, all MLAs have gathered here to give the guidance how to vote for the Rajya Sabha tomorrow. Just because you have rightly mentioned that only 24 hours left and the resort politics is escalating every minute. And in fact, the Congress have gathered their MLA in Chhattisgarh, Raipur, and in fact BJP and JJP have called their MLAs all in Mohali in Sukh Villa Resort. And in fact, Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar has also arrived. Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana Dushyant Chautala has also arrived inside, just because BJP and JJP, they both have the coalition government in Haryana, and in fact all the MLAs will be given training for tomorrow Rajya Sabha polls. Just because, Shivangi, in Haryana 3 candidates have been filed the nomination for Rajya Sabha polls. One from BJP Kishanlal Pawar, and one from Congress Ajay Makan, and one independent, that is Kartikeya Sharma. And the independent candidates has created this husk of politics, just because each candidate requires 30 votes of the MLAs, and BJP's surplus votes has been decided to give to the independent candidate. And in fact there are certain MLAs from the side of the Congress, they are divided into 2 groups, and they are not ready to vote to Ajay Makan, just because they are quoting him as an outsider of Haryana. And in fact the person who basically belongs to Haryana, he deserves to be the Rajya Sabha member from Haryana itself. So that is the reason the Congress party having a threat to poach the MLAs, and in fact they have shifted all the MLAs to Raipur in Chhattisgarh, and by tomorrow morning all the MLAs will be landing in Chandigarh for the voting process of Rajya Sabha seat. And in fact that is the reason. And in fact on the other side, BJP and JJP are providing the training to all their MLAs how to give the first preference vote and the second preference vote in the Rajya Sabha polls. And in fact the surplus votes will be shifted to independent candidate, that is Kartikeya Sharma. And in fact who are those who have to vote for the Kartikeya Sharma, and who are those who supposed to vote for the BJP candidate Kishanlal Pawar? So this all is happening, but Congress is again facing crisis, just because in Haryana Congress house is divided into 2 parts, and in fact a group of MLAs are not ready to vote Ajay Makan just because he is outsider of Haryana, and they are repeatedly demanding that Congress party should field a candidate who is basically from Haryana, who can raise the issues related to Haryana in Rajya Sabha. Ajay Makan knows nothing about Haryana, and in fact a New Delhi politician is having a parachute landing in Haryana by the Congress party. So this all is happening. You have rightly mentioned only 24 hours left. By tomorrow at this time, if the Rajya Sabha voting will be happening in Haryana Vidhan Sabha, and everything would be clear, just because Congress is facing a huge threat of cross voting of all the MLAs. Yes, Shivangi.
Right. Amandeep, you're tracking this story very closely. Also, tell us a little bit about, we have seen a lot of buzz lately as well. Amandeep, we have seen Congress as well holding its MLAs. We have also seen the same thing happening in other parties. Take us through exactly why these parties are fearing poaching right now. Like, what exactly is their fear, as 24 hours are only left for the Rajya Sabha polls?
Well, Shivangi, the point is that in Haryana, each
All right, we're getting some more breaking news right now. All eyes on polls for India's next president. Now, what we can tell you, viewers, is that the Election Commission will, in fact, have a press conference today. It's a big press conference today, which will happen at 3 p.m. Abhishek is joining me, Senior Executive Editor. Abhishek, what can we expect when the Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the elections?
Well, we have to understand that President Ramnath Kovind, who is the 14th President of India, is completing his term on 24th of July 2022 this year. And obviously, the process has to be set in motion to elect the next president, the 15th president of the country. It has to be done before 25th of July. With the Rajya Sabha polls that end tomorrow, the collegium would effectively be complete. Remember, the collegium that elects President of India includes both the houses of parliament, the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and all the assemblies of the state. And that's the collegium which determines who becomes the President of India by a vote which is a direct vote, and it has proportional representation. Now, what is important is that with the completion of the exercise of Rajya Sabha polls, which is happening tomorrow, the collegium would be ready, and hence the Election Commission now deciding on the dates by which the presidential poll also has to happen Remember, it's an election where both the ruling dispensation and the opposition can pitch in their own candidates. Already we are speculation has begun as to who would be next after Ramnath Kovind as the next president of India, and the Election Commission today would be essentially coming out with the schedule for the dates and the polls and the entire exercise 3 p.m. later in the afternoon. Samiksha.
Abhishek will keep an eye on that big election commission conference, but if we can talk about the schedule now. Now we know that President Ramnath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th, and as per Article 62 of the Constitution, an election for the next president must be held before the completion of the incumbent's term. So that means that perhaps we can get a date ahead of July 24 for the polls. Would that be right, Abhishek?
Well, yes, absolutely. So, President Ramnath Kovind completes his term on 25th of July. So, obviously, India has to have a next president in place before that date. And whenever the office becomes vacant, the new president is chosen by an electoral college, as I was mentioning, Shivangi, and the electoral college, of course, consists of all the members of parliament, including both from the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha, and of course the state assemblies, the MLAs, and MLAs of union territories with legislatures. So that includes the National Capital Territory of Delhi as well. Of course, Jammu and Kashmir does not have an assembly as of now, but Puducherry, yes. So that's the electoral college, and it's a very extensive process. Then of the Prime Minister, where just the ruling coalition decides who becomes the Prime Minister. And remember, President of India is the constitutional head, and he's essentially head of the state, and his duties include protecting, defending, preserving the constitution and rule of law in the country. So the nomination process of the candidate would be from the respective political grouping. So there would be, for example, a candidate from the NDA and then from the opposition alliance. Typically what happens is that for election of the president, it is prescribed that at least there should be 50 electors as proposers and 50 electors as seconders. So, for example, if the NDA has to pitch in for its own candidate, 50 MPs or MLAs from the NDA across the country, they have to propose, and 50 MPs or MLAs from across the country have to second the proposition, and that's how the nomination gets filed before the Election Commission, and the process begins. Of course, as I mentioned, this is also the election of the president is held in accordance with the vote being part of proportional representation, which means that every elector has a certain number of votes depending on how many people that elector represents. So, for example, if a member of parliament represents 10 lakh people, and that amounts to about roughly 10 votes, so 1 lakh people giving one vote. So from that constituency, if there are 5 MLAs, each MLA has lesser weightage of vote vis-a-vis the MP, so that the entire population gets represented. That's how it works. It's a little more complicated than I'm explaining, and that process would be set in motion with the Election Commission when it announces the schedule for election to the 15th President of India at about 3 p.m.
Right, thank you for getting us those details. Abhishek Kapoor, Republic TV Senior Executive Editor, telling us about the big Election Commission press conference which will take place at 3 p.m. today. And we can expect that the schedule for the presidential polls will be announced that time. Of course, we'll be tracking the story very closely on Republic TV. All right, we're getting some more breaking news right now. What we can tell you, viewers, that AIMIM leaders will be holding a meet with MVA will be holding a meet with MVA. AIMIM, Imtiaz Jalil and Sohail Qadri are reaching Mumbai for discussions with MVA. This is a big political development happening here on Republic TV. Alisha, tell us the significance of this big huddle ahead of Rajya Sabha polls within 24 hours.
Ahead of Rajya Sabha elections, where we are seeing a very interesting twist and turns that has been happening day and around. But yes, the latest development, what we are getting to know that AIMIM leaders, MLAs Imtiaz Jalil and Sohail Qadri, who is been reaching Mumbai. We remember the last press conference that held of OVC, which clearly stated that if Mahavikas Aghadi wants a support to defeat BJP in Rajya Sabha polls, they can clearly ask for the support from the AIMIM, and that was real to be seen that there has been talks between AIMIM and Mahavikas Aghadi, after which the MLAs have been reaching in Mumbai and they are going to hold a meeting.
The big story we're tracking on Republic TV is that the Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. This is the biggest story we're tracking here on Republic TV. Big news coming in that at 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ramnath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. And remember, viewers, as per Article 62 of the Constitution, an election for the next president must be held before the completion of the incumbent's term. So this is a very, very important announcement. We can expect at 3 p.m. that the Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. This will happen at 2 p.m. today. Of course, we're tracking the story very closely on Republic TV. Remember that this is a very, very important election which will take place. And remember that last time the presidential elections happened in 2017. They were in fact held on July 17th. And the declaration of the winner was made 3 days later on July 20th. So we can also expect some fast developments happening here as well after the Election Commission of India makes an announcement at 3 p.m. Well, we'll get you much more on this big story on Republic TV presidential polls soon. Today, Election Commission will hold a press conference at 3 p.m. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
The top global updates. Iran state television reported it turned off 2 surveillance cameras of the UN nuclear watchdog that monitored one of its atomic sites. The report did not identify the site, but it appeared to be a new pressure technique by Tehran as Western nations seek to censure Iran at meeting this week of the International Atomic Energy Agency. British prosecutors have authorized the police to charge ex-film producer Harvey Weinstein with 2 counts of indecent assault against a woman in London in 1996. The move was announced following a review of evidence gathered by London's Metropolitan Police in its investigation. The opposing sides of the conflict in Yemen agreed to extend a ceasefire in the country for 2 more months amid the ongoing civil war. The UN's ambassador to Yemen called the truce a positive signal of the parties to wish to move toward bringing an end to the conflict. The truce is the first of its kind in the past 6 years in the conflict. Brazilian president announced a plan to cut fuel tax to help ease the burden on the cost of living. He said that the proposal would slash federal duty for gasoline and ethanol to zero. Bolsonaro also called on the country's state governors to eliminate tax on diesel and cooking gas. Ukrainian foreign minister said his country needs security in Odessa to be ensured by trusted partners such as Turkey in order to restart shopping grain exports. He said that a mission to patrol the channel through which grain will be delivered should be ensured by countries Ukraine trusts. He added that Turkey is one of them.
Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area. And here's a look at the top international news this morning. Leaders began arriving at the Summit for Americas as the White House pushed back against the notion that the absence of several key leaders from this week's summit amounts to a backslide for democracy. Officials with the Biden administration are seeking to play up efforts on food security, climate and other areas to be discussed at this week's summit. The gun safety advocacy group Everytown for Gun Safety, which pushed the federal government for years to take action on gun reforms, along with the Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action, held an anti-gun rally in front of the US Capitol. Attending the rally were members of Congress as the House is moving quickly to pass legislations in response to the recent mass shootings in Buffalo, New York and Uvalde, Texas.
Ignition and liftoff. Chamber cut phenomenal. Pitching down range.
SpaceX launched an Egyptian communication satellite from Florida's Cape Canaveral. Egyptian satellite Nellisat 301 will provide digital broadband and internet services for the Middle East.
We are live and breaking on Republic TV. This is the big news we're tracking viewers right now. Election Commission to announce schedule for presidential polls at 3 p.m. today. This is the biggest news of the day. 3 p.m. is when the schedule will be announced. The highly anticipated presidential polls. Now I would like to go across to Senior Executive Editor Abhishek. Abhishek, now we can definitely say that this is going to be a very important press conference, and like you were discussing earlier, we can expect a date perhaps in the first week of July, going by the constitution that in fact the election has to be done before the incumbent actually leaves his post. Abhishek.
Well, yes, so it's just not about one date of election, but the entire schedule, so to say, of the process or exercise of electing the next president of India, Shivangi, 15th president of India. Ramnath Kovind happens to be the 14th president of India, and as per Article 62, the election process of the next president has to be completed before the term expires for the incumbent, which is 25th of July. As it happens, President Ramnath Kovind had taken oath on 22nd of July, if I'm correct, in 2017, and this is 2022. He took oath at, so essentially 25th July is the date before which the entire exercise has to be completed. Also, it's an indirect election, we know, by proportional representation. So depending on how many people represent a legislator or a member of parliament represents, that many votes they get. So for example, there is a Lok Sabha MP who represents a constituency of 10 lakh electorate, and if in that Lok Sabha there are 7 or 10 assembly segments, the weightage of each MLA gets divided by that much population. Similarly, for the Rajya Sabha member of parliament whichever state he or she comes from, the population of that constituency determines the population of that state, and the number of MLAs that member of parliament represents in the Rajya Sabha determines the weightage of his or her vote when they choose or they vote for the President of India. So it's a little more complicated than I'm explaining, but what is important is that the Election Commission is going to announce the entire schedule of electing the President of India, which is done by an electoral college, which includes all the members of parliament of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and then all the MLAs of the assemblies across the country, and then the union territories that have assemblies. So in this case, Delhi and Puducherry qualify, and all these MLAs and MPs would vote on the appointed day, which would be announced by the Election Commission today. The President of India typically has to be above 35 years of age, among the basic requirements. And of course, this is a political exercise. It happens between the ruling party or the ruling coalition versus the opposition alliance. Last time, remember, President Ramnath Kovind was the candidate from the BJP and NDA and sailed through. And now he's completing his term. In fact, just yesterday there was an event at Rashtrapati Bhavan where a book was released on President Ramnath Kovind's selected speeches. Just 5 days back, we had Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, traveling down to the ancestral village of President of India in Kanpur and spending some time there. So for, I think, visuals, as the visuals go, it was more like Prime Minister's bidding farewell by visiting President of India's ancestral village in Kanpur. So I think this is going to go on. And also remember that tomorrow is the day when the biennial exercise of elections in the Rajya Sabha would get completed. So in effect, the electoral college would be full, and that really sets in motion the process of electing India's next president. I think Amandeep is joining us live. Amandeep is live with us from Chandigarh, and he has some information about Bhagwant Mann refusing to meet Congress MLAs after giving them time. And Amandeep, over to you. Why has the Chief Minister refused to meet the Congress MLAs?
Well, Abhishek, the Congress MLAs and the former MLAs and former ministers went to Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's residence in Chandigarh, and in fact, all of a sudden, they claims that Mann refused to meet them and asked them to take the further appointment just because the Congress is having the issues of law and order to discuss with the Chief Minister and to suggest certain points. But all of a sudden, when Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann refused to meet them, they have staged the protest inside the residence of Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, and now presently they are sitting inside and they are demanding to meet Chief Minister just because some of them are the elected representative and some are the former ministers in that who are protesting inside. Their issue is, their concern is about the law and order situation after the gruesome killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Congress party was continuously raising the law and order situation of Punjab with Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann as well as Governor, and today also they went to discuss the law and order situation. But when Mann refuses to meet them, so this entire drama is happening inside the residence of Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, where the presently Congress MLA are sitting, and in fact they are claiming that they will not vacate this protest till the time Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann will not meet all of them and will not show the concern about the law and order situation and will not take their suggestions. Till the time the protest will continue. Heavy security was briefed up outside the CM residence, and in fact on the other side, Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was saying that take the appointment and then come to meet. And in fact, this is all the situation outside the residence of Bhagwant Mann. Yes, Abhishek.
All right, some diversion there with the Punjab developments, but coming back to the president's election in the electoral college, Ramnath Kovind had defeated Congress party's Meera Kumar to become the 14th President of India in 2017, 22nd July, in fact, to be precise. He had polled more than 2/3 of the votes of the Electoral College, carrying with him 21 states, while Meera Kumar had managed just 10 odd. And in the pictures, we actually continue to bring in developments from Punjab. Congress MLAs stage protest after Bhagwant Mann refuses to meet them outside his residence. All right, Nupur can take over from here.
मूसेवाल दे कातलां नूं गिरफ्तार करो गिरफ्तार करो गिरफ्तार करो मूसेवाल दे कातलां नूं गिरफ्तार करो गिरफ्तार करो गिरफ्तार करो बच्चे खानी सरकार मुर्दाबाद पंजाब सरकार मुर्दाबाद पंजाब सरकार मुर्दाबाद भगवंत मान मुर्दाबाद भगवंत मान मुर्दाबाद बच्चे खानी सरकार मुर्दाबाद बच्चे खानी सरकार मुर्दाबाद कातलां नूं गिरफ्तार करो गिरफ्तार करो गिरफ्तार करो पंजाब सरकार मुर्दाबाद पंजाब सरकार मुर्दाबाद पंजाब सरकार मुर्दाबाद बच्चे खानी सरकार मुर्दाबाद बच्चे खानी सरकार मुर्दाबाद.
Visuals that you see on your screen right now are of Congress leaders protesting outside the Chief Minister's residence. Do remember that there has been a great deal of friction between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party after the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. And what you are seeing right now is just evidence of that kind of friction. Now, one of the demands that the Congress Party has been making is that there should be a thorough investigation into the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. But apart from that, they also blame the Aam Aadmi Party's government in Punjab for the killing. Now, Bhagwant Mann at the moment, of course, is refusing to meet Congress's MLAs, and hence these protests outside. Amandeep is reporting on this and he's bringing us details. Amandeep, there has been considerable friction over this issue of the death of Sidhu Moosewala, and the Congress, in a sense, holds the Chief Minister responsible for it.
Absolutely, Nupur, absolutely. The point is, from the day of killing of Sidhu Moosewala, Congress party is showing the concern to the law and order situation and blaming Aam Aadmi Party for the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, just because day before Aam Aadmi Party withdraw the security and downgraded the security of Sidhu Moosewala, despite knowing that he is facing huge threat from the gangsters. He was killed and his security was downgraded. And in fact, today also in the morning, all the MLAs and the former MLAs and the former ministers of Congress party went to Chief Minister's residence to meet him, and in fact they claim that the Bhagwant Mann has given the proper time to meet them, but all of a sudden when they went inside, the Bhagwant Mann says that take the appointment and then come again, and refuse the meeting. They wanted to raise the concern about the law and order situation in Punjab, but Congress Party, Congress, LOP Pratap Singh Bajwa, Congress Punjab Chief Raja Vadeng, they all staged protest inside the residence of Bhagwant Mann, official residence of Chief Minister, and presently even they are protesting and asking Bhagwant Mann to give the proper time, just because their concern is very clear and serious. They wanted to discuss the things regarding the law and order situation of Punjab, and that is the reason they are protesting to meet Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. They are continuously protesting, they are raising the slogan against Chief Minister, they are raising the slogan against Aam Aadmi Party as well, and in fact they are also raising the slogan and blaming Aam Aadmi Party for the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. In fact, a gruesome killing of Sidhu Moosewala. This all is happening.
So as you're pointing out, the Congress of course says that they did seek time. However, the Chief Minister has refused to meet them at the last minute. Thank you for joining us, Amandeep. Well, a look at some news in brief. A fire broke out in the Makhana of Mandavi police station in New Delhi. 10 fire tenders were rushed to douse the flames. According to sources, no information has been received about any loss of life. A senior officer from the East District of Delhi was also present on the spot to investigate the cause of the fire. After a massive fire in the dump yard was doused in Chennai in Tamil Nadu, the lake adjoining the landfill turned pink. Now, the lake water turned pink due to contamination and excess methane that was found in the water body. The pink-coloured lake has now become a photo opportunity for people. The Rajasthan Minister Gobind Ram Meghwal was allegedly threatened by a man on an internet call who demanded 70 lakh rupees from him. According to sources, the caller, identified as Sethi Ram, also known as Sunil Bishnoi, was traced to Malaysia. Sunil made the internet call to the minister and then threatened him with dire consequences if he failed to make the payment. Sunil, who belongs to Bikaner, is in Malaysia. On the occasion of Jayesh Ashtami, as many as 18,000 Kashmiri Pandits and other devotees paid a visit to the Mata Kheer Bhavani temple in Srinagar in Jammu and Kashmir. Each year on this day, Kheer Bhavani Mela is organised at the temple. The government high school in Gopalpora area of South Kashmir's Kulgam has been named after its teacher Rachni Bala, who was shot dead by terrorists on the 31st of May. The Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha announced that they have decided to name Gopalpora Government High School after Rachni Bala. Now, Sinha also visited Bala's family and met with members. And the Congress Party has called for a meeting today with the All India Congress Committee's General Secretaries and PCC Presidents ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections, which are scheduled for tomorrow. According to party's declaration, the Congress will reach out to all like-minded parties and is open to alliances. Suspected drone movement from Pakistan was detected on the Jammu international border today. The drone was suspected to have a blinking light spotted by the BSF troops, which was pushed back to Pakistan after several rounds were fired at it. Proper searches are being conducted. Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has asserted that there is no need for an anti-conversion law in the state as there is complete harmony and members of different communities live in peace. The Chief Minister was responding to a query which claimed that Hindus were allegedly changing their faith. A residential building collapsed in Mumbai's Shastri Nagar in Bandra West, where 1 person died and 16 others were injured. The injured were shifted to the hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot with the fire brigade and police officials also present. As many as 5 cases of rape involving minors have been reported within a week in Hyderabad. The BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri has questioned the silence of the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao and the Minister K.T. Rama Rao on the rise of crimes against women in the state. News is coming in. An FIR has been registered against the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi by the IFSO unit of the Delhi police. This is over alleged inflammatory remarks that were made by him. Swami Yati Narsimanand's name has also been mentioned in that particular FIR. The Delhi police IFSO unit has also registered a case under various provisions against the two for allegedly spreading messages of hate, inciting communal groups. Let me go across to Piyush. Piyush, give us more details of the FIRs that have been filed both against the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi as well as Swami Yati Narsinganand.
Well, yes, that's the update which we are getting. That has been filed by Intelligence Fusion Strategy Operations Cell of Delhi Police, IFSO unit of Delhi Police. The main job of IFSO unit is to look after the cyber crimes and also the multiple social media accounts. Those are used to spread hatred. What we are now given to understand is that after analyzing all the statements of these leaders, finally IFSO has registered an FIR. That's the unit of Delhi Police. Under multiple sections this FIR has been registered. Remember that yesterday itself many names were also added by Delhi Police, which also included the name of Nupur Sharma and many others. In that particular FIR which has been registered, Delhi Police have named Asaduddin Owaisi, Yati Narsimanand and many other people. Remember that these are the one who have been making speeches, inflammatory speeches, hatred speeches, and that is why we believe that Delhi Police has taken this big action. Since the time this controversy over the Nupur Sharma's remarks which she made during a TV debate, we are seeing different statements coming in from various quarters. When Nupur Sharma was suspended by BJP at the time, many people who originated towards the right wing, they were demanding that when Nupur Sharma has been suspended from BJP, then at the same time the government at the center and the government sphere of BJP in different states must take actions against people like Asudin Owaisi and many Muslim leaders. We also spoke to VHP International President Alok Kumar yesterday, where he had demanded that equal treatment should be given. If Nupur Sharma's remarks is being scrutinized, and if actions are being taken against her, FIRs are being registered against her, then at the same time people like Owaisi and others should also be booked up. Now Delhi police, what we are given to understand, has taken action. The IFSO unit of Delhi police has registered an FIR against Asudin Owaisi, and there are multiple sections. Let me also read for our viewers the sections those have been put in by IFSO in that particular FIR. The sections of the cases those have been put in are section 153, 295, 505 of IPC, and one case has also been registered against Nupur Sharma and others. So multiple cases are now there. Those have been registered by Delhi police. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation in this case is going to further proceed. But yes, big names have now come out. Case against Owaisi and Yati Narasimhanand. Somewhere, is now somewhere the administration is now trying to send out a message that hate speeches, inflammatory statements are not going to be tolerated. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation in this case further proceeds. Nupur.
All right, so Piyush, as you're pointing out, of course, this is part of a larger FIR, we understand, in the follow-up to the incident of Nupur Sharma. So is that what it is? This is perhaps, under the same umbrella?
Absolutely. Remember that yesterday itself a statement was released by Delhi police where multiple names were put in that particular statement which was issued by Delhi police. Nupur Sharma's name was also there. So today what we are now given to understand is that FIR has been registered against Asudin Owaisi, Yati Narasimhanand. There is one more case that is against Nupur Sharma and many others. And this is, like you rightly mentioned, that this is the follow-up of all the cases of all the complaints which Delhi police has been receiving from different quarters. Earlier we have seen multiple cases. Those were registered against Nupur Sharma, Naveen Jindal, and in that same sequence we are now seeing another case being registered in Delhi, and that's against Asudin Owaisi. Mumbai police has also registered different case, and that's against Nupur Sharma, and she has also been summoned by the Mumbai police for the investigation. There are cases those are registered in Hyderabad also against Nupur Sharma. So here in Delhi a case against Asudin Owaisi. In other cities, in other states, there are cases against Asudin Owaisi. There will be parallel investigations which will take place, and these statements, these cases basically are on these statements those have been made by these leaders, either by Nupur Sharma or by Asudin Owaisi.
All right, so as you're pointing out, of course, this appears to be a larger investigation that has now begun from the Delhi Police's IFSO unit, which essentially is looking to look into various of these hate crimes and hate speeches that are being made. Isn't that so, Piyush?
Well, yes, the main job of this unit is to look after these inflammatory speeches, statements, those are made on social media, and that is why this unit of Delhi Police has been activated. After going through and analyzing all these statements and tweets those are there, and also statements those are there on social media, IFSO unit has decided to register a FIR against Asudin Owaisi and Yati Narasimhanand. Earlier, he was also warned. In fact, the administration there, local administration had warned the chief priest of Dasna temple, Yati Narasimhanand, to not to make any statements against a particular community, and if he does, then actions would be taken. So in that particular sequence, we can see the actions those are now being taken by the authorities. The Delhi police has filed this FIR, and that is against Asudin Owaisi and Yati Narasimhanand. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation in this case is going to further proceed. Remember that the BJP is at the back foot since the time Nupur Sharma's statement came into the light. We also saw massive reaction coming in from Gulf countries. Many countries condemned her statement. After that, internal politics also began here in India. After that, BJP also issued some sort of guidelines for the spokespersons that they need to be very much aware about the topic on which they are going to have a debate. And the BJP's media head is going to decide which spokesperson will go for which topic. So after the kind of backlash which BJP faced, there is a strategy which has been made by BJP. At the same time, Delhi police and polices of different states, they are now pulling their socks. They are taking actions against these people who make such inflammatory statements, hate speeches, and in that particular sequence, we are now seeing FIRs being registered. That's also against Asadul Owaisi, Yati Narasimhan, and also Nupur Sharma is also, there are multiple FIRs against Nupur Sharma also, against Naveen Jindal also. They have, if we talk about these two people also of BJP, they have at the same time have also requested Delhi police to take actions against people who are giving threatening messages, threatening calls to these leaders also. Looking at that, the Delhi police has also provided them security. But the point here is about the kind of speeches and the hate comments those were made by these leaders, and that is why the IFSO unit of Delhi police was activated. And after analyzing all the statements and tweets those were made, this FIR has been registered. We'll have to wait and watch what kind of investigation the IFSO unit is further going to take, and if it is also going to summon these people who have been named in the FIR.
Right, absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, we are still waiting for reactions to come in from the AIMIM as well as other individuals who've been booked by this FIR. Now, what I wanted to understand is that various provisions under the IPC have been put in place. Now, these are spreading hateful messages, inciting groups and creating an atmosphere that is detrimental to the maintenance of public tranquility. These are the provisions under which all these individuals have been booked. Now, can you detail for us who are the others who've been booked, apart, of course, from Asaduddin Owaisi, Nupur Sharma, as well as Yati Narasimhan?
Well, Naveen Jindal name is also there. In fact, actions are being taken against all the people who have made such statements. Like you rightly mentioned, there are multiple FIRs, and for the benefit of our viewers, I'm going to read from that particular statement, which was also issued by Delhi Police. The sections of the cases those have been put in that particular FIR are sections 153, 295, 505 of IPC. One case has also been registered against Nupur Sharma and others, and that has been registered against the multiple social media entities, and that was based on the analysis which was done by IFSO unit of Delhi Police. If we talk about this unit, the full form of IFSO is Intelligence, Fusion and Strategic Operations, and the main job of this unit is to look after the statements, hate speeches, inflammatory statements which an individual makes on social media. Basically, this deals with the cyber crime, and that is why this unit was activated, which analyzed all the statements of these leaders, and multiple sections were put in that particular FIR. We'll have to wait and watch if there are other people also who would be named in this FIR, but big crackdown we are now seeing by Delhi police, and that also on all the people who make hate speeches. In fact, if you talk specifically about Bharatiya Janata Party, it has made it very clear that it respects all the religions and has advised spokespersons.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. I'll come back to you, Piyush. On the phone line with us is Saida Falak of the AIMIM. Saida Falak, your first reactions to this FIR that has been filed against Asaduddin Owaisi for making alleged inflammatory remarks. Saida Falak, are you there with us? All right, I don't think we've got Saida Falak with us on the phone line, but we were trying to get an initial reaction from Okay. I think we've got Anila Singh from the BJP also on the phone line with us. Anila Singh, how do you see these FIRs that have been filed? Nupur Sharma, there's one FIR against her as well as one against Asaduddin Owaisi and others, including Yati Narasimhan.
Mr. Owaisi is a habitual offender. He keeps on giving statements which instigate the feelings of one particular religious community. He doesn't want any peace and harmony to prevail in the country. That is why he and his family members or the party members as well, they keep on giving such statements. They keep on ridiculing one
Right.
particular religious community.
Yes.
But the thing is, Mr. Owaisi is a big liar also.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm just going to come back to you. Saida Falak back with me on the phone line from the AIMIM. Saida Falak, your first reaction to Mr. Owaisi being booked by the Delhi police for making alleged inflammatory speeches. Saida Falak, are you there with us? All right, I don't think we've got Saida Falak on the phone line, but I'm sorry I had to interrupt you. Anila Singh, you were saying that he's a repeat offender, but on the other side of the stick is also Nupur Sharma, who's also been booked. Well, we seem to have lost both those audio connections. We're going to try and get you political reactions to this breaking news story that's coming in now. The Delhi police has, of course, formed a new wing, which essentially... All right, I think we've got Saida Falak back. Saida Falak, your reaction to this FIR that's been filed against Mr. Owaisi for inflammatory speeches that he has made. Saida, can you hear me?
How can I? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I can't understand how can an FIR be booked. How is it possible? Like what he said. What wrong did he say? Yes, the BJP government and Mr. Narendra Modi has reacted only after protests started in the Arab countries, in the foreign countries, when we Indian Muslims, 21 crore Indian Muslims, were hurted by Nupur Sharma's sentiments. No action was taken. Why has he waited till the Kanpur violence has started? Why has they waited till the foreign countries have started protesting? He should have taken action earlier itself. All these things would have not happened. Why it took more than a week to suspend Nupur Sharma, and why Nupur Sharma hasn't been arrested as of now? She should have been arrested, and instead of bulldozing anyone's house, Nupur Sharma's house should be bulldozed first. Or otherwise, if they don't arrest Nupur Sharma, we 21 crore Indian Muslims are ready to sacrifice our lives for our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Right, Ms. Falak, now the BJP of course says that Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi is in the habit of making these statements. Now, the FIR has also been registered against Nupur Sharma of the BJP, but your response to what the BJP's allegations are?
Yeah, of course, FIR has been booked, but there has been no arrest, right? And I don't think, what was the need for an FIR? How can an FIR be booked actually? What wrong he said? What wrong he's saying? I can repeat what he has said. So, will an FIR be booked on me as well?
All right,
I can repeat what he said. He didn't say anything wrong.
All right, so essentially you are saying you defend what Mr. Owaisi has said and you think there was nothing wrong in it?
Nothing wrong. I can repeat what he has said. I am asking you a question. Will an FIR be booked on me as well if I say the same thing? He hasn't tell anything wrong. Yes, the BJP government started reacting. It has suspended Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal only after the foreign countries started protesting.
All right. Saida Falak, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. So Saida Falak over there saying that there is nothing wrong that Mr. Owaisi has said so far and an FIR should not have been registered, but going on to say that we are seeing action only after Gulf countries started to react.
Another controversy has now erupted in Mangalore University over installations of Savarkar photo in the classroom. This is the video that has come out from the University College, a constituent college of Mangalore University, where a student can be seen mounting Veer Savarkar photo in the college classroom. Notably, the college administration, after the video went viral, removed the portrait of Veer Savarkar and Bharat Mata that were mounted on the wall above the blackboard in a classroom. Anasuya Rai, college principal, also made students concerned write an apology letter for installing Veer Savarkar's photo in class, calling it a bid to stir controversy and violation of discipline. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, we are now cutting across to the latest on the Jubilee Hills gang rape case. Now, we are told that the main accused, Shahabuddin Malik, is being brought to the Jubilee Hills police station after the court has given the police custody of Malik for the next 3 days. So this, of course, was a rape that had shocked the country. It's a gang rape case that took place in the posh Jubilee Hills area of Hyderabad, getting a lot of reactions. What we are also been learning is the fact that the police wants to ensure that all these 5 accused who are actually minors be tried as majors in this particular case. So what you see on your screen, of course, is one of the accused in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case being taken out of court. Now, the police has been granted about 3 days custody of the main accused in this case, Shahabuddin Malik. Now, we are going to try and go across to our reporters in just a bit, but visuals on your screen of the accused being given in police custody.
From the Nampally court, and now Shahabuddin Malik has been brought to this Jubilee Hills police station for further interrogation and investigation into this whole Jubilee Hills gang rape case. As we have been seeing, he is the only adult who is one of the accused in this particular case, and 5 others are juvenile. So further, the police is also seeking for their for other 5 custody into this matter. But as of now, the Shahabuddin Malik, who was at who was in judicial remand, has now been brought to the Jubilee Hills police station for further investigation into the matter, and questioning also will be taking place of Shahabuddin Malik, who is the accused in this particular gang rape case of Jubilee Hills, which happened on the 28th of May. This is Anil Shabbat, video journalist for Republic TV.
All right, so that's the main, one of the accused in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case. Now, as I was earlier saying that there were 6 accused. He's the only one who is actually an adult. The other 5 are believed to be minors, and we are given to understand that the police is keen to try them as majors. Now, there will, of course, be a process of law that has to be followed, that if that has to be done. But this is a horrific rape case that came to light from the posh Jubilee Hills in Hyderabad. These are the first visuals of the Hyderabad gang rape accused right now. Let's have a look at all the top stories we are tracking right now. Presidential election soon. ECI to hold key press conference at 3 p.m. today. State after state, resort after resort. It's an all-out protect your flock ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Delhi police, no tolerance to OAC speech. AIMIM president booked over hate speech. Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain's custody is extended to July 13. ED says Jain is not cooperating with authorities. Mega twist in Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh claims Chief Minister aide approached her for a settlement. NIA cracks down on terror in Tamil Nadu, raids across 15 locations in the ISIS terror funding case. Well, starting off
off with the breaking news at this hour. Getting it inside details of Kanpur violence probe. Republic has now spoken to Kanpur DM, who has now informed Republic that cyber units are monitoring online posts around the clock in the backdrop of Kanpur violence. This is the big news coming in. More details of the Kanpur violence probe. Remember, over 54 people have been arrested. Let's listen in to Republic's reporter who has spoken to Kanpur DM, who has informed the Republic that cyber units are monitoring online posts around the clock in the backdrop of Kanpur violence.
देखिए, कानपुर जो पूरे देश में कानपुर का एक पहचान है एज एन इंडस्ट्रियल हब, एज अ कमर्शियल कैपिटल, और यहाँ पे जो निवेश और जो कमर्शियल एक्टिविटीज़ का एक वातावरण, उसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए शहर का एक शांति व्यवस्था कायम रखना और अमन चैन रहना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो इस दृष्टिकोण से लगातार जो पुलिस प्रशासन है, स्थानीय स्तर पर मैजिस्ट्रेट्स की टीम है, उनके द्वारा कार्य किया जा रहा है और संवाद स्थापित करने का भी कोशिश किया जा रहा है और वो कार्रवाई आगे भी बढ़ेगी।
सर, जिस तरह से हमने देखा सोशल मीडिया पे लगातार भड़काऊ पोस्ट भी आ रही थी जिसके खिलाफ कईयों पे कार्रवाई भी हुई, तो इसको कैसे कंट्रोल में लाया जाएगा?
सोशल मीडिया के लेवल पे जो मॉनिटरिंग के लिए कमिश्नरी पुलिस के स्तर पर जो साइबर यूनिट्स और इत्यादि का कार्य है और उनके द्वारा उसके संबंध में कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
सर, आपको नहीं लगता किसी तरह से इंटेलिजेंस का फेलियर है? इतनी भारी मात्रा में हिंसा हुई और कहीं ना कहीं LIU थी, कमिश्नरी थी, उसमें कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन किसी के पास नहीं थी, इतनी भारी संख्या में लोग एकत्रित हुए और उन्होंने हिंसा करी।
इस तरह का कोई इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर के बारे में तो अभी नहीं बता सकता हूँ और इट इज़ वे टू अर्ली फॉर मी टू कमेंट ऑन एनीथिंग, बिकॉज मैंने कल ही जैसे आपने बताया था कल ही कार्यभार ग्रहण किया और जो अधिकारीगण हैं उनके साथ इसके संबंध में बातचीत की जाएगी और ये सुनिश्चित की जाएगी कि जो शांति व्यवस्था है उसको कायम रहे और जो किसी भी प्रकार का अप्रिय घटना ना हो।
सर, कानपुर वासियों के लिए क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे आप?
2 मैसेजेस हैं। एक तो पहली चीज़ है कि मैं पहले भी यहाँ पे तैनात रहा हूँ और दोबारा यहाँ पे काम करने का एक मौका मिला है और सबसे पहले ये है कि प्रायोरिटी रहेगा कि जो जन सुनवाई और जन समस्याओं का समयबद्ध रूप में निस्तारण उसको सुनिश्चित करेंगे और उसको सबसे बड़ा प्रायोरिटी देंगे। एंड सेकंड, जो कानपुर का जो पहचान है एज एन इंडस्ट्रियल एंड कमर्शियल हब, इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मतलब कोई भी आइडियाज़, कोई भी सजेशंस, उसको हमेशा हम प्रायोरिटी पे लेंगे ताकि हम लोग जो शहर है उसका एक पहचान है उसको आगे बढ़ा सकें।
The Republic also spoke to SIT ACP Tripurari Pandey, who has now informed that almost all accused have been identified and soon will be presented before the court. Here's more on that.
और क्या लगता है, चूंकि इतने लोग भारी संख्या में आए, इसके और कौन कौन से व्यापार भी, चूंकि हयात काफी कम समय में एक काफी अरब खरबपति बन गया, तो क्या लगता है इतने कम समय में कैसे बन सकता है?
वो सब हम लोग कलेक्शन कर रहे हैं, हर चीज़ें कलेक्शन करके, उसमें बैंक भी सहयोग कर रहा है, वो अन्य इकाइयाँ भी सहयोग कर रही हैं, तो सब लोग मिल करके इन चीज़ों को जल्दी इसका खुलासा कर लेंगे।
खाते भी सील किए गए?
नहीं, अभी इसकी जानकारी मुझे नहीं है, चूँकि मेरे द्वारा ऐसा कोई कार्रवाई नहीं किया गया।
सर, आगे की वेचना आप किस डायरेक्शन में जा रही है, चूंकि एक लेटेस्ट अपडेट क्या है अब, चूंकि 6 दिन हो चुके हैं इस पूरी घटना का?
ये विवेचना अभी SIT को 3 दिन में मिली है, जिसमें कि काफ़ी साक्ष्य हम लोगों ने एकत्रित कर लिया है और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो भी इसमें अभियुक्त हैं करीब करीब सब हम लोगों के प्रकाश में आ गए हैं और जो ये चाह रहे हैं कि हम छिपे हुए हैं, हमारी जानकारी नहीं है, तो गलतफहमी में है। सारी जानकारियाँ पब्लिक के माध्यम से ही हमें मिल गई है, तो स्पष्ट सी बात है कि अपनी विवेचना में किसी भी अभियुक्त को किसी तरह का लाभ नहीं मिल पाएगा। वो या तो न्यायालय में सरेंडर कर दे और अन्यथा गिरफ्तारी की जाएगी सबकी, और गिरफ्तारी करने के बाद उन सबको इसमें एकत्रित करेंगे।
The atrocities on the minorities and vandalism in the religious places is not a new thing and it has become a new normal in Pakistan, be it Imran Khan or Shahbaz Sharif. And the recent incident is from the Korangi area of Karachi, where a temple of Shri Mari Mataji was vandalized by some of the miscreants. Locals have reported to police that a mob in which 7 to 8 people on motorcycles came and vandalized the temple, after which the locals informed the police and the police has reached the spot, have also registered an FIR, and police claims that the investigation has begun. Pertinent to mention that there have been number of incidents where the idols and the shrines of Hindus were vandalized, and even from the minority community the people were pushed to the corner in Pakistan as minorities continues to suffer. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Well, some big breaking news coming in right now, viewers. CBI has ordered a probe in the environmentalist and TMC leader Tapan Datta murder case in Havara. Big news coming in. I'm joined by Mayuk from the Bangla newsroom. Well, Mayuk, looks like another CBI probe has been ordered in West Bengal, this time in a 2011 murder case. Tell us the details.
Well, indeed, it's a big political development in Bengal. Another CBI probe in Bengal that's happening. More than 50 cases have been transferred to CBI in this 11 years in Bengal under the Trinamool Congress regime, and this is another addition to the list of cases under CBI in Bengal. Tapan Datta, one of the prominent environmentalists in Howrah, was murdered by unknown miscreants. That's what the preliminary FIR said. But later on, his family members alleged that TMC minister, one of the prominent ministers of Howrah, Arup Roy, was involved in this entire thing. He was directly in confrontation with the man who has been killed, the deceased person. And later this case ran for like 11 years. From 2011, the case ran till 2022. And after a lot of confrontation, after a lot of hearing, lot of change of courtrooms, now in the bench of Justice Mandhana, the CBI probe has been ordered, and this is a big victory for the family members. That's what they said to Republic Bangla, and also they said that the ruling party TMC did nothing regarding the case. They don't have trust on the state police, which didn't even charge sheet the minister who was accused in this entire case. That's what the family members have said. And this case has also been a very important political development in Bengal since 2011, because directly a Trinamool member and the Trinamool family, they allege that the ruling party members killed their family member, the daughter of the Trinamool leader who was killed. She alleged several times in front of media that the state police did nothing to solve the case. The state police did nothing to probe the murder, and this time they are having faith on the CBI, and probably CBI is going to take charge of this case from Monday. And before that, what are the political developments? That's what we are following from Bengal.
All right, Mayuk, thank you for joining us. This is Mayuk from the Republic Bangla newsroom, getting us the latest on the CBI, which has ordered the probe in environmentalist and TMC leader Tapan Datta murder case in Havra. Thank you, Mayuk, for getting us those details. Let's see what else is making news across the nation. Bihar CM Nitish Kumar in a statement asserted that there was no need for an anti-conversion law in the state. Kumar said, in the state where the government is always alert and people of different religious communities lived in peace needs no such move. Janata Dal has moved all of its 32 MLAs to a 5-star hotel in Bengaluru ahead of the Rajya Sabha election. The move comes amidst fear of cross-voting of JDS MLAs in favour of BJP. Haryana MLAs of the ruling BJP-JJP alliance shifted to a resort in Chandigarh. The MLAs will discuss the strategy of elections slated to be held on June 10th. Minister JP Dalal says that the move is made to decide voting strategy. In a big development, accused Santosh Jadhav and Mahakal arrested in the brutal killing of Punjab singer politician Sidhu Moosewala. According to the police, the accused are associated with Lawrence gang and were involved in Punjab case as well. Investigation underway for further action. SP leader Lal Bihari Yadav booked for making controversial remarks against Shivling amid the Gyanvapi Rao. Bajrang Dal leaders alleged the remarks hurt the religious sentiments of Hindus and filed a case against leader of opposition in Moradabad.
Following the gruesome murder of Sidhu Moosewala, now the Punjab police have carried out a raid at a residential area in Mohali, and in fact this raid is being carried out early in the morning and in fact detained almost 3 persons from inside the residential areas. And in fact this raid is being conducted by Mohali police following the tip of by the two accused who has been recently arrested by the Mansa police, Sandeep Kekda and Prabdeep Singh. And in fact, following the revolution during their interrogation, the raid is being carried out at this residential area at Jalvayu Vihar in Mohali district, and in fact 3 persons have been detained just because so many people are staying at the rented accommodation at this residential area, and that is the reason a massive raid is being carried out by the police, and conducted the search of the vehicles as well as the flats which were being under the radar of Mohali police.
India has recorded more than 7,240 COVID cases in the last 24 hours, taking the total tally of active cases to 32,000. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
BSF has pushed back a Pakistani drone which tried to enter the Indian territory today morning at around 4, after which massive searches have been launched in the area to rule out any possibility of weapon or narcotics dropping. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
The Union government has responded to a terror group Al-Qaeda's open threat of launching suicide attacks across India. The Union Minority Affairs Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi stated emphatically that organizations like Al-Qaeda do not offer protection for any community but instead mean trouble for all. Addressing a mega rally in Aurangabad, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray reacted to Bharatiya Janata Party and MNS pressure to change the name of Aurangabad to Sambhajinagar. The Shiv Sena Supremo said that he has not forgotten the promise of his late father Balasaheb Thackeray. Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited slain Hindu teacher Rajni Bala's residence and met her family members. The Lieutenant Governor also spoke to Rajni Bala's husband, who informed that they had applied for a transfer but it was neglected. The Lieutenant Governor also announced that the school that she worked at for 15 years, where she was killed, will be named after her. Assam Chief Minister indicated the expansion of his cabinet with the addition of 2 new ministers. The cabinet is to undergo a reshuffle, as the leader stated that 2 new BJP MLAs will take oath as ministers today. The ceremony is scheduled to take place at 3 p.m. at Sri Manta Shankardev Auditorium in Guwahati.
Well, these are the visuals we are giving you from right outside the Parliament Street Police Station of the national capital. We have just seen the leaders of AIMIM who just reaches here, and they have been detained. Let me tell you, earlier it was 20 to 25 workers of AIMIM, and they were also detained. They are protesting. They are trying to protest here against Nupur Sharma, the kind of statement she has given. So AIMIM leaders, workers reaching here at Parliament Street Police Station. Let me give you a sense of the security also, which has been beefed up over here. The arrangement of the security could be clearly seen. So there you can clearly see the bandobast of police officials as well as the forces has been deployed over here. So this is after AIMIM leaders reaching here at the Parliament Police Station in the national capital. This is just near the Parliament, and right now I'm reporting from the Sansad Marg. This exactly is the police station. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense from the police station. They're trying, the AIMIM leaders are trying, workers are trying to protest here. They have made in a call. They're protesting against Nupur Sharma. Nupur Sharma, the Bharatiya Janata Party former leader. Nupur Sharma, who has given a hate speech, the kind of statement that was used by Nupur Sharma. The FIR, let me remind you, has been already registered by the Delhi police. Regarding the same, this is the protest which was planned, but the police officials has made in their arrangement over here. The police officials, the forces has been deployed. I'll ask my video journalist to continue with the visuals also from right outside the police station, the Parliament Police Station, and there you can clearly see in the visuals the kind of arrangement, the kind of bandobast that has been made by the Delhi Police to control the situation, to control law and order situation in the national capital, right outside the Parliament Police Station, just near the Parliament Police Station in the national capital, from where I am reporting. So this is against
whom the FIR has been already registered, and Bharatiya Janata Party has already taken the action. But this is regarding Nupur Sharma, where now the leaders of AIMIM was coming and trying to protest over here. We'll continue with the visuals. Visuals from the Parliament Street Police Station we are giving you. These are the live visuals. We just tried to talk to some of the people. We just tried to talk to some of the people, and there they were telling us that yes, this is against Nupur Sharma, the former Bharatiya Janata Party leader, Nupur Sharma, who has given a statement, and against her, now this particular protest is being planned in the national capital. So the police has already, let me tell you, the police has already detained 20 to 25 leaders of AIMIM.
And one or two leaders or workers are reaching one by one here at the police station from where I am reporting. I'm getting some sense. I'm trying to get the visuals if we can get more workers of AIMIM. This is the police bandobast what we are seeing. This is the police arrangement what we are seeing. And there on my right is the main gate. I'll ask my video journalist to continue with the visuals so that we can show the kind of arrangement, the kind of security that has been already beefed up in the national capital at the Parliament Street Police Station from where I am reporting. We are giving you the visuals. These are the live visuals from Parliament Street Police Station. There you can clearly see the kind of arrangement that has been done, and yes, against Nupur Sharma, against her, the FIR has been already registered. Let me remind you, the FIR against Nupur Sharma and others also has been already registered by the Delhi Police, and now this was the protest. This was the protest which was called in by AIMIM leaders and the workers. This was around 20 to 25 protesters who gathered here at the Parliament Street Police Station. They were detained, and after that, numbers if we talk about, sometime one, sometime two workers of AIMIM are reaching here. They're trying to protest over here, but they have been caught, they have been stopped, and they have been detained. That is something what we are learning, that is something what we are getting from the ground. There is a protest against Nupur Sharma. Yes, back to you.
Well, Anuj, clearly we can see dramatic scenes there from where you are at the spot right now. You're getting us those details, and here we can see how much of their protesting is happening there in fact on our screens there. Now the latest Anuj just told us that AIMIM workers now have been detained. Over 20 of them now have been detained, viewers. These are dramatic scenes at the AIMIM protest. Now Anuj, I want to go back to you. You were just telling us that they're protesting against Nupur Sharma. What are they trying to say? What is their demand when it comes to the protest? More protests coming in right now. These are in fact Congress staging protests in Thiruvananthapuram. More visuals coming there on your screen. Back-to-back updates from Delhi all the way to Thiruvananthapuram. Republic TV is getting you the latest. As news develops and breaks, we bring it to you live. Right now, the Congress there staging a protest in Thiruvananthapuram. I'll be soon joined by my colleague who will tell us more details on what is happening at this point of time. All right, Ashwin is joining me. Ashwin, the Congress is holding a protest demanding the CM's resignation, we believe. Take us through the details.
a very interesting protest and a creative protest, what you can see right now held by the Congress, because Swapna Suresh, one of the accused in the Kerala gold smuggling case, had come out to say on Monday to the media that there was exchange of biryani from the Chief Minister's residence in Cliff House to the Consulate General office in Thiruvananthapuram itself. And she also had stated that inside the biryani she suspected that there were heavy metals, obviously referring to gold was being exchanged in between these two offices. One is the Chief Minister's office and the Consulate General office. So based on this information which she had given out, the Congress is holding a biryani fest outside the Congress office in Thiruvananthapuram, trying to tell the public that the biryani basin which was used is also being symbolically raised to show the corruption that is the Chief Minister's office is allegedly involved in.
Right. Well, Ashwin, tell us a little bit more about what exactly are we seeing on the screen. So you are saying it's a very creative protest. Now, what exactly are they demanding? Take us to the demands of these protesters, and why exactly do they want the CM's resignation? Just take us through the details.
Obviously, it is definitely a very creative protest, because now in Kerala society at large, the word biryani and the biryani basin is being discussed at large, and that is probably the reason Congress found it extremely creative to use that itself as a symbol of corruption that they allege that the government has been, the Chief Minister's office has been involved with. Swapna Suresh had stated few things to the media on Tuesday, where she had stated that she had met with with Chief Ministers in 2016, and she had alleged that there was reverse hawala transaction. Along with that, she had mentioned the name of the family members of Chief Minister who has also been involved in gold smuggling, where she mentioned a particular point where she said there were biryani basins that were being exchanged, and in that there was full of biryani, and it definitely felt like those basins were extremely heavy, and it was not just holding biryani, it may be holding something heavy metal as well, which she referred to as concealing gold inside the biryani. So that is the fulcrum point, that is the point which the Congress is trying to raise here by saying the biryani fest is being organized, and it's also trying to showcase the point that even corruption has happened. The Cliff House, the official residence of the Chief Minister, and the UAE consulate was exchanging biryani and probably concealing some gold in it. This is the reason why the Congress party is now holding this biryani fest.
Well, viewers, the dramatic scenes coming there from Thiruvananthapuram. Remember that Swapna Suresh has already filed a petition in the High Court and claimed that the CM's aide approached her for settlement or arrest. And she also spoke to Republic TV's Nupur, where she said she fears for her life. So Ashwin, Swapna Suresh had spoken about this. Now she says that she will reveal more details later on. But clearly we can see that there's a lot of anger there against CM Vijay, and after the Kerala gold scam is exploding by the day. All right, much more coming up on the other side of this very short break. There on your screens, the Congress protesting against CM Vijay and doing a very creative protest with biryani. Much more coming up on the other side. The top global updates. Iran state television reported it turned off 2 surveillance cameras of the UN nuclear watchdog that monitored one of its atomic sites. The report did not identify the site, but it appeared to be a new pressure technique by Tehran as Western nations seek to censure Iran at meeting this week of the International Atomic Energy Agency. British prosecutors have authorized the police to charge ex-film producer Harvey Weinstein with 2 counts of indecent assault against a woman in London in 1996. The move was announced following a review of evidence gathered by London's Metropolitan Police in its investigation. The opposing sides of the conflict in Yemen agreed to extend a ceasefire in the country for 2 more months amid the ongoing civil war. The UN's ambassador to Yemen called the truce a positive signal of the parties to wish to move toward bringing an end to the conflict. The truce is the first of its kind in the past 6 years in the conflict. Brazilian president announced a plan to cut fuel tax to help ease the burden on the cost of living. He said that the proposal would slash federal duty for gasoline and ethanol to...
Fortunate comment by one person has become an opportunity for some people in India to instigate politically. Some people in India, mostly politicians and in the media, are saying now we should learn secularism and human values from Saudi Arabia. I think some people in India need a solid reality check. What is the point in suddenly getting gleeful about Saudi Arabia or UAE advising India? My point is, viewers, we have to rise above. And there is an Al-Qaeda threat now. Will terrorist organizations now teach us communal harmony and human rights? Will we draw the line? Will we say at one point that when it comes to the security and unity of our country, we will unite and answer as one? I ask you, the nation wants to know.
Top headlines at 1 p.m. Presidential election soon. ECI to hold key press conference at 3 p.m. today. State after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protect your flock ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Delhi police, no tolerance to OAC speech. AIMIM chief booked over hate speech. And these are the visuals that are coming in of the protest which is underway. The Congress workers there staging a protest in Chandigarh. The live visuals that we are getting right now of the Congress protest in Chandigarh. We have Amandeep joining us live to give us more information. Amandeep, what more can you tell us?
Samiksha, the point is that these Congress workers have been detained by the police, and in fact they were protesting inside the residence of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann when he refused to meet them despite getting the appointment. And in fact now they have taken into the custody by the Chandigarh police just because they were protesting inside the CM residence, pressing their demand to meet to show the concern, the law and order situation. But now all the leaders, including PPCC chief Raja Vading, LOP Pratap Singh Bajwa, former ministers, MLAs and ex-MLAs, they all have been taken into the custody by Chandigarh police according to the law and order situation. And further, the detention has been taken on the precautionary measures, and just because they were protesting inside the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's residence. Just because in the morning, Samiksha, all the Congress leaders went to Chief Minister's residence to meet him to show the concern regarding the law and order situation of Punjab after the gruesome murder of Sidhu Moosewala. But at the 11th hour, Chief Minister...
them, and in fact they staged the protest inside the CM residence, and following that protest Chief Minister Security called the Chandigarh police just because it is always a security cover where the Congress party was protesting, and in fact finally they have taken into the custody and took to the police station as well on the precautionary measures, and further proceedings to be followed according to the police to maintain the law and order situation. They are raising, Congress MLAs and the ex-MLAs are continuously raising the slogans against Punjab Chief Minister and Punjab government for not maintaining the law and order situation. And this protest was launched inside the CM residence Bhagwant Mann. Yes, Samiksha.
Yes, good. Amandeep, if you could confirm this for us, is it just related to the law and order situation? Because in the last few days, we've seen how the Congress ex-cabinet ministers have been arrested by the Mann government on charges of corruption.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. This is only regarding the law and order situation, and in fact, this is regarding the protest. Just because Congress was protesting since the day Sidhu Moosewala was killed in a broad daylight and full public view, they are continuously raising this.
And these are the live visuals that we are getting to you right now from Jammu. These are the visuals of President's cavalcade, which can be seen in the frame right now, heading to the Raj Bhavan in Jammu. So the live visuals are we are getting right now of President Ramnath Kovind's cavalcade, which has arrived and is heading towards the Raj Bhavan in Jammu. So the President is all set to address the IIM Jammu convocation, we are told, at 4 p.m. today. And we are also told that President Ramnath Kovind will also pay obeisance at Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine tomorrow morning. So the itinerary for the day includes an address to the IIM Jammu convocation, which will happen at 4 p.m. today. And right now, the President, as we speak, his cavalcade is on way to the Raj Bhavan in Jammu. And in more news that is coming in, President Kovind will also be interacting with the army jawans at Northern Commander headquarters tomorrow morning. So President Ramnath Kovind's cavalcade there, that can be seen in the visuals, that is heading towards the Raj Bhavan in Jammu. And tomorrow morning, President Ramnath Kovind will also visit the Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine. He will pay obeisance at the Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine in Jammu, and will also be meeting the Indian Army Jawans at Northern Commander headquarters tomorrow morning at Udhampur. So that is the itinerary of President Ramnath Kovind. And today, and from here, moving on to the showdown which is happening in Thiruvananthapuram right now, where Congress is staging a protest demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Very dramatic visuals coming in right now, in which you can see how the police are trying to stop the Congress workers as they try to cross over the barricade. And the force that is being used on the Congress protesters to crack down as they continue to march towards, as they continue with their protest. As you can see, this is quite dramatic of the Congress workers who are trying to break barricades, as we can see in those visuals. The Kerala police trying to stop the Congress workers there. They are trying to break the barricades. Very, very dramatic visuals coming in. These are the Congress protesters who are staging a protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. And as you can see, water cannons are being used on these Congress workers as they try to break through those barricades. So the police, they're trying to use force to crack down on these Congress protesters who continue to march forward. We have Ashwin joining us live to get us more information. Ashwin, what more can you tell us? Those are the visuals that we are playing right now of the police using force to crack down on these protesters.
What we see right now is that the Youth Congress has gone onto the road to protest against demanding that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan must step down in wake of the very, very shocking revelations that have been made by one of the accused in the Gold Public case, where she has named the Chief Minister and his family members
stating that they are involved in those smuggling operations as well. Now the Youth Congress is on the street now demanding his resignation, and what you see is the police using water cannons to disperse the Youth Congress workers who are on the road protesting in the heart of Thiruvananthapuram, demanding that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan must step down. These are visuals that are coming outside of Thiruvananthapuram and the visuals that are coming from inside of Thiruvananthapuram, and what we see is police using water cannons to disperse. Youth Congress has been consistently demanding that the Chief Minister might step down for fair and impartial probe in the same matter as his name has been taken out by one of the accused and his family member, and today the section 164 under section 164 which the conference is taking is also to the state as well.
Well, that's right, Ashwin. Stay with us while we keep up with those visuals of Congress workers. As we can see in those visuals, the Congress workers are trying to cross that barricade. Water cannons that are continuously being used to disperse the crowd. But the Congress workers there continue to relent. You can see the water cannons that are being used by the Kerala police there on the Congress youth workers who are demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Ashwin, if you could take us through the demands of Congress at this point in time, because as we know, the Kerala government, Kerala Chief Minister to be specific, faces a lot of grave allegations.
That's right. When these allegations were made by Swapna Suresh, there was an official response by the Chief Minister's office which stated that this is a collusion by the BJP and the Congress together to break down the left government in the state. And after which this was a difference that state, and he also went on to say that the words of an accused cannot be taken into consideration at all. But the Congress, on the other hand, had pointed out a very important inconsistency in the Chief Minister's statement, because when the solar scam had happened and then Chief Minister Umman Chandi was held responsible, the accused in that case had reached out to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, and at that time, hearing from the accused, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan had ordered a CBI probe in the same matter, where former Chief Minister Umman Chandi was alleged to be one of the accused. Now, the Congress is demanding that why is there a different set of rules for Umman Chandi and different set of rules for Pinarayi Vijayan himself, when in both the cases we can see an accused in the case has come forward with a complaint. So this is the main contention that the Youth Congress is also raising. They demand the Chief Minister must step down from his post. Even they are saying that anybody else can become Chief Minister, and the Chief Minister must step down, because the allegations made by the accused, although she is an accused in the gold smuggling case, is still grave, and it must be taken into consideration, and for moral reasons, Chief Minister must step down.
That's right. Ashwin, stay with us. If you could talk to us about the visuals we are playing on our screens right now, how the Kerala police can be seen, stopping these Congress youth workers who continue to demand the resignation of Chief Minister Vijayan.
Yes, absolutely. Ever since the gold smuggling case had come to fore, the BJP as well as the Congress youth workers have been consistently been on the road demanding the resignation of the minister. Now, in the wake of the new revelations that have come, especially when they itself, Swapna Suresh had stated that it's a threat to her life, a representative which he alleges is a close representation of Chief State Secretary Kodiyeri Balakrishnan tried to threaten her. An affidavit has been submitted by her. Now, in the wake of all this, the Congress camp has intensified their protest. We could see a biryani protest. Now we could see the Youth Congress on the road demanding the Chief Minister must step down. Now, these are youth workers, so obviously they are trying to step up the protest, and the police is trying to disperse the workers by using water cannons. And meanwhile, you can see that the Youth Congress workers are trying to break the barricade which has been set forth in front of them, but relentlessly they are trying to break the barricade and also mark the protest, because this is being beamed across all the news channels in Kerala, and so they want the public opinion in this matter to come to against the left government in the state of Kerala.
Well, that's right. Ashwin, stay with us. Just to tell our viewers who are just tuning in, these are the live visuals that we are getting from Thiruvananthapuram, where the Congress is staging a protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, and the Kerala police there using water cannons to disperse the crowd. You can see, just a short while back, we also saw how the Congress youth workers were seen clashing with the Kerala police, raising slogans against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan as well. And of course, this comes in the backdrop of the sensational charges that have been levelled by Kerala gold scam accused Swapna Suresh against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Ashwin, if you are still with us, take us through the kind of allegations that have been levelled by Swapna Suresh against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
Earlier this week, on Tuesday, she had come out to the media stating that there's a threat to her life. And she had stated again that, the Chief Minister, his wife, his daughter, his additional secretary, CM Ravindran, as well as this former principal secretary, also have all been involved along. They have all been involved in goods smuggling. She also went ahead to see that she had met in 2016. She had carried a baggage which the Chief Minister's office had stated that this needs to reach the Chief Minister's office by in Kerala, and the important package which Chief Minister had forgotten. And as she was working in the consulate then, she had taken this particular bag, and as part of the consulate measure, when they opened it, they found currency in it. This is what the first allegation she had made. Then she went on to also say that there has been several exchange of illegal items, which she says hints that it is gold, where she said that between the Chief Minister's official residence, which is called as a cliff house in Thiruvananthapuram, and the UAE consulate in Thiruvananthapuram, there were exchange of biryani basins filled with biryani, where she suspects that she has also alleged that heavy metals were being concealed inside the biryani, and that was being exchanged between the Chief Minister's residence as well as the UAE consulate. Now, these were the grave allegations that has been raised, and followed by which Swapna Suresh today has come on record as an affidavit she has submitted in the Kerala High Court, stating that a person called as Shaji Kiran, which she claims is the representative of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan and the CPM State Secretary Kodiyeri Balakrishnan, tried to tell her to not to go ahead with with filing the section under or confidential statement under section 164, where this man had also allegedly threatened that she will have to face a lot of jail time, as a lot of cases will be filed against her if she goes ahead with giving statement against Chief Minister and the people involved with the gold smuggling. Now, these are the set of allegations that we have seen that has come across in this week itself, and this is what we see the Congress is protesting against. There has been several intense protests before also, but we could see that the probe by the central agencies was being slowed down. There were multiple reasons, because this was a multi-agency probe. For instance, the then Customs Commissioner had also come on to tell Republic, when he was working, he had told that there has been several attempts of, killing him also. And 5 times there were threats, and so he was transferred by the central government to another location because of series of threats that he received while he was investigating. Number one. Number two, the Enforcement Directorate was also probing this matter. There were 2 audio tapes that emerged in which had Swapna's voice. It stated that she was being forced to give, a statement against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, which eventually turned out to be a fake audio tape. And this was being used by the state missionary to say that Enforcement Directorate is trying to, pin Chief Minister unnecessarily. Number 3, the Central Bureau of Investigation had tried to come in for investigating the linked case of, Life Mission, where the same accused were also involved. And that also, the state government has stopped the CBI from investigating. There were a lot of political measures that were put in place to stop the CBI. So as you can see, the CBI, the Enforcement Directorate, as well as the Customs, were always stopped. The entire investigation process was always obstructed using different means. And this is why the probe had also slowed down to a large extent, because these central agencies cannot function so freely if the state machinery itself is trying to create obstruction. This was the allegation that had come forward. Now, what we see today is that after the elections, this is a fresh bout of protest that is happening ever since Swapna Suresh has come out with a new set of revelations. And this is what we see on the street today in Thiruvananthapuram, where Congress is clearly protesting, demanding resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
That's right, Ashwin, and also, while the CPIM has outrightly rejected the kind of allegations that Swapna Suresh has made, if you could take us through what exactly has the Kerala Chief Minister, we are learning, has also responded. What exactly has he said in his defense, as well as KT Jalil, who has also filed a complaint against Swapna Suresh?
Absolutely. There was a statement that was issued by Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, and where he had stated that in visual media there was a reference by an accused, and he just noted, and he had alleged that the state, he had also went on to say that the state government was the first party to call in the central agencies to probe the matter for effective investigation. He also went on to say that there has been issues with the legitimate concerns about investigative methods by the central agencies as well. He also stated in a defense for himself, he stated that there are unsubstantiated allegations have been made by the media from certain quarters for narrow political reasons. And he also went on to say that agenda is to stop the left government, and he also said that the people of Kerala will reject all these agendas which are being set by the opposition at large, as there is not even a shred of evidence. Now, this was the official statement which was made by the Chief Minister after Swapna Suresh had come out revealing all these details since last Tuesday.
Yes. Ashwin, stay with us just to bring our viewers up to speed as to what is happening in Thiruvananthapuram right now. These are the live visuals that we are getting of the Youth Congress workers who are staging a protest against the Kerala Chief Minister, the Kerala government, demanding the resignation of Pinarayi Vijayan. You can see the protesters clashing with the cops. As you can see in those visuals, we can see many are also being the police is trying to detain some of the protesters as well. Just a short while back, we also played out visuals of how the water cannons were also being used to disperse the crowd as the police tried to clamp down on these protesters who continue to demand the resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. They are raising slogans against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. As you can see in those visuals, they are seen clashing with the cops. The Kerala police there going all out to stop these protesters as they continue with their demand of resignation of Pinarayi Vijayan. So the protest after the gold scam is exploding, as you can see. Sensational charges, of course, that have been levelled by Kerala gold scam accused Swapna Suresh against Pinarayi Vijayan, and the Kerala Chief Minister also trying to come out clear, saying that he has done no wrong. But a lot of protests that are taking place at this point in time. Ashwin, if you are still with us, take us through more details that you are picking up.
Absolutely, the top leaders of the Youth Congress are present here. The state president and a lot of the top leaders of the Congress youth workers are there protesting, and the police is clearly using force now. They have started using water cannons in a short while. Even tear cannons is likely to be used against the protesting Youth Congress workers. Now, the protest has been intense for some time. The Congress had, in fact, earlier stated that, even yesterday was called as a black day by the Congress. They started their protests from yesterday onwards. So what we can definitely know for the fact is that the Congress will be continuing its protests on the road. They will be intensifying these protests.
Yes, Ashwin, just stay with us. Let's once again listen into that exclusive conversation we had with Swapna Suresh just a short while back, in which she again reiterated her threat to life.
Joining us live right now, Swapna Suresh, thank you for speaking to us. Now, in that affidavit, you have said that you were asked to settle with Pinarayi Vijayan, and you have also detailed the particulars of this individual who approached you. Can you tell us more?
At the moment, my lawyer has just moved in an anticipatory bail. I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court to consider it, and then I will react on it. At the moment, I have no words to express because I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court's decision on the same.
Right. Ms. Suresh, also what we understand is that in that affidavit, you've spoken about the fact that you were asked to settle. Now, what kind of settlement was asked of you? If you could just tell us that. Was it monetary in nature, or were there threats involved?
I have just filed an affidavit for my anticipatory bail. Apologies to all of you because I am waiting for the Honorable Court decision. Justified decision for the same. So please, if you could call me a bit later after the hearing of the Honorable Court, I'll be able to tell you further.
Ms. Suresh, just one last question. Why have you chosen this time to come ahead and make this affidavit in court?
Because they have filed a case against me for defamation and conspiracy, which is, which is perfectly untrue. I have not involved in any kind of conspiracy, or I did not try to defame anybody. I have only gone in front of the Honorable Court and revealed about my case and the individual. So there wasn't any kind of defamation or political agenda. Any which way, I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court to look into the matter and provide me justice.
All right, Swapna Suresh, we understand that you're still waiting for the court order, but on a side issue, you've just filed that affidavit, and we understand that you don't want to talk about it, but I just wanted to understand from you, are you afraid of something?
The kind of attacks that has been happening against me and my colleagues, I am scared. I have threat to life, and I do not know what's my future. I do not know whether I will exist, whether I'll be alive. But anyway, I would always wish and pray that the truth should come out one day, whether I'm alive or not. Thank you very much.
Swapna Suresh, I will let you go in just a minute. You've said something that, is certain to get a lot of reactions. You've in a sense said that you fear for your life. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, very much. I do not know. I do not know what next minute is going to happen to me. So again, just waiting to see and just going to act as it comes. But I would request everyone listening to me now to please pray for me. Humbly pray for me. Whether I am alive or not tomorrow, let the truth come out.
Ms. Suresh, have you been receiving threats, and what sort of threats have you received?
I apologize because I am still waiting for the Honorable Court, and it is not ethical and right from my part to address any kind of media now. So please, apologies.
Chennai, 4 in Mayiladuthurai and 1 location in Karaikal as well. The raids have just started. Several teams of NIA officials who have been conducted searches since early morning. Catch all the more details on the same right after the break.
The The Union government has responded to a terror group Al-Qaeda's open threat of launching suicide attacks across India. The Union Minority Affairs Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi stated emphatically that organizations like Al-Qaeda do not offer protection for any community but instead mean trouble for all. Addressing a mega rally in Aurangabad, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray reacted to Bharatiya Janata Party and MNS pressure to change the name of Aurangabad to Sambhajinagar. The Shiv Sena Supremo said that he has not forgotten the promise of his late father Balasaheb Thackeray. Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited slain Hindu teacher Rajni Bala's residence and met her family members. The Lieutenant Governor also spoke to Rajni Bala's husband, who informed that they had applied for a transfer but it was neglected. The Lieutenant Governor also announced that the school that she worked at for 15 years, where she was killed, will be named after her. Assam Chief Minister indicated the expansion of his cabinet with the addition of 2 new ministers. The cabinet is to undergo a reshuffle as the leader stated that 2 new BJP MLAs will take oath as ministers today. The ceremony is scheduled to take place at 3 p.m. at Sri Manta Shankardev Auditorium in Guwahati.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. Wicket-keeper batter Rishabh Pant has now been promoted as a captain of India for the 5-match T20 series against South Africa after the stand-in captain KL Rahul suffered a groin injury and was ruled out of the series. All-rounder Hardik Pandya was named as a vice-captain for the series.
I think it's a very good feeling. Didn't came under very good circumstances, but at the same time I'm feeling happy. I would like to thank BCCI for giving me this opportunity to lead the Indian side. I'll try to make most of it, but first of all thank you to all my well-wishers throughout my journey for supporting me through my thick and thin of a cricketing career. But I would like to make this as a base and keep improving and keep making my life better and better each and every day.
South African captain Themba Bavuma said his team will not expect anything to come easy against India in the 5-match T20 series, even though the hosts are fielding a fairly inexperienced team. Bavuma looks to repeat the success of South Africa have had against India in the previous T20 series played in India. They are yet to lose a series, having tied the last one in 2019 and won the other in 2015. Top headlines at 1:30 presidential election soon. ECI to hold key press conference at 3 p.m. today. State after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protective lock ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Delhi police, no tolerance to Owaisi speech. AIMIM president booked over hate speech. Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain's custody is extended till 13th of June. ED says Jain not cooperating with authorities. Mega twist in Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh claims Chief Minister's aide approached her for a settlement. Mega showdown in Kerala. Congress stages protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. NIA cracks down on terror in Tamil Nadu, raids across 15 locations in ISIS terror funding case. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. A lot of news breaks are lined up, starting with one coming in from Punjab. Now, in a massive allegation, the Shiromani Akali Dal leader Harsimrat Kaur has now alleged that her brother's life is in danger. Let's listen into that soundbite as well.
और अब ये जो केजरीवाल की सरकार बनी है, आप लोग सब जानते हैं कि केजरीवाल के खिलाफ विक्रम ने मानहानि का केस किया था, जिस करके केजरीवाल को रिटर्न माफ़ी मांगी थी विक्रम से कि मैंने जो कुछ तुम्हारे बारे कहा ड्रग से वो बिल्कुल झूठ था। ये केजरीवाल के मन में चिढ़ है। अभी भी संजय सिंह के खिलाफ विक्रम का डेफेमेशन केस चल रहा है, जिस करके उन्होंने अब एक बार फिर वही हरप्रीत सिद्धू जो हमारा पारिवारिक जिसके साथ रंजिश है, अब उसको प्रिजन जेल का उसको एडीजीपी बना दिया है। और प्रिजन में जहां विक्रम कैद है, जहां वो अंडर ट्रायल है, उसको फांसी वाले उसमें 6 बाय 6 फुट के 8 बाय 8 फुट के उसको एक 6 साढ़े 6 फुट का आदमी को उसमें बंद किया 3 महीने से। और अब हमें ये डर है कि ये हरप्रीत सिद्धू के आने से विक्रम की जान को भी खतरा है, उसके ऊपर उसका जानलेवा हमला भी। आप पंजाब के हालात आपके सामने, बाहर क्या हो रहा है, हर एक पंजाबी डरा हुआ है। और जेल के अंदर जो हालात हैं वो तो आप समझ भी नहीं सकते, क्योंकि गैंगस्टर्स के उसको थ्रेट्स आते रहे हैं और एडीजीपी प्रिजन के अंडर विक्रम के ऊपर किसी तरह का हमला हो सकता है, उसका जान भी जा सकती है। और इससे भी बड़ी बात, अपने केस को मजबूत, बेबुनियाद केस को मजबूत करने के लिए उसके ऊपर कुछ प्लांट भी किया जा सकता है। तो ये हरप्रीत सिद्धू का जो एक ही एजेंडा है, और आज केजरीवाल का भी वही एक ही एजेंडा है, अपनी बदला लेना, क्योंकि विक्रम ने माफ़ी मंगाई। और हरप्रीत सिद्धू में जो ये झूठा केस बनाए, जहां 3 डीजीपी बदले गए, ब्यूरो ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन 3 बारी बदला गया, एसएसपीज बदले गए, ये पिछली सरकारों ने किया। और रात के अंधेरे में जाके विक्रम के ऊपर झूठा केस ताकि वो इलेक्शन ना लड़ सके, और ये सरकार ने आके 3 महीनों के अंदर उस
So that was Harsimran Kaur Badal about her big claim that her brother's life is in danger. A massive allegation that has been made by Akali leader Harsimran Kaur, saying that her brother's life is in danger. So that's the allegation that has been leveled by the Akali leader Harsimran Kaur Badal, saying that her brother's life is in danger. And on to more breaking news coming in. Delhi's Saket Court has refused to pronounce its final orders in the Qutub Minar matter today. It has deferred the case till 24th of August. The court has meanwhile said that the final orders can't be passed till the application is decided. So Delhi court there refusing to pronounce its final order in the Qutub Minar matter, saying that the final orders cannot be passed till the application is decided. A quick roundup of all that's making news. Senior Superintendent of Police Bhatinda has confirmed that Punjab Police has detained Keshav and Chetan from Bhatinda. According to sources, Keshav was one of those to have arranged and got all the weapons to murder Sidhu Moosewala. The weapons were brought all the way from Amritsar. Further investigation is underway. Matlur Uri, a hardcore Naxalite, was neutralized in an encounter. The encounter happened between the SSB and the Naxalites. The SSB camp received a secret information that Naxalites have reached the Bagora forest in West Bengal, following which the SSB personnel launched a search operation and the encounter broke out between Naxals and the forces. The Naxals started firing on SSB soldiers, and in retaliation, Matlur Uri was pinned down. The Koregaon Bhima Judicial Commission of Inquiry has issued summons to the chiefs of 6 political parties, including the Shiv Sena, BJP and Maharashtra Nav Nirman Sena. They have been asked to appear for submitting an oral statement before the commission and to file an affidavit to the commission before 30th of June. The presidents of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, a Republican Party of India, and Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee too have been summoned. Just a day before the Rajya Sabha polls, MLAs of the ruling BJP-JJP alliance in Haryana have been shifted to a resort in Chandigarh to discuss the strategy for the June 10th Rajya Sabha polls. State Minister JP Dalal said that it is not the move to hold MLAs at the resort, and that they have only gathered to discuss the polling procedure with the new MLAs. Resort politics has now reached Karnataka ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Janata Dal has moved all its 32 MLAs to a 5-star hotel in Bengaluru. Now this comes when the race for the last seat from the state seems to be tight, while the JDS continues to seek Congress support to ensure its candidate's victory. The Congress, on the other hand, is also expecting all the 32 votes of JDS MLAs. However, in fear of poaching and cross-voting in favour of the BJP, the Janata Dal has moved all its MLAs to an hotel. Another controversy has erupted in Mangalore University over installation of Savarkar photo in the classrooms. This is a video that has now come out where a student can be seen mounting Veer Savarkar photo in a college classroom. Notably, the college administration called it a bid to stir controversy and violation of discipline. After the video went viral, the administration removed the portrait of Veer Savarkar and Bharat Mata. Students, meanwhile, were also made to write an apology letter for installing Veer Savarkar's photo in the class. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has asserted that there is no need for an anti-conversion law in the state as there is complete harmony and members of different communities lived in peace. The Chief Minister was responding to a query which claimed that Hindus were allegedly changing their faith.
बिहार में इस तरह का आपस का किसी खास कोई विवाद नहीं, सब लोग अपने ढंग से काम कर रहे हैं और यहाँ सरकार की तरफ से इस पर ध्यान दिया जाता है। और आप जानते ही न हैं कि दंगा फंगा बिल्कुल नहीं के बराबर पसंद कर दिया हम लोगों ने, सब तरह से पूरा का पूरा अलर्टनेस रहता है, इसलिए बिहार में सब कोई समस्या नहीं।
And former Union Minister, this is with respect to the Gyanvapi case. A case was registered against Uttar Pradesh MLC and Samajwadi Party leader Lal Bihari Yadav in Muradabad for allegedly making indecent remarks about Lord Shiva in a purported video. The case was registered at the Kant police station after a complaint was filed by the Bajrang Dal workers about the SP leader's remarks. Now, according to sources, Yadav has been booked under sections 153A and 153B of the IPC. Former Union Minister and BJP leader Uma Bharti criticized the terror group Al-Qaeda over its threat letter of launching suicide attacks in the country and said that their threats are useless. Speaking exclusively to Republic TV over Al-Qaeda's open threat letter, Uma Bharti said that the terror group had also given threats to Nobel Prize winner Malala, but they failed in their motives.
अब अलकायदा ये धमकी दे रहा है कि भारत में वो आत्मघाती हमले करेंगे।
उन्होंने तो क्या नाम था उसका, मलाला यूसुफजई को भी धमकी दी थी, तो उसका तो कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाया, उसको तो नोबेल पुरस्कार मिला। इसलिए अलकायदा की जो धमकियां होती हैं वो तो गिदड़ भपकी होती है, उसका कोई महत्व नहीं है। हम भारत के लोग हैं, हम अलकायदा की धमकियों को मतलब नहीं समझते।
According to the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, India witnessed another jump in the daily COVID cases as the country reported over 7,300 infections in the last 24 hours. There's a steep 41% jump in the case. This increase is believed to be led by another surge in COVID cases in Maharashtra. With the surge in COVID cases, the active caseload in the country stands above 33,000 mark, constituting about 0.8% of the total tally. Joining us right now on this broadcast is H.D. Kumaraswamy. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time and speaking to the public. If I can first read out this tweet that you had put out, which says that JDS has fielded Kupendra Reddy as its first candidate in the Rajya Sabha election. He is an entrepreneur, social worker and a progressive thinker. So that is a tweet that we are also reading out. If you could talk to us about this tweet, we understand that you have asked for a Congress support. Please take us through what you have to say.
No, first of all, when the selection process started to filing the nomination papers, without consulting with JDS, Congress, they have put one candidate, second candidate, even though they have not the number, full number. Then afterwards, our party decided, even before that actually, filing the nomination papers by Congress, Devegowda ji requested Sonia ji to support our candidate. After the process of nomination paper filing over, now several discussion is going on in the public platform. On second, Surjewalaji, who is the General Secretary in charge of Karnataka, he requested me to transfer the second preferential vote to his second candidate. Then when he requested, I agreed. I will convince our leaders and our party MLAs to transfer the second preferential vote. Then we started to calculate the mathematical equation. At that time we came to know that second preferential will not going to helpful to the Congress candidate. Because from the first, after the first preferential vote, who are going to win the election, then this elimination process will start.
Yes.
In the elimination process, if when it will start, first candidate who will going to eliminate is Congress. Then second preferential vote will not helpful to him to win the election. Then I requested Surjewalaji, what is the real picture in counting of vote? I request even now we can transfer second preferential vote to your party. You please direct your party leaders to vote second preferential vote to our candidate also. For that, up till now, they have not taken any decision. Congress leaders, only one thing they are telling, you please withdraw your candidate. You support Congress. That is their demand.
Yes. So, sir,
their
are you
demand, why
hinting,
they are demanding, they have, please tell me.
are you hinting at a larger tie-up with the Congress for the elections here?
No, we have not discussed anything to tie up. They have not come to us. They have put the second candidate without consulting the JDS leaders. Now they are demanding. They think that we are the slaves of the Congress party. They think like that. For that, actually, our party MLAs and our leaders, they are not agreed. They decided to fight the election for tomorrow.
Okay. So, sir, if you could tell us if you have spoken to any of the Congress leaders and have they rendered any sort of a support to you till now?
No, up till now, I have not discussed any leaders in Karnataka. Only our Congress General Secretary, who is in charge in Karnataka, he himself called me. At that time, I discussed with him. I exchanged my views with him. But now, actually, the friends who are, when I was Chief Minister here, who have taken the development work issues in their constituencies, some friends are very good relationship with me. I am requesting them to vote second preferential vote, not first preferential vote. Whatever allotment they will give to the MLAs of Congress for the second candidate, for the first preferential vote, then you please try to consider our party candidate to vote second preferential vote. That is my request to some of my friends. Let us see what will going to happen.
Sir, if you could tell us, are you keeping the cards open for probably a BJP tie-up with the BJP for the elections, next elections?
No. We have no cards open to any party. In this election, we are working very hard to come to power on our own strength. For that, we are working out very seriously. In the future general election, we will fight independently.
So ideologically, if we talk about it, are you effectively ruling out any tie-up with the BJP? Can you just confirm it to us?
200% any tie-up with any party.
Okay.
We are free to fight the election.
All right, and sir, just your last comments on the Rajya Sabha polls. Your first thoughts about all eyes on the Rajya Sabha polls, which is set to take place tomorrow.
Let us say Rajya Sabha issue, madam. If Congress, what they are expressing their views in the public to defeat the BJP, if there is any honesty in that. They have to decide if they want to defeat BJP. If they want, the way in which they are moving now, up till now, the movement of Congress, they wanted to give all back support to the BJP to win the election. But what will going to happen up till tomorrow, we can wait and watch.
And just the last question, sir, before I let you go. After your last fallout with the Congress, when you'd spoken out against Sitaramaiah, is there a possibility of you, of course, tying up, working with Sitaramaiah again?
No, it is very difficult, madam, with Sitaramaiah ji. It is very difficult to actually have a good relationship. I have no hasty about the continuity of the relationship with Congress, with High Command or other leaders than Sitaramaiah. But Sitaramaiah, from the day one, he is not ready to accept with the relationship with us, our party.
All right.
That is in his mind. How can we move with Congress?
All right. Appreciate you speaking to us. That was H.D. Kumaraswamy. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic. And H.D. Kumaraswamy there ruling out the possibility of a tie-up and also going on to say that there is no scope of him or of his party tying up with Sitaramaiah in the near future.
India has recorded more than 7,240 COVID cases in the last 24 hours, taking the total tally of active cases to 32,000. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
BSF has pushed back a Pakistani drone which tried to enter the Indian territory today morning at around 4, after which massive searches have been launched in the area to rule out any possibility of weapon or narcotics dropping. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
The top global updates. Iran state television reported it turned off 2 surveillance cameras of the UN nuclear watchdog that monitored one of its atomic sites. The report did not identify the site, but it appeared to be a new pressure technique by Tehran as Western nations seek to censure Iran at meeting this week of the International Atomic Energy Agency. British prosecutors have authorized the police to charge ex-film producer Harvey Weinstein with 2 counts of indecent assault against a woman in London in 1996. The move was announced following a review of evidence gathered by London's Metropolitan Police in its investigation. The opposing sides of the conflict in Yemen agreed to extend a ceasefire in the country for 2 more months amid the ongoing civil war. The UN's ambassador to Yemen called the truce a positive signal of the parties to wish to move toward bringing an end to the conflict. The truce is the first of its kind in the past 6 years in the conflict. Brazilian president announced a plan to cut fuel tax to help ease the burden on the cost of living. He said that the proposal would slash federal duty for gasoline and ethanol to zero. Bolsonaro also called on the country's state governors to eliminate tax on diesel and cooking gas. Ukrainian foreign minister said his country needs security in Odessa to be ensured by trusted partners such as Turkey in order to restart shopping grain exports. He said that a mission to patrol the channel through which grain will be delivered should be ensured by countries Ukraine trusts. He added that Turkey is one of them.
Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A 3-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai's Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. 1 person died and 16 others were injured.
getting in first response of the Congress on HD Kumaraswamy interview. Let's listen into what Congress has to say, Siddaramaiah, on HD Kumaraswamy's interview.
Our appeal is, we have filed our nomination. Mansoor Ali Khan filed his nomination one day earlier to Kupendra Reddy. Is it not? Yes. He belongs to minority community. If they really interested that communal candidate should not win in this election, they should support us. Kumaraswamy should realize when Devegowda got elected, did we file our nomination?
And breaking news coming in, that's a Super Republic scoop. Kamal Hassan will contest next polls. So Kamal Hassan there, who is all set to enter the political fray. And that's a big Republic scoop that we are getting right now of Kamal Hassan, who is all set to contest the next polls. We have Apurva also joining us on the phone line. Apurva, if you could give us more details. Kamal Hassan all set to enter the political arena.
Well, Kamal Hassan is the Makal Nidhi Mayam chief and president there. Remember, MNM has been a party here in Tamil Nadu politics for almost over 5 years now. While addressing the success meet of his film Vikram, actor turned politician Kamal Hassan has reiterated that yes, if there is going to be elections, he will also contest again as well. In fact, he also goes on to state that he is still very present and active member working in the Makal Nidhi Mayam party, the party that was founded by the actor who's now a politician. In fact, he also goes on to state that the party has been doing quite well in Tamil Nadu. He also goes on to state that yes, he will contest in the next elections. That is what he says, that he has not taken a break from his party duties as the party's president, and that is also going on the side. This is an important statement that is coming in from actor turned politician and Makal Nidhi Mayam chief Kamal Hassan at the success meet of his movie Vikram.
All right, Apurva, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So that a big statement there by Kamal Hassan that he would be contesting the next elections.
Back a Pakistani drone which tried to enter the Indian territory today morning at around 4, after which massive searches have been launched in the area to rule out any possibility of weapon or narcotics dropping. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
Ahead of Rajya Sabha election, BJP to hold important meeting at 4 p.m. in Taj Precedent in Cuff Parade, whereas NCP going to hold a meeting at 6 p.m. in a hotel in Worli. Watch the story only on Republic TV after a short break.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
The Union government has responded to a terror group Al-Qaeda's open threat of launching suicide attacks across India. The Union Minority Affairs Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi stated emphatically that organizations like Al-Qaeda do not offer protection for any community but instead mean trouble for all. Addressing a mega rally in Aurangabad, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray reacted to Bharatiya Janata Party and MNS pressure to change the name of Aurangabad to Sambhajinagar. The Shiv Sena Supremo said that he has not forgotten the promise of his late father Balasaheb Thackeray. Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited slain Hindu teacher Rajni Bala's residence and met her family members. The Lieutenant Governor also spoke to Rajni Bala's husband, who informed that they had applied for a transfer but it was neglected. The Lieutenant Governor also announced that the school that she worked at for 15 years, where she was killed, will be named after her. Assam Chief Minister indicated the expansion of his cabinet with the addition of 2 new ministers. The cabinet is to undergo a reshuffle as the leader stated that 2 new BJP MLAs will take oath as ministers today. The ceremony is scheduled to take place at 3 p.m. at Sri Manta Shankardev Auditorium in Guwahati.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. Wicket-keeper batter Rishabh Pant has now been promoted as a captain of India for the 5-match T20 series against South Africa after the stand-in captain KL Rahul suffered a groin injury and was ruled out of the series. All-rounder Hardik Pandya was named as a vice-captain for the series. And more news break coming in, this one from J&K, where Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has now responded to the allegations in J&K Police Sub-Inspector recruitment case, saying that a committee under Secretary of Home will do an inquiry on that and that it shall submit a report in a time-bound manner, following which, if any allegations are found to be true, recruitment shall be declared null and void. So that's the statement that is being made by the J&K governor, saying that a committee will probe the allegations with respect to the J&K Police Sub-Inspector recruitment. Let's also listen into that soundbite.
एक ऐसी समस्या है जिसका स्वरूप प्रतिदिन बदल रहा है. जिस प्रकार क्रिमिनल लैंडस्केप में परिवर्तन हो रहा है, उसी प्रकार पुलिस फोर्स में भी लगातार स्किल सेट में परिवर्तन की आवश्यकता महसूस की जा रही है. कौन उस मीडिया को किस प्रकार इस्तेमाल कर रहा है और कहीं कुछ गड़बड़ है तो उसको काउंटर कैसे किया जाए, ये महत्वपूर्ण चुनौती भी आपके सामने होगी. साथियों, मैं मानता हूं पुलिस के सामने बहुआयामी चुनौतियां हैं. वर्षों से भारतवर्ष अपने पड़ोसी मुल्क द्वारा निर्यात किए जा रहे आतंकवाद का शिकार रहा है. हमारे पुलिस तथा सुरक्षा बलों के जवानों ने देश के अनेक हिस्सों में इन आतंकी मॉड्यूल को ध्वस्त करने में सफलता पाई है.
Ahead of Rajya Sabha election, BJP to hold important meeting at 4 p.m. in Taj Precedent in Cuff Parade, whereas NCP going to hold a meeting at 6 p.m. in a hotel in Worli. Watch the story only on Republic TV after a short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The top global updates. Iran state television reported it turned off 2 surveillance cameras of the UN nuclear watchdog that monitored one of its atomic sites. The report did not identify the site, but it appeared to be a new pressure technique by Tehran as Western nations seek to censure Iran at meeting this week of the International Atomic Energy Agency. British prosecutors have authorized the police to charge ex-film producer Harvey Weinstein with 2 counts of indecent assault against a woman in London in 1996. The move was announced following a review of evidence gathered by London's Metropolitan Police in its investigation. The opposing sides of the conflict in Yemen agreed to extend a ceasefire in the country for 2 more months amid the ongoing civil war. The UN's ambassador to Yemen called the truce a positive signal of the parties to wish to move toward bringing an end to the conflict. The truce is the first of its kind in the past 6 years in the conflict. Brazilian president announced a plan to cut fuel tax to help ease the burden on the cost of living. He said that the proposal would slash federal duty for gasoline and ethanol to zero. Bolsonaro also called on the country's state governors to eliminate tax on diesel and cooking gas. The top headlines at 2 p.m. Presidential election soon. ECI to hold key press conference at 3 p.m. today. State after state, resort after resort. It's an all-out protect your flock ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Delhi police says no tolerance to OAC speech. AIMIM president booked over hate speech. Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain's custody is extended till June 13. ED says Jain not cooperating with authorities. Mega twist in the Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh claims Chief Minister's aide approached her for a settlement. Mega showdown in Kerala. Congress stages protest against Chief Minister Vijay. NIA cracks down on terror in Tamil Nadu. Raids across 15 locations in the ISIS terror funding case. Anger mounts over Telangana Home Minister's shocking justification of Hyderabad gang rape case, and we are now getting in a response from women activists who are now demanding action against the KCR minister. Listen in.
Sexual assault, gender-based violence happens because of patriarchal mindsets, misogyny, and sexism. If the Telangana Home Minister says that mobiles are the reason, this man must step down today. He has no right to represent the citizens who voted him into power because mobiles are not the reason. The reason is you not giving the correct education to children and to people in schools, in colleges and in communities. Your courts and your police not functioning in the manner they should. Your sexist, misogynistic, patriarchal language. How dare you say that mobiles are the reason? It is the reason that leaders are not speaking the correct language. Why as a leader you are not telling that values and ethical behavior, respect for women, men, LGBTQ and honor and dignity must be maintained by everybody? Why are you not speaking this language? You want to switch off mobiles of everybody? Are you Khap Panchayat? You are an elected representative of the Constitution, under the Constitution. So talk the language of the Constitution, of rights and of honor, of dignity and respect for everyone, especially women and children. And also say that you will make laws and policies that respect everybody. Also come out and say mobiles are not the reason. The courts and the state agencies' apathy is the reason that rapes continue to happen.
Well, a terrible incident coming in right now, Republic TV. A family of 3 and a little child have tragically lost their lives after they were buried alive in a landslide that occurred in 2 places in the Garo Hills early this morning. In fact, now 3 members of our family were killed in a landslide that occurred in the region of West Garo Hills. Joining me is Anirudh, who's going to get us more details. Anirudh, tell us about this tragic incident which is coming in from Assam. Anirudh, if you can hear me, tell us more about the incident which is coming in from, I believe, Meghalaya.
Yes, the following incessant rain, landslides have taken place at multiple places in Garo Hills area of Meghalaya. In two such incidents of landslide, 4 people have lost their life. In one particular incident, a family of 3 members have lost their life, whereas in another incident, a 2.5-year-old child have lost their life. Massive damage of property have been reported in the area, particularly in Gambegre block of West Garo Hills district, as well as Beta Singh area of South West Garo Hills district. It may also be mentioned that following incessant rain in the Garo Hills area, flood have also been reported from the districts of Bankasar and South Salmara in Assam. Studio.
All right, thank you for getting us all those details. My colleague getting us the details of the landslide which has taken place there in Meghalaya, which has left 3 people dead.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has handed over 12 high-speed guard boats to Vietnam during his 2-day visit in Vietnam. In fact, the ceremony took place yesterday, and these boats have been built under USD 100 million line of credit that was granted to the Southeast Asian country by Vietnam. And in fact, during the ceremony, he proudly said that it is the beginning of multiple defence projects and multiple cooperative defence projects between both the countries of India and Vietnam. And in fact, these high-speed boats, 5 of them have been manufactured at L&T in India. However, the 7 remaining boats have been manufactured at Hong Ha shipyard. And that's where the ceremony took place yesterday. And in fact, the ceremony was part of his 2-day visit to Vietnam. And in fact, he went on to say that it is a major initiative under the Make in India, Make for the World mission, and it gives it the much needed push that was needed for the same. This is Sumi Rajapun for Republic Media Network with video journalist Bhishma Giri, New Delhi.
We're getting in some latest input in the Moosewala assassination case probe. Pune police has now arrested accused Siddesh Kamble alias Mahakal in a case registered at a police station there. A special court has sent him to police custody till 20th June. So we're getting back-to-back updates into the probe into, in fact, the murder of Sidhu Moosewala. This is the latest we can tell you. It's a big lead in the Moosewala murder probe. The Pune police right now arresting accused Siddesh Kamble. Earlier, remember that there were a couple of raids also happening in Mohali where a couple of people were detained. 2 key suspects were detained from Bhatinda. The probe continues to be underway. Right now, the latest there, first visuals of Mahakal's arrest. Many people have been arrested in connection with Sidhu Moosewala's assassination in broad daylight from Pune, from Mohali as well. Remember, this is the case when Sidhu Moosewala, who was a rapper, a singer and a Congress politician, he was killed in broad daylight around 5:30 p.m. on May 29th. He was traveling in his own vehicle with 2 other people, his friend and a cousin, and his vehicle was intercepted by 2 cars and heavy firing took place soon after, which led to his death. So the investigation continues to find the killers of Sidhu Moosewala. The investigation happening in multiple places from Pune to Mohali. All right, I'm joined by Amandeep. Amandeep, tell us the latest about the new lead we are getting in the Sidhu Moosewala investigation. All right, we're getting some problem connecting with Amandeep. He'll be back with us. He's busy getting the updates for you viewers as we report on this latest arrest which has happened right now. An accused arrested from Pune. Amandeep, thank you for joining us again. Amandeep, take us through Mahakal, the accused who has now been arrested. Who is he and what is his suspected role?
Well, Rukma, the point is that the police of Punjab Police and Delhi Police Special Cell has identified 5 shooters in this case, and in fact Mahakal is one of the suspected shooter, and in fact now the police is verifying their role, just because these 5 shooters have the prime role in the killing or gruesome killing in fact of Sidhu Moosewala, and in fact the latest person Mahakal, who was arrested from Pune, and in fact he has a very crucial role in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, and he is suspected to be the prime shooter who intercepted the car of Sidhu Moosewala on 29th of May in the evening, and in fact from the front and from the rear side, from both the sides they opened fire almost 40 rounds, and one of the shooters is suspected to be the Mahakal, but now police will question him and also verify his role, his connection and his network also, just because Rukma, it is not only the 1 or 2 persons are involved, a huge group of persons, almost 24 people are involved into this gruesome killing, and from Punjab till Maharashtra, till Delhi to the northeast, and in fact this entire connection is being spread in the different parts of the country. Yes.
Right, Amandeep, thank you for joining us with all those details. Accused Mahakal now has been arrested from Pune. Investigation going on in the Sidhu Moosewala case. Let's check out the other news that we have been tracking at this point of time. Now, the Koregaon Bhima Inquiry Commission has summoned 6 party presidents of Maharashtra and asked them to file an affidavit to the commission before 30th June. They also have to appear for submitting their oral statements before the commission. Here's more on that.
Well, this is an inquiry that has been constituted by the Maharashtra government, and importantly now they have been looking into each and every aspects. We even know that some of the IPS officer who was summoned during that time, even including Parambir Singh was asked to come. He was Thane commissioned there, and he was looking into the matter. So there are many statements that has already been recorded by the commissions, and the later all this report will be submitted to the Maharashtra government, because Koregaon Bhima Inquiry Commission, who was in the Pune before, now has been looking into the matter and been doing inquiry in Mumbai Sahyadri Guest House that has been appointed by Maharashtra government. But yes, the ground that has been given to understand is what this people who have been summoned is some of the either way have been included in this matter. Might be there were some of the statement that has been given by the political party, and after which they have been summoned and asked to file their reply, to file an affidavit on 30th June.
All right, students and staff members of Government Girls High Secondary School observed 2 minutes of silence to pay tribute to the late teacher Rajni Bala, who was killed by terrorists in the Gopalpura area of Kulgam on May 31st. And those are the visuals there on your screen, viewers, of the 2 minute silence to the teacher Rajni Bala. Remember, Rajni Bala was a school teacher, and you can see the students there who were her students, who studied under her, remembering her and paying tribute to Rajni Bala there in Jammu and Kashmir. The students and staff members also of the government school are observing a 2 minute silence to pay tribute to their late teacher Rajni Bala, who was killed by terrorists on May 31st. And on your screen are the visuals of that, of the students, the teachers there of the government model secondary school paying respects, the last respects to their teacher Rajni Bala. Well, this was one more case of targeted killings which has come from the valley. We have seen multiple cases of targeted killings coming from Jammu and Kashmir. Back-to-back incidents coming in. And in fact, let's also go across to what's happening at Rahul Bhatt's residence there. Priyanka Chaturvedi speaking to the family members of Rahul Bhatt, who was one more target of terrorists. He was shot dead by terrorists, a Kashmiri Pandit. And Priyanka Chaturvedi there visiting the family members of Rahul Bhatt, speaking to them and giving her assurances in this ghastly incident which took place after we saw visuals of school teachers and students paid tribute to Rajni Bala. Before her death, couple of weeks before that, Rahul Bhatt was also targeted by terrorists in a ghastly incident. And right now the visuals there on your screen of Priyanka Chaturvedi. We have seen many high-profile politicians visit Rahul Bhatt's family. The Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor has also paid his respects and spoken to Rahul Bhatt's family and giving a hand in this terrible time and assurances to the family members of Rahul Bhatt.
यार इधर देखो ना यार दिखा के देखो ना मेरे पाकिस्तान के आगे बैठ जाते यार पगड़ी उतार दी दिमाग खराब हो गया पगड़ी उतार देंगे
उसको अपनी बेटी के लिए भी टाइम नहीं था
पहले ही छुट्टी से वापस गया था ऑफिस से बुलाया गया था कि आप आइए
मैं ठीक थी और मैं बोलती हूँ जब तक इनके ऑफिस का ही कोई मिला होगा क्योंकि एक दिन पहले
साथी में
तो अगले दिन कैसे उनको पता है इतनी बैठा हुआ है अभी क्योंकि वो एक जगह तो बैठता नहीं था कभी डीसी ऑफिस बुलाते थे कभी उसको मौके पे जाना पड़ता उसको स्पेशली दफ्तर के ही किसी ने मिला जब तक उसको 5-6 शूट कर डाले तब तक साथ में तहसीलदार का कमरा है वो क्यों नहीं निकल के आया वहाँ से मतलब तब तक इनको बोल दिया होगा ना तुम अंदर ही बैठना हम जब तक इसको मार डालेंगे उनको यही खटका कि हम पे राज करेगा एक हिंदू लड़का हम पे कैसे राज कर सकते हैं
no CCTV footage मैम देखिए SDM
So Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Priyanka Chaturvedi in Jammu where she is meeting the family of Rahul Bhatt who was killed by the terrorist inside the government office in Badgam last month. She's interacting with the father Betaji Bhatt and her wife Meenakshi Bhatt who is sharing details that how these things have unfolded, how this brutal killing took place. Pertinent to mention that after Rahul Bhatt we have also seen the killing of school teacher Rajni Bhatt in Kulgam and there have been many protests and now the Kashmiri Pandits are demanding that the teachers who are working in the Kashmir Valley they be transferred to Jammu region though the government has decided that they will be put into the divisional cadre and will be shifted in within the Kashmir Valley only. Now the Shiv Sena Member of Parliament here in Jammu interacting with sharing grief with the family of Rahulji Bhatt. She is also scheduled to visit the residence of Rajni Bala at Samba wherein she will be meeting the family members of Rajni Bala also.
Right. Okay, on your screen, viewers, is Shiv Sena MP Priyanka there meeting Rahul Bhatt's families. And this was one of the terrible incidents of targeted killings which we have been covering on Republic TV. Let's have a look at all the other stories that are making news. Senior Superintendent of Police Bhatinda have confirmed that Punjab Police have detained Keshav and Chetan from Bhatinda. According to sources, Keshav was the one who arranged and got all the weapons to murder Sidhu Moosewala. The weapons were bought all the way from Amritsar. Further investigation is underway. Matul Ururi, a hardcore Naxalite, was neutralized in an encounter. The encounter happened between the SSB and the Naxalites. SSB camp received a secret information that Naxalites have reached the forest area. SSB personnel launched a search operation. Encounter broke out between Naxals and the forces. Naxals started firing on SSB soldiers and in retaliation, Matul Ururi was pinned down. The Koregaon Bhima Judicial Commission of Inquiry has issued summons to the chiefs of 6 political parties, including Shiv Sena, Bharatiya Janata Party and Maharashtra MNS also. They have been asked to appear for submitting an oral statement before the Commission and to file an affidavit to the Commission before 30th June. The presidents of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, Republican Party of India, Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee too have been summoned. Just a day before the Rajya Sabha polls, MLAs of the ruling BJP-JJP alliance in Haryana have been shifted to a resort in Chandigarh to discuss a strategy for the June 10 elections. State Minister JP Dalal said that it is not the move to hoard MLAs at the resort and they have only gathered to discuss the polling procedure with the new MLAs. Resort politics has now reached Karnataka ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. The Janata Dal has moved all of its 32 MLAs to a 5-star hotel in Bengaluru. This comes when the race for the last seat from the state seems to be tight, while the JDS continues to seek Congress support to ensure its candidate's victory. The Congress, on the other hand, is also expecting all of the 32 votes of JDS MLAs. However, in fear of poaching and cross-voting in favour of the BJP, the Janata Dal has moved its MLAs in the same hotel. Another controversy has now erupted in Bangalore University over installation of a Savarkar photo in the classroom. This is a video that has now come out where a student can be seen mounting Veer Savarkar's photo in the college classroom. Notably, the college administration called it a bid to stir controversy and violation of discipline. After the video went viral, the administration removed the portrait of Veer Savarkar and Bharat Mata. Students concerned were also made to write an apology letter for installing the photo in class. Bihar CM Nitish Kumar asserted there is no need for an anti-conversion law in the state as there was complete harmony and members of different communities lived in peace. The Chief Minister was responding to a query which claimed that Hindus were allegedly changing their faith.
बिहार में इस तरह का आपस का किसी खास कोई विवाद नहीं, सब लोग अपने ढंग से काम कर रहे हैं और यहाँ सरकार की तरफ से इस पर ध्यान दिया जाता है। और आप जानते ही न हैं कि दंगा फंगा बिल्कुल नहीं के बराबर पसंद कर दिया हम लोगों ने, सब तरह से पूरा का पूरा अलर्टनेस रहता है, इसलिए बिहार में सब कोई समस्या नहीं।
A case was registered against UP MLC and Samajwadi Party leader Lal Bihari Yadav in Muradabad for allegedly making indecent remarks about Lord Shiva in a purported video. The case was registered at the Kant police station after a complaint was filed by Bajrang Dal workers about the SP leader's remarks. Yadav has been booked under sections 153A and 153B of the IPC. Former Union Minister Bharatiya Janata Party leader Uma Bharti criticized the terror group Al-Qaeda over its threat letter of launching suicide attacks in India and said that their threats are useless. Speaking exclusively to Republic TV over Al-Qaeda's open threat letter, Uma Bharti said that the terror group had also given threats to Nobel Prize winner Malala Yousafzai, but they failed in their motives.
अब अल-कायदा ये धमकी दे रहा है कि भारत में वो आत्मघाती हमले करेंगे।
उन्होंने तो क्या नाम था उसका, मलाला यूसुफजई को भी धमकी दी थी, तो उसका तो कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाया, उसको तो नोबेल पुरस्कार मिला। इसलिए अलकायदा की जो धमकियां होती हैं वो तो गिदड़ भपकी होती है, उसका कोई महत्व नहीं है। हम भारत के लोग हैं, हम अलकायदा की धमकियों को मतलब नहीं समझते।
According to the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, India witnessed another jump in the daily COVID cases as the country reported 7,300 infections in the last 24 hours. There's a steep 41% jump in the case. The increase is believed to be led by another surge in COVID cases in Maharashtra. And this surge in COVID cases, the active caseload in the country stands at 33,000, constituting 0.08% of India's total positive cases. Getting some breaking developments this afternoon, viewers. There's a fire which has been now reported at Delhi's Jamia Nagar. You can see the visuals there on your screen. It seems as if some rescue operations are on right now as we speak, from what it looks like. Now, if you are watching Republic TV right now, we're getting some sketchy details so far, but a fire has broken out at Delhi's Jamia Nagar. And efforts are right now on to douse the fire. We can also see a rescue operation being carried out there. You can see a woman there they're trying to rescue a woman there from the balcony of this fire which has broken out in Delhi's Jamia Nagar. These are the details we are getting for you. And as we get details on the story, we are telling it to you second by second of what is happening there in Jamia Nagar. Right now, these are the visuals on your screen, quite dramatic visuals of a rescue as this fire is being reported in the building. It seems as if some parts of the building are still ablaze as a woman is being rescued at this point of time. Visuals there coming in from Delhi's Jamia Nagar of a fire which has broken out in the building. Right now, dramatic rescue operations are underway in Delhi's Jamia Nagar, and when it comes to the details of why this fire got started or what are the other details, we'll be waiting for those details to come in, viewers. But right now, on your screen, you are watching the rescue operation of a fire which took place in a building. Well, as we get more details, we'll get you more on the story. Let's look at the other news that's coming in right now. So the other big news we've been tracking today is Mohali police conducting and checking at residential apartment complex in the city. In fact, according to DIG AGTF GS Bhullar, the operation is being carried out to make sure tenants undergo police verification. A similar exercise is being carried out at other apartment complexes in the city. Here is a full report on that.
Following the gruesome murder of Sidhu Moosewala, now the Punjab police have carried out a raid at a residential area in Mohali, and in fact this raid is being carried out early in the morning and in fact detained almost 3 persons from inside the residential areas. And in fact this raid is being conducted by Mohali police following the tip off by the 2 accused who has been recently arrested by the Mansa police, Sandeep Kekda and Prabdeep Singh. And in fact, following the revolution during their interrogation, the raid is being carried out at this residential area at Jalvayu Vihar in Mohali district, and in fact 3 persons have been detained just because so many people are staying at the rented accommodation at this residential area, and that is the reason a massive raid is being carried out by the police, and conducted the search of the vehicles as well as the flats which were being under the radar of Mohali police.
Chennai, 4 in Mayiladuthurai and 1 location in Karaikal as well. The raids have just started. Several teams of NIA officials who have been conducted searches since early morning. Catch all the more details on the same right after the break.
The Union government has responded to a terror group Al-Qaeda's open threat of launching suicide attacks across India. The Union Minority Affairs Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi stated emphatically that organizations like Al-Qaeda do not offer protection for any community but instead mean trouble for all. Addressing a mega rally in Aurangabad, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray reacted to Bharatiya Janata Party and MNS pressure to change the name of Aurangabad to Sambhajinagar. The Shiv Sena Supremo said that he has not forgotten the promise of his late father Balasaheb Thackeray. Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited slain Hindu teacher Rajni Bala's residence and met her family members. The Lieutenant Governor also spoke to Rajni Bala's husband, who informed that they had applied for a transfer but it was neglected. The Lieutenant Governor also announced that the school that she worked at for 15 years, where she was killed, will be named after her. Assam Chief Minister indicated the expansion of his cabinet with the addition of 2 new ministers. The cabinet is to undergo a reshuffle, as the leader stated that 2 new BJP MLAs will take oath as ministers today. The ceremony is scheduled to take place at 3 p.m. at Sri Manta Shankardev Auditorium in Guwahati.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. Wicketkeeper batter Rishabh Pant has now been promoted as a captain of India for the 5-match T20 series against South Africa after the stand-in captain KL Rahul suffered a groin injury and was ruled out of the series. All-rounder Hardik Pandya was named as a vice-captain for the series.
The leaders
of AIMIM, they have been detained. They are protesting, they are trying to protest here against Nupur Sharma. The kind of statement she has given, the FIR has been already registered by the Delhi police. Regarding the same, this is the protest which was planned, but the police officials have made their arrangement over here.
Officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Pasha, who has been involved.
Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls.
Soon, ECI to hold key press conference at 3 p.m. today. State after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protect your flock ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Delhi police, no tolerance to Owaisi's speech. MIM president booked over hate speech. Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain's custody is extended till June 13th. ED says Jain not cooperating with authorities. Mega twist in Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh claims Chief Minister's aide approached her for a settlement. Mega showdown in Kerala. Congress stages protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. An NIA cracks down on terror in Tamil Nadu, raids across 15 locations in the ISIS terror funding case. Hello and good afternoon. I'm Sucharita Kukreti. You're watching Republic TV, and it's an all-out protect your flock right happening right before the Rajya Sabha elections, be it Haryana, Rajasthan or Maharashtra. Parties are getting their MLAs together, trying to get them together and trying to save them from poaching by other parties. That is the big story that we are tracking. Parties are fearing poaching by other parties and strategizing ahead of the big poll day. It is the same story in Maharashtra, be it Rajasthan or Haryana. All parties are now rushing to hoard their MLAs. So it is resort after resort, state after state. It's an all-out protect your flock ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls. Amandeep joins us from Chandigarh. Alisha is joining us from Mumbai. Alisha, I'll come first to you. Tell us what really is happening in Maharashtra, because we see that all the parties are rushing in to save their flock. They're trying to get their MLAs together. They're trying to protect their MLAs from being poached by other parties.
Well, yes, Sucharita, it's all started with the Shiv Sena, which resorted all the MLAs to the resort in mud, and later they have been brought to the Trident Hotel in Mumbai. Importantly, after this, there was a meeting of Maha Vikas Aghadi, after which Congress and NCP has also decided to resort to shelter their MLAs to a safer place, and Congress has already put all their 44 MLAs to the Renaissance Hotel in Powai, and NCP has been also thinking about it. They have been, but importantly, talking about BJP now, because this resort politics all started with the statement given up by the BJP clearly stating that they are going to win at least 3 seats in the Rajya Sabha elections, and there are many MLAs that are not happy with Mahavikas Aghadi, and they are going to there can be a cross voting, after which this MLAs has been taken up to a resort, whether it is Shiv Sena or Congress or NCP. Also BJP MLAs has been staying in Cuff Parade hotel, that is the Taj President, where the series of meeting of BJP is continuously ongoing. We know that at 4 p.m. where the important meeting where Union Home Minister and the observer for the BJP Maharashtra for this election, Ashwini Vaibhav, who is going to be present at that meeting, and also Devendra Fadnavis and BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, who is going to hold this meeting, and they are going to finalize the strategy for tomorrow Rajya Sabha election. Even the fact, looking after where the resort politics that has already been started, but yes, Shiv Sena has already issued a whip to all the MLAs and clearly stating that from tomorrow, that is from 9 a.m. till evening, where this Rajya Sabha voting is going to held, every MLA is going to come, because the fighting for the 6th seat is between the Shiv Sena and BJP. Already Shiv Sena, NCP and Congress, they have decided that they are going to fight for a single seat, and the second seat has been come up from the Shiv Sena, because they are saying that this Rajya Sabha election they are going to fight for a 2, whereas BJP is stating that the two candidates, that is Piyush Goyal and Anil Borade, they have already been appointed, but the third candidate, that is Mahadik, that will be the point of view to check what is the BJP is going to do for the strategy, because the vote that is going to be comments tomorrow will be very important.
And Amandeep, tell us more. Amandeep, tell us more, because all the BJP MLAs were asked to reach Chandigarh by yesterday evening, and although officially it's being said that they are being trained how to be part of the voting process for the Rajya Sabha elections, but we really know what is transpiring within those resort walls.
Well, Sucharita, the scenario in Haryana is something bit different from the other states, just because BJP is having the surplus votes of the MLAs, and that has been diverted to an independent candidate of Rajya Sabha, that is Kartikeya Sharma. And in fact, that is the reason all the BJP and JJP MLAs has been called into this resort, Sukh Villas, where I am standing right now. And in fact, continuously meetings are going on. And in fact, the party is training all the MLAs, just because there is a complicated process to vote in Rajya Sabha. First preference and second preference is always there. So to make sure that no vote should damaged and no vote should went into the vein, so that's why this training session is being held by the BJP and the JJP for all the MLAs. 30 votes for MLAs is required to elect one Rajya Sabha member in Haryana. And in fact, BJP and JJP having the surplus votes. And remaining 10 votes has been already decided that will be given to the independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma. Though there are certain independent MLAs also who have already decided to support Kartikeya Sharma, and in fact he's just tailing for four number of votes from the MLAs, and that is the reason the Congress party has taken their all 31 MLAs in a safer zone to Chhattisgarh, and in fact they will be travelling by tomorrow morning directly to the Vidhan Sabha. And with the threat of poaching and with the threat of cross voting, Congress is the party, they are trying to again and again counsel their MLAs not to go for the cross votings, just because a group of MLAs, Sucharita, is not very much happy with the candidate Ajay Makhan that was launched by the Congress party in Rajya Sabha polls in Haryana. They are claiming and blaming Congress party. The candidate must be from the Haryana, not from the outside.
Amandeep, here it's a story. There is a problem of surplus. Here there is a problem of surplus, and there seems to be a problem where the candidate isn't going down well with the party MLAs. Thank you so much, Amandeep and Alicia, for joining us on this story. And let's move on to the next story that is coming in from Mangalore, post-hijab row. Now, there seems to be a controversy regarding Veer Savarkar's photograph in the classrooms. There's more coming on this story from Mangalore. Let's just listen in.
Another controversy has now erupted in Mangalore University over installations of Savarkar photo in the classroom. This is the video that has come out from the University College, a constituent college of Mangalore University, where a student can be seen mounting Veer Savarkar photo in the college classroom. Notably, the college administration, after the video went viral, removed the portrait of Veer Savarkar and Bharat Mata that were mounted on the wall above the blackboard in a classroom. Anasuya Rai, college principal, also made students concerned write an apology letter for installing Veer Savarkar's photo in class, calling it a bid to stir controversy and violation of discipline. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And moving on to Kashmir, the Muslim Rashtriya Manch today took out a rally from Press Enclave to the Tower Clock in Lal Chowk area, demanding justice against the targeted civilian killings. Zeenat joins us more on this story. The crowd that gathered here were holding placards, Zeenat. They were asking for justice, and the Muslim Rashtriya Manch very clearly saying that the civilians are being targeted.
Yes, Sucharita, there was a march from the Press Enclave to the Clock Tower, which is also known as Ghanta, against the killing of civilians in the Kashmir Valley. Rather, it's more about the targeted killings that has been going on in the Kashmir Valley, and this time the march was held by Muslim Rashtriya Manch. They have been demanding that the kind of killings should be stopped, because ultimately a human life is being lost in all these killings. Administration is doing that they are trying to win the hearts of the people, of those families who lost their loved ones, because for the last more than 2 weeks now, in the last 3 weeks rather, now we are seeing LG Manoj Sinha visiting all those families who lost their lives in the terror attack, whether we talk about the cop Saifullah Qadri, Amreen Bhatt, or any other person. So, but we are also seeing the people condemning these kind of attacks.
Right, Zeenat, thank you so much for joining us on that story. So those visuals coming in from Lal Chowk, where the Muslim Rashtriya Manch paraded, and they asked for justice. They asked for justice for the families of innocents who've been killed in targeted killings across Kashmir. And more on the Satyendra Jain story, getting in first reaction from Satyendra Jain's lawyer after the Kejriwal minister custody was extended. He speaks to Republic, who's the lawyer of Satyendra Jain. He is now alleged that remand was extended on false grounds. Satyendra Jain's remand was extended on false grounds is what Jain's lawyer had to say.
आज जो है ईडी ने 9 दिन की कस्टडी के बाद जो है उनको प्रोड्यूस किया था, और कोर्ट में उन्होंने एक एप्लीकेशन डाली फर्दर 5 डेज रिमांड की। कोर्ट ने सुनने के बाद दोनों पक्षों को फर्दर 4 दिन की रिमांड ग्रांट की है। मंडे को उनको दोबारा प्रोड्यूस किया जाएगा। इस बीच हमने अपनी बेल एप्लीकेशन भी मूव की है, और वी आर कॉन्फिडेंट कि मंडे को बेल पे सुनवाई हो जाएगी।
कपिल सिब्बल ने यह भी कहा कि ईडी ने जो बरामद सोना हुआ है, सोना से जुड़ा हुआ कुछ भी पूछताछ नहीं किया। ये क्या है पूरा मामला?
ये सवाल सिर्फ कोर्ट का भी था, और ये सवाल जो है हमने इसको आर्ग्यू भी किया कि जो बरामदगी हुई है सत्येंद्र जैन के यहाँ से कोई बरामदगी नहीं हुई है, और जहाँ से ये बता रहे हैं सीजर, वहाँ का कोई भी कनेक्शन जो है वो सत्येंद्र जैन से नहीं जोड़ पाए, कोई भी तार नहीं जुड़ पाया। और कोर्ट के समझ जब स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन पूछा गया कि क्या आपने 6 तारीख को जो है आपने सर्च किया, आज जो है 9 तारीख है, आपने 3 दिन में क्या ऐसे सवाल पूछे, उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं था। तो ये दर्शाता है कि किस तरीके से ईडी जो है फर्दर रिमांड लेने के लिए ये सारे झूठे ग्राउंड्स इसमें बनाए।
कोर्ट में तबीयत खराब होने की भी खबर आ रही थी, क्या कुछ है पूरा मामला? पहले से तबीयत खराब थी, अचानक तबीयत खराब?
कोर्ट ने जब उनसे सीधे सवाल जवाब किया तो सत्येंद्र जैन ने बताया कि इस दौरान उन्होंने पूरा कोऑपरेट किया है, उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, उनको ट्राइकार्डिया की प्रॉब्लम होती है, उनको स्लीप एपनिया की भी प्रॉब्लम होती है, और इन सब चीज़ों के बावजूद वो कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन इतने तनाव के बाद जब वो बाहर निकले तो उनकी तबीयत अचानक से बिगड़ गई है, और मुझे ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि शायद ईडी उनको अपनी कस्टडी में जो हॉस्पिटल्स हैं या फिर जो मेडिकल असिस्टेंस है वो प्रोवाइड करेगी।
13 जून को अगली सुनवाई होनी है, क्या कुछ तैयारी आप लोगों की तरफ से?
हमने अपनी बेल एप्लीकेशन फाइल कर दी है। 13 जून को हम फिर दोबारा पेश होंगे, और बेल पे जो भी हमारी बहस होगी वो कोर्ट के समक्ष रखेंगे।
And now the BJP has hit back. Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta says that AAP's allegations are nothing but double standards on corruption.
जो
सार्वजनिक जीवन के अंदर शुचिता और ईमानदारी की बात करते थे। वो कहते थे कोई वीडियो हमारे पास लाओगे भ्रष्टाचार का, जो घूस ले रहा है, रिश्वत ले रहा है, उसको हम तुरंत बर्खास्त करेंगे। लेकिन आज उनकी ये ईमानदारी कहाँ चली गई? जब उनके खासम खास मंत्री, चहेते मंत्री, जिनके पास इतने मंत्रालय थे, आज वो बिना मंत्रालय के मंत्री बनाए हुए मंत्रिमंडल से बर्खास्त नहीं कर रहे। मैं केजरीवाल जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि ऐसी कौन सी मजबूरी आपको आन पड़ गई है कि आप उनको बर्खास्त नहीं कर पा रहे? कौन सी मजबूरी है बताएं? कि आप तो बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते थे, गाड़ी नहीं लूंगा, बंगला नहीं लूंगा, सुरक्षा नहीं लूंगा, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस करूंगा, और अब जब वो इतने बड़े भ्रष्टाचार में, काले धन के मामले में फंसते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, सबूतों के साथ कोर्ट ने उनकी तारीख बढ़ाई है। कोई ऐसा नहीं किसी एजेंसी ने बढ़ाई, कोर्ट ने उनकी तारीख बढ़ाई है। ऐसे में मुख्यमंत्री जी की क्या मजबूरी है कि वो सत्येंद्र जैन को बर्खास्त नहीं कर रहे? उनको तुरंत बर्खास्त करना चाहिए।
आप गंभीर आरोप लगा रहे हैं, आप बोल रहे हैं कि जो करप्शन की जो तार है ये अरविंद केजरीवाल से जुड़े हैं, इसका कुछ सबूत?
देखिए, सबूत, ये सबसे बड़ा सबूत है कि आप बर्खास्त नहीं कर रहे। अगर आपके तार नहीं जुड़े हैं तो आप करिए ना बर्खास्त, आप निष्पक्ष होकर देखिए, आप उनसे कहिए कि आप अपने बेगुनाही के सबूत जब दे दोगे कोर्ट में और कोर्ट आपको बरी कर देगा तो आ जाना फिर। लेकिन वो तो पहले ही कह रहे हम ही जज हैं, हम ही वकील हैं, हम ही मुवक्किल हैं, हम ही दलील देंगे और हम ही फैसला सुनाएंगे, और हमने सारे उनके कागज चेक कर लिए। तो ये सारी बातें इस ओर इशारा करती हैं कि वो अपने भ्रष्ट मंत्री के साथ है, और भ्रष्ट मंत्री के साथ वही होता है, भ्रष्ट साथी के साथ वही होता है जो खुद भ्रष्ट होता है।
आम आदमी पार्टी का कहना है कि ये दोहरा मापदंड है, आप हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा के साथ कुछ नहीं कर रहे लेकिन सत्येंद्र जैन जी के साथ कर रहे हैं, इसके ऊपर टिप्पणी? देखिए,
हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा जी ने बिल्कुल साफ क्लियर कर दिया, कोई वर्क ऑर्डर ही नहीं था। उन्होंने खुद दिखा दिया झूठ की राजनीति ये लोग कर रहे हैं, और झूठे प्रोपेगेंडा इनका करना पुरानी आदत है।
And a suspected Pakistani drone was seen at the Jammu international border. A drone coming from the Pakistani side was spotted in the NIA area of Jammu and Kashmir. Republic gets you a ground report.
For the third time in past 10 days, drone activity has been noticed along the international border in the Jammu region. In first two instances, a drone along with the sticky bombs and UBGL grenade was brought down, and in the second instance, 3 IEDs of 2.5 kg each were recovered in the Kanachak area of Jammu. And today morning at around 4:15, a suspected drone activity was noticed along the international border in the Arnia sector of Jammu, after which massive search operations have been launched in the entire area. This is the joint operations that have been launched by the Border Security Force as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Even the explosive detecting dog squad of the BSF-2 has been pushed into the search operations. Pertinent to mention that ahead of Amarnath Yatra, there has been an alert that has been issued by the various intelligence agencies with regard to the Pakistan's plot to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir, to carry out multiple attacks in the area, as Pakistan wants to disturb the peace.
And news coming in on bail for Chidambaram's aide. That's the story that's coming in right now. Special CBI court has granted bail to Karthi Chidambaram's CA S. Bhaskaraman in China visa scam case. So the big story that's coming in right now on Republic: special CBI court grants bail to Karthi Chidambaram's CA S. Bhaskaraman has been granted bail in the China visa scam case.
Routine answers, nothing much has happened.
सर, आप लगातार
India has recorded more than 7,240 COVID cases in the last 24 hours, taking the total tally of active cases to 32,000. Keep watching Republic Media Network to know more on this story.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents.
Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
The Union government has responded to a terror group Al-Qaeda's open threat of launching suicide attacks across India. The Union Minority Affairs Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi stated emphatically that organizations like Al-Qaeda do not offer protection for any community but instead mean trouble for all. Addressing a mega rally in Aurangabad, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray reacted to Bharatiya Janata Party and MNS pressure to change the name of Aurangabad to Sambhajinagar. The Shiv Sena Supremo said that he has not forgotten the promise of his late father Balasaheb Thackeray. Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited slain Hindu teacher Rajni Bala's residence and met her family members. The Lieutenant Governor also spoke to Rajni Bala's husband, who informed that they had applied for a transfer but it was neglected. The Lieutenant Governor also announced that the school that she worked at for 15 years, where she was killed, will be named after her. Assam Chief Minister indicated the expansion of his cabinet with the addition of 2 new ministers. The cabinet is to undergo a reshuffle, as the leader stated that 2 new BJP MLAs will take oath as ministers today. The ceremony is scheduled to take place at 3 p.m. at Sri Manta Shankardev Auditorium in Guwahati.
Quick roundup from the world of sports. Wicket-keeper batter Rishabh Pant has now been promoted as a captain of India for the 5-match T20 series against South Africa.
Visuals on ANI Select. Should I say visuals on ANI Select? Okay. Seeing pictures of protests being carried out by the Youth Congress in Kozhikode against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, demanding his resignation following the sensational claims that were made by Swapna Swaresh in connection with the gold smuggling scam, where she alleged that someone from Chief Minister's office approached her and wanted the matter to be settled, or else there was a threat, or else she could face jail. We have Ashwin Nandakumar joining us from the protest site. Ashwin, if you're there, what exactly are the Youth Congress protesters demanding?
I think the Youth Congress has been protesting for a year and a half now. Now what we see is a protest in Kozhikode, where Youth Congress is demanding the immediate resignation of Chief Minister Vijayan after a series of allegations that have now been revealed by one of the accused in the Kerala gold smuggling case, Swapna Swaresh. Swapna Suresh earlier this week on Tuesday had come out on record to state that the Chief Minister was also involved in gold smuggling and also in reverse hawala transactions. She had claimed that in 2016, the Chief Minister's office had instructed her to carry a bag from Dubai and deliver it to Chief Minister's residence as it was a very important package for him. Now, she being a worker at the consulate at that time, she enabled it, but at the same time, as part of the consulate process, when they opened the bag, they found currency. Now, this is what she has said, alleged that Chief Minister was, was enabling reverse hawala money from Dubai and carried back to Kerala. That is allegation number one. The other allegation that now she has revealed is that she has been claiming that a person who seems to be a representative of the Minister, as well as CPM State Secretary Kodiyeri Balakrishnan, has met her on the 8th of June, that is yesterday, and even threatened her with dire consequences, including jail time and filing of a lot of cases on her, if she does not withdraw from giving confidential statements to the judicial magistrate. She has also said that her life is under threat. Now, all these allegations that have come forward, on top of it, Swapna Suresh has also named the family members of Chief Minister, including his wife and daughter, along with his additional private secretary, C.M. Narendran, and his former principal secretary, M. Shivashankaran, along with the KT Delhi, the then higher education minister in Kerala as well. So all these names have come forward, and that is the reason why Congress has reignited its protest, which had gone latent before the assembly elections last year in December, and also because the central agencies which were probing the matter was the ED or the CBI or the Customs. Were all government mechanisms, in place that are trying to obstruct the free investigation by these agencies. Now, Congress is out there protesting immediate resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan as his allegations are grave, serious in nature, and that it has been given the section as 154 by Swapna Suresh herself to the judiciary. So it carries weightage, and that is the reason.
All right, protests going on in Kozhikode against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan by the Youth Congress. But on the other side, coming up, Election Commission press conference on the President of India's election, which is slated for next month. With the completion of term of 14th President of India, Ram Nath Kovind, India is all set to elect through its MPs and MLAs the next President of India. But a short break, and on the other side, the Election Commission's press conference.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
The top global updates. Iran state television reported it turned off 2 surveillance cameras of the UN nuclear watchdog that monitored one of its atomic sites. The report did not identify the site, but it appeared to be a new pressure technique by Tehran as Western nations seek to censure Iran at meeting this week of the International Atomic Energy Agency. British prosecutors have authorized the police to charge ex-film producer Harvey Weinstein with 2 counts of indecent assault against a woman in London in 1996. The move was announced following a review of evidence gathered by London's Metropolitan Police in its investigation. The opposing sides of the conflict in Yemen agreed to extend a ceasefire in the country for 2 more months amid the ongoing civil war. The UN's ambassador to Yemen called the truce a positive signal of the parties to wish to move toward bringing an end to the conflict. The truce is the first of its kind in the past 6 years in the conflict. Brazilian president announced a plan to cut fuel tax to help ease the burden on the cost of living. He said that the proposal would slash federal duty for gasoline and ethanol to zero. Bolsonaro also called on the country's state governors to eliminate tax on diesel and cooking gas. Ukrainian foreign minister said his country needs security in Odessa to be ensured by trusted partners such as Turkey in order to restart shopping grain exports. He said that a mission to patrol the channel through which grain will be delivered should be ensured by countries Ukraine trusts. He added that Turkey is one of them. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area.
Good afternoon. आप सबका इस प्रेस वार्ता में स्वागत है. This press conference becomes a little more special as this is Shri Rajiv Kumar's first press conference after assuming charge as Chief Election Commissioner of India. हमारे समक्ष मंच पर आसीन हैं ऑनरेबल CEC श्री राजीव कुमार जी, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर श्री अनूप चंद पांडे जी, सेक्रेटरी जनरल श्री उमेश सिन्हा जी, the concerned senior DEC Shri Dharmendra Sharma ji, senior DEC Shri Chandrabhushan Kumar and Shri Narendra Butolia, the concerned senior principal secretary. I would now request Honorable CEC Shri Rajiv Kumar ji to make his opening statement. Thereafter, the floor would be open for your questions. Thank you. Sir, please.
Thank you, Shefali ji. Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chand Pandey ji, colleagues on the dais, friends from media present here and connected to us virtually, and fellow citizens. I feel highly privileged and honored to announce before you the schedule of election for the office of the President of India.
But of the largest democracy of the world. भारत के राष्ट्रपति का पद दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का सर्वोच्च चयनित पद है और जिसके चुनाव कराने की जिम्मेदारी संविधान के आर्टिकल 324 के अंतर्गत भारत निर्वाचन आयोग को सौंपी गई है। मैं अपने सहयोगी निर्वाचन आयुक्त श्री अनूप चंद पांडे जी एवं संपूर्ण निर्वाचन आयोग के साथ भारत के 16वें राष्ट्रपति पद के लिए चुनाव के कार्यक्रम की घोषणा करते हुए अत्यंत गौरवान्वित महसूस करता हूं। इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ ग्रेट प्राइड, प्रिविलेज एंड ऑनर दैट द इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया हैज सक्सेसफुली, freely, fairly conducted elections 15 times to the office of the president. And this is the 16th time, and we really feel very privileged and honored. So the format of today's briefing would be something as it is on your screen. So what we'll do is we'll show you the overview. Election procedure क्या है, election में कौन कौन भाग लेते हैं, votes की उनके value क्या है, nomination का process क्या होगा, elections की locations कहाँ होंगी, voting कहाँ कहाँ होगी, और conduct and rules क्या हैं उससे related, और उसमें कुछ हम लोग नए सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के काम करेंगे वो क्या है और लास्ट में शेड्यूल क्या है। द टर्म ऑफ ऑफिस ऑफ श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी, ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया, is ending on 24th July 2022, as all of you know. As per Article 62 of the Constitution of India, an election to fill the vacancy caused by the expiration of the term of office of the outgoing president is required to be completed before the expiration of the term, which in this case is 24th July 2022. Article 324 of the Constitution, read with the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Act, copies of which are here outside. You can also take copies. And the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Rules 1974 vests the superintendence, direction and control of the conduct of election to the office of the President of India in the Election Commission of India. And Commission, therefore, as I said, is fully geared up to discharge and perform this duty in a very, very free and fair way. जो एक्ट मैंने अभी आपको दिखाया, उसकी धारा 4(3) में निर्वाचन के लिए जो अधिसूचना है, वह निर्गामी राष्ट्रपति जी की पदावधि समाप्त होने से पूर्व 60वें दिन 60th डे या उसके पश्चात जारी की जा सकती है. और एग्जैक्टली इट इज वी आर फॉलोइंग दिस, इट इज आफ्टर 60th डे. As per Article 54 of the Constitution of India again, the President is elected by the members of the Electoral College consisting of elected members of both houses of Parliament, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, and elected members of the Legislative Assemblies of all states, including National Capital Territory of Delhi and Union Territory of Puducherry. और यहाँ ये एक बात इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि जो नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर्स हैं राज्यसभा में, लोकसभा में और लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबलीज में, they are not form of part of the electoral college and therefore they are not entitled to vote. Similarly, members of the legislative councils are also not electors for the president election. Article 55(3) of the Constitution provides that election shall be held in accordance with the system of proportional representation by means of a single transferable vote, and voting at such election shall be by the secret ballot. In this system, the elector has to mark preferences against the names of the candidates. तो वो किस तरह से मार्किंग कर सकते हैं? वो भारतीय अंकों के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय रूप में यानी 1, 2, 3 कर सकते हैं, रोमन रूप में कर सकते हैं, और किसी भी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड इंडियन लैंग्वेज की जो रोमन जो 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 उसके शब्द हैं उनमें अंक हैं उनमें कर सकते हैं. और ये शब्दों में अंकित नहीं किया जा सकता है. Preference has to be marked in figures only and shall not be indicated in words. The elector also has to mark many preferences against the number of candidates. While marking of the first preference is compulsory for the ballot paper to be valid, और अगर किसी वोटर ने प्रथम चॉइस नहीं दी और बाकी चॉइस दी तो उसका वोट कैंसिल हो जाएगा. एक दूसरी विशेष बात है कि वोट देने के लिए आयोग अपनी तरफ से पेन प्रोवाइड करेगा. यह पेन पहले से ही एआरओज के पास रहेंगे और डेजिग्नेटेड ऑफिसर द्वारा मतदान केंद्र में वोटर्स को मत पत्र सौंपते समय दिए जाएंगे. सो दे हैव टू वोट only by that particular pen. If किसी अन्य पेन का उन्होंने उपयोग किया तो मतगणना के समय उनका वोट इनवैलिड करार दे दिया जाएगा. The Election Commission, in consultation with the central government, appoints the ROs once from the Lok Sabha and second time from the Rajya Sabha. So this time, Secretary General Rajya Sabha will be appointed as the returning officer for the present election. The Commission has also decided to appoint assistant returning officers in all the state capitals, including NCT of Delhi and Union Territory of Puducherry. And this is for making all the arrangements for conducting the poll and for transporting ballot boxes from Delhi to the state capitals, where the voting will take place at the designated places, and also to bring back those ballot boxes. If in case the AROs are not, for some reason, fall ill or something, the Commission has also appointed the second assistant returning officers and will be distributing you a book in the form of a press note. What I am reading is available. This will be also uploaded. Appendix to this book gives you all the details of the ROs, AROs, their names, their phone numbers, everything. Now, coming to the place of voting, as per Rule 7 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election, Rule 74, poll for the election will be taken in Parliament House and in the premises of the state legislative assemblies, including the legislative assemblies of NCT of Delhi and Puducherry. And the rule provides where legislative assembly meets for transaction of business. So this is what is provided in the rule itself. And the polling is required, if required, shall take place in these places. And the list of these polling stations is also given in the appendix 2 of the book I just showed you. Now I come to the value of the votes. Value of the votes of the elected members of the state legislative assemblies combined is 5,43,231. And similarly of all the MPs combined, it is all these slides would also be given to you. I suppose they must be already tweeted and must be with you on your system. So the states is 5,43,231. MPs is 5,43,200. So almost equal. And total is 10,86,431. While the electoral college consists of MPs who are 776 and MLAs of the entire country who are 4,033, totaling to the voter list of 4809. So that's what is the total number. Now I come to the nomination papers. The nomination paper of a candidate has to be delivered only at Delhi, an office designated by the RO. और nomination के, and it cannot be at any other place, it has to be only at Delhi. Nomination में proposer के रूप में कम से कम 50 proposers. 50 members of the electoral college will propose and another set of 50 will second. They would be not common, new. So one set for proposing and one set for seconding. And an elector can subscribe to only one nomination paper of a candidate as either a proposer or a seconder. अभ्यर्थी स्वयं इसको फाइल कर सकते हैं नॉमिनेशन को या अपने किसी प्रपोजर या सेकेंडर के द्वारा 11 o'clock से 3 o'clock तक एक्सेप्ट हॉलीडेज फाइल कर सकते हैं. एंड एज पर द प्रोसीजर देयर इज ए सिक्योरिटी ऑफ 15,000 rupees which has to be filled. There are designated treasuries, there is an RBI office, what is all provided in the booklet. This is for more for the candidates, this can be deposited. Now, coming to the electoral college again, as per Rule 40 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Election Rules, 1974, the Commission maintains a list of members of the electoral college as referred to in Article 54 with their correct up-to-date address and for the purposes of presidential elections. A copy of the electoral college is also being uploaded on the Commission's website. So anybody can see who is the member state-wise. That is all on the Commission's website. We will be posting it. And there are certain, in this list, we will require to update it because there are elections which are taking place for the Rajya Sabha to the 55 positions, result of whom is coming before the presidential elections date. It is similarly, the voter list would be updated as and when the term of these MPs happen and they will be part of the voter list. Similarly, in legislative assemblies also, wherever there are by-elections, and if the results come before the date of voting, their names would also be added in the voter list as a supplementary list, and all of that will also be put on the website of the Commission. Further, this voter list is also available if anybody wants to keep it as a record for ₹300 at our counter which is set up in our commission, but it's available on our website as well. As regards the date of polling, candidate can authorize a representative to be present at the time of polling and at the place fixed for counting. Or this has to be informed to us in advance so that the representative can be approved. About the place of voting for the MPs and MLAs. Normally, MPs are expected to cast their votes at the place of polling in the Parliament House, New Delhi. And similarly, members of the state legislative assemblies are also expected to cast their vote in the respective assemblies. However, if there is an emergency or there is some requirement, prior approval से voting location, किसी भी voting location पर MPs and MLAs दूसरी अपने वोट को डाल सकते हैं. बट इसके लिए कम से कम 10 दिन पहले आयोग को सूचना देनी पड़ेगी ताकि उनके वोट की व्यवस्था उस चेंज स्थान पे की जा सके. As I mentioned earlier, the Constitution has expressly provided that election to the office of President shall be by secret ballot. The electors are therefore expected to scrupulously maintain secrecy of vote. In this election, there is no, what you call the display of the vote at all. It is to be secret. There is no concept of open voting in this election, and showing the ballot to anyone under any circumstances will render the vote invalid. So the process is that after you have taken the ballot paper, you mark it in the compartment, fold it, and mark it with the pen, as I mentioned, which we have provided. Marking it by any other pen would also make it invalid. About the whips, it is also clarified that political parties cannot issue any whip to their MPs and MLAs in the matter of voting in the presidential election. There is no whip which is permissible in this election. As per Section 18 of the President and Vice President Election Act rules, the offence of bribery or undue influence in any manner, as defined in Section 171B and 171C of the IPC, by the return candidate or any person with the consent of the return candidate, are among the grounds on which the election can be held invalid by the Honorable Supreme Court in an election petition. So, there is no way that any influence or any inducement or any case of undue influence which must be totally avoided. Otherwise, it's a ground for petition. तो दोबारा से सारांश में कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपने एमपीज और एमएलएस का कोई भी इशू नहीं कर सकेंगे, और चूंकि ब्राइबरी और अनड्यू इन्फ्लुएंस क्राइम की श्रेणी में आते हैं, इसलिए इन ग्राउंड्स पर इलेक्शन माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के द्वारा रद्द भी किया जा सकता है. Our COs in the states will supervise the arrangements and the election, as I mentioned earlier. Now we come to the COVID. Fortunately, it's not as an issue as it was, but still the Commission has decided to maintain every protocol as applicable in the respective states. The entire, on the day of polling and on the day of counting, the entire protocol would be followed. It has also been Commission's endeavour to make elections eco-friendly. This is our responsibility. And in view of the importance of this election and the fact that lawmakers constitute the Electoral College, and to reinforce criticality of environmental protection measures in policy and action, the Commission has directed the returning officers and assistant returning officers concerned to ensure use of eco-friendly and biodegradable material and eliminate the use of prohibited plastic material altogether. चुनावों को इको-फ्रेंडली बनाने के लिए प्लास्टिक मटेरियल की बजाय टोटली बायोडिग्रेडेबल मटेरियल का इस्तेमाल करने का निर्देश कमीशन ने सभी को दिया है. Coming to the counting of votes will be held in New Delhi under the supervision of the returning officer, who happens to be the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha. And on completion of the counting, the return of election in form number 7, as appended in the rules, will be signed and issued by the returning officer. So I have already stated that this press note booklet is available also, and this is copies are kept outside, but this is also available if anybody wants from our office as well. There are number of questions which are raised about this election. So we have also prepared a frequently asked questions, FAQs. There are 35 questions which which also we are uploading immediately after this. So I am sure that replies to whatever is in your mind would be available here. But anyway, if you want to ask anything, now in the end, in pursuance of the subsection 1 of section 4 of the Presidential and Vice Presidential Elections Act 1952, the Election Commission of India has fixed the schedule for the election to fill the office of the President of India as given in Appendix 3, and which I am reading out to you now. Can we put it on the... Okay. So the notification would be on 15th June, that is Wednesday. Last date for making the nomination would be 29th June, that is Wednesday. Date for scrutiny of nominations would be 30th June, that is Thursday. Last date for withdrawal of candidature would be Saturday, that is 2nd of July 2022. And date on which a poll shall, if necessary, be taken is 18th of July 2022, that happens to be Monday. Thereafter we collect all the ballot boxes and bring it back to Delhi. And date on which counting, if required, shall be taken and result declared, that would be 21/7/2022. Well in advance, then the 24th of July, the last date of the Honorable President being in the office. Thank you.
We'll take your questions now. I'll again request you, पूछने के पहले कृपया अपना नाम और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बोलें. हम सबका क्वेश्चन ले पाएंगे. कृपया जल्दी ना करें, एक-एक करके पूछें, सबको सहूलियत होगी. I'll begin from first row then.
हेलो सर, गुड इवनिंग. मोहित दुबे न्यूज़ से बोल रहा हूँ. आपने तारीखों का ऐलान कर दिया, सूची आपने जारी कर दी. सवाल लगातार निष्पक्षता को लेकर उठता रहा है. जैसे राज्यसभा का चुनाव होता है या हम राष्ट्रपति चुनाव की बात करें, तो निष्पक्षता को लेकर लगातार सवाल उठता है, विधायकों को लेकर उठता है. क्या उसके लिए कोई मैकेनिज्म आप लोगों ने बनाया है ताकि विधायकों को नजर रखी जा सके और निष्पक्षता के साथ चुनाव करवाया जा सके?
निष्पक्षता के साथ चुनाव करवाया जा सके. जैसे मैंने आपको अभी अपने संबोधन में बताया, इसमें 3-4 चीजें हैं. नंबर 1, ये पूर्णतः सीक्रेट बैलेट है. कोई भी इलेक्टर अगर बैलेट को दिखाएंगे तो वो बैलेट ऑटोमेटिकली उस दिन पर कैंसिल हो जाएगा. दूसरा, पेन की एक व्यवस्था मैंने आपको बताई. ये पुराने इंस्टेंसेस जैसे भी हो चुके हैं, तो वो पेन वही इस्तेमाल करेंगे जो कि कमीशन उनको प्रोवाइड करेगा. अगर कोई भी पेन दूसरा इस्तेमाल हुआ तो वो काउंटिंग के समय में कैंसिल हो जाएगा. थर्डली, हर स्टेट में कमीशन एक सीनियर ऑब्जर्वर को अपॉइंट करेगा, जस्ट टू कीप वॉच ऑन दिस. ये हमने एक लिस्ट बनाई है जो बहुत ही वरीय एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी लेवल के ऑफिसर्स हैं, उनको हम पोस्ट करेंगे हर स्टेट में, और हमारी ट्रेनिंग उनके लिए शुरू होने वाली है तुरंत ही 1-2 दिन में. वेयर विल बी एम्फेसाइजिंग ऑन दीज पॉइंट्स. और कमीशन का कंबाइंड, पूरे कमीशन का ये रिजॉल्व है कि कोई भी अनएथिकल प्रैक्टिस इस सबसे बड़े ऑफिस के चुनाव में कहीं से कहीं तक नहीं होनी चाहिए. और वो अगर होती है और इस तरीके की कोई भी इंस्टेंस सामने आती है, इट विल ऑल बी वीडियोग्राफ्ड ऑल्सो. अगर इस तरह की कोई इंस्टेंस सामने आती है तो दैट इटसेल्फ, एज आई मेंशन, इज ए ग्राउंड फॉर एन ईपी एंड इवन ए कैंसिलेशन ऑफ द इलेक्शन. नीरज न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया से एक, सांसदों के वोट का मूल्य क्या होगा, क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर में विधानसभा नहीं है तो इसलिए सांसदों के वोट का मूल्य घटा है। दूसरा सवाल स्पेसिफिक है, कल राज्यसभा के चुनाव है, राज्यसभा में जो लोग जीत कर आएंगे वो भी राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में वोट करेंगे। कल 4 राज्यों में जहां वोटिंग होनी है राज्यसभा चुनाव के लिए, वहां फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शंस हो, खरीद फरोख्त न हो, क्रॉस वोटिंग न हो, इसके लिए चुनाव आयोग की नजर कैसे इन चारों राज्यों पर लगी हुई है, ये जानना चाहेंगे।
आपके प्रश्न के 2 पक्ष हैं। पहला कि एमपीज के वोट की वैल्यू क्या होगी, तो वो वैल्यू है 700 पर एमपी। दिस वाज 708. It has been changing in all the elections, sometimes 702, sometimes 708, this time it will be 700. So this is one part. दूसरा पक्ष आपने कहा कि जो राज्यसभा के चुनाव के बारे में, तो ये मैं पहले ही आपको अपने संबोधन में बता चुका हूं कि 55 सीट्स पर राज्यसभा का चुनाव हुआ है, जिसमें से सिर्फ 4 जगह बची हैं जहां पर कि चुनाव होना है, वहां से बाकी अनकंटेस्टेड कैंडिडेट्स ऑलरेडी डिसाइड हो चुके हैं। कल हरियाणा, राजस्थान, महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटका में राज्यसभा का चुनाव है। हमने चारों जगह में स्पेशल ऑब्जर्वर्स अपॉइंट किए हैं और पूरे प्रोसेस की वीडियोग्राफी होगी। और जैसे मैंने पहले बताया था कि जो भी चुनाव जिनका भी टर्म खत्म हो रहा है राष्ट्रपति जी के चुनाव के डेट से पहले, उन सबका नाम इलेक्टोरल लिस्ट में ऐड होके सप्लीमेंट्री लिस्ट जिस दिन पर डेट खत्म हो रही है उसी दिन के हिसाब से सप्लीमेंट्री डेट्स इशू होंगी और उनको हम अपनी वेबसाइट पे भी डालेंगे। एंड देन इट वुड बी अवेलेबल टू एवरीबडी टू सी द डे द डेट कम्स व्हेन दे आर काइंड ऑफ the vacancies happening on that particular.
राजू जी, सर संजय शर्मा हूँ इंडिया न्यूज चैनल से। मेरा सवाल है सर, क्या सभी प्रदेशों के विधायकों के वोट समान होंगे या किसी स्टेट के विधायकों के वोट अलग अलग होंगे? क्या सबसे ज्यादा किसी स्टेट के विधायकों के वोटों की कीमत अलग होगी, वैल्यू अलग होगी, और सबसे ज्यादा किस स्टेट की होगी और सबसे कम किस स्टेट के विधायक की वैल्यू होगी?
देखिए, जो प्रश्न आप पूछ रहे हैं इसका मैंने एक अपेंडिक्स है जो अभी आपको किताब बाहर भी आप ले सकते हैं, ये अपेंडिक्स है। तो दिस इज अपेंडिक्स नंबर 1। तो जो मैंने आपको बताया था कि एमएलएस की टोटल वोट्स की संख्या है 5,43,231, उसमें किसके कितने वोट की वैल्यू है वो स्टेट वाइज आपको दी हुई है। कितने उसमें एमएलए गण हैं और कितने उनकी वोट की वैल्यू है वो दी हुई है। अब प्रश्न उठता है ये किस प्रकार से कैलकुलेट होगी। तो आर्टिकल 55 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ये बताता है कि आप किस प्रकार से उनके वोट की वैल्यू निर्धारित करेंगे। उसका एक फॉर्मूला है और वो फॉर्मूला भी हमने इसमें दिया हुआ है, आप उसे देखें, और FAQs में भी हमने दिया हुआ है जनसंख्या, और वो जनसंख्या के आधार पर होता है। डिटेल्ड फॉर्मूला है, वो आप इसमें पढ़ें और पूरा हमने दिया हुआ है। अगर फिर भी कोई आपके मन में शंका रह जाएगी तो विल सर इट विल टेक लॉन्गर टाइम टू एक्सप्लेन टू यू, but it is exactly as provided in the constitution about the vote and on the basis of the census which it mentions.
राजीव सर नमस्कार, मैं संतोष ठाकुर हूँ नवभारत से। धर्मेंद्र सर नमस्कार। मैं सर आपसे ये सवाल पूछना चाह रहा था कि आपने बोला कि इसमें विप इशू नहीं कर पाएंगी पार्टीज, तो वो तो सर पार्टीज का अधिकार होता है, उसमें इस तरह का बंधन क्यों लगाया गया? इससे तो क्रॉस वोटिंग और हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग का भी आशंका रहेगी। थैंक यू।
राष्ट्रपति जी और उपराष्ट्रपति जी का जो चुनाव है वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के संविधान के प्रावधान और प्रेसिडेंशियल एंड वाइस प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन एक्ट 1952 और उसके अंतर्गत प्रेसिडेंशियल एंड वाइस प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन रूल्स 1974 जो बने हैं उनसे निर्धारित होता है। ये कॉपी है, ये आप जाते समय अगर चाहें तो एक प्राप्त करें। इसमें विप का प्रावधान नहीं है। विप का प्रावधान नहीं है इस चुनाव में, और ये आज की बात नहीं है, ये पहले से भी यही है। इसमें विप की कोई प्रावधान ही नहीं है।
दूसरों को हम चांस दे दें, पहले हमें आप बीच में से ले लें, फिर आते हैं आपके पास।
आप जितना पूछेंगे आपको जवाब देंगे।
सर मैं मैं सर शैलेश यादव सर NIA न्यूज एजेंसी से। सर जैसा आपने कहा कि राष्ट्रपति पद के लिए जो कैंडिडेट होंगे वो 50 प्रपोजर होने चाहिए, उससे कम होने की स्थिति में क्या वो नहीं बन सकते?
और वैलिड नॉमिनेशन पेपर हो जाएगा। 50 प्रपोजर चाहिए, 50 सेकेंडर चाहिए, और जो प्रपोज कर रहे हैं वो सेकेंडर नहीं हो सकते, और जो सेकेंडर हुए वो प्रपोजर नहीं हो सकते।
और सर ऐसे कई सदस्य जो हों इस टाइम जेल में होंगे, तो उनके लिए क्या कोई व्यवस्था होगी?
एक्ट उनके नॉमिनेशन के लिए या वोटिंग के लिए? आप कौन सी चीज पूछ रहे हैं?
वोटिंग के लिए सर।
उसमें स्पेसिफिकली प्रावधान है, जो भी प्रिवेंटिव डिटेंशन में है उनके लिए प्रावधान है कि वो वोट करेंगे, और रेस्ट करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे ये उनके पैरोल्स के नियम पर निर्धारित होगा। यानी दे विल अप्लाई फॉर ए पैरोल टू द जेल सुपरिंटेंडेंट। अगर जेल सुपरिंटेंडेंट नियम और कानून के अंतर्गत उनको पैरोल देते हैं, अगर पैरोल उनको परमिसिबल है, तो वो आकर वोट कर सकते हैं। लेकिन अगर प्रिवेंटिव डिटेंशन है तो उनका आने का, वोट देने का एक अधिकार।
I think enough has been talked about. Do you have a last question?
Yes,
सर क्योंकि कल राज्यसभा का चुनाव है, पिछली बार पेन का जिक्र आपने राष्ट्रपति चुनाव के मद्देनजर कहा।
प्लीज इंट्रोड्यूस
सर उसको लेकर मैं ये पूछना,
आपका नाम और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बता।
लक्ष्मी हूँ, इंडिया टीवी चैनल से। सर ये जानना चाह रही थी कि राष्ट्रपति चुनाव के संदर्भ में तो आपने बताया कि पेन को लेकर स्पेशल पेन दिया जाएंगे, लेकिन राज्यसभा चुनाव में भी
कल भी सबको पेन चुनाव आयोग के द्वारा ही प्रावधान किया जाएगा, प्रोवाइड किया जाएगा। उसके अतिरिक्त किसी भी और पेन का इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो वो मतपत्र रद्द।
क्या राष्ट्रपति चुनाव में पहले भी सब पेन का इस्तेमाल किया जाता था? पेन कंफर्म पेन वही रखा जाता था कि ये पहली बार किया जा रहा है?
ये फर्स्ट है।
ये पेन ये तो पहले भी यूज हुआ, पहले भी यूज।
चलिए आप अब FAQ में इस दिन पर पढ़ लें, हम खत्म करते हैं।
Can I just ask, sir, Sril Prabhu, NDTV, I just want to know, since you have taken over and you've also gone trekking to Uttarakhand and you're trying to do a lot of new measures, what exactly is the Election Commission's position vis-a-vis the government on the long-standing pending from your predecessors in terms of electoral reforms? Because there's a whole list which is still pending. Where do you see it going forward? Because ultimately free and fair elections is something that is critical, which a lot of people have been attacking the institution in recent days.
देखिए, आज हम लोग एकत्रित हुए हैं राष्ट्रपति जी के सबसे बड़े चयनित पद के बारे में बात करने के लिए। हम लोग मिलते रहेंगे, दिस मच आई कैन एश्योर यू, और इन सब विषयों पर खुल के आपको जवाब देंगे। कोई जितनी देर आप पूछना चाहेंगे उतनी देर जवाब देंगे। आज इसको यही रेस्ट्रिक्ट करते हैं। आज राष्ट्रपति जी के चयन के चुनाव से संबंधित जो पूछना चाहें वो पूछें।
Let's all assemble in the atrium for tea. We'll continue it later. आइए,
एक क्वेश्चन
आ जाए प्लीज। Thank you so much.
Thank you.
थैंक यू।
बहुत अच्छा रहा।
And as in the poll panel presser, it was announced the poll date is July 18th, when we will get our new president, and all eyes then on the next president after President Ramnath Kovind. And the polling, the presidential poll counting will take place on 21st of July. We have our senior executive editor Abhishek also. Abhishek, if you could take us through the key highlights of the poll panel presser.
Well, if you're getting me, Samiksha, the dates have been announced. July 18 is the day when election takes place for the next president of India, the 15th president of India, Ramnath Kovind being the 14th president. The election commission team is getting up the pictures you can see after having announced the entire schedule, which begins with the notification. It will be out on June 15th. The last day of filing nomination is June 28th. Scrutiny happens on July 2.
And as Abhishek was pointing out, the presidential poll counting will take place on 21st of July. So all eyes on the next president after Ramnath Kovind, and the next president will take oath by 25th of July. So some important announcements there by the poll panel there, and also saying that the political parties cannot issue a whip to their leaders. Top headlines this afternoon: presidential elections soon, and as the new president to be elected on July 25th. And big huddle ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls. MLAs huddle their leaders in resorts. AIMIM chief Owaisi booked for allegedly making a hate speech. Satyendra Jain's custody extended by the Enforcement Directorate. Mega twist in gold scam case. Sensational allegations against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Getting in breaking news right now. That's the first response coming in by AIMIM chief Owaisi after he was booked for allegedly making a hate speech. That's the tweet on your screens as well by the AIMIM chief Owaisi, who has taken to Twitter responding to the case for which he's been booked after he allegedly made a hate speech. So Owaisi there responding to the hate speech for making allegedly a hate speech there after he was also booked by the Delhi police, and that's the tweet on your screens as well by the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi for allegedly making a hate speech and hurting the sentiments of people. That's the tweet on your screens, viewers. After earlier this morning we reported how Owaisi was booked for allegedly making a hate speech. And now Owaisi taking to Twitter responding to the hate speech that he had made. So Owaisi there taking to Twitter responding to the FIR that has been filed against him, in which he's been the FIR that has been filed for allegedly making a hate speech. Remember, the FIR has been filed against him by the Delhi police for making a hate speech, and now Owaisi responding to the hate speech that was made by him. In fact, in this tweet that Owaisi has put out, he says, and I quote, "I have received an excerpt of the FIR. This is the first FIR I've seen that's not specifying what the crime is. Imagine an FIR about a murder where cops do not mention the weapon or that the victim bled to death. I do not know which specific remark of mine has attracted the FIR." So that's the tweet that has been put out by Owaisi after he's been booked for allegedly making a hate speech. And now that's the tweet response coming in. Owaisi drawing a lot of flack for making a hate speech, allegedly a hate speech for which has been booked as well. And now Owaisi taking to Twitter responding to the FIR that has been filed against him, saying that, and I quote again, that I've received an excerpt of the FIR. This is the first FIR I've seen that's not specifying what the crime is. Imagine an FIR about a murder where cops do not mention the weapon or that the victims bled to death. I do not know which specific remarks of mine have attracted the FIR.
The National Investigation Agency is conducting raids across various locations in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Raids are ongoing across 8 locations, including Chennai, Mayiladurai, as well as in Karaikal district, here in both Tamil Nadu and Puducherry as well. These raids that have been ongoing is in connection with that of one Sadiq Basha and 4 others in a previous case involved, of all the 5 of them having had links to ISIS as well well. Officials that are searching into documents, laptop, pen drives and several other important documents and identifications that belongs to that of Sadiq Basha and the 4 others who had previously been arrested as well with respect to involvement of ISIS in Mailadurai and several other districts. These searches that have been ongoing since morning continue. More details are awaited on these searches that have been going on in almost over 8 locations in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. With video journalist Prasad, Apurva Jayachandran for Republic.
And getting you news in brief, Senior Superintendent of Police Bhatinda has confirmed that the Punjab Police has detained Keshav and Chetan from Bhatinda. According to sources, Keshav was the one to have arranged and gotten all the weapons to murder Sidhu Moosewala. The weapons were brought all the way from Amritsar. Further investigation is underway. In a major terror crackdown, the Sahasradhara Seema Bal has killed down a top Maoist commander during an encounter in Bihar's Jamui district. The Maoist commander, identified as Matlu Turi, was killed by the SSB forces in the encounter which broke out, and a search operation is presently underway. The Koregaon Bhima Judicial Commission of Inquiry has issued summons to the chiefs of 6 political parties including Shiv Sena, BJP and the MNS. They have been asked to appear for submitting an oral statement before the commission and to file an affidavit to the commission before 30th of June. The presidents of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi and Republican Party of India too have been summoned. Just a day before the Rajya Sabha polls, MLAs of the ruling BJP-JJP alliance in Haryana have been shifted to a resort in Chandigarh to discuss the strategy of the June 10th elections. State Minister JP Dalal said that it is not the move to hold MLAs at the resort and that they've only gathered to discuss the polling procedure of the new MLAs. And that's the breaking news coming in right now. The AIMIM chief responding to the FIR that has been filed against his name. This is in relation to a hate speech, allegedly a hate speech that was made by the AIMIM chief, and OAC responding to the FIR saying that nothing has been specified in this FIR. Now just quoting from this tweet that has been put out by OAC, which says, "I've received an excerpt of the FIR. This is the first FIR I've seen that's not specifying what the crime is." We have our executive editor Aishwarya also of Politics joining us. Aishwarya, help us read into this whole controversy. First, an FIR that has been filed against the AIMIM chief, and now OAC taking to the Twitter and saying that nothing has been specified in this FIR.
That's right, but then we are talking about Asauddin Owaisi, who himself is a barrister, bar at law. He understands law better than several other leaders. So he must be fine reading the FIR copy as we speak. But then whether it is about hate speech or whether it is about controversies, it has been running hand in hand with this leader, with the AIMIM leader. But at the end of the day, Asauddin Owaisi, will he be able to legally counter it? That is something which he has to see according to the law of the land. But he says that there are certain facts, and I repeat that there are certain facts which have been misrepresented, and that is something which is a real point of concern here.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details. We have Madhurima also joining us. Madhurima, if you could take us through the details of the FIR that has been filed against OAC, because this tweet that has been put out by OAC, in which he's categorically stated that nothing has been mentioned or specified in this FIR that has been registered in his name.
Well, as far as we talk about this particular FIR, in a broadened status talks about the participation of all the 31 people who have been named in this particular case, that these people were responsible for harming and ridiculing the peace and tranquility of the country, and this is what they have categorically said. Now, as far as Mr. Owaisi is concerned, we just read in his tweet as to what are his feelings, that he feels that this FIR is more of an ambiguous statement, and nothing specifies here. However, for a very long time, this particular debate of hate speech and making such alleged statements which could affect the peace and tranquility of a specific place or nation altogether has always been on the political front. However, Mr. Owaisi has categorically stated his mind that there is nothing with the Delhi police that an FIR could be registered against the AIMIM chief, and he's saying that there should be solid grounds to register an FIR, and he asserts that he's going to contest this.
Yes.
Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Madhurima, for getting us all those details. So, Owaisi responding to the FIR, saying that no details have been mentioned per se in this FIR that has been registered against his name. In fact, if I can read out the tweet again that has been put out by Owaisi, which says that I've received an excerpt of this FIR. This is the first FIR I've seen that's not specifying what the crime is. Imagine an FIR about a murder where cops do not mention the weapon or that the victim bled to death. I do not know which specific remarks of mine have attracted the FIR. So Owaisi responding to the for the FIR, to the FIR for which he's been booked, and also going on to say that it appears that the Delhi police lacks the courage to pursue cases against Nupur Sharma as well as Naveen Jindal. This is why the delayed and weak response. So Owaisi responding for the alleged hate speech that he had made, saying that nothing in particular has been mentioned in the tweet, in the, beg your pardon, FIR per se. And also going on to add that the Delhi police were probably trying to think of a way of registering an FIR against those people without offending the Hindutva fanboy or girls. Slipping into a very short break, detailed coverage to continue on the other side as well.
The leaders of AIMIM, they have been detained. They are protesting, they are trying to protest here against Nupur Sharma. The kind of statement she has given, the FIR has been already registered by the Delhi police. Regarding the same, this is the protest which was planned, but the police officials have made in their arrangement over here.
The Union government has responded to a terror group Al-Qaeda's open threat of launching suicide attacks across India. The Union Minority Affairs Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi stated emphatically that organizations like Al-Qaeda do not offer protection for any community but instead mean trouble for all. Addressing a mega rally in Aurangabad, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray reacted to Bharatiya Janata Party and MNS pressure to change the name of Aurangabad to Sambhajinagar. The Shiv Sena Supremo said that he has not forgotten the promise of his late father Balasaheb Thackeray. Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited slain Hindu teacher Rajni Bala's residence and met her family members. The Lieutenant Governor also spoke to Rajni Bala's husband, who informed that they had applied for a transfer but it was neglected. The Lieutenant Governor also announced that the school that she worked at for 15 years, where she was killed, will be named after her. Assam Chief Minister indicated the expansion of his cabinet with the addition of 2 new ministers. The cabinet is to undergo a reshuffle, as the leader stated that 2 new BJP MLAs will take oath as ministers today. The ceremony is scheduled to take place at 3 p.m. at Sri Manta Shankardev Auditorium in Guwahati.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
Welcome back, viewers. Tracking closely all the details that are coming in with respect to the FIR that has been filed against the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi for making a hate speech for which he has been booked as well. And now we have Owaisi also taking to Twitter responding to the FIR for which has been booked for this allegedly making a hate speech. Taking to Twitter, Owaisi has said, and I quote, "I have received an excerpt of the FIR. This is the first FIR I've seen that does not specify what the crime is. Imagine an FIR about a murder where cops do not mention the weapon or that the victim bled to death. I do not know which specific remarks of mine have attracted the FIR." So Owaisi there making it categorically clear that he has not done any wrong, and that even the FIR that has been filed on his name does not really mention the details for which part of the speech is something which seems to have hurt the sentiments of the people. We have Piyush also to give us more details. Piyush, for our viewers, if you could once again take us through all the details here, because as Piyush, as Owaisi is saying in his Twitter, on his Twitter tweet, he says that the FIR does not mention what part of the speech really hurt the sentiments of people.
Well, absolutely. The controversy is getting bigger minute by minute. And now Asaduddin Owaisi has tweeted on this, and he is now asking us to what is the crime that his name has been included in that particular FIR. Remember that there are a good number of people whose names have now been put in that FIR, and Owaisi has also tweeted that particular one excerpts of the FIR. In that particular FIR, we can clearly see there are around 31 people who have been named, and after that the Delhi police have said that others have also been named. In the same FIR, there are multiple names, and these are of Yati Nasimanand or Narsinganand also. There are names of Kumar, Devashankar also, Danish Qureshi, Kashif, and also at the same time Nupur Sharma's name is also there in that particular FIR. As of now, the Delhi police at their part also have not made this open. They have not made this public. The crime of all these people, not only Asaduddin Owaisi, but all these people, so why this FIR has been registered. But this has basically been registered on making the inflammatory and hate speeches, and that is why there are 31 names those have been included in that particular FIR. But Owaisi is coming out and asking Delhi police the reason as to why his name has been added in that particular FIR, and he has tweeted, and I quote, "I have received an excerpt of the FIR. This is the first FIR I have seen that's not specifying what the crime is. Imagine an FIR about a murder where cops do not mention the weapon or that the victim bled to death. I do not know which specific remarks of mine have attracted the FIR." He goes on to tweet, and I'm quoting from the tweet of Asaduddin Owaisi, where he says, and I quote, "It appears that Delhi police lacks the courage to pursue cases against Yati, Nupur Sharma and Navin Jindal. That is why the delayed and weak response." On this big allegation which has been made by Asaduddin Owaisi, there is no response which has come from Delhi police yet, but this controversy is getting bigger day by day. Now Owaisi has tweeted and asking from Delhi police the reason as to why his name has been added in that particular FIR.
All right. Thank you so much, Piyush, for getting us all those details. Slipping into a very short break, more news and updates to continue on the other side as well. Details on the other side, as Owaisi now says that he has the FIR file against him has no mention of the part where he made the hate speech that hurt the religious sentiments.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes.
A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai's Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes and two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area.
Leaders of AIMIM, they have been detained. They are protesting, they are trying to protest here against Nupur Sharma. The kind of statement she has given, the FIR has been...
Another controversy has now erupted in Mangalore University over installations of Savarkar photo in the classroom. This is the video that has come out from the University College, a constituent college of Mangalore University, where a student can be seen mounting Veer Savarkar photo in the college classroom. Notably, the college administration, after the video went viral, removed the portrait of Veer Savarkar and Bharat Mata that were mounted on the wall above the blackboard in a classroom. Anasuya Rai, college principal, also made students concerned write an apology letter for installing Veer Savarkar's photo in class, calling it a bid to stir controversy and violation of discipline. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Up after a right short break, we will be seeing how Asaduddin Owaisi, in a series of tweets over the FIR which has been registered against him. Now Asaduddin Owaisi says first there should be a reason which should be mentioned in it and then you should file an FIR. We see a series of tweets hitting out at the Delhi police where Asaduddin Owaisi has taken to the social media over the FIR which has been booked against the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi. We'll be right back after a short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency. As many as 5 rape cases involving minors were reported within a week from
News in brief, BJP planned a meet to fine-tune its strategy. Devendra Fadnavis, State President Chandrakant Patil, as well as Union Minister and BJP Maharashtra Party Observer for the election Ashwini Vaishnav will also be attending this meet, which will take place very shortly at Taj President Hotel in Mumbai. NCP to hold a meet with all its MLAs today to strategize for the upcoming Rajya Sabha elections. The meeting is set to take place at 6 p.m. in Mumbai's Worli.
For non-stop rolling coverage on Owaisi now targeting the police for registering the FIR. The FIR has been registered against Asaduddin Owaisi. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area.
The leaders of NIA, they have been detained. They are protesting. They are trying to protest here against Nupur Sharma. The kind of statement she has given, the FIR has been already registered by the Delhi police. Regarding the same, this is the protest which was planned.
Top headlines at 4 p.m. Delhi police, no tolerance to Owaisi speech. AIMIM president booked over hate speech. Owaisi responds to the FIR filed against him, says it's the first time that an FIR does not have any mention of the crime. State after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protect your flock ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain's custody is extended till 13th of June. ED says Jain not cooperating with authorities. Mega twist in Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh claims the Chief Minister's aide approached her for settlement. Mega showdown in Kerala. Congress stages protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. NIA cracks down on terror in Tamil Nadu, raids across 15 locations in the ISIS terror funding case. Presidential polls to continue to take place on 18th of July. New president to take oath on the 25th of July. Good evening, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. A big story this evening coming in with respect to the FIR that has been filed against the AIMIM chief, responding to which the AIMIM chief Owaisi has taken to Twitter. He said, and I quote, "I've received an excerpt of the FIR. This is the first FIR I've seen that does not specify what the crime is. Imagine an FIR about murder where cops do not mention the weapon or that the victim bled to death. I do not know which specific remark of mine has attracted the FIR." We have our multi-city reporters as well joining us right now. We have Sumi, Aneri, Piyush as well as Anuj joining us from the national capital. First, let me go across to Aneri, who's reporting live from Hyderabad. Aneri, first up, if you could take us through the details of this speech, the alleged hate speech that was made by Owaisi.
That's right, Samiksha. We have been seeing a series of tweets coming in from AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, where he has said that this is the first sort of FIR copy which he has received, which does not mention the crime. Well, we have been seeing that in a series of tweets where Asaduddin Owaisi has stated that this is the first FIR I have seen, not specifying what the crime is. Imagine an FIR about a murder where a cop doesn't mention a weapon or that the victim bleed to death. I don't know which specific remarks of mine have attracted an FIR. So clearly Asaduddin Owaisi questioning the FIR which has been filed in the national capital against him. So we also see that and counter reply coming in from AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, and also at the end what he continues to say is that as for the FIR against me, we will consult our lawyers and address it as and when required. We will not be intimidated by these tactics. Criticizing hate speech and giving hate speeches cannot be evaded, is what Asaduddin Owaisi has to say after an FIR was registered against him.
That's right. Aneri, stay with us. Let me go across to Piyush as well. Piyush, like Aneri was pointing out, of course, Owaisi has reacted very sharply to this FIR. If you could take us through the details of this FIR that has been filed against the AIMIM chief.
Well, yes, this FIR has been registered by Delhi police, and this has been registered after the kind of statements those have come into the notice of Delhi police's special unit which looks after the cyber crime. Remember that earlier Delhi police in its statement had also mentioned about the fact that it is registering FIR not only against Asaduddin Owaisi but around 31 people and others. In that particular FIR, the name of Nupur Sharma is also there. Naveen Jindal's name is also there. There are name of Yati Narsimanand also. There are multiple names of few Muslim leaders also, and the statement which was earlier issued by Delhi police, I am going through the statement. Delhi police had said, and I am reading through this statement, I am quoting
These are the visuals that are coming in from Kerala, the protests that are taking place, the Congress youth workers who are still trying to break through the barricades as the Kerala police tries to crack down on these protesters. Remember earlier, in fact, just a short while back, water cannons were used to disperse the protesters. And as we can see in those visuals, protesters are trying to break through the barricades. They're trying to cross the barricades, demanding the resignation of Kerala Chief Minister. So it's the Kerala gold scam that has exploded after the sensational allegations that were leveled by the accused Swapna Suresh against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. The slogans that are also being raised by these Congress workers against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, demanding nothing less than the resignation of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. So a massive showdown there that is happening in Kerala. Protests taking place in Thiruvananthapuram, Kozhikode as well. Protesters there raising slogans demanding the resignation of the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Remember the sensational allegations that have been leveled by Swapna Suresh against Pinarayi Vijayan include the cash that was sent, the bag full of cash that was sent to Dubai for the Chief Minister Kerala Pinarayi Vijayan, and that's a big allegation that has been leveled by Swapna Suresh. And in retaliation to that, the Congress workers can be seen totally up in arms against the Pinarayi Vijayan government, staging a protest, staging a dharna there in Kerala. And these protests are taking place at multiple places, we are told, Thiruvananthapuram and in Kozhikode as well. So that's in fact the protest that is continuing, which is continuing for over 2 hours now. And the biryani protesters over the Swapna's sensational claims that were made. And we will go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. We have Sumi also, who's tracking all the latest on that. Sumi, while we keep up with those visuals of the protest being held by the Congress workers, if you could take us through the details of the accusations that have been made by Swapna Suresh against the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
പിണറായി വിജയൻ തയ്യാറാകണം. വെളിച്ചത്ത് കൊണ്ടുവരാനിരിക്കാനുള്ള അതിശക്തമായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രമമാണ് ഇപ്പോഴും നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഡൽഹി രാജ്യത്ത് ഇതുപോലെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഭരണാധികാരിയെ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? കുടുംബമടക്കം കള്ളക്കടത്തിന് കുഴപ്പമില്ല.
Yes, absolutely. We're looking at these dramatic visuals that are coming to the fore where the Youth Congress has been leading this protest, and in fact they are leading this protest in a symbolic manner as well. They've placed a biryani right in front of them with some gold in it. They want to represent the kind of gold smuggling that went on in the southern state of Kerala, in which Swapna Suresh, who was the close aide of the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's name has come forward, and in fact P.R. Srijat has also been summoned by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and they had been giving their statements. And in fact, right now, in a revealing statement, Swapna Suresh has come forward and she has made some revelations against the Chief Minister, and she has been claiming that Chief Minister's wife as well as daughter have been leading luxurious lives. However, she is the one who's been left to suffer. And Swapna Suresh has been given a statement under the Criminal Procedure Code of Section 164, and in fact, she has raised certain allegations against the Chief Minister as to how he was indulged in the gold smuggling case, and how there was a bag full of cash that had entered the southern state of Kerala through illegal means. And in fact, that is a major allegation that has come forward, and these allegations are coming few months after her name had been thrown out, and investigating agencies are probing this entire case. And the Pinarayi Vijayan government is in soup right now. They are in hot soup, and which is why now the Youth Congress has come out and they are leading this protest. We had seen an hour back as to how these protesters had also gotten out of hand, and Kerala police had to resort to water cannons, and also they had tried stopping the protesters there to get the law and order situation out of hand. The Kerala police is doing everything in their control to give these protesters a handful of their own medicine. However, these protests continue to happen in the southern state of Kerala, and certainly we have to wait and watch as to what Pinarayi Vijayan will come out a statement with, and when he will come out a statement against these incidents, because he is the person who has been directly named in the charges by Swapna Suresh, and she used to be one of the close aide whose name has been given in the case. And in fact, Swapna Suresh has given statements now against Pinarayi Vijayan, and Youth Congress has been demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. BJP has also been raising similar such demands since the gold smuggling case came to the fore. However, now the Congress has come out on roads and leading such protests in a very symbolic manner.
That's right. And Sumi, if you could talk to us about this petition also that has been filed by Swapna Suresh. We understand that she's moved the court now, saying that a close aide, in fact, of Vijayan approached her. If you could give us more details of that as well.
Yes, absolutely. In the statement that she has given to the court under Section 164 of the Criminal Procedure Code, she has been constantly naming that there is a person, a close aide of Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. He came in contact to her and with her, and in fact he is trying to offer her money. He's trying to lure her into not doing and not proceeding with the legal proceedings against Kerala Chief Minister, and that is what these allegations are all about. She's given a statement, she's approached the court, and now she's also taken to the social media, and she has said that Pinarayi Vijayan's wife as well as daughter have been leading luxurious life. However, she on the other hand has been left out to suffer. So that is a statement, that is a very burning statement that is coming our way against the Kerala Chief Minister, whose name has come out in the gold smuggling case. And in fact, back then actions had been taking place.
Well, Sumit, just stay with us. I'm told we also have a guest joining. We have Tariq Anwar of the Congress. joining us on the broadcast. Sir, thanks for speaking to us. If I can get your reaction, there are protests which are taking place. These protests which are being staged by the Congress workers. What are the demands of Congress at this point in time?
I think it is very unfortunate after everything exposed, and now the allegation against the Chief Minister, it is almost proof. And if Congress workers, they are demanding his resignation, I think the government and the police, it is unnecessary. They are trying to stop. So this is not correct. In democratic functioning, every party has right to protest. And after that, he is exposed. After the allegation almost exposed. So he should not try to suppress the people's voice. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that was Congress leader Tariq Anwar speaking to Republic, giving his reaction as we continue, as we see those protests being staged by the Congress youth workers. And as you can see in those visuals, the workers are trying to break through the barricades. And we have Shravan, our senior editor also, who is tracking the story closely. Shravan, what is your reading of the situation that is unfolding in Kerala at this point in time? Because Kerala Chief Minister, for obvious reasons, is facing massive backlash after the sensational allegations by Swapna Suresh.
Well, in fact, we've seen the Bharatiya Janata Party taking out the protests at multiple locations, but this protest that you're seeing right now on your screens are the protests that are being carried out by the Congress Party, essentially demanding that a thorough investigation should be carried out. Remember, from the time Swapna Suresh, one of the prime accused in the Kerala gold scam, has essentially named the Chief Minister's family, a lot of questions have essentially been raised about whether at all the Chief Minister should subject himself to further scrutiny. Remember, there have been some damning allegations that have been levelled by Swapna Suresh in an interview to Republic TV about 48 hours ago, and also now the recent twist that we saw this morning with that affidavit that has been filed by Swapna Suresh. So undoubtedly this is going to take the political turn where you're essentially looking at the opposition parties training their guns at the Chief Minister. As far as the Chief Minister is concerned, he's made it abundantly clear that this is being done at the behest of the centre. The fact that an attempt has been made by the opposition parties to malign his image, and these are nothing but fabricated, is what the Chief Minister has to say. We've also heard KT Jalil, who's been named by Swapna Suresh, the legislator, who is now also hit out saying that how can anyone essentially trust Swapna Suresh, someone who's got a dubious past. And not just that, they're also highlighting there have been inconsistencies in what Swapna Suresh has essentially had to say before the court. Now, remember, there is a judicial process which is basically underway, and that is the reason why Swapna Suresh, who's got her statement recorded under Section 164 before the magistrate, and she has reiterated some parts of what she has already told the central agencies. The National Investigation Agency as well as the Enforcement Directorate, both the central agencies have been probing this entire matter. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate has already filed a charge sheet. Joining us on this broadcast, Ashwin, who's joining us on the phone line, and Sumi. Let me first come to you, Ashwin. Just take us through the details. This is now becoming the major flashpoint.
Has become a symbol, a major flashpoint, for the reason that the allegations which have now come out in the light by one of the accused, Swapna Suresh, in the Kerala gold smuggling case is extremely shocking. One, she has come out to state that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, his wife, his daughter, his additional private secretary C.N. Ravindran, his previous former Principal Secretary M. Shivashankaran, and K.T. Jalil all have been involved in gold smuggling. And that is the first allegation she has made. She also went on to say in 2016 in Dubai, she was made to enable a reverse hawala transaction. Basically, currency from Dubai was transported via the consulate from the Chief Minister's office after receiving instructions from Chief Minister's office. This was also done. She has stated that also to the media in Tuesday. Followed by which there has been a protest. But further, now Swapna Suresh has further claimed that she has a death threat to her. There's somebody who has come forward, his name is Shaji Kiran, who has come forward with Swapna Suresh alleged that is the representative of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, as well as the State Secretary of Kodiyeri Balakrishna, CPM State Secretary, and where she claims that this man tried to stop her from giving the under Section 164 confidential statement. He even told her and threatened her of dire consequences, and that there will be pile of cases that will be registered against her if she goes against the wishes, and also try to lure Swapna Suresh to keep quiet about the entire incident. Now, further this revelation, there has been an intense protest that has been taking place. Since morning, we have seen protests taken out by the Congress party in Thiruvananthapuram as well as in Kozhikode. Now, what you see this protest is in the central part of Kerala, that is in Kochi. We are in Kochi right now. The protests are taking place that has been held. That's been taken out by the Youth Congress workers, demanding that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan must resign, citing the grievous allegations that have been made by Swapna Suresh.
Let me also bring in my colleague Sumi, who's joining us on this broadcast right now. Sumi, there have been massive political reactions coming in. We've heard Union Minister speaking to the media just after Swapna Suresh had put out that statement. We'll try and reconnect with Sumi in a short while from now. Let's just quickly recap what we know so far, and also the dramatic visuals now that is coming in from Kochi. Remember, several parts of Kerala we've seen the protests taking place, protests that have been taken out by BJP as well as the Congress party. In fact, there have been attempts that have been made to move towards the Chief Minister's residence, and now what you see, that is these interesting visuals that you see of biryani vessels that have been taken out. In fact, Swapna Suresh in her statement said that heavy vessels, biryani vessels, were actually sent to the Chief Minister's residence, indicating that they had other materials. For instance, she was saying gold smuggling has actually taken place through these biryani vessels that you see, and that's the reason why those vessels are essentially now being used by the protesters. Water cannons have been used against the protesters. Let me try and go across to Piyush, who's also joining us on this broadcast. Piyush, just take us through the details that you're picking up.
Well, Shravan, today there's a massive protest that is happening in Kochi and Thiruvananthapuram by Congress workers. Saying that they want a thorough inquiry to be done of Pinarayi Vijayan, the Chief Minister of Kerala, who has been alleged by Swapna Suresh of gold smuggling. So what we have been gathering is that the Congress workers have threatened that their protest is now only going to grow larger if Pinarayi Vijayan and other left leaders are not going to be put into inquiry regarding these damning allegations that have been leveled by Swapna Suresh. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Piyush, for getting us the latest details. Protests increasing in the state of Kerala, demanding further investigation as Chief Minister's name resurfaces.
Minister Rajnath Singh has handed over 12 high-speed guard boats to Vietnam during his two-day visit in Vietnam. In fact, the ceremony took place yesterday, and these boats have been built under $100 million line of credit that was granted to the Southeast Asian country by Vietnam. And in fact, during the ceremony, he proudly said that it is the beginning of multiple defense projects and multiple cooperative defense projects between both the countries of India and Vietnam. And in fact, these high-speed boats, 5 of them have been manufactured at L&T in India. However, the 7 remaining boats have been manufactured at Hong Ha shipyard. And that's where the ceremony took place yesterday. And in fact, the ceremony was part of his 2-day visit to Vietnam. And in fact, he went on to say that it is a major initiative under the Make in India, Make for the World mission, and it gives it the much needed push that was needed for the same. This is Sumi Rajapun for Republic Media Network with video journalist Bhishma Giri, New Delhi.
On the other side, Delhi Police's no tolerance to Owaisi's speech. AI-MIM president booked over hate speech.
NIA officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency. As many as 5 rape cases involving minors were reported within a week from Hyderabad. The BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri questioned the silence of the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao and Minister K.T. Rama Rao on the rising crimes against women in the state, asking if they had an explanation for the same. Dharmapuri also said that the Chief Minister and his son KTR should respond on the issue.
BJP National President JP Nadu lashed out at the ruling TMC in Bengal, alleging that the Mamata Banerjee-led party has no principles or policies and all it does is run syndicates. Nadu also claimed that almost all regional outfits in the country, including aunt-nephew party of the TMC, have become family-run organizations. The Election Commission
The atrocities on the minorities and vandalism in the religious places is not a new thing, and it has become a new normal in Pakistan, be it Imran Khan or Shahbaz Sharif. And the recent incident is from the Korangi area of Karachi, where a temple of Shri Mari Mataji was vandalized by some of the miscreants. Locals have reported to police that a mob in which 7 to 8 people on motorcycles came and vandalized the temple, after which the locals informed the police, and the police has reached the spot, have also registered an FIR, and police claims that the investigation has begun. Pertinent to mention that there have been number of incidents where the idols and the shrines of Hindus were vandalized, and even from the minority community, the people were pushed to the corner in Pakistan as minorities continues to suffer. Visar Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
State after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protect your flock ahead of Rajya Sabha polls.
The Election Commission
Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area.
The leaders of NIA, they have been detained. They are protesting. They are trying to protest here.
Delhi Police registers FIR against AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi over inflammatory speech on Wednesday. Owaisi responds to the FIR filed against him, says it's the first time an FIR does not have any mention of the crime. State after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protect your flock ahead of the Rajya Sabha vote. Big twist in Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh claims Chief Minister's aide approached her for a settlement. Congress stages symbolic golden biryani protests in Kochi against the Kerala Chief Minister. Presidential polls to take place on the 18th of July. New president to take oath on the 25th of July. For more news updates, my colleague Niranjan will take it forward.
Thank you for that, Shravan. Getting in some breaking news with the Rajya Sabha elections on Friday. It's going to be a super political Friday, full of surprises. The Congress getting its first setback this evening. Thursday evening, the first setback to the Congress party coming in with Haryana's Kuldeep Bishnoi, who was supposed to come back into the fold, turning futile so far. Sources indicating that Bishnoi will vote against Congress tomorrow in the Rajya Sabha elections. Kuldeep Bishnoi could vote against Congress party in Haryana. It is believed that 2 to 3 MLAs close to Bishnoi could also cross-vote in favor of an independent candidate. I think that's the big one in Haryana. That's the big one in Haryana. Anuj was supposed to join us on this breaking news update. I'll try and get him. He's a reporter on the ground getting us the details. Anuj, are they saying that, Kuldeep was seeking time from Rahul Gandhi, hearing that he didn't get time from Rahul Gandhi, also hearing that ever since Rahul Gandhi returned to India, there was supposed to be a meeting. That meeting didn't happen. If they're going to cross vote for this independent candidate, are they referring to Kartikeya Sharma? In this case, he's being supported by the BJP. Is that happening? Is that happening, Anuj?
Well, exactly, Niranjan. We need to understand the whole chapter, the whole story. Earlier, we have seen how the Congress party was taking their MLAs to different resort and to the different areas and to the different states. We do remember how the MLAs first was called in at Hooda's residence in the national capital. Kuldeep Bishnoi is the name who was missing on that very day also, because he was having his own term and condition. He was willing to meet Rahul Gandhi and the top brasses of the Congress party. But we need to understand today the breaking news what we are getting is the information, the inside detail what we are getting is that Kuldeep Bishnoi has now decided that he is not going to go in favor of the Congress candidates. That's Ajay Makhan, we need to mention. On the other hand, let me tell you, the MLAs who are at this point in time is in Raipur, is in Chhattisgarh. They are going to come back to the national capital today. What I have been told, they will be staying here and early in the morning or late in the midnight will be traveling to Chandigarh for the Rajya Sabha election. But this is going to be more trouble for the Congress party. When we are talking about this particular story, then we need to understand that how much trust does the Congress top leadership have on their own leadership, have their own guard. Like if we talk about the people like Kuldeep Bishnoi, if we talk about the people who have left Congress party recently, apart from the Rajya Sabha election, then we do understand that nothing is right within the Congress party. And now this is going to be more trouble for the Congress party. Kuldeep Bishnoi, I have been told, was seeking time from Rahul Gandhi to meet, to get it settled down, to had word with Rahul Gandhi to discuss the future course of action. There on the one side, Rahul Gandhi did not meet Kuldeep Bishnoi since he landed back in India. Rahul Gandhi was not in India. Since he landed back, Kuldeep Bishnoi was seeking the time. The time was not given. So that is how this story has moved on. That is how the chapter is moving. Now Kuldeep Bishnoi, what I have been told, has decided to go against the Congress candidates. That's Ajay Makhan. If we talk about the independent MLA, then we have to keep in mind Kartikeya Sharma is the strongest one what we are understanding from the ground. So it may be that Kuldeep may be going toward Kartikeya Sharma, but this would be a bit earlier to say to where he is going to move. But on the other hand, yes, the important point here to mention is that Congress loyalists are leaving the Congress hand again. This is not going to be only Kuldeep Bishnoi, what I have been told. 2 or 3 more candidates is in the camp of Kuldeep Bishnoi who are going to move ahead toward the other direction. That means this is going to be another setback for Ajay Makhan, the Congress candidate from Haryana. We have seen how the Congress party earlier was trying to tackle the situation, trying to control the situation, how the MLAs was bought in national capital from Haryana and from national capital to Chhattisgarh in Raipur. There they are in the resort. What I have been told that they will be flying from Chhattisgarh at around 6:30 today in the evening, will be landing here in the national capital, and later in the evening they will be going toward Chandigarh. On one side, they are trying their level best. The Congress party is trying their level best to keep their men together. But on the other hand, the people like Kuldeep Bishnoi has made in their mind very much clear, because these were the line which has been taken by the people, the old guard who have left the Congress party. We need to understand it, Niranjan, at what exactly is happening within the Congress party. Remember what Hardik Patel has stated. Remember what the other people like Jyotiraditya Scindia, like Jatin Prasada has stated, that nothing is right within the party. The top brass is not listening to the cadre. The top brasses is not believing on the cadre. That is something what we are understanding, and that is now which is going to happen if Kuldeep Bishnoi did not vote in favor of the Congress candidate, that's Ajay Makhan. So this is to see what is going to be next. But now what we have been told, the latest what we have been told, that Kuldeep Bishnoi has made in his mind very much clear. He's not going to be there within the Congress faction. He's going to vote against, and this is going to be more trouble for the Congress party in the Rajya Sabha election. Rajya Sabha election, which is, yes, tomorrow, is going to be very, very important to decide the future of the Congress candidates, to decide the future of the Congress, and to decide what exactly will be the situation within the party. because within the party there is a message going on to the cadre that how the loyalists, how the old
Let's see how it goes.
are leaving the Congress party. Yes.
Let's see how it goes. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. That's Anuj getting us the details of the Rajya Sabha elections. The buzz in Haryana, Congress may be losing support of Kuldeep Bishnoi, whose MLAs could be voting in favor of independent candidate. Anila Singh of the BJP joining us on the phone line. It's getting interesting, very, very interesting. Anila, ahead of the voting on Friday in the race to the Rajya Sabha, hearing that Kuldeep Bishnoi is upset with the Congress party and could be voting for the independent, who by the way is also being backed by the BJP. Anila.
See, everything will be revealed once voting is being done, and Mr. Kuldeep Bishnoi, he and his MLAs, if they do not want to support Congress party, then I think Congress party has something to worry about. So, otherwise also Congress has got lots and lots of things to worry about. That is why they are so insecure. They are taking their MLAs to resorts and all. So this shows that even the Republican representatives from Congress party, they do not have confidence or trust in their leadership, and leadership doesn't have confidence and trust in MLAs. But yes, if Mr. Bishnoi and his MLAs they support somebody else, they vote for somebody else like independent candidate, I think we should respect whatever is being opted by any person to vote for.
Yeah. Thank you, Anila. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. That's the first response coming in. Kuldeep Bishnoi of the Congress party may go against the Congress party. Let's get you some more top stories from across the country now, as we get you every single update in the race to the Rajya Sabha. Let's get started and get you some other headlines we've been tracking today on Republic. In a major anti-ISIS crackdown, the National Investigation Agency has held raids at 15 locations across Tamil Nadu. Searches held at residences and office buildings of persons linked to the terror outfit ISIS. NIA raids held across Tamil Nadu at locations including Karaikal, Mailadurai and Chennai. Searches coming in connection with the terror funding case, as part of which the national agency had earlier arrested 5 people. In the Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala murder case, Mohali police raided Jalvayu Towers, a well-known society in Mohali, and several other locations. According to sources, 7 people have been rounded up for interrogation by the police. Same society where Sidhu Moosewala's manager used to live on rent and had given shelter to the accused of Vicky Midukeda murder. The entire society has been turned into a cantonment as police teams are interrogating people living there. A new CCTV video of the riots that took place in Kanpur has surfaced now, and it's clearly visible in this video that the violence was not a reaction to the action but a pre-planned attack. Meanwhile, the police is ensuring the arrest of miscreants as soon as possible, and at the same time videos and CCTV footage showing how the rioters ransacked vehicles, looted goods, created complete chaos. Violence erupted at 2 polling booths under Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes of 2 polling booths and also large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security personnel have been deployed in the area. The repolling at 2 polling booths will be held on the 10th of June. Temple festival in Madurai yesterday. The fire gutted temporary sheds, shops, vehicles. A preliminary investigation by the police revealed that the fire was caused by a firecracker. The fire was later controlled, and as per the fire department, no casualties have been reported. In a head-on collision between a car and a truck, 4 people including a woman were killed while 3 people were seriously injured on the Bikaner-Jaipur National Highway. Injured admitted to the government hospital here. The police reached the spot after getting information, pulled out those whose lives were lost from the car. Deceased were residents of Churu district. A residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar and Bandra West, where 1 person died, 16 others were injured. Injured were shifted to the hospital and believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with 5 fire brigade and police officials who were present at the site. Horrific incident coming to light from Madhya Pradesh. Man was forced to carry the body of his 4-year-old niece home on his shoulder. He appealed to the hospital administration for an ambulance, but when no one helped, he left the house with the body of his niece on his shoulder. Now, after the video surfaced, people questioning Shivraj Chauhan government. A drone from Pakistani side was observed by the BSF troops in the Arnia area, Arispura subdivision in Jammu and Kashmir in the wee hours. Suspected Pakistani drone movement was observed at the Jammu International Border. Republic brought us this report. This is Gursimran with that report.
In first two instances, a drone along with the sticky bombs and UBGL grenade was brought down, and in the second instance, 3 IEDs of 2.5 kg each were recovered in the Kanachak area of Jammu. And today morning at around 4:15, a suspected drone activity was noticed along the international border in the Arnia sector of Jammu, after which massive search operations have been launched in the entire area. This is the joint operations that have been launched by the Border Security Force as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Police.
Arms and ammunition, including a carbine, recovered from a village in Jammu and Kashmir, Samba district. We've been told that recoveries were made by the residents of Chakmanga village while digging a well. After investigating the matter, police recovered a rusted carbine, 2 magazines, a live mortar bomb, 2 springs from the spot. A case has been registered in the findings. Investigation is underway.
Well, this is an inquiry that has been constituted by the Maharashtra government, and importantly now they have been looking into each and every aspects. We even know that some of the IPS officer who was summoned during that time, even including Parambir Singh, was asked to come. He was Thane commissioned there, and he was looking into the matter. So there are many statements that has already been recorded by the commissions, and the later all this report will be submitted to the Maharashtra government, because Crackdown Inquiry Commission, who was in the Pune before, now has been looking into the matter and been doing inquiry in Mumbai Sahyadri guest house that has been appointed by Maharashtra government. But yes, the ground that has been given to understand is what this people who have been summoned is some of the either way have been included in this matter. Might be there were some of the statement that has been given by the political party, and after which they have been summoned and asked to file their reply, to file an affidavit on 30th June.
Taking a short break here on Republic TV, getting you more details of the Golden Biryani protest in Kerala. It's all happening in Kerala. Congress staging a symbolic Golden Biryani, golden bars, vessels with biryani protest in Kochi against Pinarayi Vijayan.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
NIA officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency.
And the big story coming in from Kerala, the story that Republic TV broke a few days back of Swapna Suresh, the key accused in the gold scam. She made a claim. She named the Chief Minister of Kerala and said how gold vessels, bags of cash were sent to the Chief Minister's residence. She's made a second stunning claim today. In court, she's filed an affidavit while claiming that an aide of Pinarayi Vijayan came home and came with an offer to settle. She claims there was an offer to settle. She claims she was threatened that if she didn't settle, she would be picked up by the state government and the state police. Swapna Suresh has gone to court. All of this is on record, and in the Kerala High Court, she spoke to Republic TV after filing that affidavit. Let's play that out.
At the moment, my lawyer has just moved in an anticipatory bail. I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court to consider it, and then I will react on it. At the moment, I have no words to express because I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court's decision on the same.
Right. Ms. Suresh, also what we understand is that in that affidavit, you've spoken about the fact that you were asked to settle. Now, what kind of settlement was asked of you? If you could just tell us that. Was it monetary in nature or were there threats involved?
I have just filed an affidavit for my anticipatory bail. Apologies to all of you because I am waiting for the Honorable Court decision. Justified decision for the same. So please, if you could call me a bit later after the hearing of the Honorable Court, I'll be able to tell you further.
Ms. Suresh, just one last question. Why have you chosen this time to come ahead and make this affidavit in court?
Because they have filed a case against me for defamation and conspiracy, which is, which is perfectly untrue. I have not involved in any kind of conspiracy, or I did not try to defame anybody. I have only gone in front of the Honorable Court and revealed about my case and the individual. So there wasn't any kind of defamation or political agenda. Any which way, I'm just waiting for the Honorable Court to look into the matter and provide me justice.
All right, Swapna Suresh, we understand that you're still waiting for the court order, but on a side issue, you've just filed that affidavit, and we understand that you don't want to talk about it, but I just wanted to understand from you, are you afraid of something?
The kind of attacks that has been happening against me and my colleagues, I am scared. I have threat to life, and I do not know what's my future. I do not know whether I will exist, whether I will be alive. But anyway, I would always wish and pray that the truth should come out one day, whether I am alive or not.
Getting in some more breaking news now that the Kerala High Court has dismissed the anticipatory bail plea. That's a development coming in. So when you heard Swapna Suresh now, she was talking about the anticipatory bail plea in the court, the verdict which has now come out. And the breaking news update now is that the Kerala High Court has dismissed the anticipatory bail plea submitted by the Kerala gold smuggling case accused Swapna Suresh and Sarit in the case registered on a complaint by former Minister K.T. Jalil, who by the way was also named for allegedly spreading false information. Single bench of Justice Viju Abraham dismissed the plea after recording the public prosecutor's submission that Sarit was not even implicated in the crime and therefore the anticipatory bail plea is not maintainable. Sumi is joining us on the phone line with more details. Sumi.
Yes, absolutely. What we are learning from our highly placed sources is that Kerala High Court has dismissed the anticipatory bail plea of the accused of Kerala gold smuggling case, Swapna Suresh and also Sarit PS. And remember, this case was registered on a complaint by former Minister K.T. Jalil for allegedly spreading false information about the entire gold smuggling case. And in fact, Swapna Suresh has been in the news for quite some time. And right now also, she approached the court in the gold smuggling case to give a statement against the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. And she has also come out on the social media and she has been speaking to media briefly about it as to how in the entire case she was a scapegoat. And however, Kerala Chief Minister, his wife and his family lives comfortably. She was left alone to suffer. These kind of allegations has been raised by Swapna Suresh and she has been speaking about it. She approached the court and under section 64 of the Criminal Procedure Code, she gave a statement to the court. However, the Kerala Chief Minister is yet to react on the entire issue, and there has been a lot of protest by the Congress also in the southern state of Kerala. The Congress came out on roads and held a symbolic protest, and that also went out of hand. There were water cannons, and there were the Kerala police resorted to water cannons to stop them, and also to keep the situation in hand, to also keep the law and order intact. And in fact, Congress has been demanding the resignation of Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. The kind of
Stay with me. Stay with me, Sumi. I also have Ashwin joining us on the phone line. Ashwin, you saw the allegations that she had made this morning, claiming that someone approached her, claiming to be representing or coming and meeting her on behalf of the Chief Minister, asking for some sort of settlement. Now, these are very serious charges.
Absolutely, Shravan. Now that Swapna Suresh anticipatory bail petition has been cancelled, the charges levied against her was specifically that she tried to instigate violence and that she tried to tarnish the image of Chief Minister. So there are some charges which has been put, and on basis of this, complaint was filed. Now it seems that the anticipatory bail has been cancelled, and despite her affidavit which submitted that there is threat to her life, there are the state missionaries working through people, different people, where she had submitted that a person who representative of Chief Minister tried to stop her, tried to tell her and advise her not to go ahead with submitting the Section 164, not to give confidential statement.
Okay.
All the submission has now not been considered by the court.
Yeah, it's not been considered. Okay, so let's leave it at that. I'll have to at this point, I'll have to leave it at that for now. Ashwin and Sumi, thank you for joining us with the breaking news updating. A short break here on Republic. This morning, way ahead of the rest, we, in fact, 3 to 4 hours before you heard it, we had details of this affidavit that was filed where she claims, that is Swapna Suresh claims, there was an offer to settle and somebody came and met her. We're getting details now that the anticipatory bill has been rejected. We'll take a short break. When we come back, getting you more on the Satyendra Jain files and the controversy around it.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A 3-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. 1 person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at 2 polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in 2 polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area.
A Hindu temple of Sri Mari Mata Ji was vandalized in Korangi area of Karachi in Pakistan. Locals alleging that mob came and vandalized the temple, which was situated in this location for years now. Later, the matter was reported to the police in Pakistan and they've also filed a complaint. No arrests have been made. US President Joe Biden from the center stage of Summit of the Americas said that democracy is under assault around the world. Biden in a speech pleading the attendees to unite again and renew a conviction that democracy is not only the defining feature of American histories but the essential ingredient to America's futures.
officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who have having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency. As many as 5 rape cases involving minors were reported within a week from Hyderabad. The BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri questioned the silence of the Chief Minister K.
AIMM Chief Owaisi has been booked. There's no mention of a crime in the FIR. He says he's still wondering why he was booked. Well, a very bizarre sort of a protest is being mobilized, and it's being mobilized by the Congress party just around when Rahul Gandhi, by the way, we are hearing that he's returned to India today. He's returned to India today to attend the summons and, of course, try and oversee what is left of the Rajya Sabha elections tomorrow. And getting in more news now that the Congress party is planning a satyagraha. They're calling it a satyagraha, otherwise protest in front of ED offices. They're going to be protesting in front of ED offices in all states across India. In Delhi, all parliamentarians and CWC members will march to the Enforcement Directorate office alleging misuse of Enforcement Directorate. In the National Herald case, both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been summoned, and they are now planning to march to the Enforcement Directorate office. And we're all wondering what's glorious about skipping summons. We'll get some political reactions to the story as well. And the big breaking news update right now, the BJP is questioning this entire what is being called show of strength by the Congress party. Wonder what they're trying to prove, because first they delayed the summons. They asked for more time. Rahul Gandhi was out of India, landed in India today, we are told, and is now planning to protest along with his party leaders. So that's the story so far. And on the 13th of June, this is on Monday, Congress planning to stage a satyagraha in front of ED offices in all states across India. In Delhi, all parliamentarians and CWC members will march to the ED office alleging misuse of Enforcement Directorate. Anuj is joining us. We'll go across to Abhishek as well, because Abhishek is sharing some breaking news information. Abhishek, it's not the first time that they will be going in a few numbers or hundreds or thousands, because even during the bail hearing as well, Gandhis had gone with several people in tow in 2015, isn't it?
Absolutely, Niranjan. So, I mean, look at the contrast. When Narendra Modi had to appear before a special investigation team sometime in 2010-11, the manner in which he went quietly on the day that he was asked on the first summons, he went and spent whatever time that the SIT wanted him questioned. He submitted himself to the questioning, came out. And now we have Gandhis. They go to take a bail, thousands in tow, and almost in a procession, as if this is some kind of celebration. And now, next time when they are summoned, they don't appear, they have some alibi. Mr. Gandhi is traveling outside, Sonia Gandhi has COVID, and then when they have to appear on 13th, when Rahul Gandhi has to appear on 13th, Congress party does all that it can to create a drama around the event. Now, God's sake, it's a summons in a corruption case. I think Shehzad Poonawala joins us over the phone. Shehzad, we are told that Congress party is going to stage protests outside the ED offices across India when Rahul Gandhi goes and submit himself to questioning by the Enforcement Directorate on June 13th.
You know, this is not the AICC All India Congress Committee, it's the All India Corrupt Committee and now All India Confrontation Committee. Abhishek, rightly said by you, when the Honorable Prime Minister was Chief Minister, he cooperated with the procedures even though it was a vindictive witch hunt that was being done against him. He went to the SIT. For hours he was grilled. He never confronted, he cooperated. But here, because these people have lots to hide, और इनका पंजा भ्रष्टाचार का पंजा है, the manner in which they've looted public money, the manner in which thousands of crores have been usurped by them, property of thousands of crores has been usurped by them. So they want to socially isolate from any kind of accountability. Hence, Sonia Gandhi makes an excuse of COVID. She is isolating from accountability. Rahul Gandhi is talking about protestation and confrontation, not cooperation. Ironically, they have been challenging every day कि आइए कार्रवाई कीजिए. जब कार्रवाई होती है तब ये रोने लगते हैं, तब ये विलकने लगते हैं, तब ये कॉन्फ्रंटेशन करते हैं, तब ये बहाने बनाते हैं. So this shows the true character of the All India Confrontation Committee, All India Corrupt Committee.
Shehzad, you know, but then they are saying it's a political witch hunt, so it's okay if they turn it into a political event.
You see, Abhishek, you have been following this matter. These Gandhis who are out on bail, baildhari Gandhis had gone twice to High Court and to Supreme Court to challenge the reassessment income tax order. Did they get any relief? For so many years, this case has been going on. First, they say that nothing is being done. When procedure of law is followed, then they say this is vendetta. Did they get any relief from any court of law? And they can still go. They have the most talented lawyers in Abhishek Manu Singhvi and others. So they can go to court of law and take relief, but they are not getting any relief, and therefore they are trying to only play a victimhood card. You see, you and I have PAN card, Aadhaar card, ration card. They have permanent victimhood card. And ironically, you know, Bhrashtachar ki choti bahan Aam Aadmi Party, when ED acts on them, this Bhrashtachar ki badi bahan says, very good action. When Karwai is done on Bhrashtachar ki badi bahan, then they say very bad. So, you know, these Bhrashtachar ki dono bahne, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party, both play the same victimhood card whenever the law acts on the corrupt.
Well, Shehzad, you are broadening the broad side. You are including the Aam Aadmi Party and the other parties also. But I think there is definitely a sense of entitlement which makes the Congress Party believe that they can turn a summons by the Enforcement Directorate into a political show of strength. We have seen that the Congress Party did that earlier also in 2015, I believe, when they had to go and appear before the High Court in Delhi for bail. Thank you so much, Shehzad. Anuj, our correspondent, joins us live on the story. Anuj, Rahul Gandhi has just returned from a longish foreign assignment for the Congress Party, or a visit on, we don't know whether it was personal or on behalf of the Congress Party, but what is important is he was out of the country for a while, even as the foot soldiers of the Congress Party were struggling with the Rajya Sabha polls, and their leaders have been shunting their MLAs to safe havens till the time voting happens, because they believe they could be easy meat for poaching. Anuj, tell us why the Congress Party wants the ED appearance of Rahul Gandhi to be a political show of strength.
Well, we need to understand it, Abhishek, that this is not the first time when Congress Party is planning such kind of event or want to portray
the message like this, that this is the show of strength by the Congress party, or want to show their unity to the public, that everybody backs Rahul Gandhi, because this is going to be Rahul Gandhi who has been called, and as you pointed it out very rightly, he was not in India when he was called earlier by the enforcement directorate. Now it is going to be on 13th. But the Congress party seems like to be itself very confused. They called a meeting today. There it was decided that what exactly has to be done. They called all the MPs, they called all their representatives, that they want it to be a political event. They want it to be a show of strength on 13th, that's Monday, when Rahul Gandhi is going to go to the enforcement directorate. But we need to understand that Congress party always has done the same, because as we were talking earlier also about the same, when they went toward the Patiala House Court, when they went to Patiala House Court for the bail, and then too we have seen how this was a show of strength by the Congress party. There were numbers of Congress Karyakartas, MPs, MLAs who were present at that point in time also. And again they want to show the strength on the ground, and that is why this particular meeting has been called, where this has been decided that now this is going to be the time on 13th, on Monday, when Rahul Gandhi will be there in the ED. Now you have to do the Satyagrah. But they need to understand that this is official. This is all official. This is all legal. The investigation point is legal. The Congress party has been always calling it a witch hunt, a vendetta. And again, the line remains the same. The line remains the same. But this is going to be the again show of strength by the Congress party. They are going to do the Satyagrah, what I have been told. There are going to be numbers of Karyakartas of the Congress party, including the Youth Congress, including their MLAs, including their MPs. So they all are going to be there. The message has been given directly from the top brasses. Directly from the top brasses, that this is the time. There you have to reach to the certain point, and from there we will be moving toward the enforcement directorate. Same was repeated, like we have seen the same at the time when Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi went to Patiala House Court. So this is going to be the repetition of the same. So this is not the first time, what I am telling, that this is in the habit of the Congress party to make such kind of thing a political event. Yes, Abhishek.
Right, Anuj. Right. Congress party there now wanting June 13th appearance of Rahul Gandhi before the enforcement directorate to turn into a political show of strength. We have to move on and an FIR against AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi and how he reacts to it. Take a look at this report.
Following the gruesome murder of Sidhu Moosewala, now the Punjab police have carried out a raid at a residential area in Mohali, and in fact this raid is being carried out early in the morning and in fact detained almost 3 persons from inside the residential areas. And in fact this raid is being conducted by Mohali police following the tip off by the 2 accused who has been recently arrested by the Mansa police, Sandeep Kekda and Prabdeep Singh. And in fact following the revolution during their interrogation, the raid is being carried out at this residential area at Jalvayu Vihar in Mohali district, and in fact 3 persons have been detained just because so many people are staying at the rented accommodation at this residential area, and that is the reason a massive raid is being carried out by the police, and conducted the search of the vehicles as well as the flats which were being under the radar of Mohali police.
All right, that was a report in connection with Punjab police raids in Mohali. But Asaduddin Owaisi finds his name in an FIR by Delhi police in connection with inciting of communal sentiments, and he claims that there is no mention of any crime, no sections are mentioned. Let's listen in to the Delhi PRO, Delhi police PRO, and then a reaction by the Congress party's Pawan Khera.
FIRs regarding comments passed on social media by a few people which have been offending to people of other religion. So in that case, 2 FIRs have been registered and legal action has been initiated.
Ma'am, these cases are against some prominent people. Tell us about it.
Yes, I think the whole social media is a buzz. So we have registered cases against Ms. Nupur, Mr. Naveen, Mr. Owaisi and several other people. who have been regularly passing such kind of comments on social media, and they are hurting the religious feeling of people in general. So action has been initiated.
किसी को हक नहीं बनता कि किसी के भगवान की हंसी उड़ाए या उनके खिलाफ अपमानजनक टिप्पणी करे। यह काम बहुत पहले होना चाहिए था। पूरे विश्व में जब हमारी जगहसाई हो रही है उसके बाद कर रहे हैं, इस बात का अफसोस है।
All right, the FIRs are also against Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal of the BJP. Aneri Shah joins us from Hyderabad. Aneri, but why is Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi agitated if an investigation is taking place on some comments that he might have made?
Well, Abhishek, we have been seeing that after the FIR were lodged in Delhi, well, we see that Asaduddin Owaisi, the AIMIM chief, has come up with a series of tweets on social media stating that the first thing, they have not specified what crime he has made, and without specifying any sort of crime, how can they file an FIR is a question being raised. And also at the same time, Asaduddin Owaisi has been pointing out over the various hate speeches being given by other leaders as well, but also at the same time he continues to state that he will speak to the lawyers and continue look at various options which could be looked into in this matter. But yes, Asaduddin Owaisi questioning the FIR filed against him in the national capital and ask what is the specific crime and which is not mentioned in the FIR.
All right, Aneri. Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi now under a probe by Delhi police after he was booked by an FIR, and of course, formerly of the BJP, Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal also getting booked by Delhi police. Moving on.
Following the massive victory in his recent film Vikram, actor turned politician Kamal Haasan, while addressing the media today in Chennai, stated regarding politics, he said that yes, he is very much still in politics, and also goes on to reiterate that he is also willing to contest in the upcoming elections as well. This is a statement that has been made by actor turned politician and Makkal Nidhi Mayam president there, Kamal Haasan, where he states that he is very much still an active part of the Makkal Nidhi Mayam and that work is ongoing. He also goes on to state that he will also contest in the upcoming elections. Remember, Kamal Haasan had launched his party Makkal Nidhi Mayam almost over 5 years back, and recently in 2021 Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly elections and the Panchayat elections that was held recently as well, MNM had been an active contestant in the field of politics here in Tamil Nadu. Kamal Haasan himself had contested from in the 2021 Legislative Assembly elections as well.
Senior Superintendent of Police Bathinda has confirmed that the Punjab Police have detained Keshav and Chetan from Bathinda. According to sources, Keshav was the one who arranged and got all the weapons to murder Sidhu Moosewala. The weapons were brought all the way from Amritsar. Further investigation is underway. In a major terror crackdown, the Sashastra Seema Bal has killed down a top Maoist commander during an encounter in Bihar's Jamui district. The Maoist commander, identified as Matlu Turi, was killed by the SSB forces in the encounter, which broke out, and a search operation The Crackdown Bhima Judicial Commission of Inquiry has issued summons to the chiefs of 6 political parties, including Shiv Sena, Bharatiya Janata Party and Maharashtra Navnirman Sena. They have been asked to appear for submitting an oral statement before the commission and to file an affidavit to the commission before 30th June. The president of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, Republican Party of India, Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee to have been summoned. Just today before the Rajya Sabha polls, MLAs of the ruling BJP JJP alliance in Haryana have been shifted to a resort in Chandigarh to discuss the strategy for the June 10 election. State Minister JP Dalal said that it's not the move to hoard MLAs at the resort and that they have only gathered to discuss the polling procedures with the new MLAs. Resort politics has now reached Karnataka ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. The Janata Dal has moved all its 32 MLAs to a 5-star hotel in the city in Bengaluru. This comes when the race for the last seat from the state seems to be tight. While the JDS continues to seek Congress support to ensure its candidate's victory, the Congress, on the other hand, is also expecting all the 32 votes of JDS with it. However, in fear of poaching and cross-voting in favor of the BJP, the Janata Dal has moved its MLAs in the same hotel. Another controversy has now erupted in Bengaluru University over installation of a Savarkar picture in classroom. This is the video that has now come out, where a student can be seen mounting Veer Savarkar photo in the college classroom. Notably, the administration called it a bid to stir controversy and violation of discipline. After the video went viral, the administration removed the portrait of Veer Savarkar and Bharat Mata with it. Students concerned were also made to write an apology letter for installing Savarkar's picture in class. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar asserted that there is no need for an anti-conversion law in the state, as there was complete harmony and members of different communities lived in peace. The Chief Minister was responding to a query which claimed that Hindus were allegedly changing their faith.
बिहार में इस तरह का आपस का किसी खास कोई विवाद नहीं, सब लोग अपने ढंग से काम कर रहे हैं और यहाँ सरकार की तरफ से इस पर ध्यान दिया जाता है। और आप जानते ही न हैं कि दंगा फंगा बिल्कुल नहीं के बराबर पसंद कर दिया हम लोगों ने, सब तरह से पूरा का पूरा अलर्टनेस रहता है, इसलिए बिहार में सब कोई समस्या नहीं।
A case was registered against Uttar Pradesh MLC and Samajwadi Party leader Lal Bihari Yadav in Moradabad for allegedly making indecent remarks about Lord Shiva in a purported video. The case was registered at the Kant police station after a complaint was filed by Bajrang Dal workers about the SP leader's remarks. Yadav has been booked under sections 153 and 153B of the IPC. Former Union Minister and Bharatiya Janata Party leader Uma Bharti criticized the terror group Al-Qaeda over its threat letter of launching suicide attacks in India and said that their threats are useless. Speaking exclusively to Republic TV over Al-Qaeda's open threat letter, Uma Bharti said that the terror group had also given threats to Nobel Prize winner Malala Yousafzai, but they failed in their motives.
वो आत्मघाती हमले करेंगे।
उन्होंने तो क्या नाम था उसका, मलाला यूसुफजई को भी धमकी दी थी, तो उसका तो कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाया, उसको तो नोबेल पुरस्कार मिला। इसलिए अलकायदा की जो धमकियां होती हैं वो तो गिदड़ भपकी होती है, उसका कोई महत्व नहीं है। हम भारत के लोग हैं, हम अलकायदा की धमकियों को मतलब नहीं समझते।
According to the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, India witnessed another jump in the daily COVID cases as the country reported 7,300 plus infections in the last 24 hours. There's a steep 41% jump in the cases. This increase is believed to be led by another surge in COVID cases in Maharashtra. And with this surge in the cases, the active caseload in the country stands at 33,000, constituting 0.08% of India's total positive cases.
By the concerned quarters against those who made the comments and tweets. I really don't think I have anything additional to say on this. You mentioned about outreach, Sudhi. Let me just say, look, our ambassadors regularly brief their interlocutors on issues and concerns of the day. They are also in regular touch with headquarters. In fact, this is their job. So I'm not sure anything further I have to say on that. On the issue of External Affairs Minister and the Iran discussions, look, my understanding is that this issue was not raised during that conversation. As for the oil part, any case, we have issued a press release on the visit, so you would have had a chance to see what was discussed. Beyond this point, I don't want to comment on the details of the conversations, whether it is on oil or otherwise. But let me just draw your attention to the public remarks made by the External Affairs Minister earlier this month and last month, where he has highlighted the absence of oil from Iran and Venezuela has made it more difficult for India to meet our energy security needs. So I think that addresses most of the questions that I had. Thank you. Next round of questions. Okay, which part of the thing? She had two. इन्होंने दो प्रश्न किए, दो. जितना दूर मुझे मालूम है, ये मुद्दा आया नहीं था इनके कॉन्वर्सेशन में, हमारे विदेश मंत्री और ईरान के विदेश मंत्री के वार्तालाप में. हमने प्रेस रिलीज जारी की है. उस प्रेस रिलीज में आपने देखा होगा, उसमें काफी चीजों के बारे में कहा गया है. और इससे अलग दोनों मंत्रियों के बीच हुई बातचीत पर मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूंगा. मैं सिर्फ आपका ध्यान इसी विदेश मंत्री के कुछ पब्लिक रिमार्क्स पहले जो दी थी उस पर आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा, जहां उन्होंने इस बात पर प्रकाश डाला है कि ईरान और वेनेजुएला से तेल न मिलने के कारण भारत के लिए एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी नीड्स को पूरा करना और अधिक कठिन हो गया है. सॉरी, आई डिडंट व्हाट कांट Microphone, please. The question was on the External Affairs Minister, and you have a separate follow-up on that? Yeah, please go ahead. I can't hear you on the mic. Yeah, now the mic's working.
The Iranian Foreign Ministry put out a statement, sort of a brief on the meeting with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, where they had not just said that they raised the issue of the profit controversy, but that the National Security Advisor had given assurances to the extent that those who had been punished
this is about the conversation between NSA and the Iranian Foreign Minister, right?
And it would be seen as a lesson to others. This was the quote that they had given off the National Security Advisor. There was also a tweet put out by the Iran Foreign Ministry through one of its embassies, where the Iranian Foreign Minister had said that he had raised the issue and that all officials he had spoken to had unequivocally condemned the comments, and they also used the word satisfied in their press release. So I just wanted to know about whether there is an NIA reaction to that.
Look, I usually don't like to comment on unless particular elements we'd like to put out on comments between senior dignitaries. So certainly on the NSA and Iranian Foreign Minister, I would not like to comment on what their conversation was. My understanding is that what you are referring to in a readout has been pulled down. It's check now. But anyway, even if it is, I don't want to get into what was said or not. It is not for, I don't have any comment on that, so I'll leave it at that. Okay, next. एक मिनट हाँ तो ढाई अब पूछिए एक मिनट मैडम प्लीज.
सर, मैं कविता जोशी हूँ, हरिभूमि न्यूज़पेपर से. मैं सर ये सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ कि अभी जो भारत और ईरान के विदेश मंत्रियों के बीच में बायलैटरल मीटिंग हुई है, उसमें कनेक्टिविटी और चाबहार पोर्ट के डेवलपमेंट को लेकर बात हुई है. तो क्या भारत जो अफगानिस्तान को अपनी जो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन एड भेज रहा है, जिसमें गेहूं भी है, एसेंशियल मेडिसिन भी हैं और बाकी सारी चीजें हैं, क्या उसको हम वाया पाकिस्तान की जगह पे ईरान के थ्रू अफगानिस्तान भेजने के बारे में भी कुछ बात हुई है मीटिंग में?
ओके, आपका एक सवाल था.
छोटा सा ये था कि
पहले इंट्रोड्यूस करिए.
मेरा नाम शम्स है.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
मैं ये पूछना चाहता था, कई कंट्रीज ने हमारे एम्बेसडर को बुला के इस पर प्रॉफिट वाले एहतजाज किया, तो अब जो आपने बताया कई बार प्रेस रिलीज में भी और इसमें कि इनको सजा दे दिया है, तो क्या हमारी तरफ से कुछ उनको जवाब दिया गया है?
आप फिर से दोहराएंगे अपना क्वेश्चन क्लियर नहीं था. आपके तो संदर्भ दिया आपने.
मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि कई
Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the air.
Delhi police registers FIR against AIMIM President Assaduddin over inflammatory speech on Wednesday. OIC response to the FIR filed against him says it's the first time an FIR does not mention any crime. State after state, sort after resort, it's an all-out pro your flock ahead of Rajya Sabha polls, mostly for the Congress party. Big twist in the Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Suresh claims Chief Minister's aide approached her for a settlement. Goes to court. And still in Kerala, Congress stages symbolic golden biryani protest in Kochi against Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
The last date of the Honorable President being in the office.
That's Election Commission announcing the dates of presidential polls to take place on 18th of July. New president to take oath on the 25th. All right, breaking news development coming in on BJP spokesperson's comments on Prophet Muhammad. This time, City Police Bhiwandi in Thane booking Naveen Jindal. And Jindal has been summoned now by the Bhiwandi City Police and has asked him to appear before them on June 15th. The case against him was registered earlier. And of course, Naveen Jindal has been expelled from the BJP. Joining us, Alisha from Mumbai. Alisha, over to you. What more details? Who is the complainant and what is the case against Naveen Jindal?
Abhishek, what we know is that the case that has been registered by the Bhiwandi police station against Naveen Jindal, and now according to the summons that has been issued to Naveen Jindal, that is the Bhiwandi police has asked him to appear before the police on 15th of June at around 11:30 a.m. and it's worth noting that the Mumbai police station in Maharashtra Thane district has already called Nupur Sharma to testify in person on June 22, but this is a new summons that has been issued by the Bhiwandi police station because earlier over the comment of the Islamic Prophet Muhammad, where the Bhiwandi police has also registered an FIR against Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal, and then now what we know to testify in person, where the Bhiwandi police has already asked Naveen Jindal to record his statement and also asked him to appear on 15th of June at around 11:30 a.m.
Right, Alisha, also, all right, we have to take a 1-minute report following this. Thank you so much, Alisha, for joining us.
AIMIM today protest in the national capital at the Parliament Street police station. Let me tell you that this was around 12:30 in the afternoon when the protesters reached at the Parliament Street police station. This was the protest against Nupur Sharma. Nupur Sharma, the former BJP leader against whom the FIR has been already registered, and this was against the hate speech, the statement which was used by Nupur Sharma. This is not limited to Nupur Sharma. When we are talking about the FIR which has been registered, let me tell you, there are several names against whom this particular FIR has been registered. So police is doing the investigation, and the numbers, if we talk about on the people on whom FIR has been registered, is increasing. Even Asaduddin Owaisi is named in the FIR. Another FIR has been named or rather registered against Owaisi also.
All right, breaking news development this time from Mumbai. A Mumbai court has rejected the pleas of Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik, former ministers in the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government, who were seeking a one-day bail to vote in Rajya Sabha polls. Their applications have been rejected. Remember, just a couple of days back, the Enforcement Directorate had filed an affidavit saying that those in custody cannot be allowed to vote. The application or the plea was very specific to Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik participating in the Rajya Sabha polls that happen tomorrow. This is going to have political consequences, given the fact that the MVA alliance would be 2 MLAs short, 2 votes short in the Rajya Sabha polls. We'll have to check the numbers as to how really it stacks up in terms of the election, results. But what is important is that a Mumbai court has rejected the pleas of former Maharashtra ministers Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik to go out on bail and vote. Alisha continues to be with us on phone. Alisha, the Mumbai court rejecting the bail pleas or one-day bail pleas of Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik. If you could throw some light as to how this affects the Rajya Sabha polls in Maharashtra tomorrow.
Well, of course, there was a temporary bail plea that has been filed by Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik, who is under the judicial custody now. And this was filed before the special CBI court. Importantly, what is, I beg your pardon, it was filed before the special PMLA court, that's a special ED court. And on this, where Enforcement Directorate has upheld the bail pleas of both NCP leaders, that is Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik, saying that the prisoner does not have voting rights under the Representation of the People Act. They also adding that the person confined in prison cannot vote in any election. Whether the fact we know that even yesterday when the argument was ongoing before the court, at certain point where Amit Desai, senior counsel Amit Desai for Nawab Malik and Abad Ponda for Anil Deshmukh has clearly stated that they are not convicted. If they've been convicted, they have no rights. There were certain points and laws that has been put forward before the court. But yes, on pronouncing the verdict before on the plea that was filed by Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik, that has been rejected by the special court today. And importantly, what we also got to know over the rejection of the pleas that has been rejected by the special court, that has been challenged to the Bombay High Court, because Anil Deshmukh through his lawyers has already moved to Bombay High Court seeking a day bail application, seeking a day just to vote in the Rajya Sabha. Earlier, in the application, what has mentioned that there were certain conditions that was put forth stating they just need a bail for some hours just to go and do their duty, the duty of as the representative of the people, and that is their duty to get a vote for the Rajya Sabha. Also, there were certain the conditions that was put forth before the court that we can even give an export. But that plea has been rejected. Now we have to wait and watch what the Bombay High Court react to this, because the already time has gone where they have already filed an application, the new fresh application that has been filed before the Bombay High Court. But as of now, there is no urgent hearing that has been put forth or any urgent relief that has been given to the Anil Deshmukh as well as Nawab Malik.
Right. Thank you so much, Alisha. Keep tabs. And moving on, a 1-minute report on Congress Party's protests in Punjab against Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann because he refused to meet the Congress MLAs.
Punjab Congress Chief Raja Vadeng and LOP Pratap Singh Bajwa has staged the protest inside the residence of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann when Mann refused to meet him and asked them to take appointment before reaching. And in fact, Punjab Congress claims that they wanted to meet Punjab Chief Minister with regards to the situation of law and order that was highly compromised in Punjab. And in fact, when Mann refused to meet all the Congress party leaders inside the CM residence, they staged the protest, raised the slogans regarding against the Aam Aadmi Party government as well as Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. And in fact, they have also raised the slogan that unnecessarily Aam Aadmi Party government is arresting their Congress former ministers and registering the case, false and fake cases against them. But high drama witnessed, and later on all the party leaders has been taken into the custody by Chandigarh police regarding the law and order situation.
President Ramnath Kovind was received by Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha at Jammu Airport. President Kovind is set to address IIM Jammu convocation on his trip to Jammu. President is set to pay obeisance to Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Temple and interact with the Indian Army Jawans at the Northern Command headquarters in Udhampur. He is on a 2-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir. Kerala gold scam prime accused Swapna Suresh filed a petition in the Kerala High Court. Republic accessed an exclusive copy of the application. There's an update coming in the Sheena Bora. Speaking exclusively to Republic, Swapna Suresh said that she was fighting for justice after filing a sensational petition in the High Court. Swapna asserts that she was under threat. The prime accused Swapna Suresh Meanwhile, speaking about the petition filed before the High Court, the gold scam case accused Swapna told Republic that a case against her has been filed for conspiracy and defamation, which is untrue. She even added that she is not involved in any conspiracy and has not tried to defame anyone. She further said that she is now counting on the Kerala High Court to consider her petition and provide her justice. And there's an update coming in the Sheera Bora murder case. Today, Rahul Mukherjee, son of Indrani and Peter Mukherjee, has appeared before the special CBI court as a witness in the Sheera Bora case. And Indrani Mukherjee and Peter Mukherjee are also were present in the court. Massive demonstrations by the AIMIM unfolded in Delhi against Nupur Sharma regarding the controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad. AIMIM protests against Nupur were at Jantar Mantar in Delhi.
Sarkar Murdabad, Punjab Sarkar Murdabad, Bacche Khani Sarkar.
Congress leaders protest against Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann at his official residence. Congress says the CM did not meet them today despite a confirmed appointment for their meeting on the issue of the arrest of former Punjab Forest Minister by the Vigilance Department. Meanwhile, Congress leaders who were protesting against Punjab CM at his official residence have been detained by the police. On the same took taking to Twitter, Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann condemned the protest held by the Congress leaders. He further went on to highlight the bribery culture in the Congress party. Mann said on Twitter that without any delay, the remnants of Punjab Congress came to his house to protest in favor of their leaders who are facing bribery charges. This update in the ongoing NEET PG row. The decision has been reserved by the top court after hearing the arguments of the centre and the petitioner. The verdict is set to be pronounced on June 10, that's tomorrow. Supreme Court will decide whether NEET PG 2021 will have special stretch round counselling for 1456 vacant seats in medical colleges in All India quota. A family of 3 and a little child have tragically lost their lives after they were buried alive in landslides that occurred in 2 places in Garo Hills early in the morning. 3 members of a family were killed in a landslide, while a 2.5-year-old boy died from a similar incident in the Beta Singh region of southwest Garo Hills district. The incident occurred after Garo Hills was lashed by heavy rains late night in Meghalaya. All right, a short break, but on the other side, Delhi Minister Satendra Jain custody is extended till June 13th. ED says Jain not cooperating with authorities. NIA Crackdown on terror in Tamil Nadu, raids across 15 locations in the ISIS terror funding case.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However,
निश्चित रूप से किसानों को लाभ होगा।
भूपेश बघेल जी, वो 2 विधायक जो नहीं पहुंच पाए, वो मान गए हैं क्या?
वो सब अपने साथ हैं।
और आप ये सब विधायकों को लेकर चंडीगढ़ ही जा रहे हैं, जितने जाएंगे
देखते जाइए।
राष्ट्रपति चुनाव के जो है तारीख का ऐलान हो गया है,
वो पार्टी तय करेगी उसमें।
बीजेपी के नेता यहाँ दावा कर रहे हैं कि वहाँ पर जो है बीजेपी के ही कैंडिडेट का उनकी जीत, क्या यह माना जाए कि पूरी सेटिंग हो चुकी है, इसलिए वो कह रहे हैं?
ये उनका ख्याली पुलाव है, आंकड़े उनके पास है ही नहीं। थैंक यू।
All right, resort politics in Rajasthan, in Haryana, in Maharashtra, and in these pictures in Chhattisgarh with Bhupesh Baghel defending the action. Moving on.
No more disrespect for any religion. Booking all sides in sadism and balancewad. Watch The Burning Question at 8 p.m.
A short break, but on the other side, Delhi police says no tolerance to Owaisi's speech. AIMIM president booked over hate speech.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ramnath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action has been taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to contain.
Well, we're sticking to the resort politics story just a day ahead of Rajya Sabha polls, and these pictures coming in from Chhattisgarh where MLAs are being herded. And it seems they are being brought back now. So remember, viewers, Haryana MLAs were taken to Chhattisgarh by the Congress party. And these are Haryana Congress MLAs who are leaving from Raipur and being brought back to Haryana just a day ahead of polls, which is tomorrow. Earlier we heard Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, who was giving a send-off and said that he would be travelling with the MLAs to Chandigarh. Congress has also arranged a special aircraft for this. It is worth mentioning that to avoid cross-voting in Rajya Sabha elections, many Congress MLAs of Haryana are camping in Raipur. And Haryana Congress MLAs were supposed to remain in Raipur till June 9th, and now the buses have brought them to the Raipur airport. Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel of Chhattisgarh would be accompanying these MLAs to Chandigarh, where they would be voting tomorrow. The fear is of cross-voting. Remember, Haryana has an extra independent candidate, and the candidate is short of 4 votes, and it is believed that Congress party MLAs might cross-vote, and the independent candidate might win instead of Congress party's nominee Ajay Makar. And with all the connections that Ajay Makar has with the Huddas in Haryana, that's going to be a bit of an embarrassment for the Congress party if Ajay Makar loses. And that's why this herding of MLAs from Haryana to Chhattisgarh, they've been there for 4 or 5 days. In fact, Amandeep joins us over the phone. Amandeep, Congress party MLAs being brought back from Raipur. But do you think this will stop Congress from losing one seat with the possibility of cross-voting among its ranks?
Well, Abhishek, this is a very tough situation for the Congress party, just because they are having just neck-to-neck numbers of 30 MLAs. And in fact, there are certain MLAs who are not in the favor of Ajay Makar to vote. One independent candidate, Kartikeya Sharma, who is getting the support from the surplus MLAs of JJP and BJP, and in fact certain independent MLAs as well. It is the matter of just 3 votes that 3 votes are expected to be cross votes from the side of the Congress to Kartikeya, and Ajay Makhan will be losing on that 3 votes. And that is the reason Congress party is camping their MLAs earlier in Raipur, and in fact now bringing them back to Delhi, and just because tomorrow the voting process will begin at Haryana Vidhan Sabha. And in fact 3 candidates from BJP and in fact an independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma, from Congress side Ajay Makhan. BJP is very much confident and clear on their Rajya Sabha nominee that no interruption, without any complication, he will be elected. And in fact Congress and independent candidate Kartikeya Sharma, this is the complication where arise, and that is the reason the Congress party has taken their MLAs to Raipur from past 4 to 5 days and now bringing them back just a day before the voting. Tomorrow by 9 a.m. Abhishek, everything would be clear, just because the voting process will be starting by 9 a.m. And the Congress party has given an oath to all the MLAs to vote to Ajay Makhan. But a group of MLAs are not in support of Ajay Makhan, and that is the reason Congress is repeatedly counseling all the MLAs and convincing them to vote on the party.
Right, Amandeep. Right, Amandeep. Anuj also joins us over the phone, and Anuj covers the Congress party. Anuj, Congress MLAs from Haryana being brought back from Chhattisgarh, where they were herded to prevent poaching and cross-voting. But you think this would help? If the Congress MLAs are back, they can still cross-vote tomorrow.
Congress has tried their level best to keep everyone together, but the things are not coming in the right direction for the Congress party. As we broke the story a few minutes back, that this is going to be more trouble for the Congress party when we are talking about tomorrow's Rajya Sabha election. This is going to be Kuldeep Bishnoi. As we broke the story earlier, that Kuldeep Bishnoi is not in favor of Ajay Makhan. That's the candidate for the Rajya Sabha election of the Congress party. So Kuldeep Bishnoi missing from that very day when the meeting happened in the national capital, when the MLAs before leaving to Raipur was called in here in the national capital at Hooda's residence. There also Kuldeep Bishnoi was missing, and what I have been told that Kuldeep Bishnoi along with other 2 MLAs are planning to take the other direction. So this is going to be more trouble. Congress, we have seen trying their level best, again playing the resort politics, bringing their MLAs from Chandigarh to national capital, from national capital to Raipur, and now from Raipur back to national capital, and from there what I have been told they are going to go to Chandigarh to vote for the Rajya Sabha election. But now we need to understand that Congress has done everything, but the people there inside, but the Congress leaders are not on the same page. This exactly is going to be the trouble for the Congress party, what we are seeing at this point in time, because Kuldeep Bishnoi is hinting it clearly, Kuldeep Bishnoi making it clear that yes, he is not going to be on the same page with the other MLAs. So this is going to be more trouble for the Congress party.
Officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency. As many as 5 rape cases involving minors were reported within a week from Hyderabad. The BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri questioned the silence of the Chief Minister K.
Right, in an unfortunate incident being reported from Uttarakhand, 5 people have been killed and 3 injured as a vehicle went into a gorge in Tehri district. The accident occurred around 2:45 p.m. near Pokhar on the Ghasali road. The vehicle was on its way to South village. These pictures coming in of those having met with the accident being brought out and taken away in an ambulance. Fatal accident in Tehri in Uttarakhand, and this is all what we had in 5:30 p.m. live and breaking. For exclusive stories of the day, it's over to Shawan in This Is Exclusive.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek. A big lineup for all of you tuning in right now on This Is Exclusive. What's really happening in the resort politics? You need to take a look at those visuals that have now been accessed by Republic TV, and also the big ISIS module that has been busted by the NIA. State after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protect your flock ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. Congress and NCP call for meetings of their MLAs while BJP stations its lawmakers at President Hotel in Mumbai. Stalemate continues in Karnataka over support to Congress and JDS candidates as both parties urge each other to back them. As MLAs gather at a 5-star resort cum spa in Chandigarh, BJP calls the gathering as training camp. Republic accesses exclusive details of the ISIS terror plot busted by NIA. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. While the resort politics is in full swing across multiple states, Republic has now accessed the latest visuals of Congress MLAs in Udaipur. Viewers, you need to take a look at this visual, which is only going to shock you, because at the end of the day, it's our legislators who are enjoying at the cost of the taxpayers' money. What you see right now is a Congress legislator who's playing tennis inside the resort. In fact, there are several such visuals that have been accessed, but let's just go full frame with the visuals that we are getting in right now. Details of the Congress MLA in Udaipur who's playing tennis right now. Over the last 48 hours, what we have seen is several legislators cutting across party lines being ordered into resorts, resort politics being played out full-fledged. And now take a look at this. This is what a legislator who's supposed to be representing you is currently doing inside a resort in Udaipur. The Congress legislator on your screens right now. A while back, there was also multiple meetings that are taking place inside the resort. The fact of the matter here is that why should the taxpayers really pay for these kind of politics that is actually taking place inside a resort? That's a big question. And not one state, starting from Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, you name it. And for the Rajya Sabha elections, this is what is really happening. The reason why almost every party seems to be extremely wary as far as the elections to the upper house is concerned, that's only because they are not very sure whether they're going to stick to their party whip. In fact, what we have seen as far as the Congress party is concerned, they have been blaming the BJP by saying that there is massive horse trading that is taking place, and because of the quest for power, we are essentially looking at all these legislators being put inside buses and then taken inside the resort. What is even more interesting is that not a single person is essentially allowed to enter these resorts because they are wary about it. In fact, in Maharashtra, we are being told that walkie-talkies are essentially being used by political parties because they fear that there could be phone tapping that can actually take place. And not just that, they should avoid any kind of communication. Joining us on this broadcast is my colleague Anuj. Anuj, walk us through the details that you are picking up, and also let's just go back to the visuals right now. The visuals coming in from Udaipur, exclusive visuals accessed only by Republic TV of a Congress legislator playing tennis in Udaipur. Let's stay with these visuals while Anuj take us through the details that you're picking up.
Well, if we talk about the Rajya Sabha election, then this is never new within the Congress party when we are seeing this kind of resort politics being played by the Congress party. Because the Congress party, we need to understand, is not very much sure about their own men. And as you pointed it out very rightly, this is not happening only in the Rajya Sabha election. We have seen the same in the assembly elections, and states by states we have seen the same. Whenever this is the Congress party which is near to the election, they are fear of any kind of horse trading, they are fear of any kind of contact by the other party, like other party can nab their candidates, can nab their leaders. This is something the mindset of the Congress leadership is, and this is why the reason we call it the resort politics is being played again and again. They are given every type of lavishness in the resort, but they can't come out. The legislators, the MLAs can't come out from the resort. Their phones has been taken, let me tell you. They are not allowed to communicate with even their families. So that is something, the kind of politics which is being done within the Congress party. And as I was pointing it earlier also, that this is not the first time when we are seeing these kind of visuals. The visuals are coming in from Rajasthan, from Udaipur, where this resort is and where these MLAs have been taken. Tomorrow it is going to be an important day when we are talking about the Rajya Sabha election. This is going to be in the different state, but the most important state when we are talking about the Congress party, when we are talking about the Rajya Sabha election, is going to be the Haryana, because MLAs has been taken to Raipur, and from there now coming back, and now will be flying to Chandigarh, coming back to national capital. But the people within the Congress party is not on the same page, and that is something which we call a fear within the Congress party. And that's why this is something what we see, the politics, the resort politics, which is being again and again done by the Congress party. Because the leadership, we need to understand, when we are talking about the loyalists of Congress party, whether being it Jyotiraj Scindia, whether being it Jatin Prasada, whether being it Hardik Patel, or whether being it numbers of loyalists who left the Congress party. The recent example is Kapil Sibal also. So they are leaving the party, and the Congress party, the top brass of the Congress party, is not confident of their own men, of their own loyalists. But this is to see what exactly will be coming out tomorrow.
The question here is why should the taxpayers really face the brunt of this kind of politics that is being played out? Let's just quickly move to my colleague Alisha, who's getting us a report. Now, Alisha is inside the hotel. She's inside the hotel with some of the MLAs, the legislators who are there. Alisha, I want you to walk us through every possible corner, nook and corner of that hotel where all the legislators have been kept inside. And interestingly, from Maharashtra, we're getting visuals of walkie-talkies. I'm being told that walkie-talkies are being used. Are they really fearful of something really happening, a phone tapping or something of that sort? Is that the reason why walkie-talkies are being used? Let's just go full frame with Alisha, who's inside the hotel in Mumbai, where we are being told legislators have been asked to stay put.
Well, yes, Shaman, that is a matter of concern where we can see the Shiv Sena who's been taking the walkie-talkie. But yes, let me show you the visual from inside the hotel president. I am inside the hotel president where the BJP MLA and MLC has been asked to stay at this hotel. We are continuously showing you the visuals where the BJP, the leaders who have been asked, and we already know that the visuals, and specifically we know that there are the meeting which is still underway, and here we can see the BJP leaders who have been here present at the President Hotel, and they've been asked to wait, and everyone has been waiting for Devendra Fadnavis to come, because we already know that the Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnavi was already reached here, and under the leadership of Ashwini, the meeting has already been started. And importantly, now everyone has been waiting for Devendra Fadnavis to come, so that the crucial meeting, which is now underway, of the BJP who have been here in the Cuff Parade. This is the Cuff Parade Hotel where the Taj President, where the BJP MLAs that has been resorted here, they've been stationed here at the MLA. It's ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections. We even know that the statement that has been coming in from Bharatiya Janata Party clearly stating that they have the numbers, and specifically they are going to win at least 3 seats in the Rajya Sabha. And right after the statement, because the statement that was used by the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly stating that even there are some leaders from Mahavikas Aghadi. I've been taking you to each and every corner where we can see the leaders of the BJP. But let me tell you, this is the statement that was given by Bharatiya Janata Party clearly stating that there are some leaders, they are not happy with with Mahavikas Aghadi, and that is the reason after we saw that the resort politics that has all happened here, and at first where Shiv Sena at first has given a whip to all the MLAs and MLC. They have been asked to be present at the Vidhan Bhavan to cast their vote tomorrow. But yes, if you can see, if you can see here where the BJP has been stationed here, there are even we saw Rahul Narvekar was present here, and even everyone is been waiting for Devendra Fadnavis to come here. Here we can see the BJP senior leader Girish Mahajan, who is already here. He's been present in everything, specifically in the meeting that has been continuously ongoing by the BJP. And well, yes, as I was saying, that every BJP is been just waiting for Devendra Fadnavis so that they can come, and the important meeting that is ongoing will be going to be started. Yes, Shaman.
Well, Alisha, I will request you to report from inside. You're reporting from inside the hotel right now. Only channel to have got access inside a Mumbai hotel, where right now you can see top BJP leaders who are present there. Now, BJP has given a new twist altogether. There is a training camp, is what they have essentially said in other states. Alisha, I want you to stay in the frame while you move around and show our viewers what's really happening inside a Mumbai hotel right now. Why inside a Mumbai hotel at the end of the day, and for how long have they been there, and what's the plan like?
Well, of course, we know the strategy of the BJP. Well, yes, I'm continuously showing you the visuals, and this is from inside the President Hotel, where all the BJP, MLA, MLC that has been stationed inside this hotel. We know that whenever the election starts, there are the resort politics, and first it started with the Shiv Sena, where Shiv Sena has stationed all the MLAs to a resort in Mud Island, and then later they've been brought to the Trident Hotel. After which Congress also put all their MLAs to Renaissance Hotel in Powai, and later with the meeting where the BJP had a very crucial meeting where Rane and Piyush Goyal was present in that meeting. They were at this hotel, and after which they have decided to get all these BJP MLAs to the hotel in Cuff Parade, that is the Taj President. And now the meeting that has already been started, where Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnavi was already taking all the meeting with the MLAs. But yes, most of the MLAs and the leaders, the BJP leaders who are here still waiting for Devendra Fadnavis to reach at the meeting, because it will be very important, because they have already finalized their strategy, what will be the further course of action. And of course, the BJP is very confident enough to win at least 3 seats in the Rajya Sabha. The number what they have got, even we know that in Maharashtra, where BJP is the single largest party, and that's the reason where the MLA has been very much confident, and that's the only reason they have also appointed a third candidate. And also is just they're confident, and that was the fear where Shiv Sena, it's Shiv Sena or Congress or NCP, they have been going inside and they've been doing a resort politics. I am just showing up visuals from each and every corner. You can see from this very frame where BJP leaders have been stationed here. Everyone is just waiting for Devendra Fadnavis to reach at the resort, because the BJP crucial meeting, the key meeting that has already been started, is just to give the instructions, what the instructions that will be given for tomorrow Rajya Sabha. Even we know this resort politics is all started with the statement of BJP clearly stating there are some of the MLA, there are some of the leaders who are not happy with the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and there can be a cross voting. After which Shiv Sena has started with the resort politics, where at first they have issued a whip to their MLAs and asked to be present in the Vidhan Bhavan to cast their vote. And right after that, we saw that they have already got they have brought all their MLAs to a specific place, to the resort. And yesterday, the day before yesterday, where there was a resort politics, and there was a meeting of a Shiv Sena and also Congress NCP, where they decided to give a majority. And of course, Shiv Sena has already given a whip, has already issued a whip to the party. And after this, where the Congress and NCP, after a meeting, is going to even give the whip to the party leader. Yes, Shaban.
Well, that was Alisha. Let's just keep her in the frame also. Alisha is right now inside a Mumbai hotel, the only reporter to have got exclusive access inside a Mumbai hotel where BJP legislators are currently present. But the question here is that what we are asking, Amandeep, in Chandigarh also we have seen the similar visuals coming in of legislators seem to be having fun at the taxpayers' money. What is it really happening inside the resort from where you are reporting currently?
Well, Shravan, for Haryana Rajya Sabha is scenario something different. We are reporting outside the Sukh Villas, where all BJP and JJP MLAs, I can show you the visuals, that all BJP and JJP MLAs are inside, and in fact 2-day training session is happening. Just because JJP and BJP are having the majority of 50 MLAs, and out of 90, 50 are in the fold of government, and in fact for one Rajya Sabha nominee it's required 30 votes of MLAs, and in fact BJP is having the surplus 10 votes in their party fold, and that is the reason they are holding a training session for all of their MLAs inside this hotel, inside this resort as well, along with the JJP, just because BJP has launched Kishan Lal Pawar is the candidate of BJP to have 30 legislative votes, and in fact 10 of the BJP MLAs and 10 of the JJP MLAs, they have already decided to divert the votes to the independent candidate, that is Kartikeya Sharma, and in fact he is also getting the support of the independent MLAs from the side of the Congress as well, and it is the matter of just 3 votes, Shravan. The fight is just for the 3 votes, just because Congress party, who have launched their candidate Ajay Makan for the Rajya Sabha polls, they are having neck to neck 30 MLAs in their party fold, and that is the reason all the Congress MLAs has taken to the Raipur in Chhattisgarh and camping in a hotel, in a resort, and back-to-back counselling was happening, and even they are giving the oath to all the MLAs to vote for Ajay Makan. But 3 of the MLAs are not in the support of Ajay Makan. One is Kuldeep Bishnoi, another is Balraj Kundu, and third one is independent candidate. So that is the reason they are trying to quantify the support of 30 MLAs, so that at least tomorrow all the Congress MLAs will be vote for the Ajay Makan, not for Kartikeya Sharma. So the Congress party is facing a huge threat of cross-voting just because the possibility is from the side of the Congress to the Kartikeya Sharma. Kartikeya Sharma is the one who is actually independent candidate of Rajya Sabha, getting the support from BJP and the JJP from their surplus legislators, and even are in contact with the Congress MLAs as well. And in fact, all the independents are providing this support.
Thank you very much, Amandi, for getting us the latest details. Moving on to the other big exclusive tonight. We're getting you fresh documents of the investigation that's been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. Satyendra, Minister in the Delhi cabinet, who is now in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, there have been multiple searches that have been carried out. Now we're getting you full details, more in the files that have been accessed by Republic TV. What we are being told is that Satyendra Kumar Jain was a member of the trust that used to launder money. Now, there was unaccounted cash of about 2.85 crore rupees that's mentioned in this new document that's been accessed by Republic TV. In fact, I'm quoting from the documents that have been accessed. This is what the Enforcement Directorate is saying. What is the ground that is being used for? What is the ground that is now being used for the custody of Satyendra Jain? In fact, this is what they say. The Enforcement Directorate is saying that they require Satyendra Kumar Jain's custodial interrogation because he needs to be confronted with voluminous incriminating material, including many digital devices containing huge data, volumes of email dumps that have been seized by the agency after the searches that were carried out on the 6th. Then they also say that he needs to be interrogated in respect of the unaccounted cash to the tune of 2.85 crore rupees that have been recovered during the searches, so as to unearth the source of it and also to dwell upon the persons involved in laundering it. Satyendra Kumar Jain is also required to be interrogated with respect to 1.799 grams of gold that has been recovered. Then the Enforcement Director goes on to say is that he is also required to be interrogated to the exact quantum of tainted money that is involved, since he is still not cooperating in the investigation. He is required to be confronted with his associates, Vaibhav Jain, whose close involvement with him has again been established after the searches. Now, that's the big development coming in. Remember, viewers, right from day one, we have been saying that associates of Satyendra Kumar Jain, they have been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, on the one hand, Aam Aadmi Party has been saying that not a single penny has been recovered from Satyendra Kumar Jain's residence. But what the agency is essentially contending at this point in time is the fact that there are associates of Satyendra Kumar Jain, for instance, Vaibhav Jain and others, from whom what we are being told, there have been recoveries that have been made. 2.85 crore rupees. That's the amount that has been seized. Gold that has been seized from secret locations is what we are being told. Joining us on this broadcast is my colleague Niranjan, who's joining us. Niranjan, the big detail. We were the first to point out the connection between Satyendra Jain and a trust. What is this trust all about? Why is it so very important? Because it turns out that this trust was actually being used for laundering money.
Well, that's what it appears from the Enforcement Directorate document that you have shared with us, Shravan, and Shravan is breaking the story. In fact, he's anchoring the show as well. So I'm just here to point out some of the key points that we came across in the course of our reporting. It shows here that 2.85 crore rupees. So I'm just highlighting the key findings of the ED. ED says 2.85 crore rupees unaccounted cash. Unaccounted cash. This is cash. Cash of 2.85 crore, and there were 133 gold coins, and there was 1,799 grams of gold, and we're also hearing it was valued at 92 lakhs. So, roughly about 2.85 and 92 lakhs, about 3.7, 3.8 crore, in valuables. And the second bit of information that we are picking up from what Shravan has said and this document by the Enforcement Directorate is that during the searches, and these are the new facts, I'm going to move to this side. During the searches, it mentions here, new facts have emerged indicating that Satyendra Kumar Jain was a member in various trusts such as Jindal Charitable Society, as Vice President, Lala Sher Singh Memorial Jivan Vigyan Trust Society as President. Later on, ED saying his accomplice Vaibhav Jain was appointed in these trusts in his place. So they are saying he was part of the trust and later his associates took his place in the trust. Now the allegation is that
They're saying that in Para 7 further strengthens the case of ED since Lala Sher Singh Memorial Jeevan Vigyan Trust had provided accommodation entries to Vaibhav Jain in lieu of cash, which is suspected to be belonging to Sri Satyendra Kumar Jain. So very serious allegation by the Enforcement Directorate, which has claimed in the latest document, that Satyendra Kumar Jain was serving as president of the Lala Sher Singh Memorial Jeevan Vigyan Trust, which later Vaibhav Jain was appointed in his place, and the ED is saying this Vaibhav Jain was provided accommodation entries in lieu of cash suspected to be belonging to Sri Satyendra Kumar Jain. So essentially they suspect, that is the agency suspect, that trusts were being used to launder money. Trusts were being used to launder money. Isn't that correct, Shravan? Is that the allegation?
Absolutely, absolutely. Just to take you through, this is exactly what we reported about 2 days ago, saying that there was fresh evidence against Satyendra Kumar Jain, and that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate wanted further custody. Let me just flesh this out for all our viewers right now. Remember, right from day one, 56 paper companies, then Hawala operators, and then you have accommodation entries. Now, these are the three crucial links that we're talking about. Why? Why is it that the trust becomes very important right now? The trust, what we are being told is that he was a member of one of the trusts. In fact, the trust's name is Jindal Charitable Society. He was the vice president, one Lala Sher Singh Memorial Jeevan Vigyan Trust Society. And what they're saying, he was working in tandem with his accomplice Vaibhav Jain, who was also appointed in this trust in his place. So this is exactly what the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying, that look here, he's not been a director in any of these companies. He's not a member of these trusts. Yes, he had actually resigned. But what the CBI calls this is a technical resignation, because the active controlship of these companies was still with his family members. What really happens as far as these trusts are concerned? These trusts also are now being handled by his accomplice Vaibhav Jain. And let me also give you further information. Vaibhav Jain and others who have been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate will be confronted with Satyendra Jain in custody of the Enforcement Directorate. So fresh evidence now emerging against Delhi Minister Satyendra Kumar Jain. That's what the Enforcement Directorate had to say before the court.
Yeah. Shravan, there's one more mention. I'll just read this one paragraph and I'm handing it over to you. Now, ED says in paragraph number 9 in the latest document that I have in my hand that this is the same Vaibhav Jain. They say this is the same Vaibhav Jain who had fraudulently filed a declaration under income declaration scheme to claim Satyendra Kumar Jain's income as his own income in order to shield Satyendra Jain for projecting it as untainted. This IDS was rejected by the income tax authorities in toto, and later order of rejection was duly confirmed by Honorable Delhi High Court. So why this is even more serious is that it's not only about the Enforcement Directorate anymore. They're claiming wrongful income. They're saying that he claimed Satyendra Jain's income as his own income, which was rejected by the Income Tax Department. So it's not just about the Enforcement Directorate claiming that Income Tax Department was also involved and this earning was rejected because it was not his earning, it was Satyendra Jain's earning, is what Enforcement Directorate says. And third, they say that it was duly confirmed by the Honorable Delhi High Court. So look at the layers here. It's not just about ED, because most parties, including the Aam Aadmi Party, have questioned agencies. They've questioned the ED. It's not about ED alone. It's ED, Income Tax Department, and later confirmed by the Delhi High Court. So I'm not sure if there is so much of information, can you claim it is vendetta? I'm not sure that stands, given the kind of details that are put out. Shravan.
Well, this is exactly what not just the Enforcement Directorate but also the Income Tax Department as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation have been saying. CBI assessed that there is a 217% disproportionate assets case, and a charge sheet has already been filed. As far as the Income Tax Department goes, they are basically heavily relying on Satyendra Jain's accomplices, Vaibhav Jain, who basically admitted that yes, the money belongs to Satyendra Jain. That's not what we are saying. That's what accomplices or associates of Satyendra Jain had to tell the Income Tax Department, and as you were rightly pointing out, it's the Delhi High Court that has upheld the Income Tax Department's assessment order.
Well, that's correct, Shravan, and I think the headline, I'm just going through the headlines and I'm handing it back to you so that you take it from here. Once again, this is the full set of details, and we have a 3-page document, and these are documents that have been presented in the court by the Enforcement Directorate, and Republic TV has accessed it as part of the Satyendra file. Satyendra Jain is a minister in the Delhi government. The Aam Aadmi Party has faced questions, especially Kejriwal, on why Kejriwal continues to back Satyendra Jain. The Enforcement Directorate has put out the full details of what was recovered. 2.85 crore in cash linked to the Satyendra Jain locations. 8 locations connected with Satyendra Kumar Jain, incriminating documents, unaccounted cash of 2.84 crore, 133 gold coins, 1,799 grams of gold, that's 1.8 kilograms of gold, valued at about close to 1 crore rupees. So big details, and they're now claiming that it was part of trusts, and these trusts may have been used to launder money. Big allegations. Shravan breaking the story with the Satyendra files. I'm handing it back to you, Shravan, so that you take it from here. Back to you for now.
Well, thank you very much, Niranjan, for putting this into perspective. Exclusive documents that have been accessed. Fresh evidence is what the Enforcement Directorate says that they have against Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain, starting from the link with a trust, and let's not forget, accomplices who were hiding the materials that have now been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. That was the second big exclusive that we've got for you viewers.
Officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Pasha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency. As many as 5 rape cases involving minors were reported within a week from Hyderabad. The BJP MP Arvind Dharmpuri questioned the silence of the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao and Minister K.T. Rama Rao on the rising crimes against women in the state, asking if they had an explanation for the same. Dharmpuri also said that the Chief Minister and his son KTR should respond on the issue.
BJP National President JP Nadu lashed out at the ruling TMC in Bengal, alleging that the Mamata Banerjee-led party has no principles or policies and all it does is run syndicates. Nadu also claimed that almost all regional outfits in the country, including aunt-nephew party of the TMC, have become family-run organizations.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along.
On the biggest story tonight, did Kerala Chief Minister try to settle with Swapna? Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. On the other side, live and breaking with my colleague Abhishek Kapoor.
Thank you so much, Shawan. Those were some exclusives. And now on to 6:30 p.m. live and breaking. And here are the headlines. Republic accesses the never-seen-before Satyendra Jain files. ED claims Satyendra was part of firm that laundered money. The Enforcement Directorate claims 2.85 crore unaccounted cash recovered during the investigation. Delhi Police registers FIR against AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi over inflammatory speech on Wednesday. State after state, resort after resort. It's an all-out protect your flock ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls for the Congress party. Big twist in Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Swadesh claims Chief Minister said approached her for a settlement. And Election Commission announces presidential polls to take place on 18th of July. New president to take oath on the 25th. All right, breaking news development. The National Investigation Agency probe is going on in a case in Chennai in which raids have been carried out at 5 locations across the city. And this is in connection with Nadu Sadiq Basha case. And Basha, who runs an outfit named Khilafah Party of India, he's under this scanner. The NIA suspected that Basha is a covert sympathizer of the Islamic State ideology and was allegedly actively involved in various anti-national activities. And now, in a massive revelation, an ISIS terror plot has been unraveled in the case. NIA closing in. Sadiq Pasha and Mahbub Pasha formed a terror group for spreading the ideology and activities of ISIS through its offshoot outfit known as Al-Hind in Bengaluru. Republic has accessed many more stunning details which have emerged in the case. Essentially, the National Investigation Agency closing in on a terror module having links with the Islamic State and having front organizations in both Bengaluru and Chennai. In Bengaluru by the name of Al-Hind and in Chennai by the name of Khilafah Party. That's between Nadu Sadiq Pasha and accomplice Mahbub Pasha. Apurva joins us from Chennai live. Apurva, where exactly these raids are being carried out and what more details you can share about Pasha and Basha with us?
Well, importantly, the main things that we need to notice is that these raids have been conducted with respect to a previous case wherein Sadiq Basha and four others were arrested previously in February of last year as well. Remember, this is linked with Sadiq Basha having had ties with ISIS as well. These raids and searches that had been ongoing since morning took place in across various locations here in Chennai, one place in Puducherry, that is in Karaikal, as well as in across major locations in Mayiladuthurai district here in Tamil Nadu. These were the three main spots where NIA officials have been raiding, conducting these searches since morning. In fact, what we are learning is with these raids that were ongoing, they were not only investigating, they were not only asking for information from Sadiq Basha and the four others, but their relatives, their houses where they were at, and any close relative of their houses, offices, all of these places were searched in across various locations here in all these three locations. In fact, the raids had concluded with officials also having what we say is that incriminating documents and several other important items which they have recovered. We are yet to ascertain more details on the same, but the raids have concluded. All this linked back to a case relating to that of Sadiq Basha and four others who were arrested previously, having tie-up of links with ISIS.
All right, thank you so much, Apurva. Moving on. As part of India's strategic outreach in the Indo-Pacific, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is in Vietnam, where he handed over 12 frigates to the Vietnamese defence authorities as part of a $100 million line of credit that India has opened for Vietnam. Take a look at this report.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has handed over 12 high-speed guard boats to Vietnam during his two-day visit in Vietnam. In fact, the ceremony took place yesterday, and these boats have been built under $100 million line of credit that was granted to the Southeast Asian country by Vietnam. And in fact, during the ceremony, he proudly said that it is the beginning of multiple defense projects and multiple cooperative defense projects between both the countries of India and Vietnam. And in fact, these high-speed boats, 5 of them have been manufactured at L&T in India. However, the 7 remaining boats have been manufactured at Hong Ha shipyard. And that's why the ceremony took place yesterday. And in fact, the ceremony was part of his 2-day visit to Vietnam. And in fact, he went on to say that it is a major initiative under the Make in India, Make for the World mission, and it gives it the much needed push that was needed for the same. This is Sumi Rajapun for Republic Media Network with video journalist Bhishma Giri, New Delhi.
Senior Superintendent of Police Bathinda has confirmed that the Punjab Police have detained Keshav and Chetan from Bathinda. According to sources, Keshav was the one who arranged and got all the weapons to murder Sidhu Moosewala. The weapons were brought all the way from Amritsar. Further investigation is underway. In a major terror crackdown, the Sashastra Seema Bal has killed down a Maoist commander during an encounter in Bihar's Jamui district. The Maoist commander, identified as Matlu Turi, was killed by the SSB forces in an encounter which broke out, and the search operation is presently underway. The Koregaon Bhima Judicial Commission of Inquiry has issued summons to the chiefs of 6 political parties, including the Shiv Sena, Bharatiya Janata Party and the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena. They have been asked to appear for submitting an oral statement before the commission and to file an affidavit to the commission before June 30th. The presidents of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi, Republican Party of India, Maharashtra Pradesh Congress Committee too have been summoned. Just a day before the Rajya Sabha polls, MLAs of the ruling BJP-JJP alliance in Haryana have been shifted to a resort in Chandigarh to discuss the strategy for the June 10 elections. State Minister JP Dalal said that it's not the move to hoard MLAs at the resort, and they have only gathered to discuss the political polling procedure with the new MLAs. Resort politics has now reached Karnataka ahead of Rajya Sabha polls. The Janata Dal has moved all its 32 MLAs to a 5-star hotel in Bengaluru. This comes when the race for the last seat from the state seems to be tight. While the JDS continues to seek Congress's support to ensure its candidate's victory, the Congress, on the other hand, is also expecting all the 32 votes of the JDS for itself. However, in a fear of poaching and cross-voting in favor of the BJP, the Janata Dal has moved its MLAs to the same hotel. Another controversy has now erupted in Bangalore University over installation of a Savarkar photo in the classroom. This is the video that has now come out, where a student can be seen mounting Veer Savarkar photograph in the college classroom. Notably, the college administration called it a bit to stir controversy and violation of discipline. After the video went viral, the administration removed the portrait of Savarkar, and students concerned were also made to write an apology letter for installing the picture in class. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar asserted there is no need for an anti-conversion law in the state as there was complete harmony amid members of different communities. They lived in peace. The Chief Minister was responding to a query which claimed that Hindus were allegedly changing their faith.
कोई विवाद नहीं, सब लोग अपने ढंग से काम कर रहे हैं और यहाँ सरकार की तरफ से इस पर ध्यान दिया जाता है। और आप जानते ही न हैं कि दंगा फंगा बिल्कुल नहीं के बराबर कर दिया हम लोगों ने, सब तरह से पूरा का पूरा अलर्टनेस रहता है, इसलिए बिहार में सब कोई समस्या नहीं।
A case was registered against Uttar Pradesh MLC and Samajwadi Party leader Lal Bihari Yadav in Moradabad for allegedly making indecent remarks about Lord Shiva in a purported video. The case was registered at the Kant police station after a complaint was filed by Bajrang Dal workers about the SP leader's remarks. Yadav has been booked under sections 153A and 153B of the IPC. Former Union Minister and Bharatiya Janata Party leader Uma Bharti criticized the terror group Al-Qaeda over its threat letter of launching suicide attacks in India and said that their threats are useless. Speaking exclusively to Republic TV over Al-Qaeda's open threat, Uma Bharti said that the terror group had also given threats to Nobel Prize winner Malala Yousafzai, but they failed in their motives.
अब अल-कायदा ये धमकी दे रहा है कि भारत में वो आत्मघाती हमले करेंगे।
उन्होंने तो क्या नाम था उसका, मलाला यूसुफजई को भी धमकी दी थी, तो उसका तो कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाया, उसको तो नोबेल पुरस्कार मिला। इसलिए अलकायदा की जो धमकियां होती हैं वो तो गिदड़ भपकी होती है, उसका कोई महत्व नहीं है। हम भारत के लोग हैं, हम अलकायदा की धमकियों को मतलब नहीं समझते।
According to the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, India witnessed another jump in the daily COVID cases as the country reported 7,300 plus infections in the last 24 hours. A steep 41% jump in the case. This increase is believed to be led by another surge in COVID cases in Maharashtra. With a surge in COVID cases, the active case total in the country stands at 33,000 plus, constituting 0.08% of India's total positive cases since the pandemic hit.
You have to handle your shit. I have to handle my shit. मैंने आपको भेज दिया, शुक्रिया यार। अब please ये गारंटी कर लो कि ये कुछ बोले ना।
All right, viewers, on that note, a short break, but on the other side, big halal. Ahead of the Rajya Sabha polls, state after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protect your flock as Rajya Sabha elections happen tomorrow. Congress stages symbolic protest, Golden Biryani protest in Kochi against Kerala Chief Minister. On the other side,
the Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ramnath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area.
The leaders of AIMIM, they have been detained. They are protesting. They are trying to protest here against Nupur Sharma. The kind of statement she has given, the FIR has been already registered by the Delhi police. Regarding the same, this is the protest which was planned, but the police officials have made in their arrangement over here.
Officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
Back viewers, in the backdrop of recent crime incidents as also terror incidents in Punjab, the Punjab police is carrying out a verification drive to see whether tenants living in whatever residential societies have put in their papers for proper verification. This is by Mohali police, and a 1-minute report filed by Amandeep Singh.
Following the gruesome murder of Sidhu Moosewala, now the Punjab police have carried out a raid at a residential area in Mohali, and in fact this raid is being carried out early in the morning and in fact detained almost 3 persons from inside the residential areas. And in fact this raid is being conducted by Mohali police following the tip off by the 2 accused who has been recently arrested by the Mansa police, Sandeep Kekda and Prabdeep Singh. And in fact, following the revolution during their interrogation, the raid is being carried out at this residential area at Jalvayu Vihar in Mohali district, and in fact 3 persons have been detained just because so many people are staying at the rented accommodation at this residential area, and that is the reason a massive raid is being carried out by the police, and conducted the search of the vehicles as well as the flats which were being under the radar of Mohali police.
A short break, but on the other side, big twist in the Kerala gold scam case. Swapna Swaresh claims Chief Minister's aide approached her for a settlement or else face jail.
Amity faculty have filed over 1600 patents, Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
NIA officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency. As many as 5 rape cases involving minors were reported within a week from Hyderabad. The BJP MP Arvind Dharmapuri questioned the silence of the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao and Minister K.T. Rama Rao on the rise in crimes against women in the state, asking if they had an explanation for the same. Dharmapuri also said that the Chief Minister and his son KTR should respond on the issue.
BJP National President JP Nada lashed out at the ruling TMC in Bengal, alleging that the Mamata Banerjee-led party has no principles or policies and all it does is run syndicates. Nada also claimed that almost all regional outfits in the country, including aunt-nephew party of the TMC, have become family-run organizations.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ramnath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape case.
All right, viewers, after the hijab row, it is now Veer Savarkar controversy in Karnataka, with some students in Mangalore University trying to put up a portrait of Veer Savarkar in the classrooms. But the administration clearly did not approve, and in fact asked the students to apologize. Take a look at this report.
Another controversy has now erupted in Mangalore University over installations of Savarkar photo in the classroom. This is the video that has come out from the University College, a constituent college of Mangalore University, where a student can be seen mounting Veer Savarkar photo in the college classroom. Notably, the college administration, after the video went viral, removed the portrait of Veer Savarkar and Bharat Mata that were mounted on the wall above the blackboard in a classroom. Anasuya Rai, college principal, also made students concerned write an apology letter for installing Veer Savarkar's photo in class, calling it a bid to stir controversy and violation of discipline. Bureau Report, Republic TV. On the biggest story tonight, did Kerala Chief Minister try to settle with Swapna? Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ramnath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai's Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area.
The leaders of AIMIM, they have been detained. They are protesting, they are trying to protest here against Nupur Sharma. The kind of statement she has given, the FIR has been already registered by the Delhi police. Regarding the same, this is the protest which was planned, but the police officials have made in their arrangement over here.
NIA officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who have had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
On the biggest story tonight, did Kerala Chief Minister try to settle with Swapna? Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
All right, breaking news development coming in. A strategy meet taking place at the residence of NCP Chief Sharad Pawar on the Rajya Sabha polls that are taking place tomorrow for coordination between alliance partners in the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. Alisha joins us over phone. Alisha, what more can you tell us about this strategy meet? There was one already that took place yesterday. Why more?
Importantly, what we are witnessing as of now, because even Shiv Sena did the same, because the resort politics has already been started, and this all started with the statement that has been given by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which clearly stated that there are some of the leaders who are not happy with the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and there could be possibility of the cross voting. After which Shiv Sena has stationed all their MLAs to a resort in retreat first, and later been brought to in a Trident Hotel, and even now it has been said that NCP is also going to move their MLAs to another place in Worli, that is a Blue Sea Hotel in Worli, and later the fact where Sharad Pawar, NCP chief, is going to have a meeting with them. So we can clearly see the resort politics, and if I could show you the visuals of the President Hotel here, where the BJP MLAs has been stationed here, where Devendra Fadnavis, Piyush Goyal, all of the seniors, the BJP leader who have been present at this hotel, and the meeting has been still ongoing because BJP, some of the other way, has been saying that they are very confident enough to get at least 3 votes. They can win 3 votes in the Rajya Sabha, where they're going to get they are very much confident enough about it. And looking into the fact where the statement that came in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, after which Shiv Sena not only stationed their MLAs to a safer place, but also has released a whip has issued a whip to the party MLAs, clearly stating that the voting is going to held from morning till afternoon, where they have to be present and only vote through the Shiv Sena candidate.
Right, Alisha, thank you so much. That's all what we had in 6:30 p.m. live and breaking, viewers, for the biggest story of the day. It's biggest story tonight with Niranjan from Mumbai Newsroom.
Thank you for that, Abhishek. We have some breaking news updates on the show this evening. In a few minutes from now, there is a video that's coming in, breaking into our newsrooms from Bengaluru. We will be breaking that video. First up, on the biggest story tonight, it's a Republic TV scoop. We're getting it from a local channel in Bengaluru. But first up, the headlines on the biggest story tonight. Hate speech crackdown. There's an FIR against 31 by the Delhi police. They've gone on to book everyone who's made a controversial comment. Owaisi is also booked. Asaduddin Owaisi says, don't know the crime, don't know why I have been booked. Satyendra files, ED speaks about the trust that he was a part of, claim laundering operations. And on top of the biggest story tonight, getting in a breaking story from Bengaluru, where a top minister's daughter has been captured on camera arguing with the police, insulting and attacking the police. It's a story broken by News First Karnataka in Bengaluru. The channel called News First Karnataka has just put this video out. We're playing out the full video. It's a 5-minute video. If I can play the full audio of this video, and we'll just tell you more about it. Let's play out the audio, please. Let's play out the audio.
I came for shoot.
Why you fucking record?
कार नंबर शूट ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಜಾಗ ಬರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಎತ್ತೋಗೋ ಜಲ್ದಿ ಗಾಡಿ ತೆಗಿಯೋನು ಸರ್ ಮುರಳಿ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಮನು ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಊಟದ
ಕಿಟ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಿಟ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಯಾವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡ ಬರ್ರಿ.
On and on and on. In fact, she tells the cop, I'm a minister. She flaunts the minister card. And she tells the police again and again, my father is a minister. She says, my father is a minister. Look at her just gesturing to the police. Using that VVIP tag. I have a clean video. Let's play the clean video of the entire footage. In fact, this is from the News First channel in Bengaluru. And you can see at one point, she tries to even push the camera. She says, get out of here. She says, switch off your camera. She says, get out of here. Let me go across to Sagaraj. Sagaraj, can you confirm that this is a minister's daughter? Is this a sitting minister in Karnataka? Sagaraj, are you there? Sagaraj? I don't think Sagaraj is there. Okay, let me play the video a little bit. Just look at what's happening. This is, in case you're watching the broadcast, this is a VVIP. Okay, Sagaraj is back on the phone line. Let me go across to Sagaraj. And, okay, that's a top leader. I'll just make a correction. It's a top leader, top BJP leader, correct? Is he a top BJP leader? Can you confirm that?
Absolutely. He's a top BJP leader, former minister from Karnataka, and the sitting MLA, who is also an aspirant to become the next minister in the next cabinet reshuffle. Arvind Limbavali's daughter, when she had visited Capital Hotel in Bengaluru, when the police stopped her for routine verification, that's when she had argued with them and went on to say that I am former minister and sitting MLA's daughter. How dare you can check our vehicle? How dare you can stop the vehicle? And that's when she ended up in an event. And in the visuals, so one of the regional channels were recording this particular entire drama, and she also attacks the camera and asks them not to record. And you can see in the visuals that she is walking back to the car after picking up a fight with the cops, saying that how dare you can stop MLA's daughter's vehicle who had visited the hotel. She had visited one of the private five-star hotels in Bengaluru, and the routine check by the cops at that particular hotel. They stopped the vehicle.
I'll just one minute. Just stay with me. It's a top leader. I'm making that correction. It's a top BJP leader who was a minister. Arvind Limbavali is a very, very senior BJP leader, and he's a sitting MLA. He's an MLA. He's hoping to be a minister as in the next cabinet reshuffle. And I have Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS joining us on the phone line. Tanveer, looking at looking at what's going on. Wanted to get your first reaction.
See, firstly, it is not the question of Arvind Limbavali or NIA, because today here in Karnataka it is happening that not only in Karnataka, in South India, as we know that AIMIM MLA son is involved in rape case. The power has really gone into the children's mind, because the parents are not giving them a proper understanding that their father and their mother is servant of people. They are not the rulers. So this is absolutely shameful. Arvind Limbavali is one of the very, very prominent face in BJP, and he's a very rich MLA, very a strong MLA. I can't really expect their children who are matured enough to really behave like hooligans. But your father might be an MLA, ma'am. I'm sure you're watching the news channel, but you're not above law. You have to really respect people who are there in responsibility and authority. You are one of the citizens, and you can't really show your father's identity card and have can make a remark like this.
At one point, she even says that my father was a minister. It was not clear. She says my father is a minister or was a minister, but she uses that minister word, the MLA tag. And this has happened so many times before in so many parts of the country, but very rarely it's captured on camera. And this entire sequence is captured on camera, where at one point she asks the media, she tells, get out. She says, switch off that camera, get out. And you wonder where that arrogance comes from, Tanveer.
The arrogance comes from, as I told you, two things. He's a big leader and he's a very rich leader, very rich leader. This arrogance comes when parents really don't tell their children that, end of the day, I have to go like a beggar asking people to vote for me, and only then I would become an MLA. They need to really say that they are the representatives of people. They are the servants of people. They are not the masters. When a father and mother goes and tells their children that I am representative, I am the servant, slave of people, only then a children can understand. But when a father really behaves like a master,
Tanveer, 1 minute, stay with me. I have Mr. Arvind Limbavali on the phone line. Mr. Limbavali, can you hear me, sir?
Please, sir, PA, sir.
You're his PA. Can we speak to Mr. Limbavali?
Sir, I am in outside, sir. I will talk to that, sir.
Okay, you're his PA. Can you please tell Mr. Limbavali that we're calling you from Republic TV and we would like to speak to him.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, because
ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಆನ್ ಏರ್, ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ನಾವು ಓಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಈಗ ಆನ್ ಏರ್ ಲೈವ್. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಈಗ.
ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್.
Okay, that's the PA. That's the PA. That's not Arvind Limbavali, the BJP leader, but that's the PA. But we've left a request with the PA to tell Mr. Limbavali that we're calling from Republic and we'd like to get his first response to these pictures. In case you're watching this broadcast, this video just coming in from News First channel in Karnataka, News First, and they've captured this entire confrontation between an MLA's daughter and the police, where she look at that. That's been captured on camera. I'd like to play that sequence first up in case you're watching the story. Let's play the sequence of what happened. You can see it for yourself.
I don't know about the MLA ಗಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ACP ಏನು MLA ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ that's my argument ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ACP MLA ಗಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ MLA ಯಾರು MLA ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರ ಗಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗಾಡಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮನೆ ಕಚ್ಚಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. 8 ಕರೋಡ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಡ, ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಬೇಡಿ. ಏನೋ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕೋ Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off! Where are you from? I'll see you now.
ನಾನು ಶೂಟ್ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಹೋಗಕ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. I am a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why get the car?
ಕಾರ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈಗ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರ ಎತ್ತೋಗೋ ಜಲ್ದಿ ಗಾಡಿ ತೆಗಿಯೋಣ. ವಯಸ್ಸಿನ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗಮಟ್ಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ಆಗ ಸರ್ ಮುರಳಿ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಮನು ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಊಟದ
As it unfolded in Bengaluru earlier today, that was a full sequence. And that's what happened. An MLA's daughter threatening the police in Bengaluru. And she says to the media at one point, where are you from? Which channel are you from? Get out of here. She says, which channel are you from? Get out of here. And these are the pictures coming in of that full sequence of this VVIP arrogance caught on tape. And the full sequence as it played out in an expensive car during a routine check. She threatens the police and the media when her car was stopped for a routine check. The MLA's daughter, this is MLA Arvind Limbavali's daughter, also threatened the police saying, how dare you stop an MLA's car? How dare you stop an MLA's car? So this is the story right now that we're getting pictures of, and we'll try and get you more reactions. Let's go across to Sagai Raj if he's still on the phone line. Sagai Raj, are you there? Sagai Raj, any reactions you're picking up to the story?
Niranjan, we, Republic TV and First News is the first news channels which has reported about this particular news. So far, there is no political reaction on these stories. As you rightly pointed out, these are those few stories which come to notice to media. These are a few stories where media was
Okay, once again, let me play that video out. In fact, that's a sequence where she's confronting the police. This is an MLA's daughter in Bengaluru while being stopped in a routine checkup. Very upset with the police, saying, why have you stopped me? I'm an MLA's daughter. It's an MLA's car. Don't you know? Don't you know that you can't stop an MLA's car? Well, that's the tone at least. Let's play that out. That video sequence captured by News First in Karnataka.
Small amount ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲ್ಲ I don't know about the ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ MLA ಗಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ACP ಏನು MLA ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ACP MLA ಗಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ರಾಶಿಗೆ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ ಯಾರು MLA ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗಾಡಿ ಕೇಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮನೆ ಕಚ್ಚಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ 8 ಕರೋಡ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಮ್ ಬೇಡ ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಬೇಡಿ ಏನೋ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off! Where are you from? Kalsi you now.
ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ನಾನು ಶೂಟ್ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಹೋಗಕ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಐ ಆಮ್ a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why get the car?
ಕಾರ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಈಗ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರ ಎತ್ತೋಗೋ ಜಲ್ದಿ ಗಾಡಿ ತೆಗಿಯೋನು
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗೋ ಮಟ್ಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ಆಗ
ಸರ್ ಮುರಳಿ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಮನು ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಊಟದ
On and on and on and on and on. It's a spectacle. It's a spectacle. It's a VVIP spectacle, and the car of a VVIP, a top leader in Karnataka, who's been a minister, now an MLA. Daughter is stopped by the police. Very upset that she's stopped by the police. She tells the police repeatedly in the sequence that you just saw, asking why an MLA's car has been stopped, saying MLA's cars can't be checked. Oh, that's the logic. Let me go across to Nizam Fauzdar of the Congress joining us on the phone line. Nizam, if you've seen this video, can I get your party's first response?
This is just the beginning, my friend. The BJP will rule with anarchism. And BJP's rule of anarchism and the fringe elements which will take over the country, this is the beginning. You will see the worst days coming ahead. And an MLA's daughter threatening a policeman, it shows that they are not worried, they are not scared, they don't have any respect to the law. So this brazenness about breaking law and threatening the police wallas is part and parcel of the BJP's culture. So why should you be even surprised?
Well, yeah, okay, get your point then, Nizam. I understand, but thank you for that. Looking at more reactions that are coming in, it's a 5-minute sequence. That's the. We'll try and get the BJP leader as well on the phone. So far, we haven't been able to contact him. Okay, we'll take a short break right now. On the biggest story tonight, when we come back, getting you more on the Kerala gold scam. There have been protests in Kerala. BJP, Congress. There were symbolic protests where the Congress brought out biryani vessels and also gold bars, fake gold bars of course, to protest against Pinarayi Vijayan. That's a biryani vessel over there. Biryani vessel protest. Asaduddin Owaisi has been booked by the Delhi police with 30 others. 31 of them have been booked in the FIR. He says he doesn't know what he's been booked for. That fight continues. Countdown to the Rajya Sabha elections. Surprise expected in several states. There's movement, parties, cross-voting, resort. It's all happening.
Stopping fire from spreading is difficult, but not impossible. Now with firewall technology, Century Ply saves you from fire.
NIA officials officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency. As many as 5 rape cases involving minors were reported within a week from Hyderabad. The BJP MP Arvind Dharmpuri questioned the silence of the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao and Minister K.T. Rama Rao on the rising crimes against women in the state, asking if they had an explanation for the same. Dharmpuri also said that the Chief Minister and his son KTR should respond on the issue.
BJP National President JP Nada lashed out at the ruling TMC in Bengal, alleging that the Mamata Banerjee-led party has no principles or policies and all it does is run syndicates. Nada also claimed that almost all regional outfits in the country, including aunt-nephew party of the TMC, have become family-run organizations.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A 3-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. 1 person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at 2 polling booths under...
And the story that we just brought to you on Republic TV of this top BJP leader's daughter attacking the cops for doing their duty, attacking the police for doing their duty in Bengaluru. That's a story that was broken by Republic TV after News First in Karnataka captured the entire story locally in Bengaluru, and they were broadcasting it. And while they were shooting this, she even tells the media, "Get out of here." She says, "Get out of here. Where are you from? Get out of here. Shut off your cameras." And that's the arrogance of this VVIP's daughter. She's the daughter of a top BJP leader. He's been a former minister, Arvind Limbavali. The police were just doing their job. And this is also the big story on Republic, debating tonight with Arnab at 10:30 p.m. as well. So stay tuned as we get you the first responses to this story breaking from Bengaluru.
No more disrespect for any religion. Booking all sides in sidism and balancewad. Watch The Burning Question at 8 p.m.
All mutual funds are not equal. Always choose a mutual fund that has power. Where PU stands for Funds Performance. W for wide investor base. E for years of experience. And R or right-sized AUM. So next time you invest, look for power.
132 years of global experience. Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ramnath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area.
The leaders of AIMIM, they have been detained. They are protesting. They are trying to protest here against Nupur Sharma. The kind of statement she has given, the FIR has been already registered by the Delhi police. Regarding the same, this is the protest which was planned, but the police officials have made in their arrangement over here.
NIA officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the...
All right, Shaman is joining me with the top stories from across India and the world. And every day into our newsrooms, we get about roughly 1,000 stories, and it's difficult to bring that down to 50, but Shaman is going to do that tough job this evening. Shaman, over to you.
Thank you very much, Niranjan. Let's take you through the 50 top stories of the day. A video of the VVIP arrogance has emerged from Bengaluru, where a former minister, Arvind Limbawali's daughter, is seen abusing cops and the media after her vehicle was stopped by the policeman. The Rajya Sabha is going to polls for about 16 seats across 4 states on 10th of June, and the results are expected to be declared on the same day. Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel will go to Chandigarh with Haryana Congress legislators. Congress has also arranged a special aircraft for this to avoid cross-voting in Rajya Sabha elections. Many Congress MLAs of Haryana were camping in Raipur. Hours after the Delhi police booked Asaduddin Owaisi, AIMIM Supremo ventilated his grievance from the administration in a lengthy post on Twitter. Taking to the social media, he claimed that there was no specification of the crime committed. Massive demonstrations by AIMIM unfolded in Delhi against Nupur Sharma regarding the controversial remarks on the Prophet. AIMIM protest against Nupur Sharma took place in Jantar Mantar. Kerala High Court dismissed the anticipatory bail plea submitted by the Kerala gold smuggling case accused Swapna Suresh and Sarit PS in the case registered on a complaint by former Minister K.T. Jalil for allegedly spreading false information. After filing a sensational petition in the High Court, Swapna Suresh asserted that she was under threat. Bribe accused informed the High Court that she was asked to settle the case or face arrest. According to sources, Congress will stage a satyagraha in front of the Enforcement Directorate office in all states across India. In Delhi, all the MPs and CWC members will march on 13th of June at the ED office alleging misuse of the office. The Enforcement Directorate sought a 5-day extension of Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain's custody, citing highly incriminating evidence against the AAP leader in connection with the money laundering probe. A Mumbai court has rejected the bail pleas of former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh and Cabinet Minister Nawab Malik seeking permission to vote in the upcoming Rajya Sabha polls. Former Home Minister of Maharashtra Anil Deshmukh has moved to the Bombay High Court against the rejection by the special PMLA court of his plea to cast his vote tomorrow for the Rajya Sabha elections. In a major anti-ISIS crackdown, the National Investigation Agency held raids at 15 locations across Tamil Nadu. The searches were held at residences and office buildings of persons linked to the terror outfit ISIS. In the Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala murder case, Mohali police raided Jalvayu Towers, a well-known society in Mohali, and several other locations today. 7 people have been rounded up for interrogation by the police. A new CCTV video of the riots that took place in Kanpur shows that the violence was not a reaction to action but a pre-planned attack. Meanwhile, the police are ensuring the arrest of miscreants. Violence erupted at 2 polling booths under Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council election. Fire broke out during the annual Santana Mariamman Temple festival in Madurai. A preliminary investigation by the police revealed that the fire was caused by a firecracker. The fire was controlled later, and as per the department, no casualties have been reported. In a head-on collision between a car and a truck, 4 people, including a woman, were killed while 3 people were seriously injured on the Bikaner-Jaipur National Highway. The injured were admitted to the government hospital. A residential building collapsed in Mumbai's Shastri Nagar in Bandra West, where 1 person died and 16 others were injured. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. A man from Madhya Pradesh was forced to carry the body of his 4-year-old niece home on his shoulder. Now, he appealed to the hospital administration for an ambulance, but when no one helped him, after the video came to light, now the people are targeting Madhya Pradesh government. A drone coming from the Pakistani side was observed by the BSF troops in the NIA area of Arispura subdivision in Jammu and Kashmir in the wee hours. A suspected Pakistani drone movement was observed at the Jammu international border. Republic brings you this report from the ground zero, where you can see how the combing operation was carried out.
along with the sticky bombs and UBGL grenade was brought down, and in the second instance 3 IEDs of 2.5 kilogram each were recovered in the Kanachak area of Jammu. And today morning at around 4:15 a suspected drone activity was noticed along the international border in the Arnia sector of Jammu, after which massive search operations have been launched in the entire area. This is the joint operations that have been launched by the Border Security Force as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Police.
Ammunition including a carbine were recovered from a village in Jammu and Kashmir Samba district. After investigating the matter, case has now been registered in the matter and an investigation is underway. An accident occurred around 2:45 in the afternoon near Pokar on Gansali Dutu Road in Bilangana block of the district. The vehicle was on its way to South village when the vehicle fell into a gorge in Uttarakhand's Tehri. 5 people were killed and 3 have been injured. Senior Superintendent of Police Bhatinda have now confirmed that Punjab Police have detained Keshav and Chetan from Bhatinda. According to sources, Keshav was the one who arranged and got all the weapons to murder Sidhu Musawala. The weapons were brought from Amritsar. In a major terror crackdown, the Shastra Seema Bal killed down a top Maoist commander during an encounter in Bihar's Jamui district. The Maoist commander, identified as Matla Turi, was killed by the SSB forces in the encounter which broke out. Just a day before the Rajya Sabha polls, MLAs of the ruling BJP and JJP alliance in Haryana have been shifted to a resort in Chandigarh to discuss the strategy for the elections. State Minister JP Dalal said that they have only gathered to discuss the polling procedure with the new MLAs.
ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि 35 विधायक जो हैं वो हमें वोट करेंगे, तो इसमें ऐसे में क्या बीजेपी को डर हो गया है कि हमारे क्रॉस वोटिंग हो सकती है निर्दलीयों की?
देखिए, हमें कोई डर नहीं है। डर होता तो हम सारे खुले घूम रहे थे। अभी भी हमारे विधायक हल्कों से आ रहे हैं, लेकिन वोट डालने से पहले दिन हमको उनको समझाएं तो किसको कहाँ वोट डालना है और क्या प्रक्रिया है।
A Hindu temple of Sri Mari Mata Ji was vandalized in Kurangi area of Karachi in Pakistan. The matter has now been reported to the police and FIR has been registered. Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Arindam Bagchi slammed Pakistan over the atrocities against Hindu monument in the country. He said that the Indian government has taken cognizance of the recent incident of vandalization of a Hindu temple in Karachi.
We have noted the recent incident of vandalization of a Hindu temple in Karachi. It was, I think. We believe this is another act in the systemic persecution of religious minorities. We have conveyed our protest to the government of Pakistan and again urge it to ensure the safety, security and well-being of its minority communities.
Congress leader Karti Chidambaram's chartered accountant as Bhaskar Raman has now got a big relief in the Chinese visa scam case. A special CBI court has granted bail to Congress leader Karti Chidambaram, chartered accountant in the alleged visa scam where Bhaskar Raman was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation in May 2022. Hyderabad Police Commissioner C.V. Anand stated that the department will appeal to the Juvenile Justice Board for the trial against minor accused, treating them as adults to ensure that they receive the maximum punishment for their heinous crime. According to the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, India witnessed another jump in the daily COVID cases as the country reported 7,300 infections in the last 24 hours. There is a steep 41% jump in the case. Two BJP MLAs, Nandita Garsola and Jayanta Mala Barua, were sworn in as the ministers in the Himanta Biswa Sarma cabinet. This was the first cabinet reshuffle of the Himanta Biswa Sarma led cabinet after he was sworn in as the chief minister on 10th of May last year. The pilgrims this year can avail helicopter service directly from Srinagar to Amarnath for an annual Hindu pilgrimage. Ministry of Home Affairs has directed the Jammu and Kashmir administration to start the helicopter service for pilgrims directly from Srinagar to Panchtanvi. The recording of Rahul Mukherjee's statement is adjourned till 17th of June. His statement remains incomplete and will be continued on 17th of June. Rahul Mukherjee has appeared before the special CBI court as a witness in the Sheena Bora murder case. The top court reserved the order after hearing the arguments of the centre and the petitioner. The Supreme Court will decide whether NEET PG 2021 will have a special stretch round counselling for 1,456 vacant seats in medical colleges in the All India quota. A family of 3 and a child have tragically lost their lives after they were buried alive in landslides that occurred in 2 places in Garo Hills early this morning. The incidents occurred after the Garo Hills were lashed up by heavy rains last night in Meghalaya. Fire broke out at 4 scrap godowns in Mankod area of Mumbai. According to the Mumbai Fire Department, 3 fire engines and 2 water tankers were rushed to the spot. Emphasizing the country's rising stature in the global ecosystem of the biotech, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that India's bioeconomy has grown 8 times in the last 8 years. President Kovind addressed the Indian Institute of Management Jammu on their convocation ceremony. On his trip to Jammu, President will also pay obedience to Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Ji and interact with the army jawans at the Northern Command headquarters in Udhampur. The Saket Court deferred its pronouncement of order on appeals seeking worship rights for Hindus and Jains inside the Qutub Minar complex. The court deferred the matter for 24th of August after noting that a fresh application has been filed in the case. Thousands of COVID-19 testing sites have popped up on sidewalks across Beijing. Due to country's zero COVID strategy, citizens are being compelled to get tested to show a negative test result to enter public places. US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin arrived in Singapore. He is scheduled to meet with the Japanese Defense Minister as well as officials from countries including Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia and Vietnam. A fire caused by the suspected arson spread through an office building in South Korea's Daegu city, killing at least 7 people and injuring dozens of others. Dozens of firefighters and vehicles were deployed quickly to put out the blaze. Video from Los Angeles shows a protester with a megaphone shouting at a motorcade before the law enforcement officers tackle her and take her into custody. The European Union's top court that British citizens living long-term in the 27 EU member countries have no right to vote or stand for office in the bloc unless they have obtained a European nationality. Emergency agencies deployed almost 1,000 firefighters, military personnel and support crews to fight a wildfire in southern Spain that has forced the evacuation of some 2,000 people amid fears that torrid weather may feed the blaze. Turkish President Erdogan watched military exercises which were being carried out on the country's western Aegean coast. More than 10,000 personnel from 37 friendly and allied countries joined this combined joint live fire exercise in the western province of Izmir. Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett was on a surprise visit to the UAE. A snap trip that came as efforts to salvage a deal over Iran's nuclear program was stalled amid a deepening standoff with Tehran. England took part in a practice session as they named an unchanged team for the second test against New Zealand, which begins at Trent Bridge in Nottingham tomorrow. Mohamed Salah has been voted as Liverpool's men's player of the season. The Egyptian wins the 2021-2022 prize after a vote for supporters and Forever Reds, the club's official former players association. The Indian duo of Ashwini Ponappa and B. Sumit Reddy stormed into the second round of the mixed doubles of the ongoing Indonesia Masters 2022 in Jakarta. Also, PV Sindhu started off her Indonesia Masters 2022 campaign with a win over Denmark counterpart in the first round of the women's singles category. Well, it's a power-packed Thursday. The first T20 match between India and South Africa will be played today at the Arun Jaitley Stadium in New Delhi. South Africa are bracing for an all-out pace attack from India's side on their home ground.
Officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency. As many as 5 rape cases involving minors were reported within a week from Hyderabad. The BJP MP Arvind Dharmpuri questioned the silence of the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao and Minister K.T. Rama Rao on the rising crimes against women in the state, asking if they had an explanation for the same. Dharmpuri also said that the Chief Minister and his son KTR should respond on the issue.
BJP National President JP Nada lashed out at the ruling TMC in Bengal, alleging that the Mamata Banerjee-led party has no principles or policies and all it does is run syndicates. Nada also claimed that almost all regional outfits in the country, including aunt-nephew party of the TMC, have become family-run organizations.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A 3-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. 1 person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at 2 polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in 2 polling booths and also a large...
Getting in some breaking news right now. INLD MLA Abhay Singh Chautala has decided not to vote for Congress tomorrow. Chautala has decided after a marathon meeting with the party leaders. INLD MLA Abhay Singh Chautala has pledged his support to independent Kartike Sharma. That's the latest details now coming in. This is yet another setback for the Congress party. This is given the fact that they have been extremely wary about cross-voting actually taking place, and that's the reason why we are seeing that full throttle resort politics actually playing out. Yet another bad news coming in for the Congress party with the INLD MLA Abhay Singh Chautala meeting, saying that he has decided not to vote for the Congress before. That's all that we've been tracking right now. On the other side, news and updates continue.
All mutual funds are not equal. Always choose a mutual fund that has power. Where PU stands for Funds Performance. W for wide investor base. E for years of experience. And R for right-sized AUM. So next time you invest, look for power.
132 years of global experience. Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Amity faculty have filed over 1,600 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been conferred with the National Intellectual Property Award by Government of India for being the top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai's Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed.
That's all that we could pack in this edition of Superfast 50. On the burning question with Niranjan, the VVIP arrogance caught on tape.
Shawan, the story that we broke at 7 p.m. In fact, half an hour later, the other Latin channels have picked it up. But leading the coverage on VVIP racism, not just the coverage, but the campaign against VVIP racism, Arnab and team, we've been at the forefront of exposing VVIP racism for over a decade now, and our fight continues. This is a top leader's daughter in Bengaluru, a story that we broke at 7 o'clock. All channels are being forced to follow. Let's get started with the burning question.
Burning Question, presented by Nissan Magnite, powered by Amity University, NECC, NetMeds, and Century Ply.
Top Karnataka leader Arvind Limbavali's daughter on camera throwing a massive tantrum after being stopped for a routine car check in Bengaluru. Former Karnataka minister and MLA Arvind Limbavali, very senior leader in Karnataka. His daughter abuses cops and attacks reporters. Says, "You don't know who I am." In a sheer show of entitlement, the daughter of a former minister storms off after a scuffle with a policeman in Bengaluru. The sequences from the city of Bengaluru, shocking the entire country this evening. Delhi police registers FIR against AIMM President Asaduddin Owaisi after inflammatory speech. Among 31 others, 31 of them face an FIR. State after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protect your flock move ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections on Friday. Her father is a very, very senior BJP leader. He was a minister and he's hoping to be a minister when the cabinet reshuffle happens in Karnataka in a few days or weeks or months from now. But this sequence that Republic TV broke on top of 7 p.m., it was a story broken first on Republic TV. And on the bottom of your screens, those are just some of the paraphrased dialogues that she dished out to the police and the media that was capturing what was happening in the heart of Bengaluru. Take a look at what happened.
Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off! Where are you from? I'll see you now.
I am a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why are you the car? Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off! Where are you from? I'll see you now.
I am a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why are you the car?
ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್
Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off! Where are you from? I'll see you now.
I am a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why are you the car?
Okay, so we were a little surprised when we saw that, and I have to tell you, some of the dialogues that were dished out by this daughter of a very senior leader, very senior leader in the BJP, by the way, in Karnataka. His name is Arvind Limbavali. He's been a minister in the past. And I don't know where the arrogance comes from, but I'd like to repeat some of, because we went through the full sequence, we couldn't believe it actually, when the sequence came into our newsroom. And I'm just reading out some of the quotes. PKD Nambiar, she says to the cops, she says, will you book me for overtaking an ACP's car? She says, will you book me for overtaking an ACP's car? That ACP was one of the officers speaking to her. She says, for your information, this is an MLA's car. She says, so what? She says, so what if it's an ACP's vehicle? This is an MLA's vehicle. Okay? And then that classic dialogue. She says, do you know who my father is? He's Arvind Limbavali. That's it. She says, that's it, to put the emphasis on that. Now, for everything that, you talk about VVIP racism, say VVIP racism should be, and Bengaluru is a city where none of the parties have a clean record when it comes to VVIP racism. Neither BJP, nor Congress, nor JDS. Now, this is not about parties. This is about the VVIP arrogance right? You just saw what happened there. Let me get in PKD Nambiar and I'll get Brinda because she's from Bengaluru, so she can respond first. PKD and then Brinda Adige.
I think this is simply the arrogance of power, arrogance of maybe knowing some language itself is becoming, some people nowadays feel that you can speak some of these trending words on the social media using the F words make them like a very, very powerful people, or they can go on and shout at any police officer. I think this is simply not acceptable. And as far as at least I understand, this is definitely not the culture of a BJP or the people who belongs to the BJP. I think this girl should be treated like anybody else, just like any other ordinary person, whether she's a daughter of a MLA,
no, but let me,
minister,
PKD,
or a party general secretary, it doesn't matter.
No,
how does it matter?
No, I'll tell you what. I want to see whether the BJP will condemn it because I'll tell you the first response of this leader. And let me get in everybody, all our guests on screen, because Mohan Krishna is also joining us. Mohan Krishna, you're from the BJP. Will your party condemn it? Will you condemn what just happened here?
Very good evening to all. हमारा प्रधानमंत्री बोलते हैं हम प्रधान सेवक, and our chief minister says I am a common CM, common man, and we will not agree with this kind of attitude of anybody for that matter, whether it is MLA's daughter or minister's daughter or whoever may be for that matter, and this is really not acceptable.
Are you speaking for yourself, for your party, as an official capacity, Mohan Krishna?
No, our party stand is also very clear that we will not accept this kind of arrogance from anybody.
But okay, in that case, I'll tell you. No, I'll tell you. Because the breaking news that I'm getting in is that the leader in question has said, is it even a story to be in the news? Mr. Arvind Limbavali, sir, Mr. Mohan Krishna, I don't know whether you've heard that response, but Mr. Arvind Limbavali, a very senior BJP leader, is speaking a different tone from you. He's asking whether this is even a story to be in the news, that it's been done without common sense. He doesn't want to talk about these things. I'll get Brinda to respond to you. I'll take your response and let Brinda come in. Mr. Mohan Krishna, can you respond?
Yeah.
Can you respond to what Mr. Limbavali has said?
I am telling you honestly, our party, our Prime Minister, he is like a Pradhan Sevak for the country. And our Chief Minister is like a common man, CM. And we have a very clear-cut, agenda that no VVIP culture until unless it is required. So, look, the protocols are different. And
what protocol,
daughters,
sir?
Sons.
Whose protocol? Whose protocol, sir? Sir, whose protocol?
Protocols for...
You mean when Arvind Limbavali, the leader, speaks for himself versus a spokesperson, what they say on TV channels? Is that the protocol you're talking about? Brinda, you want to respond to it?
No, I am talking of protocol for President of India, protocol for Prime Minister of India, except that not all these things. We cannot accept these things, See, we are like, वो जमाना गया, हम लोग राजाओं का वो जमाना गया. We are in a different era. We have to go with these things only.
Yeah.
So why would you not make a simple statement and condemn what she did? Say that we condemn her misbehavior, her arrogant behavior, her foul language to a public servant in uniform. Make a simple statement and condemn, and then go on to tell her father, you need to apologize on behalf of your daughter because you have been elected by the people and you are a representative of the people. You are not a feudal lord. You are not a zamindar. You are at the mercy of the taxpayers. So you jolly well behave yourself with respect, with dignity, and extend the same respect to everybody. You might be the MLA's daughter, you might have the MLA's car, but you dare not throw your weight around over there. You follow the rules just like every other citizen, more than other citizens, because your father has been elected by the citizens of the state. So that is what we want the MLA to come out and say. I apologize on behalf of my daughter. I'm sorry. This behavior
will ask for
not
an
be
apology?
accepted, and register a case on her.
Sir, you know the irony. Will you ask for an apology, Mr. Krishna?
I would like to just give me 10 seconds. Just give me 10 seconds. See, Mr. Arvind Limbavali might have not spoken to his daughter properly, or he is going to speak to her, and he will come out with the truth, and whatever has happened, it will be in the public domain tomorrow morning.
Syed Abbas is responding. Syed Abbas, what are you saying, Syed Abbas?
First and foremost, let me thank Republic TV for taking up this story. And this is from here, the Bangalore city. The fact of the matter, Prime Minister Modi ji used to take a banter at Rahul Gandhi, calling him an entitled Shehzada. Now, what is BJP doing? Is this the upbringing? Is this how the MLA treats? I want to tell that madam there, madam, your father might be MLA. What are you? And what MLA? What is the entitlement? MLA is nothing but a public servant. The fact of the matter today, the Bharatiya Janata Party and these political parties in power need to understand that they cannot go about dictating. Police officers out there are doing a job. If you have broken a rule, they will come fine you, challan you, do their job. You need to pay the fine or go to the court's case and complete it. You cannot come out abusing them. So what if your father is MLA? Even if your father is MLA, MP, minister, or even the Prime Minister of this country, you are nothing. You are only a common citizen of this country, and you have absolutely no right, no privilege, no sense of entitlement. I'm glad that you've taken a story of here, Bangalore city, to end this VVIP culture. Time and again, you know, there is this culture, janta hai, mera baap kaun hai? Are tera baap koi bhi ho, hame kya? Nim gotta nam appa yaru anta? We don't want that. We'd have no business with your father, your legacy, or your mother. You are a citizen of this country, and you're bound to follow rules. And in Bangalore city especially, we are taught that everybody is equal. We are all equal here. And you cannot just go about abusing people. You cannot go about, even media. Is that the way to behave?
There's some, one second, nice lecture, nice. Okay, Syed, okay. Syed, that great. You know, I completely agree with you on this VVIP arrogance part. Completely agree with you. Do you know the name of this, there's some Congress leader, no? Some Nalapad or something. You know him? Which party is he from?
Nalapad.
Which party is he from?
You are right, Nalapad.
What's his name? Syed, what's his name?
Nalapad.
Yes.
What's his name? What's his name?
His name is Mohammad Haris Nalapad from Indian National Congress. He is the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee Youth President. Any more information you need, my friend?
You want me to take out the case diaries? You want me to remove the case diaries?
Please take out the case diaries. Please take out.
Well, Mohan Krishna saying something. Yes, Mohan Krishna, what are you saying?
Has not come to the opposition yet.
What are you saying, Mohan Krishna?
I am saying that we are ready to say that it is not right. At least, why the opposition is... See, look, they have given Nalpad the Youth Congress president of the Karnataka state. You have a Kundaraj. That is... See, what kind of brawl they had. That guy, he was almost on the deathbed. Mr. NIA Harris' son, Nalpad, did the thing at UB City at 2 o'clock in the night.
I'd like to answer Mohan Krishna ji.
Can I just come in for a minute?
Yes, PKD. I want to get in Ratan Sharda and Sumansi Raman as well. They haven't spoken. Yeah, PKD. Yeah.
In 2000.
Okay, quickly, I'll give you 30 seconds and I'll get the others in.
Yeah. In 2014, when Mr. Narendra Modi came to the power, one of the first thing what he did is that taking out this PIP culture, taking out all the red beacon which people used to have from almost everybody except the people who are in the law enforcing authorities. Nobody, no politicians can have their cars with the beacon. Everything. So this government and the top leadership has shown the way. The VIP culture is not acceptable, at least with this present.
This is a breaking news update. You listen to this. This is the best part. You know, this is breaking news right now. PKD, listen to this. Getting in breaking news now that this is a case of rash driving. It was a case of road rash. She was driving the car rashly. She overtook a police vehicle. While driving the car rashly, she knew very well it was a police car. And then the vehicle went into the Capitol Hotel. And that's the breaking news update. And the irony today is, Ratan Sharda, as ironic as this sounds, you know what was happening at this hotel where all of this was happening? We are hearing that top BJP leaders, including a union minister, was holding a meeting ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections. And there was security check happening. The irony is, there was a union minister who was holding a meeting there ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections. And there were security checks being conducted because there was a union minister there. And a top leader's daughter does this, and after that takes the car inside the hotel. Ratan Sharda, and I'll get Sumant Raman in. Ratan Sharda.
See, before I make any serious comment, let me say that the kind of language bringing in Modi and Rahul Gandhi in a debate which is about arrogance of any politician. For me, arrogance is arrogance. Republic has brought in such case of arrogance number of times. That is point one. If you talk of arrogance, do you know today Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were presented as people on bail and everybody is celebrating and going on the road protesting about it? That is VIP culture. Now come to the main issue. I am embarrassed. I am very sad that a person from BJP, if it were any other party, I would be equally sad. But I am embarrassed because it is coming from BJP, which has risen from the roots. The person, I just saw his profile, also has RSS and every background. In no way can he be excused. Okay, it's not daughter. You can't map your daughter's crime onto the father. If father says that what she did was wrong, and I will see to it that she doesn't repeat the mistake and let the law take its own course, I'll be happy, I'll be satisfied. I hope he does that, because otherwise we are sending a very wrong signal. People elect you to do your work. They don't elect you to lord over themselves. That is the most serious issue I can look at. And for this, I think the MLA must come out and say there is a mistake and she will face the law. And he not apologize because he was not there. But this, look at Hyderabad case.
Yeah, used his name, so he has to apologize.
Gang rape in a VIP car, and all those young boys, teenagers on, after having that, they talk of this kind of behavior, and they covered up this rape as long as they could. This is how bad the VIP culture has gone. And press has not given the name of the people who actually committed the crime. We don't even know the full story yet. After that case, which is the most shocking case of VIP culture, how their kids behave, and today we are talking of these things. I'm very sorry to say that these things must stop. Otherwise, people will stop supporting you. Is very clear.
No, so I'm happy that Ratan Sharda has taken a very principled stand. Sumant, I'm coming to you, but I just wanted to reiterate another part. I don't know whether I played that sequence out, but if I can play that sequence out, I'll just play the sequence and I'll have Sumant respond to this sequence. At one point, she says, "Shut that." She uses the F word. She abuses F dash 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 camera off. She asks the video journalist, poor guy is doing his job, from a channel in Bengaluru. She asks him, where are you from? She asks him, where are you from? Because you have that entitlement as a politician's daughter. She asks the poor video journalist, where are you from? And she says, get out of here. And then she later sends her friend, who later is seen sitting in the back seat. And this guy has the guts to walk up to this journalist and he says, show me your ID. This is happening in the heart of Bengaluru. Let's play that sequence out. That sequence when she abuses that video journalist.
Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off! Where are you from? I'll see you now.
I am a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why are you in the car? Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off! Where are you from? I'll see you now.
I am a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why are you in the car?
Yeah, the last time we saw somebody, just move the camera like that was Robert Vadra, I think. I can't remember any other sequence. But can I get Sumant to respond to this?
Yeah, Niranjan, First of all, let's be very clear. This is not a BJP issue or a Congress issue or a political issue. I think that, starting with what Prime Minister Modi has said and what Rahul Gandhi has said, I think is not really right. This lady, and if she was driving the car, she must be an adult. She is responsible for her actions, not her party, not her father, not her grandfather, or whoever it is. So I think that we are barking up the wrong tree. The MLA is not responsible for the behavior of his adult daughter. He can express his regret. He can express, saying that what she did was wrong. But clearly, we are not going to be in the primitive world of linking the action of an adult with the parent, and worse, the parent's party, political party. Arvind Limbavali, as far as I know, has been in the RSS for at least 25 years. Now, that does not make the RSS liable for what this girl has done. Come on, grow up, yeah. So this is completely unacceptable. It is obnoxious. Mr. Limbavali has to come out and say that what his daughter did was unacceptable, but that's it. Yes. And holding this against the party and all that. I don't think, BJP leaders' children do this, Congress leaders' children do this. Oh my God, children of every political party's leaders do this. Children of industrialists do this. Children of movie stars do this. This is India. VIP culture is accepted. The rules do not apply to them. That is something which the whole world knows. And whole of India knows that the rules don't. If this had been an ordinary citizen, do you think the police would be standing and so politely looking on? They would have dragged that person away by the cuff of their neck and put them in jail.
But they won't, right, sir?
So it is time now to do the same with her.
The rules don't apply, Niranjan. The rules don't apply to VIPs. Let's
in fact, at the end of it, Suman, at the end of this video, Mohan Krishna, Mr. Mohan Krishna, 1 minute.
They don't apply, sir.
No, let me tell you, I heard.
If you are telling me this is the only case of VIP
they don't apply.
This is the only case. They don't apply.
They don't apply. Mohan Krishna, what are you saying they apply?
Greater responsibility.
On paper, they may apply.
Yes.
Practically, the whole country knows that rules don't apply for VIPs.
I wanted to add to what Suman said.
Elected representative hold greater responsibility.
No, I wanted to add to what Suman said towards Mohan Krishna. You're saying they apply. You want to see how the police let her go. You know what she tells the police? She tells the police, I know Kannada, I speak Kannada. She says, Mane kalsi maneinda pay martini. She says to the cops, send me the fine home.
To the home,
she says, send me the fine home. I will pay from my house.
Stems because her father is an MLA.
Absolutely. And then, no, Mr. Mohan Krishna, please tell me, the police is actually, they're trying to do their job. I understand that. Towards the end, you know what they say? Please drive carefully, and they just want to get done with the situation once they know who she is. She's still driving her, by the way. She's seen driving out of the hotel.
Niranjan,
now, please tell me,
please ask Mr. Mohan Krishna, if this was a two-wheeler driver, unknown Joe public,
yes,
would the police have reacted the way they are reacting here, talking politely to her? Would they have done that to the two-wheeler person who shouted at them and abused them?
Lathis would have come out. Lathis.
They would have taken him by the cuff and put him inside the lockup.
Why was no action taken, Mohan Krishna? Mohan Krishna, please tell me, why was no action taken, sir? Why did the police let her go very calmly?
Action will be taken.
Because she was driving a BMW?
I'm very sure.
No. Let me tell you. Suman Raman is generalizing the things.
Ratan Sharda is not generalizing. 1 second. Ratan Sharda is not generalizing. Ratan Sharda is not generalizing. You're saying Suman Raman is generalizing. You asked Ratan Sharda. Ratan Sharda also has, RSS leanings. He's not generalizing. He's taking a principal stand. You tell Ratan Sharda.
There is no two things for two people. It is same for the law is same for everybody.
No, we didn't see the law the same. The law was not the same here, Ratan Sharda. You hear Ratan Sharda. Ratan Sharda, did you see the law being the same for this VVIP's daughter, sir?
Niranjan, do you expect a police officer who is a timid guy who knows he can be transferred to react immediately? What I believe is that tomorrow the BJP leadership will take some stand, the MLA will take some stand, and the girl will face the law. That I'm very sure. But to say that abhi ke abhi instant justice chahiye, I think that is being a little unfair on police, because police knows where their house stays and where they can go. the poor checks will be transferred to any chowki, can be sent anywhere. So he's scared like hell with any VIP. Forget the politician. As Sumant very rightly said, every VIP, when somebody caught with drug, you have entire media supporting the guy. You forget that. It is our very poor old feudal mentality. It has to be thrown out, lock, stock and barrel, and we have to become a normal democracy. And I'm very sure that BJP by tomorrow, the party and the person would have taken some stand. If not, then I'll be really very surprised.
No, the leader as of this minute, Ratan
How is
Chandra,
the party liable, sir?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I disagree strongly, Niranjan.
Okay,
I mean, I'm not a great fan of
Chandra,
BJP, but
okay.
in this case, the party is not liable for the action of an adult who is the daughter of one of their leaders. I'm sorry, even Mr. Limbavali is not liable for it. He should express his...
But why is he defending it?
No,
But Sumant, my question is, why is he defending it?
That the parent is...
Why is he defending it? Why is he defending it, Sumant?
Responsible for the action of...
Niranjan, can I come in just quickly?
I, as a matter of fact, disagree with Sumant Raman, sir.
Can I just come
The fact of the matter is, if your respective father is an MLA or MP holding a public office of post of power and privilege,
But how
I'm
do you
sure
know
you
he
are bound
approves
to
this?
follow. You need to, sir,
do you
let me
know he
finish, sir.
approves this?
You need to have
How do you know he
a certain
approves this?
degree of responsibility which is transferred on to the offspring as well.
Sir,
Because
why
your
should
father
BJP
comes,
make
sir.
a
Now let me
Why should
finish.
BJP
Because your
BJP
father
make
is
a-
holding an office, you are
Doesn't it
bound to
apply
be
to-
of its
doesn't it apply
conscience
to
mind
Nagpur?
that
Doesn't
I
it
shall
apply
do
to
this or do
Congress
not. With
Why
great
they have
power
released the youth
comes
of
great
Congress state of
responsibility.
Karnataka
So
state.
completely washing off hands of this is not the solution. That is why the channel Republic has taken this initiative to end VVIP culture. So Sumant Raman, according to you, so VVIP culture must keep running. These brats should keep acting like
Rahul
brats.
Gandhi or the
It
Congress
will definitely
party.
not work, sir.
What about
I
the
believe
VVIP brats?
with great power comes great responsibility. That responsibility also comes to the children of the MLA or
1 minute,
MP.
Abbas. See again. Nice dialogue. Nice. No, I just want to make one point, please. Yeah, you're saying great power comes great responsibility. Will you say anything about Nalapad? I think he still holds a post in the Congress party.
I will definitely say.
Doesn't he?
As a matter of fact, I was on a debate. Allow me, Sumanji, allow me. I was on a debate with Arnab Goswami, and these were my words. If Mohammad Haris Nalapad is found to be guilty, don't just jail him, punish him, hang him. If he is found to be guilty, my words on Arnab Goswami's show, let it be Nalapad, Rahul Gandhi, or any political leader's son. If you are guilty under the court of law, you need to be dealt in iron hands.
Don't defend yourself.
No, please, you can't defend. No, what are you saying?
I'm not defending.
No, he's being very selective. Ratan Sharda, isn't he being selective? He thinks we've all forgotten about Nalapad.
He is
Nalapad is still serving.
He is selective.
Of course not. I'm
Ratan Sharda
openly
is responding
telling
to you.
on your show,
Ratan Sharda is
if he's
responding
found to be
Ratan Sharda.
guilty, jail him.
You listen to Ratan Sharda
Let
for a
his
minute.
conviction come
Okay,
through.
Ratan Sharda is coming
Mr. Abbas, you keep on making very grandiose statements. I tried to reason with you when Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi carry a whole bunch of Congress leaders as if she going for some VIP treatment. That is arrogance. I have already said it's a matter where the daughter is answerable to the father, and I hope that he will chide the girl and police will take its action. Beyond that, to claim party and whatnot, I think you are just playing some grandstanding on every issue. That is not correct. So
I will answer you, Ratan
reasonable
Sharda,
point.
with all due respect.
I have said that in democracy, such feudal attitude doesn't work. That's another story. About Hyderabad, have you spoken about Hyderabad? For days together, it was hidden. Nobody spoke. Nobody names the MLA. Nobody talks about VIP car being used for rape.
On this channel, Ratan Sharda, you know it. Last Friday, we raised it. We raised it.
I was on the same
We raised it, and that's why they acted.
Don't trivialize such issues.
Nobody is
Don't try to
trivializing.
make
I'll
some
answer
grand
you.
show out of it.
Respectfully, I will answer you.
Some young girl made a stupid. You did some stupid action and trying to create a national issue out of it. It's an issue because we hate VIP culture. That's the issue. The girl is not the issue. It's a VIP culture we are talking about. Neither Congress nor BJP. So let us come on the ground and behave more responsibly.
Let me answer you. I think you've made a great point. Let me tell you that I agree with you on this front. And taking a point ahead, sir, let me tell you on this show, on Republic TV, like I did with Arnab Goswami, be it a Congress MLA son, BJP MLA son, or any party, or maybe JDS here in Karnataka, No one is entitled for this kind of culture. We are condemning this culture. And sir, but if your father or your family is in a state of power or position, sir, there needs to be a responsibility of the kids as well. They cannot just shy away saying that they are adult. No. You need to be of the conscious mind that your respective father or your family is holding an officer position.
Don't bring in Rahul
You cannot
Gandhi,
just
Modi
walk away. And sir, you mentioned
Don't
about
make them
Sonia
national
Gandhi,
political
Rahul
issue.
Gandhi,
That's all I'm
and
saying.
all of that. Sir, there is no place for arrogance of this country. Maybe it is for that arrogance they're not getting the votes they need to. So let us call out everybody and call out their VIP culture. I'm not saying no to it. The fact of the matter is, we cannot sit here and give a clean sheet. This is all out in the open. The kind of abuses, sir, to media people, to police people, it's right there. The evidence is right there. The questions come. People who watch will question the upbringing. People who watch will question the education. People who watch will question the privilege. People who watch will question the entitlement. This VIP culture needs to stop. And I'm glad over the last couple of years, Republic has taken the initiative.
Abbas, what's your point? Abbas, what's your point? He's agreed with you. He's agreed with you. Ratan Chadda's agreed with you. What is your point? Ratan Chadda's on the same page. What are you fighting him for? Mohan Krishna was saying something to you. Mohan Krishna, what were you telling him?
Niranjan, I'm not fighting with him. As a matter of fact, I'm agreeing with him to the fact that irrespective of any party, we must put an end to this arrogance. If Sonia Gandhi
How do you put an end? How do you put an end?
I think the public mandate has broken their arrogance, sir.
How do you put an end?
The public mandate has broken their arrogance. So therefore, what I'm saying is we cannot shy away from this fact.
No, okay, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way.
Privilege, VIP culture, all
Asad,
of this needs to come to an end.
Abbas. Okay, let me put it this way. How can you end this arrogance? Because Mohan Krishna is from the BJP. Let me ask him. Mohan Krishna, should this start with Arvind Limbavali publicly condemning what has happened? And should it then continue to some sort of an official statement that comes in to condemn such behavior so that the BJP distances from it officially? Mohan Krishna?
No. Let me tell you, Mr. Arvind Limbavali, we know him very well. He is a staunch.
He has not condemned it so far. He is a staunch
RSS and ABVP guy, very disciplined guy. And this girl, her daughter might have done a mistake. For that,
mistake?
Tomorrow
Sir,
he will come
calling
out.
it a mistake?
After speaking to her daughter, he will come out in the public and he will give a statement.
Mistake?
And don't worry, we are not Congress. Rahul Gandhi. We are not like
Why are you talking about Rahul Gandhi, sir? This is not about Rahul Gandhi. No, you called it a mistake.
उसको KPCC youth president बना दो.
No, I agree with you on that one, Nalapad.
Airport में VIP culture दिखा दो.
I will answer, Niranjan. I'd like to answer him, please.
Respond.
Quick answer. Sir, I agree with you. Sir, Niranjan asked the question that how can we end this VIP culture? The fact of the matter, be it Congress or BJP, Republic TV has taken the initiative and is carrying forward. They show what happened with the Congress end and the BJP end. And long back, Niranjan Anna, if you remember, what happened with H.D. Kumaraswamy's son, Nikhil Kumaraswamy, who barged into Empire Hotel Church Street and broke the windows, doors and had a big scuffle. This is the VIP culture which has been there, be it BJP, Congress or JDS. The fact that we must come out and condemn TV channels like Republic should do more of these shows and the masses and the public must condemn them openly, sir. That is the way to go. That is the way to go. Also, Mohan Krishna ji, I'm glad that you as a spokesperson condemn this. Sir, why don't you on Republic TV today say that I condemn this?
He started by condemning it. He started by saying it's wrong.
In public and they will talk.
No, he started by condemning it. He started by saying his party does not endorse this. Okay, so he started by condemning it. But my question was if Mr. Limbavali himself must come out and condemn it, because so far he has not. Let me tell you once again what he has said. Once again, I had the exact quote. Mr. Limbavali said, "Is this even a news story?" He said, "Is this even a news story?" He said the story is being done without common sense.
Niranjan,
Arrogance, Niranjan, this is nothing but arrogance. Like there is a saying here in Karnataka, these people have too much of.
No, let me respond. Mohan Krishna is saying something. You wait, let Mohan Krishna speak.
BJP will never accept BJP for anybody for that matter, Niranjan. Whether you or me for that matter, we cannot accept these kind of things. Our daughters, our children, our offsprings, if they do the mistake, we should condemn it. Tomorrow, Arvind Limbao will come out with a statement and he will make a statement. It will be.
But why wait for tomorrow, sir? No, why wait for tomorrow? See, no, you see, usually I'll tell you. Let me tell you. No, usually, why wait for tomorrow? Why? Isn't this embarrassing? This is embarrassing. This is exactly what the Prime Minister in so many speeches has spoken about this. About the VVIP culture. Hasn't he? Ratan Sharda has taken a principal position. PKD Nambiar, usually both of them, they take a pro-BJP position usually. Both of them have come out and condemned. Why can't you outright condemn it? Absolutely. Even if it's your own daughter. It's there on camera. What is there? Won't you apologize to the media for abusing the media? Won't you apologize to the police for abusing the police? Also, for rash driving, breaking the rules, and then once again, and then use the most abusive language when cameras are rolling. Sir, let me tell you, we have seen videos from Bengaluru when police use lathis. When police use lathis and beat the hell out of anybody if it's a common man.
Absolutely.
That was the point.
We are all aware of that during the lockdown.
No, we have seen it. There are so many videos. We'll pull that out. No, we'll pull those videos out. But Mohan Krishna is happy about.
Who is he to decide is this news or not? Isn't it arrogance when you says is this news? Who is he to decide, sir? Is he a news editor? What journalistic perspective that he has to call this a news or not? The channel will decide. The producer will decide. And this is a news. She has slapped the camera, sir. She has slapped the camera. Why? Because MLA's daughter. She has abused the cops. She has abused the media. What culture is this, sir? Isn't it arrogance?
करेंगे या नहीं? नलपाड़ को यूथ कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट से निकालने का कोशिश करेगा या नहीं? ये बताइए. लोगों को ये बताइए.
जिस दिन वो कन्विक्ट हो गया ना, sir, the day he gets convicted with the conviction order, me, you and go and we will protest right outside his house and Karnataka Assembly on Queen's Road at the KPCC, and this I will promise you on Republic TV on the same. Now, will you condemn this act, sir?
Niranjan,
yes.
Niranjan, you have a work tomorrow. Tomorrow you have to send your camera. Mohammad Abbas is going to protest for Nalapad.
Yes. Conviction order. There needs to be a conviction order, sir. Get the conviction order. Also, as a matter of fact, sir, if Congress is wrong, so BJP is the same. Sir, two wrongs don't make a right.
We are telling here.
You need to know, Mohan Krishna ji.
Okay.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
No, let me get.
Also,
wait, Abbas. No, 1 minute. Now this will go into BJP and Congress and all of that. But Ratan Sharda, do you think? Okay, I'll get in PKD and Ratan Sharda also. 1 minute. Hold on. You hear them. Right, Ratan Sharda, do you think this leader should set an example by coming out and publicly distancing and condemning what has happened? Ratan Sharda.
Niranjan, I have already said what I have to say. I have said that I am very sure the parent of that girl will take a principled stand and let her face the music with the police. He will also express his regret when the time comes. I am very sure internally party will push him to change his behavior the way he has said it is not a news or not news. Ultimately, these people are answerable to the people, the voters, and they should realize it. They realize it. This man has been in the public life for long enough to understand this is damaging, and to keep on hammering BJP person here who cannot say what he has said already more than that. He is not president of the party of the Karnataka. He is not a chief minister. He has made his point here that BJP doesn't stand with this. I think that should end the story. And to talk of high values and moral standards and all that doesn't suit us, because every supporter of every party has known how their party behaves. And I gave an example of Hyderabad. I gave an example of Sonia Rahul Gandhi today taking along leaders to protest against their presence in front of the income tax authorities. So let us not try to stretch too much and try to get an answer out of poor BJP chap sitting here who knows that somebody else is answerable, and he will answer.
Yeah. PKD.
I think the VIP culture is a reality. I think we all should come down, whether it is an MLA's son or a minister's son, or for that matter, any celebrity's son or a daughter. What happened today is very unfortunate. The girl, whatever we could hear or whatever we are seeing, it is not at all acceptable in a civil society of a modern India. Whether she belongs to, she's the daughter of an MLA, MP or a minister, doesn't matter. We are all equal citizens. Everybody there is no MLAs do not have any special privilege, or being an MLA's daughter have no special privilege at all. She is just like anybody else. She should be treated like anybody. The court of law. If the police needs to take an action, police should take an action, just like as somebody else, some other panelist was talking about, a normal auto rickshaw driver, or for that matter a two-wheeler driver, the one who is driving a two-wheeler, she should be treated at par. As far as I think, and it's also, I agree with Ratan Shahdaji that making it as a political BJP or a Congress for that matter, any other party, may not be right. VIP culture is a reality. To a great extent, the Prime Minister, when he came into the power in 2014, have been tried to take that out, but it is not that easy to remove this culture from the DNA of our so-called these celebrities, or the power, the arrogance of power. You can't take it out in one day or in a couple of maybe in the. It will eventually happen, and what you have done today is a social service. I would not call it like a news. It's a social service. These are the kind of messages which will go in a long way, and at least all those who are watching this telecast today will at least restrain from them that yes, there is a media which is powerful. Even if you are a daughter of or a son of an MLA or an MP or a celebrity, it doesn't matter. The law will come to you, or else. Even if the law comes or not, doesn't matter. At least the people of India will get to know on a prime time television debate. These things will be debated. I think that the girl requires to have given a class, a proper class, and that I think as a parents, I'm sure that Mr. Limbavli and his family will do. And as a police, the way she has abused the cameraman, that is simply not acceptable. I think there is nothing called as BJP in it. There is nothing called as Congress in it, or for that matter, any other politics. Let's leave that as a social service, what you are doing right now, exposing a VIP culture. And especially I live in Delhi. You will be surprised even today. It has reduced quite a bit. Gone are those days about 10 years back that every second person पूछता है कि यार मैं कौन हूँ, जानते हो आप, मैं कौन हूँ, मैं किसका हूँ, मैं किसका बाप, मेरा बाप कौन है, मेरा भाई कौन है. This has been the culture. It is still there, but it has come down quite a bit, and I think this telecast will ensure that it reduces further. Maybe I can only say that you expose such kind of stuff again and again. Let us say full stop to the VVIP culture forever. And let's leave it there. Let's not make this as a political debate.
No, it's not a political issue, but certainly it's a wake-up call. I agree with most of our panelists that it's a wake-up call, and we'll be waiting to see if this BJP leader Arvind Limbavli clarifies, condemns publicly, because it's important that a message is sent out, right? Let's see where the story goes. We personally feel the police was soft in the action that was taken. We'll take a short break. I'd like to thank Ratan Sharda, PKD, Syed Abbas and Mr. Mohan Krishna. We'll take a break and come back and play the full sequence. Taking a short 20-second break and playing out the full sequence when we come back. Stay tuned.
Officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Pasha, who has been involved. Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in.
Story broken by Republic TV this evening of a top leader's daughter who abused the media, targeted the police for only doing their job. VVIP arrogance caught on camera. It's a full 5-minute sequence. 5-minute sequence captured by the cameras in Bengaluru. Take a look.
Shut up! Where are you from? ಕಳ್ಸಿ
ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು? ನಾನು ಶೂಟ್ ಬಂದಿರೋದು, ಹೋಗಕ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. I am a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why you the car? Small amount ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. I don't know about the ಕಾರ್ ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀರಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ACP ಏನು MLA ಇದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೈ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ACP MLA ಗಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್
ಯಾರು MLA ಯಾರು?
ನಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರ ಗಾಡಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಕೇಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮನೆ ಕಚ್ಚಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. 8 ಕರೋಡ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಡ, ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಬೇಡಿ. ಏನೋ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಓವರ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ Shut it off! Shut it off! Shut it off! Where are you from? ಕಳ್ಸಿ
ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು? ನಾನು ಶೂಟ್ ಬಂದಿರೋದು, ಹೋಗಕ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. I am a media person, okay? I came for shoot.
Why get the car?
ಕಾರ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡ, ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರ. ಎತ್ತೋಗೋ ಜಲ್ದಿ.
ಗಾಡಿ ತೆಗಿಯೋಣ.
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗೋ ಮಟ್ಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಮುರಳಿ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಮನು ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಊಟದ
ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್
ಕಿಟ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಿಟ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾವ ವಿಧಾನಸಭಾ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್
All mutual funds are not equal. Always choose a mutual fund that has power. Where PU stands for Funds Performance, W for Wide Investor Base, E for Years of Experience, and R for Right-Sized AUM. So next time you invest, look for power.
132 years of global experience. Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Stopping fire from spreading is difficult, but not impossible. Now with firewall technology, Century Ply saves you from fire.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls. Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A three-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai's Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. One person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at two polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi Anglong district during the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council elections yesterday. Mobs destroyed ballot boxes in two polling booths and also a large number of ballot papers. Security personnel were forced to fire in the air to control the situation. Meanwhile, heavy security deployment has been made in the area.
The leaders of AIMIM, they have been detained. They are protesting. They are trying to protest here against Nupur Sharma. The kind of statement she has given, the FIR has been already registered by the Delhi police. Regarding the same, this is the protest which was planned, but the police officials have made their arrangement over here.
NIA officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Basha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
Top Karnataka leader's daughter throws massive tantrum. VVIP tantrum caught on tape after being stopped for a routine car check and for driving rashly. In Karnataka, Arvind Limbavali's daughter caught on camera abusing the police and misbehaving with the media, abusing journalists. Tries to shut down cameras, asks journalists why they're shooting, and behaves rudely with the police after breaking the law. Delhi police registers FIR against AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi and 30 others over inflammatory speeches. State after state, resort after resort, it's an all-out protect your flock exercise ahead of the Rajya Sabha elections.
Officials who are conducting searches in across various locations in Chennai. These houses that are being searched is of those people who have having had connections with the ISIS. This case is relating to an old case where 5 people, including a prime person called Sadiq Pasha, who has been involved.
Custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain will be further awarded to Enforcement Directorate. 8 searches that have been done in connection with Sher Lal Singh Trust, where Mr. Jain is the president, and the documents has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. All that has been kept in front of the court, following which the court has now awarded the Enforcement Directorate with 3 more days custody of Mr. Satyendra Jain.
And here's some news in brief. The Congress's interim president Sonia Gandhi has sought 3 weeks of time from the Enforcement Directorate to appear for questioning in connection with the National Herald case. Notably, Sonia Gandhi was supposed to be questioned at the ED's office in Delhi on Wednesday along with Rahul Gandhi. However, after testing positive for COVID, she skipped the summons issued by the agency. As many as 5 rape cases involving minors were reported within a week from Hyderabad. The BJP MP Arvind Dharmpuri questioned the silence of the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao and Minister K.T. Rama Rao on the rising crimes against women in the state, asking if they had an explanation for the same. Dharmpuri also said that the Chief Minister and his son KTR should respond on the issue.
BJP National President JP Nada lashed out at the ruling TMC in Bengal, alleging that the Mamata Banerjee-led party has no principles or policies and all it does is run syndicates. Nada also claimed that almost all regional outfits in the country, including aunt-nephew party of the TMC, have become family-run organizations.
The Election Commission will announce a date for presidential elections soon. At 3 p.m. there will be a press conference. All eyes on polls for India's next president. President Ram Nath Kovind's tenure is set to end on July 24th. The Election Commission of India will announce a schedule for the polls.
Meanwhile, the Telangana Home Minister Mahmood Ali has lauded the state police for conducting a fair probe in the Jubilee Hills rape case and said that action is being taken against everyone, including those having political affiliations. But as he talked about the increasing rape cases in Telangana, he made quite a shocking statement that mobile phones and social media are responsible for a rise in crimes. A 3-story residential building collapsed in Mumbai, Shastri Nagar in Bandra West. 1 person died and 16 others were injured. The injured have been shifted to hospital and are believed to be labourers from Bihar. A search team was rushed to the spot along with the fire brigade and police officials who were present at the spot. Violence erupted at 2 polling booths under the Duar Amla Council constituency in Assam's West Karbi.
FIR against Owaisi and others for incitement is one religion's belief and ideology targeted. Time for equal respect to all religions. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Some people in India, mostly politicians and in the media, are saying now we should learn secularism and human values from Saudi Arabia. There is an Al-Qaeda threat now. Will terrorist organizations now teach us communal harmony and human rights? Will we draw the line? We have to rise above. Will we say at one point that when it comes to the security and unity of our country, we will unite and answer as one. And I ask you, what do you think? The nation wants to know what you think today, viewers. The nation wants to know.
Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on The Debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Century Ply and Nippon India Mutual Fund.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. So, the same people who led the outrage on Nupur Sharma are now defending Asaduddin Owaisi and Saba Naqvi. Now, Saba Naqvi, known for her indiscriminate, perpetual, unstoppable trolling, and Owaisi face FIRs along with people like Ilyas Sharafuddin for spreading hate, for making insightful comments, for being disrespectful towards others, towards other religious beliefs, and suddenly the entire group that jumped up and down in a manic way, joining hands with Qatar and Saudi Arabia in questioning their own country. That whole group has gone silent. They don't want to talk about this now. They want to discuss anything else. The Rajya Sabha elections or even the weather, they don't want to talk about this now. They don't want to talk about who's spreading hate now. They don't want to talk about who's facing an FIR now. And since we are and have been on the subject of respecting religious beliefs, let me on Republic Tonight add a much necessary angle to this. What about respecting Hindu religious beliefs too? What about respecting Hindu sentiments? What about respecting Hindu values too? Hindu history too, Hindu traditions too, and the Hindu way of life as well. How about it? How come, whether in movies, social media, or politics, the Hindu religion and Hindus are a target? Not an innocuous target, not an unconscious target, but a deliberate target. Think about it. When was the last time a chief minister or a state government arrested people for hurting Hindu sentiments? What about Hindu sentiments? Do they matter? In a country where if you even tweet about a politician, you get put in lockup. How come you can abuse and constantly abuse and deride Hindu gods and Hindu beliefs in the filthiest of ways and just get away with it? I ask you tonight, viewers, where is the sensitivity there or then? Or are Hindus expected to soak it in, be tolerant about it, and carry on? Think about it. In a country where equality is the guiding principle, can we also start with giving Hindus and Hindu beliefs and Hindu sentiments equal sensitivity to start with? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Owaisi, if you're watching tonight, the nation wants to know. We're debating this tonight, viewers. This is our top debate this evening. What about sensitivities for Hindus? Why should the Hindu religion and Hindu sentiments and and Hindutva be targeted repeatedly and in the filthiest of ways. Debate number 2 tonight. Swapna Suresh joining me tonight. This is going to be the biggest debate on the Kerala gold scam. You can't miss this at 10 and 10:30. Oh, you see this VVIP brat, the kind of spectacle that was put out today, an ex-minister's daughter. Look at the way she behaved, debating that tonight at 10:30. This happened in Bengaluru. And here are the headlines this Thursday evening on the debate tonight. Big news, Delhi police booked 31 people, including Asaduddin Owaisi, for hate and controversial speeches. The message is clear tonight. All religious beliefs must be respected equally. Gold scam accused Swapna Suresh makes stunning second claim, says the Chief Minister's aide wanted a quote-unquote settlement. The VVIP arrogance that India must fight former minister's daughter abuses cops and media for doing their job. Bizarre move by the Congress. They plan to protest outside ED offices as Sonia and Rahul are summoned. What are the Vadra Gandhis trying to prove? And stunning new details are emerging in the Satyendra files. The ED says Kejriwal's minister was part of the firm that laundered the money. And ladies and gentlemen, Hindu sentiments have been mocked, ridiculed and targeted with brazen arrogance and impunity. And some of those who do it want people to laugh it off, brush it off and simply tolerate it. But now the police has filed an FIR against all those who targeted sentiments of any religion. This is the most secular move. This is true secularism, but some are very, very furious. And I ask tonight, why should Hindu beliefs, traditions and figures not be respected too? Let's debate.
For the longest time, they mocked Hindu beliefs.
जो बरसों से वहां पर इस मस्जिद में वजू खाने को इस्तेमाल कर रही है, उस इंतजामिया कमेटी के लोग ये कह रहे हैं, जिसका मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि वो फवारा था, वो शिवलिंग नहीं है। हर मस्जिद में फवारा होता है और खास तौर से सल्तनत मुगलिया के जमाने के जो बनाए हुए मसाजिद हैं, उसमें फवारा होता है। अगर आप उसको बोल देंगे शिवलिंग, कैसा होगा?
They threatened the community.
इसमें सब कुल नुकसान। अगर हम 20% है तो आप 80%, 70% है। लेकिन ज्यादा डिस्टर्ब, अगर मेरा घर 20 ठो बंद होगा तो आपका 70 ठो घर बंद होगा।
They made inappropriate remarks about Hindu gods.
ये तो मालूम ही पड़ रहा है मोहन भागवत जी का बयान और बीजेपी का बयान कि शिवलिंग कहीं खोया हुआ है, उसको हर जगह ढूंढा जा रहा है और शिवलिंग को पत्थर के रूप में लोग खोज रहे हैं। शिव भगवान पत्थर के थे कि आदमी थे?
They went on social media tirades with impunity. They abused Hindu ideology and even symbols of faith. They repeatedly demonized one religion. They even outraged over this simple Shastra Puja. And now action is finally taken. FIRs on those insulting religion, any religion, are being registered.
We have registered cases against Ms. Nupur, Mr. Naveen, Mr. Owaisi and several other people who have been regularly passing such kind of comments on social media, and they are hurting the religious feeling of people.
Now the AIMIM is protesting and Owaisi is dismissing it as both sidism and balance wad syndrome. The outrage is over the fact that inflammatory speeches have been pulled up regardless of the religion. It is time to say